So supposing you are gaining something in Telangana and Odisha, but losing something in Maharashtra or Rajasthan, then it might also be back to square one, roughly where they were.
Correct. I also want to talk about the India alliance numbers. Axis My India pegs them at 131 to 166. Chanakya pegs them between 96 to 118. Jan Ki Baat pegs them between 141 to 161. ETG Research again pegs them at 152. So how do you think that the India alliance, after all the hula-hoo about the regional parties coming together, oppositions coming together and forming this huge alliance, and there was this back and forth about the name itself, how do you think they have fared?
Well, I think the India alliance is still notional, in the sense it will become an alliance if the BJP goes down significantly.
Right.
Now, supposing, which is very difficult, it's unlikely to happen, if the BJP goes down to say 200, 220, which is very difficult, and the NDA comes down to maybe 260. In that case, you might have a really formidable India alliance post-poll, because there's always a chance that some NDA partner may jump ship.
Yes.
But if it is 150 India alliance, trust me, in 3 or 4 days, there'll be no India alliance. Because then, first of all, they would try to question, as they are already doing, the fairness of the process. The next step would be mutual blaming. In Punjab, you destroyed this. In Bengal, this happened. Because as of now, the India alliance is not a really formidable, coming of opposition parties or regional parties in unison. Because, for instance, in Bengal, there's no India alliance, practically speaking, because Mamata Banerjee is contesting all seats.
Right.
In Punjab, there is none.
Yeah.
So, India alliance is coming up only in those places where both the allies, or 3 or 4 allies, whatever, think that they individually gain something out of it.
Correct.
Where they suspect that they might individually lose out something because of that, a few seats, there, in that case, there's no alliance at all. So, India alliance will be notional, just like NDA. NDA is also notional. Of course, if the BJP is winning 300 seats, then the NDA is a formidable force.
Correct.
If the BJP by chance, 1% chance, goes down significantly, then post-poll situations can change. So as of now, as it seems, if exit polls are even relatively correct, the NDA is there, but India alliance will all depend on the numbers. At 150, there'll be no alliance, because these are electoral alliances unless they are looking at other factors. So, for instance, Delhi elections will come, some Bengal elections will come, in the next couple of years, Bihar elections will come. So, in those elections, one will have to wait and see. In Bihar, there might be a Congress RJD alliance, but in Delhi, maybe not, because if they are not anywhere close to forming the government, the India allies can come apart at any moment.
Right. Yesterday, the CEC, Rajiv Kumar, he hosted a press conference and he gave out numbers. And India has created a world record. We have about 642 million votes cast, with the women voters also creating history at 31 crore votes. However, there was an overall dip in the turnout. What do you think that indicates? Even though we created a world record comparatively, given our population and the people who are eligible to vote, there was still a dip as compared to last time. What do you think that indicates?
Well, a dip may indicate a couple of things. One, maybe the summer peaked a bit early this time.
Oh, it was hot.
Yeah, so that is, in many seats, it would have been too hot. I also heard about, even in Delhi, there were places sometimes where people had to queue up under the sun. That could be one. Second is that before the elections, this was not being seen as a real contest. Generally, people believe that the BJP is coming back to power for a third time. And when that happens, it's possible that, because the BJP social base now is clearly larger in many parts of India than the Congress or the regional parties. Right. So when it's clearly larger, it's possible that there might be some fatigue also. Some people might have thought, okay, let's take a weekend off.
Yeah.
Right. So because a couple of phases were on Friday, then there was some Saturday phases. So it's possible that people might have thought, let's rest at home, which might account for maybe 2-3 percentage points.
Was the IPL also ongoing at that point?
Yeah, so 2 to 3 percentage point, something like that, a dip is not a very big dip, But at the same time, it shows that voters are settled by and large as to what might happen. That excitement of an election, let's see what comes out of this, is maybe not there, and that is how eventually it happens. Where when a party settles in power for a long period of time, if you notice, by the way, voting percentages started going up 10 years back when Congress was on the decline. When people thought that Congress has to be voted out of power, it happened in Delhi. The South Delhi started seeing, or Central Delhi, they started seeing a very high voter turnout, 70-75% when Kejriwal was coming to power. 2014 also was an improvement over the previous phases. Cities like Mumbai and Delhi started voting in larger numbers.
Right.
But that was a phase of change.
Right.
So unless another phase of change with maybe perhaps anti-incumbency comes up, this I think for 47-48 degrees Celsius is a pretty decent turnout.
Right. I want to talk specifically about the women voters. According to Access My India exit poll, till the end of sixth phase, women voters were neck to neck with the male voters. Women voters pegged around 69.7%, and the men were at 69.5%. So I want to know that what are the different priorities that females look at as compared to their male counterparts?
Well, women as a vote bank have started becoming significant in the last few years. And that has largely happened because of two things. One is welfare schemes and direct benefits transfer. So welfare schemes had been there for a long time, but the DBT, digital payments, because there are so many Jan Dhan accounts and all that. So in many cases, the digital payments are going to women.
We have Madhvi Lata's reaction from Hyderabad. Let's take a look.
Today, I would want to say that the entire country is pretty inspired. The country is just waiting for the result to come out, for the loyalties, for the love and the confidence that they have put on Modi ji. They would want the entire world to know that it's Modi ji only who can come back and who should come back. Then we are going. That's what they want to show today. That's what they want to hear for what they have shown in all the 7 phases.
Ma'am, we have performed puja here. So what do you pray?
Today I pray that our Modi ji should come out with 400 par, because he is the embodiment of justice, is the embodiment of truth, and he is the man who can bring the future to this nation Bharat. And I also requested Mother Goddess to let the justice prevail, and even in Hyderabad Lok Sabha Parliament, let the justice win.
Ma'am, there were cases filed against you on the voting day, and you're also going to be counting of votes today. What do you have to say?
I've got the government, Congress government here has made me used to get to all these kind of threats. So now I don't care anymore with AMIM and Congress. I'm going to stand with justice and nothing can stop me.
Madhvi ji, you are live with us.
400 par होकर ही रहेगा.
Ma'am,
जीत होगी होगी होगी, क्योंकि 400 पार करना मोदी जी के लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने देश को अपनाया है, देश के लिए वो काम किए हैं, लोगों के दिल में उनका ऑटोग्राफ है. जो वोट दबा है वो दिल से दबा है मोदी जी के लिए. So 400 पार कर ही रहेंगे और दिखा कर ही रहेंगे हम. I'm pretty excited, and all of them who have voted for BJP in the entire country are looking forward for especially this particular seat, that we win and bring justice to Lok Sabha Parliament Hyderabad. We all know that Modi ji in the entire 2 terms have tremendously worked, meticulously worked for the nation. And he has not just worked and left the love, but he has also left a beautiful autograph of Modi ka parivar in the hearts of all Bharatiya. I'm so sure that the entire country today would have been in their own prayers, blessing and wishing for 400 par. And these blessings have a tremendous storm of positivity in the nation, along with winning Hyderabad seat. Today I prayed that let the justice prevail, let the people's pain get rid of this 3rd time under our Modi ji's rule, and I prayed that let there be no more hatred speeches in the nation, let there be no more dividing the nation on the name of religion, and let there be no more corruption in this country, and let there be truthful party like BJP under Modi ji's leadership to take this country towards Ujjwal Bharat.
What would be your message to the people of Hyderabad?
I would want to tell the entire Hyderabad voters that, all my dear voters, you've really done a tremendous job. In spite of so many hurdles, you still made it a point to come out on May 13th. You have tried to show your best. You've been really lovely. You've been wonderful. You really have cooperated as a voter with me. I love my Hyderabad constituency voters, irrespective of all the religions, all the caste, creed, gender, from the all 7 assembly constituencies. If there has been any discrepancies, it has been only from the state government and not by my beloved voters.
क्या आपकी बात 400 पार होगा?
400 पार होकर ही रहेगा, होकर ही रहेगा, होकर.
That was activist Madhvi Lata, who's pitted against AIMIM chief and sitting MP Asaduddin Owaisi. And now let's take a look at Chandigarh's Congress candidate Manish Tiwari's reaction.
सूरज पूर्व से उग रहा है, पश्चिम में छिपेगा। मंगलवार का दिन है, हनुमान का दिन है। लोगों ने अपनी राय व्यक्त कर दी है। राय ईवीएम में बंद हो गई है, ईवीएम खुल जाएंगी, राय सामने आ जाएगी। जो लोगों का फैसला होगा वो सभी को आदरपूर्वक स्वीकार करना चाहिए। यही भारत के लोकतंत्र की क्षमता है।
आज भी कहेंगे सर कि कितने एनडीए को आ रही है?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि अभी 6:51 हुए हैं, 1 बजे तक सब कुछ साफ हो जाएगा। तो ये जो अटकलों का बाजार है, इसमें मैं शामिल नहीं होना चाहता, क्योंकि अब लोगों ने अपनी राय व्यक्त कर दी है। अब जो भी फैसला होगा सामने आ जाएगा।
तो आ रहा है मीडिया में जिस तरह से आ रहा है,
अब एग्जिट पोल्स की कितनी विश्वसनीयता रहती है वो आप मेरे से बेहतर जानते हैं।
That was Manish Tiwari, the Chandigarh Congress candidate, who's been pitted against BJP's Sanjay Tandon. We were speaking about the women voters, Vikas.
Yeah, so basically, DBT, as I was saying, quite a few states, for instance, where money is going into the accounts of women. It could be Bengal, it could be Madhya Pradesh, Ladli Behna Yojana. So I think one priority of women voters seems to be that if they have some kind of an amount coming to their accounts, so that they can take care of basic needs of the family, like the fees of children, for instance.
Correct.
So welfare schemes, it seems, work more with women because they have to run the household in a way where basic things are taken care of, and which is why many governments have begun to kind of go into those welfare schemes and measures. And I think that is making that is building a clear women constituency where the woman in the house may not exactly be following the political views of her husband, as was believed earlier. But in fact, many people said after the Madhya Pradesh elections that the margin of the BJP, to an extent, might have been because of a scheme like Ladli Behna Yojana.
Correct. We have inputs coming in from West Bengal right now, where Abhijit Das, also known as Bobby Das, the BJP candidate against TMC's Abhishek Banerjee, has complained that his counting agents have been forced out of the booth. But anyway, that was one of the updates for our viewers. I also want to speak about the youth voters. So according to Access My India poll, the youth voter percentage has increased by 15%. And in a country like India, 15% is a huge number. What do you see the trend when it comes to the youth? What are the issues that are important to them? And are they really interested in the politics of the country?
Well, youth are, let's put it this way, a very diverse community. Because it depends on who are the youth we are talking about. Are they Muslim young men? Are they Hindu young men? Are they from Tamil Nadu? Are they from Uttar Pradesh? Are they from Ayodhya?
Yeah.
So the thing is, youth again, there's a lot of talk about the youth, but in a way, youth, a young people in Uttar Pradesh might be thinking differently from young people in Tamil Nadu because of very different political contexts. So I would still say that that kind of a relatively homogeneous constituency of youth is difficult to carve out, unlike, say, a constituency of women who can be motivated via welfare measures to vote for a particular party. In the case of the youth, of course, because there are issues of employment, there is issues of inflation, but those issues have always been there in the political discourse. So nothing new about it per se. So youth might actually be, they might be swayed by some emotional issue sometimes. It might be a material issue sometimes. So it all depends.
Yeah. We have reactions coming from Gajendra Shekhawat. Let's take a look.
माननीय मोदी जी की सरकार की नीतियों का संदेश नीचे तक पहुंचाने के लिए जो कार्यकर्ताओं ने परिश्रम किया है, 2023 के विधानसभा चुनाव में भागीरथ परिश्रम करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिस तरह जयी विजयी किया है, उस श्रृंखला को पूरा करने के लिए ये जो कुछ भी पुरुषार्थ हुआ है, इस पुरुषार्थ को, इस प्रयास को सफलता में परिवर्तित करने के लिए आज अंतिम मुहर लगाने के लिए काउंटिंग की मतगणना की प्रक्रिया में सारे कार्यकर्ता जा रहे हैं। आपने देखा होगा कितना जोश था, कितना उत्साह था। सभी लोगों को तिलक लगा करके, साफा पहना करके, सबको शगुन दे करके यहाँ से भेजा है और निश्चित रूप से हम सब विजयी होकर के लौटेंगे, ये विश्वास है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी।
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
So that was Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat fighting it out for the BJP in Jodhpur against Karan Singh Uchiarga of Congress. Because this year, in 2024, there are only 39 repolls as compared to 2019 when we had 540. These are the ECI numbers. So how, with your experience as a senior journalist, how have you seen repolls happening and what happens in repolls?
Repolls are when there are massive complaints or something and the EC believes that there are reasons to hold a repoll. So it's basically about that. It's about a certain booths where there might be complaints. These are not so serious these days. Maybe there were some issues of concern in West Bengal that were cited. But that apart, the kinds of problems that they used to be in polls in the 1990s. At that time, rigging of elections was a very commonly discussed thing. But I think now with, in the last 15-20 years, that has gone down. And there's deployment of central forces in very large numbers. So in that sense, I think repolls are no longer a real concern or rigging.
Right. Speaking of complaints, the opposition bloc has been going at it against the ECI. First, it was about the absolute voter turnout number, about those figures. Then they demanded a counting of the postal ballots first. And then, they alleged that there was mass rigging of counting agents not being allowed into the ARO table. And then yesterday, it was about Jairam Ramesh, being reprimanded by the ECI and being said that, you can't have more time and you have to reply now to your allegations. So the India bloc has been going at it against the EC. What do you have to say about that?
Well, allegations have to be backed by evidence because so far as the procedure is concerned, it is very clear that, polling agents of every candidate have a right to be there.
Right.
Then there's Form 17A, where real-time numbers come up. Then at the end of the day, Form 17C, where the polling agent of every candidate who's there will, get the exact number of votes cast in that particular booth, and that is signed, right?
Yeah.
And after that, the EVM is sealed.
Yeah.
Right, in the presence of the polling agent.
Yeah.
After that, it is taken to the strong room. Again, the polling agents can be there.
Yeah.
And then the strong room is shut down. There are 3 layers of security outside the strong room. And even the polling agents are allowed to kind of, stay there until the counting happens.
Yeah.
So the thing is, every candidate can actually add booth by booth what is the exact number of votes polled in that particular constituency. Now, if there's a change in that number polled when the EVM is opened, now once again, every EVM has got a unique number also, which the polling agent gets to know formally. So there's hardly any chance of replacement of an EVM because the number will change. The candidate can easily find out the total number of votes that were polled in that constituency, add them up, and can complain if that number, there's a discrepancy in the numbers on the counting day. So because this procedure seems to be so foolproof, I find it very difficult to buy the argument of major rigging being at all possible. So this is like, look, it's the third possible defeat of the opposition. They have lost 2 elections. A hat trick, even in cricket, is pretty, if, in fact, let me put it the other way, if on 3 deliveries concede a hat trick, it is very demoralizing also.
Correct.
So in that sense, the opposition also wants a face saver to wriggle out, which says that no, it's not that the people rejected us, perhaps something went wrong. But then, as the EC has asked them, if you keep flinging such allegations without clear evidence, what you're doing is that globally and nationally, you are undermining the confidence of the voters or the global audience in your electoral process, which does not bode very well for Indian democracy. Absolutely. But so far as the procedure is concerned, if you hear many former CECs, including Mr. S.Y. Qureshi, have actually repeatedly on television told what exactly the procedure is, and the procedure does not seem to be amenable to this kind of manipulation.
Absolutely. We have early trend numbers coming in. India Today has given the NDA a lead in 111 seats, while the opposition's India bloc stands at 67. If I asked you to choose 3 races that you are keenly going to watch out?
Well, one would be Amethi.
Okay.
Smriti Irani and KL Sharma. The other could be Mandi, Vikramaditya Singh, and
Kangana
Ranaut. And if you think of a third one, maybe Dharmendra Pradhan's seat in Odisha.
Sambalpur seat.
Yeah. Because he's already a minister. The BJP is rising there, but at the same time, he has not been a very active direct electoral player.
Yeah, the last time he contested elections there was in 2009 when he was fighting for the Pallohada constituency, assembly constituency, and he's pitted against Pranab Prakash Das, Bobby Das, who's a heavyweight when it comes to the BJD ranks. So you're looking out at Amethi, Mandi, and Sambalpur.
Because I think Rai Bareli, the Congress is likely to win.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have said Rai Bareli also.
Okay. What do you think? Again, this is all, the numbers are yet to stream in. This is all on anticipated estimates and questionable exit poll accuracy. But what do you think can be the 2 or 3 key takeaways for the opposition bloc?
Well, 2 or 3 key takeaways for the opposition can be, first of all, the Congress has to emerge as the fulcrum of the opposition. Opposition coalitions are successful only when the leading party, the national party in the coalition, is clearly stronger than the rest. For it to be seen as clearly stronger than the rest, it has to take on the ruling party in direct contests.
Correct.
So we will have to see. Maybe many observers say that the Congress in the core BJP regions or in states where there's a direct BJP versus Congress contest, like say Rajasthan or Haryana, Madhya Pradesh to an extent, people are saying in some of these states now the Congress may actually win some seats, unlike the last 2 times, which will be good for the Congress, because if the pattern in 2014 and 19 was that regional parties in their hubs were able to take on the BJP, like in Bengal, the TMC, or in the BJD in Odisha, but the Congress in direct contest collapsed. Okay. So one is that the leading national party has to be strong. 2 is that you can be the fulcrum of that alliance only when you can take on the leading party in power, right? So these are 2 things. Third, the Congress will have to somehow find a way of getting back into northern, central, and western India. That is very clear. So the Congress, of course, has been relying largely on South India,
Right.
in the sense that Kerala, for instance, where Rahul Gandhi has contested for a second time this time, so that his presence can actually bolster Congress numbers in Kerala. That's good. In Tamil Nadu, they are relying on the alliance with the DMK. They are relying on Telangana, where they have done reasonably well in the assembly elections. They are relying on Karnataka, where they formed a government, which is good. It can stay afloat. But unless you are able to stage a return in the much more populated northern and central India and western India and eastern India, unless you can stage that return, the chances of defeating the BJP will be low. And let's not forget that next elections, 2029, might be post delimitation, which the government wants to do.
Correct.
So that skew might be even larger. So the Congress has to try and return to the core Hindi heartland states in Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely. We have Gorakhpur BJP candidate Ravi Kishan's reactions in. Let's hear what he has to say.
राज्य बरकरार रहेगा। विश्व के सबसे बड़े नेता तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं और देश की जनता को बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं। देश की जनता ने देश को जिताया और अपना विश्वास मोदी जी पर जताया। गरीबों, वंचितों, बेटियों, मातृशक्ति सब ने, किसानों ने, एक एक व्यक्ति ने, एक एक गरीब जो लाभार्थी रहा, वो आज प्रधानमंत्री जी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाने जा रहा है। समस्त देश को, इस भारत को, इस नए भारत को, इस राम राज्य वाले भारत में सभी को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। जय श्री राम, जय बजरंगबली।
Ravi Kishan is up against Kajal Nishad of Samajwadi Party in Gorakhpur. Because this is Lok Sabha elections. 6 months down the line, we are looking at assembly elections in major places. We are looking at assembly elections in Delhi, in Maharashtra, in Haryana. How do you think this will impact, the Lok Sabha elections will impact assemblies there?
Well, we'll have to see that by the end of the day, because many people who went to the ground anticipated some losses for the NDA in Maharashtra and Haryana, right? Maharashtra, actually, it could be a slightly more significant loss in terms of vote percentage, because Uddhav Thackeray seems to be holding on to a loyal vote percentage, which is now not with the NDA. It's on the other side. So can the NDA of today not suffer losses despite that chunk of votes that was loyal to the family going away to the other side? So if there are some dents in Maharashtra, then the Maharashtra assembly elections open up. Because in assembly elections, there is no Modi factor as the leader. What happens in the last 10 years is that the opposition does slightly better in assembly elections relatively compared to what they do in the Lok Sabha elections. Because in Lok Sabha elections, it's the face of Narendra Modi. That will not be there in the Maharashtra election. In Haryana, if there's a slight dent, even 2-3 seats, that can actually be a bigger dent in the assembly elections in Haryana, because again, the Modi factor will not be there. Delhi, let us wait and see, because in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party, which is the party that does very well in assembly elections, though the BJP has been doing better in the Lok Sabha elections, the challenge before the Aam Aadmi Party would be Arvind Kejriwal in jail. Yeah. So, of course, there are welfare measures of the Aam Aadmi Party. I would say what is called freebies, quote unquote, cheap power, cheap water, maybe slightly improved public health system, maybe that's the claim. Slightly improved government schools. It seems to be, the data seem to be showing that. But around that is the figure of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, how the legal troubles of Arvind Kejriwal pan out, whether he is able to come out of jail, without Kejriwal as a face, can Aam Aadmi Party under another face be as formidable an assembly player in Delhi, is a question that we need to ask ourselves. So Delhi maybe opens up a bit in the assembly elections.
Right. I also want to, because we are speaking about Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party, for Aam Aadmi Party and a party like BJD also, the lack of second in command is so evident. Do you think this now poses an existential crisis to them? Because Naveen Patnaik had to literally come out and tell people that no, Pandian is not my successor. It doesn't matter what the optics look like. Similarly, when Arvind Kejriwal was taken into custody, the lack of leadership was evident. They had literally no one to campaign for them. Sunita Kejriwal, who's always been in the shadows, came out into the front and she became the star campaigner. So do you think that for these, and these are major parties, they might not be on a larger scale like the BJP and the Congress, but they have made an impact. So do you think that not having the second in command at front batting right now poses an existential crisis for
yeah, existential crisis for regional parties in India posed in two ways. One is not having a second in command. We have seen the AIADMK suffering heavily after Jayalalitha because she was a single leader and would not want anyone to be her clear successor because that would bring the person slightly on relations of parity. The idea of succession also implies a certain parity. Right. So AIADMK has suffered. DMK has become the lead player in Tamil Nadu after the death of Jayalalitha. The other model is the family model. All Indian regional parties are based on these two models. So DMK survived the death of Karunanidhi because Karunanidhi had been grooming Stalin and as a potential face over the last 10-15 years. So in that sense, Stalin became the successor. In the case of AIADMK, there was no successor to Jayalalitha.
Correct.
Mayawati could not leave a successor. So BSP seems to be on the decline constantly.
Absolutely.
Naveen Patnaik has not groomed a successor. While Biju Patnaik had groomed Naveen as a successor, Naveen has not groomed any successor. Arvind Kejriwal would not want to groom a successor from the party because it's a very recent party and Kejriwal has shown signs over the last 5-6 years of trying to take control over the party. Right. So that being in control is also a very important thing in these regional parties because the cadre, so-called cadre, is more loyal to the leader or a family, depending on the case, than to any larger cause. So in this case, well, if you don't groom a successor, there's a serious problem. Secondly, even in family-based parties, the talent or acumen of your successor, that is always something. We don't know. Like Tejasvi seems to be showing a certain acumen for politics. So Lalu Prasad is now having a viable successor who can take his legacy forward. Akhilesh to a slightly lesser extent.
Correct.
But in many cases, for instance, Sharad Pawar's daughter, Supriya Sule, can she actually run the NCP like Sharad Pawar? So what we saw was a split. We saw a split in which Ajit Pawar went over to the other side. So these questions, even in family successions, the question of whether the son or daughter is up to the mark, electorally speaking, is always a question mark.
And then it doesn't help if you have them on opposing parties, in the case of YSRCP, where you have Jagan on one side and YS Sharmila on the other side. But I think, like you mentioned, it depends on how the succession is handed down. Because we have more reactions streaming in. Let's look at what Basari Swaraj has to say.
मैम काउंटिंग शुरू होने वाली है कुछ ही समय में, क्या उम्मीदें हैं, किस तरह की उसको लेकर क्या करेंगे?
इतना गर्व होता है कि हमारे पास एक ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री है जिनके प्रति विश्वास है, आदर है, सम्मान है और जिन्होंने बेदाग 10 साल काम किया। उस परिप्रेक्ष्य में कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ही मिले ताकि वो सक्रिय रूप से काम कर सकें एक विकसित भारत के लिए।
विपक्ष पहले से ही जिस तरह से अनुमान लगाया जा रहा था, ईवीएम और इलेक्शन कमीशन कई सारी चीजों को उंगली उठा रहा है, सुबह जिस तरह से भी माहौल बनाया जा रहा है, इसी तरह को
आज के दिन में सिर्फ विनम्रता से ऑपोजिशन को बोलूंगी कि कभी कभार आप बोलते हैं ईवीएम, कभी कभार आप बोलते हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन, कभी कभार आप खुद अपने आप के ऊपर विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। आदरणीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने भी आपके जवाब दिए हैं। अब तो मान लीजिए कि जो जीता वही सिकंदर, और जो आप उस विश्वास के साथ जाएंगे और समझेंगे कि मोदी जी की जो लोकप्रियता है इस वजह से है क्योंकि उन्होंने ज़मीनी स्तर पे काम किया, और शायद आपको विपक्ष के रूप में भी प्रेरणा लेना चाहिए मोदी जी से।
मोदी जी के लिए देश भर में आज हवन पूजा, कई सारे मंदिरों में कई सारे धार्मिक स्थलों पर भी हो रहा है।
क्यों नहीं? मोदी जी ने जो काम किया है जमीनी स्तर पे, जहां 7 करोड़ लोगों की जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाया है, इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन पूरे देश में, जहां हमें गर्व होता है कि 25 करोड़ जो गरीब थे वो उभर के आए हैं एज एन इकोनॉमी, 11वें नंबर से 5वें से 3रे की तरफ। तो मैं मानती हूँ कि भारत का समय आया है। विकसित भारत बहुत दूर नहीं है, एक सपना नहीं है। 2014 में लोगों ने मोदी जी के लिए वोट किया क्योंकि वो तब के शासनकाल नहीं चाहते थे। 2019 में उन्होंने विश्वास जताया और 2024 में उन्होंने मोदी जी का जो सपना है उसको स्वीकार किया।
देखिए, आज का दिन भारत के लिए, भारत के लोकतंत्र के लिए, भारत के संविधान के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। किस प्रकार का देश होगा, किस प्रकार का आगे देश में काम होगा, लोकतंत्र बचेगा नहीं बचेगा, इस सब का फैसला आज ही हो जाएगा। और इसी कारण से देखिए, मैं तो चूंकि मेरे पार्टी के भी, मेरे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के भी और मेरे भी आराध्य हैं हनुमान जी, और मैं आता रहता हूँ और आज उनका आशीर्वाद लेकर के मतगणना केंद्र में जा रहा हूँ। और बहुत ही आशावान है पूरा देश कि बदलाव होगा और हनुमान जी आशीर्वाद देंगे कि भाई जाओ, जाकर सेवा करो पूरे देश की। तो मुझे अभूतपूर्व आनंद की अनुभूति अंदर हुई और बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैं आज सवेरे सवेरे आकर के हनुमान जी का आशीर्वाद लिया और अब मैं मतगणना केंद्र की तरफ प्रस्थान कर रहा हूँ।
काउंटिंग को लेकर कई सारे इश्यूज उठ रहे हैं। कल चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर ने सामने आके हर एक मुद्दे के ऊपर बात की। किस तरह से देख रहे हैं पूरे विषय?
चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर साहब ने बहुत सारी बातें नहीं रखी, जो रखनी चाहिए थी वो नहीं रखी और अपने पीठ थपथपाने का प्रयास किया। लेकिन देश, कल का एक सर्वे आया है कि 28% लोगों को ही विश्वास है चुनाव आयोग के ऊपर। ये बहुत बड़ी विश्वसनीयता के ऊपर सवाल उठ गया है, जिसका जवाब उनको देना चाहिए। क्योंकि एक निष्पक्ष रूप में चुनाव कराने की जिम्मेदारी उनकी थी। TN शेषन साहब जब हुआ करते थे इलेक्शन कमिश्नर, तब लोग कहते थे कि चुनाव क्या होता है इसको समझा जाए TN शेषन साहब के काम से। तो आज उनको भी सीख लेनी चाहिए TN शेषन साहब के कार्य करने के तरीके से। मुझे लग रहा है कि देश को एक ऐसा चुनाव आयोग चाहिए जो किसी के दबाव में काम ना करे, निष्पक्ष होकर काम करे। लेकिन आज बालाजी के आशीर्वाद से बहुत अच्छा उम्दा रिजल्ट आएगा। सबको आज के दिन की बहुत बहुत बधाई।
सबसे पहले तो आज लक्ष्मी नारायण मंदिर आई हूँ, जो पूरी सृष्टि के पालन करता है, आज उनका आशीर्वाद लेने आई हूँ। और मेरा अगाध विश्वास है और मैं पूरी तरह आश्वस्त हूँ कि आज भारत की जनता चयन करेगी भाजपा की लोक कल्याणकारी नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के विजन को। मैं जानती हूँ तीसरी बार फिर मोदी सरकार। धन्यवाद।
मैम, काउंटिंग शुरू होने वाली है कुछ ही समय में, क्या उम्मीदें हैं, किस तरह की इसको लेकर क्या करेंगे?
इतना गर्व होता है कि हमारे पास।
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
Update for our viewers right now. Among the big names that are leading at the moment, they are Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad and Rajiv Chandrasekhar in Thiruvananthapuram, who's leading against Congress's Shashi Tharoor. In the studio with me, I now have Shyamlal Yadav, senior investigative journalist who prefers to call himself just a journalist. Shyamlal ji, sabse pehle I want to ask you, tell us, how did India end up to be the world's largest democracy? We were getting out of the hangover of colonial rule, and suddenly, one fine day, we were given the power to elect our own leader. So how did it all began, this elections, the biggest exercise in the world's largest democracy? How did this all happen?
Yeah, I'm telling you, in fact, when India got independence and we adopted our constitution, we adopted this democratic system. And prior to independence, there were elections. There were, in fact, 3 types of states in India before independence. One was Part A states, which were called, 9 states were there. They were called provinces. Okay. and others were Part B states and then Part C states. So only Part A states, 9 states, they had elections prior to independence, but not everyone was voter. Vote criteria was different. Some your income level, your land holding, your literacy, etc., etc. So everyone was not voter. After independence, we decided that everyone who is 21 year of age or older is he or she is voter. So first time our this election commission was constituted in January 1950 itself, and first chief election commissioner who was Mr. Sukumar Sen, he was appointed. And first elections, just imagine a country which was known for its kings and queens and dynasty system was going
royalty.
On. Yes, just imagine the excitement of ordinary citizens who were given right to elect their kings and queens, if you call them kings and queens.
Yeah.
So there was huge excitement and everywhere it was being talked about how India will hold its elections, because first time one thing was that literacy rate was very poor, less than 20%. Yes, less than 20%.
Yeah.
And around 17 crore voters were there. Means 21 and above year of age.
आपने extensively लिखा है हमारे series election rewind में.
Yes, so first elections, in fact, they started in October 1951 from 2 assembly segments in Himachal Pradesh and ended in March end, and first week of April results.
4 months.
Yes. In fact, within one assembly segment, elections were held a number of days. Like in some booths, it is today, and next area, it is 2 days back, because same stuff. It was first experience. So very complex situation was there, but yes, it was done very, very well, and we adopted the system, and you are seeing how it evolved and how we are conducting 2024.
We'll discuss more about how elections are conducted in India. In the meantime, I also want to ask you that, India's first Lok Sabha election had 1,874 Lok Sabha seats and 15,361 assembly candidates. I meant candidates. 1,874 Lok Sabha candidates and 15,361 assembly candidates. We had 489 Lok Sabha seats and 3,283 assembly seats.
Yes.
So, like you mentioned, that it was conducted over 4 months, and
4 months,
it was huge. So, can you tell us what were the major changes from then and now? Because I've read we had colored ballot boxes and all of that.
First, in the first elections, it was everything was new. So, like ballot first, the ballot boxes, because ballot boxes were different for each candidate or party, and ballot papers were common ballot papers, like playing card size, means 1 rupee currency note.
1 rupee currency note. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was common for every candidate. Once you enter on the polling station, you are given that ballot paper, and you can drop it into the choice of your candidate. Ballot boxes were different colors for different candidates. Their name, their symbol is written on the ballot box. So you drop in those boxes, and later those will be counted. Like how many notes you have. So this system worked in 2 elections, 1952 and 57, and the change was already started being discussed in 1955-6 sometimes. As Lok Sabha debated and election commission brought new idea, because there were many complaints in first elections that rigging started. Means I'm telling you,
rigging is history.
Yes, I recently I read Mr. Advani's biography, Lal Krishna Advani. He has written he was Jansangh worker in Rajasthan, some constituency, where he has mentioned these incidents of rigging, that once a voter is entering to the polling booth, one agent of some party, he will ask him that I will give you 1 rupee note. You just don't drop the ballot paper in the box, just return it to me. And once, yes, and 5-10 ballot papers, he will give some voter who will drop
that entire bunch.
Yes. No, he will collect 5-10 such ballot papers, and then he will arrange how it should be dropped in their choice of candidate. So these were aberrations were going on. So after 57 elections, means 62 onwards, these ballot papers were designed that on one ballot paper, every candidate with party name and his or her symbol, it will be given, and you will mark your vote on that. So counting was critical. So first 2 elections, ballot papers were similar, and boxes were different. And in some these were steel boxes. I was reading Election Commission's report. The cost was ₹4 per box. Can you imagine?
For one ballot box?
Yes. 4 to 6. There were 3-4 companies who which got contract.
This was in 51.
50. Yes. And in some states, orders were given wooden ballot boxes also. They were also
customized.
Yes. So this was the system. But since we were infants, like in this system, so we were learning by the time. So conducting elections, this RP Act is there, Representation of People Act. It is amended number of times by the time, and so from 62 onwards, this system, ballot paper, common ballot paper, having candidate's name and party name and symbol, this system was.
I want to ask you about the 2-party constituency system that was there, but before that, let's take a look at Congress spokesperson Pawan Khera's reaction.
भरोसा है अपनी मेहनत पर, जनता की जो सपोर्ट मिला, समर्थन मिला उस पर, और भारत के भविष्य पर पूरा उम्मीद।
तो 295 का जो आपका नारा है, उसको लेकर आप लोग काफी कॉन्फिडेंट,
बिल्कुल आश्वस्त,
आना शुरू कर दिया,
बिल्कुल आश्वस्त हैं हम लोग।
इन द अदर हैंड, जो एलिगेशन आप लोगों का चुनाव आयोग या ईवीएम मशीन या सरकार,
बात एलिगेशन की नहीं, बात सवालों की है। जब आप मुझसे कोई सवाल पूछ रहे हैं अभी, तो आप मेरे को कोई एलिगेशन नहीं लगा रहे हो। अब मुझसे सवाल पूछ रहे हो, मुझसे जवाब की उम्मीद रखते हो। हम भी जवाब की उम्मीद रखते हैं। बघेल साहब ने सवाल उठाए रात को, तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जवाब मिले और उनको संतुष्ट कीजिए आप।
लेकिन जवाब दिया गया, लेकिन
उसके बाद भी जब एक और सवाल बघेल साहब ने पूछा, उसका जवाब अभी तक नहीं आया।
आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि चुनाव आयोग पर आप लोगों को
कोई दबाव न रहे चुनाव आयोग पर। कल खड़गे साहब ने एक पत्र लिखा तमाम सरकारी अधिकारियों को, चुनाव आयोग को भी उसमें अपने आप को शामिल करना चाहिए। उनको भी इस पत्र को अच्छी तरह पढ़ना चाहिए और बिना किसी दबाव भय के अपना काम करना चाहिए।
वर्कर्स को क्या सर मैसेज है पैन इंडिया लेवल पर?
निश्चिंत रहिए, लेकिन अड़े रहिए, अडिग रहिए, हिलिएगा मत अपने अपने काउंटिंग सेंटर से।
अब अनुमान की तो बात है कि जब सर पे आ गया रिजल्ट, तो अनुमान तो अभी पता चल जाएगा। लेकिन हमारा अनुमान ये है कि जिस हिसाब से हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने काम किया है, कांग्रेस की राहुल जी की जो उन्होंने एक मैनिफेस्टो में जो बात कही है, नौजवान के लिए, किसान के लिए, मजदूरों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, इस देश के हित में संविधान को बचाने के लिए, जो संविधान देश की बुनियाद है, अगर बुनियाद कमजोर हुई तो ये देश की इमारत खत्म हो सकती है।
इंतजाम कांग्रेस ऑफिस में है, 295 सीट को लेकर आपके लीडर्स जो हैं होपफुल हैं। इसी बीच
मैं तो कह रही हूँ जो बात कहा है खड़गे जी ने बात की है, राहुल जी ने कही है, 295 प्लस हो सकती हैं, कम नहीं होगी।
तो फिर क्या आपको कोई डाउट है ईवीएम पे, या लगता है कि
देखिए, ईवीएम पे डाउट किस लिए कि जिस तरह से माहौल क्रिएट कर रहा है, मीडिया को खरीद रखा है, पता नहीं आप कितना दिखाएंगे, पर मीडिया को जिस तरह से ये मैनेज कर रखा है, क्योंकि मुझे याद है जब इन्होंने कहा था गुजरात में एक कमी रही थी कि मीडिया मैनेज नहीं हुआ था। आज
मीडिया तो वोटों की गिनती नहीं करेगी ना, वोटों की गिनती
नहीं, अभी मैं वोटों की गिनती की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ। मीडिया को इस तरह से मैनेज कर रखा है, लोगों के दिमाग में एक हुआ बना दिया कि हम पहले 400 पार, 400 पार, अब 400 पार तो मुंह बंद हो गया, सरकार बनाएंगे, ये बनाएंगे। अब तो वक्त बताएगा, लोगों ने इन्हें वोट नहीं किया, ये पक्का है।
दिल्ली का क्या होगा 7 सीटों का?
दिल्ली का मेरे हिसाब से हम 7 सीटें जीतने चाहिए
कि हम सरकार में आ रहे हैं।
पूरा देश का जनता ने इंडिया गठबंधन को वोट दिया है, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दिया है। 295 100% आएंगे।
ये जो जीत का दावा आप लोगों का है, अगर परिणाम ये आता है अच्छी बात है, अगर परिणाम उलट होता है तो ईवीएम पे सवाल आप लोगों का होगा या नहीं होगा?
देखिए किस तरीके से पूरा देश में जो विश्वास है, जनता ने वोट दिया सरकार के खिलाफ, और जो इसीलिए ऐसे सवाल उठता है जो चंडीगढ़ के चुनाव में इन लोगों ने किस तरीके का लापरवाही किया, देश का जनता देखा है। तो हम लोगों को विश्वास है इस बार इंडिया गठबंधन 295 जो राहुल गांधी जी का जो बात है वो सच होगा।
आप दक्षिण के राज्य कर्नाटक से आते हैं जहां आपकी सरकार है, कर्नाटक को लेकर क्या आपका प्रोजेक्शन है?
देखिए क्या इन लोग ने जो सर्वे का आंकड़ा कर्नाटक में ही 90 दिया था कांग्रेस को, 136 हुआ, तेलंगाना में कितना दिया था, तो ये सर्वे क्या बोलते आप ही जानते हैं।
एग्जिट पोल को लेकर काफी सरकार उत्साहित है।
देखिए सरकार उत्साहित है, कांग्रेस वहां भी हम लोग भी उत्साहित है, सबसे ज्यादा सीट हम लोग जीत रहे, हम भी उत्साहित है।
कई इंडिया अलायंस के लीडरों ने सवाल उठाना शुरू किया है ईवीएम पर।
वही मैं बता दिया चंडीगढ़ में इन लोग ने क्या किया पूरा, वो भी सबके सामने। लोकतंत्र का बचाने का बात राहुल गांधी जी बार बार संविधान का बचाने का बात क्यों कह रहे हैं? इस देश में पिछले 10 साल में इन लोग ने क्या क्या किया, इंस्टीट्यूशन को हाथ में रख के क्या नहीं किया वो बताइए। तो इसीलिए इस बार लोकतंत्र बचाना, संविधान को बचाने के लिए देश का जनता ने और खास तौर पे बेरोजगार युवा ने।
As per IndianExpress.com's live updates, we have inputs on Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking an early lead in Varanasi, and the India bloc slowly inching towards its 150 mark. At the same time, in the West, in Maharashtra, MVA is now leading in 28 seats, while the ruling Mahayuti is ahead in 26 seats. And in Baramati, apparently, as per the trends, NCPSP's Supriya Sule has left behind her sister-in-law Sunetra Pawar. So these are the early figures and the latest updates for our viewers and our in-house experts. Shamlal, we were talking about the two-party constituency.
Yes. So in fact, when we adopted this election system, seats in legislatures were reserved for SCs and STs. Okay. So initially in 1952 and 57 elections, there was a system of reservation, reserving particular seats. Means there were seats where 2 members were elected, one general category and other are SC or ST. So, in fact, one seat in West Bengal was that there were 3 member seats, means one general, one SC and one ST. So, this two member seats system was continued in first 2 elections, 52 and 57. उसके बाद ये हुआ, कैसे ये खत्म हुआ, very interesting stories behind that. Gentleman who later became President of India, Mr. V.V. Giri, he lost his own Lok Sabha seat in Parvatipuram in 1957 polls. और उसके बाद जो वहां पर दोनों जो ट्राइबल कैंडिडेट थे, एसटी कैंडिडेट्स थे, वो जीत गए और ये तीसरे नंबर पर आ गए।
अच्छा।
उसके बाद इन्होंने उस डिसीजन को चैलेंज किया ट्रिब्यूनल में, तो इनके अगेंस्ट ऑर्डर आया कि जो 2 लोग जिनको मैक्सिमम वोट्स मिले हैं वो ऑफ कोर्स दे आर विनर्स। और वो बड़े पावरफुल पॉलिटिशियन थे, उनको तुरंत वो चुनाव हारने के बाद नेहरू जी ने यूपी का गवर्नर अपॉइंट कर दिया, बस गवर्नर ऑफ यूपी। बाद में उनका कुछ वहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर थे उस समय डॉक्टर संपूर्णानंद, उनसे थोड़ी उनकी पड़ती नहीं थी, तो उनको वहां से ट्रांसफर करके शायद केरला भेज दिया गया गवर्नर बनाकर। बाद में वो प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बने। तो वो जो है, लेकिन वो अपने उस इलेक्शन डिफीट को कॉन्टेस्ट करते रहे। बाद में वो हाई कोर्ट गए, हाई कोर्ट ने भी ऑर्डर उनके अगेंस्ट दिया, फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा कि जो दो कैंडिडेट्स को ज्यादा वोट मिले हैं, मींस डिसीजन वाज करेक्ट। सो इसके बाद इतना प्रेशर बना कि एक बिल आया, टू मेंबर सीट्स एबॉलिशन एक्ट इन 1961. It was passed in parliament. After that, the system was changed, and 62 onwards, different seats were reserved. Means आपको पता है जो आज भी चल रहा है
जी,
कि uncertain criteria based on population and all that, वो seats reserve की जाती
जी,
है।
जी।
But now एक ही MP होगा, वो कैटेगरी उसकी डिफरेंट होगी, SC के लिए रिजर्व होगी या ST के लिए रिजर्व होगी। बट ये सिर्फ दो चुनावों तक चला था, 52 एंड 57, जिसमें बहुत सारी सीटों पर मींस बेस्ड ऑन पॉपुलेशन क्राइटेरिया कि एक सीट जनरल की होगी, और एक जैसे पंडित नेहरू जिस सीट से लड़ते थे फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर, फूलपुर इलाहाबाद में जो सीट है, वो भी 2 मेंबर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी थी।
अच्छा,
यस। एंड फिरोज गांधी जिस सीट से लड़ते थे रायबरेली से, जिसको बाद में इंदिरा गांधी जी 67 से उन्होंने लड़ना चालू किया, वो सीट भी शुरू के 2 इलेक्शंस में वो भी 2 मेंबर लोकसभा सीट थी। तो नेहरू जी की सीट भी एंड ये फिरोज गांधी की सीट भी, ऐसी बहुत सारी सीट्स थी। ऑफ कोर्स अराउंड आई थिंक 80 प्लस सीट्स थी जो एससीज के लिए रिजर्व थी और बाकी कुछ एसटीज के लिए थी। तो ये बट ये एबॉलिश हो गया 62 ऑनवर्ड्स, एंड सेम सिस्टम वाज इन असेंबलीज आल्सो।
जी, श्यामलाल आपसे बात करना जारी रखेंगे, और अभी चलते हैं, लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट व्हाट कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट फ्रॉम तिरुवनंतपुरम शशि थरूर हैज टू से।
Expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today, because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April.
Okay, sir, there is always an analysis that, the cross-voting helped you in the previous elections.
No. I definitely do not buy that theory. I know for a fact that there was no cross-voting in the last election. Mr. Divakaran had a very, very strong belief that he was going to do well, and I think the left rallied behind him very solidly. I don't think there was any cross-voting at all. In any case, neither have we benefited from cross-voting in the past, nor did we expect to see any cross-voting this time. We will win on our own merits or we will fail. But my own view is we are winning.
So are you concerned about your majority that it is going to repeat?
How does it matter? How does it matter? I've served in Parliament twice with a 1 lakh majority and once with a 15,700 majority. It made no difference. Once you are there, you have earned the right to represent your people. And as far as they are concerned, whether you go there with a 10-vote majority or a 10,000-vote majority or a lakh majority, you're still their representative. And I've always taken the view that once I have been elected, I am the representative of all, whether they voted for me or not. And I'll work in that same spirit in future.
That was Congress candidate Shashi Tharoor, the sitting MP of Thiruvananthapuram, who's fighting it out against Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar of the BJP. Shamlal, we have early trends from UP, and as of now, the NDA is leading in 37 seats, and India Bloc is apparently leading in 28 seats. It's too early, but it's also too close to call as compared to what the exit polls predicted.
एग्जिट पोल्स तो आपने देखा ही, बट यूपी हमने भी ट्रेवल किया था। मैं इस बार ज्यादा तो ट्रेवल नहीं कर सका, लेकिन मैं बरेली के आसपास गया था, सराउंडिंग एरियाज में, आगरा के आसपास गया था, देन रायबरेली, अमेठी, अयोध्या, जौनपुर, भदोही, इलाहाबाद, ये कुछ सीटें हमने कवर की थी। तो ग्राउंड पर ये बात सही है कि एनडीए गवर्नमेंट के साथ मींस इनकी कुछ पॉलिसी से बहुत नाराजगी थी, खासतौर से नौजवानों में। लाइक अग्निवीर से और यूपी में पुलिस रिक्रूटमेंट में आपको अंदाज है 48 लाख एप्लीकेंट्स थे, और अगर आप इसको यूपी के गांवों से डिवाइड करें, 1,06,000 ग्राम सभाएं हैं यूपी में, तो एक गांव में 45 आते हैं, और वो बहुत खिलाफ थे। वो कैसे उन्होंने उनका वोटिंग पैटर्न, उनके वो कितना इन्फ्लुएंस कर पा रहे थे अपने परिवार को, वो अलग बात है। जैसे महिलाओं में एक क्रेज है ही है योगी जी का, मोदी जी का, तो लेकिन नाराजगी थी। तो इतना एक तरफा हमें लग नहीं रहा था कहीं पर। तो अभी ये ट्रेंड मुझे पता नहीं कि कितना कंटिन्यू करेगा, एंड में कहाँ तक जाएगा, लेकिन इसमें कोई अनयूजुअल नहीं है जो आप देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा था। और मोदी जी से कोई नाराजगी हो सकता है लोगों को ना रही हो, लेकिन जैसे मैं बता रहा हूँ रूरल एरिया में, अब मैंने कई जगह मुझे लग रहा था कि अगर अग्निवीर को इन्होंने शायद एबॉलिश कर दिया होता या कुछ कर दिया होता चुनाव के पहले, या बीच में यही बोल दिया होता कि रिव्यू करेंगे, तो शायद ये नाराजगी बहुत उनके फेवर में जाती। एंड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी जो कोर वोटर बीजेपी के माने जाते थे, उनमें बहुत सारे नौजवानों से हमने बात की थी, वो बहुत नाराज थे। दूसरा इस ट्रेंड का कारण है बीजेपी का जो सबसे बड़ा स्ट्रांग पॉइंट पिछले 17 और 22 के असेंबली चुनाव में और 14 और 19 के लोकसभा चुनाव में यूपी रहा है, दैट वाज सोशल इंजीनियरिंग। और जिसमें खास तौर से जो वहाँ मेन अपोजिशन है समाजवादी पार्टी, वो MY की पार्टी रह गई थी, मुस्लिम एंड यादव। इस बार समाजवादी पार्टी ने टिकट बहुत क्लेवरली दिए। वो अब उसमें एक क्रिटिसिज्म तो उनका हो रहा है कि सारे यादव जो दिए वो सैफे वालों को दे दिए,
because the fact is that once people have cast their vote,
बीजेपी का कोर वोटर माना जाता है। जी सैनी, शाक्या, मौर्य, कुशवाहा, जो बीजेपी ने जिस पर बहुत वर्क किया था, वो 6-7 कैंडिडेट उनके दिए हैं, तो वो थोड़ा आगे ले गए। कई सीटों पर हमने देखा कि इसकी वजह से बीजेपी के कैंडिडेट्स को बहुत परेशानी हो रही है। लाइक इन अयोध्या में कई जनरल सीटों पर इन्होंने दलित कैंडिडेट दे दिए समाजवादी पार्टी ने, लाइक मेरठ। तो जहां पर अब जीत हार लास्ट में कैसी होगी मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि मार्जिन इनका जिन सीटों पर बहुत ज्यादा हुआ करता था वो शायद कम होगा, और ये सीटें क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट में आ गई इस वजह से, बिकॉज ऑफ दिस सोशल इंजीनियरिंग। तो ये जो ट्रेंड है, ये मुझे लगता है नेक टू नेक लास्ट तक चलता रहेगा, और फाइनली रिजल्ट क्या आता है बनेगा। लेकिन मुझे ये जरूर लगता है कि कई सीटों पर बीजेपी जिनको 3 लाख से जीती रही होगी पिछली बार, वो शायद इस बार 50,000 से जीते या हार जाए, इस टाइप का होगा। ये होगा,
कांटे की टक्कर रहेगी।
इसमें कुछ भी अनयूजुअल नहीं है आप जो
जी। और फैजाबाद में मैं आपको बता दूं, समाजवादी पार्टी के अवधेश प्रसाद इज लीडिंग इन फैजाबाद बाय 682 वोट्स।
नहीं, आपको मैं फैजाबाद का बताता हूँ, मैं वहाँ विजिट किया था। वहाँ पर जो दोनों कैंडिडेट हैं, जो बीजेपी के लल्लू सिंह जो सिटिंग MP हैं, और ये जो समाजवादी पार्टी के अवधेश प्रसाद, ही इज फ्रॉम कम्युनिटी व्हिच इज कॉल्ड पासी, जो यूपी में होते हैं। जो 2 बड़ी जातियां हैं दलितों की, चमार एंड पासी। तो ये जो हैं, अच्छा, ये दोनों जो कैंडिडेट हैं ये बहुत पॉपुलर हैं। ये 9 टाइम्स MLA हैं, ये अवधेश प्रसाद जी, और लल्लू सिंह जी जो है कई बार MP MLA दोनों रहे हैं। दोनों बड़े व्यवहार कुशल हैं, दोनों बड़े वेल कनेक्टेड हैं एरिया में, दोनों मीन्स जो खूबियां हैं पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव की, वो दोनों में। लेकिन अब वो क्या किया है, यहाँ पर समाजवादी पार्टी ने चालाकी करी कि अयोध्या की जो सराउंडिंग सीट्स हैं, जो जनरल सीट्स हैं, उस पर कुर्मी कैंडिडेट दे दिए। मीन्स अंबेडकर नगर एंड दिस बस्ती और आपका गोंडा, जो सराउंडिंग सीट्स हैं, उस पे कुर्मी कैंडिडेट दे दिए। अयोध्या में ओबीसीज में कुर्मी बड़े रिसोर्सफुल और इन्फ्लुएंशियल कम्युनिटी है, तो थोड़ा बहुत उसमें डेंट लगा होगा ऐसा लगता है। देन अवधेश प्रसाद जी की जो अपनी कम्युनिटी है, तो वहां ये नेक टू नेक चलता रहेगा। लेकिन जहां तक मैं गया था, जो मुझे अंदाज लगा कि शहर में बीजेपी के लिए बहुत अच्छी वोटिंग हुई थी लास्ट में, बट अब 4 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज रूरल की हैं, असेंबली सेगमेंट्स जो हैं, तो मुझे लगता है इस सीट पर भी ये लास्ट तक आप देखेंगे कि कांटे की टक्कर हो रही है, और फाइनली हु विल विन नो वन नोज। अभी कुछ नहीं
पता है। जी जी। रिटर्निंग टू आवर कॉन्वर्सेशन, जो हम इलेक्शन चुनाव की बात कर रहे थे, श्यामलाल, चुनाव में इलेक्शन चिन्ह एक बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट चीज होती है, और हमें आपसे ये जानना है कि और अभी हाल ही में एनसीपी और इनकी एनसीपी और शिवसेना का फैक्शंस बना, फ्रैगमेंटेशन हुआ, तो उसमें चुनाव चिन्ह भी बदले। तो इलेक्शन कमीशन कैसे ये चुनाव चिन्ह के कॉन्सेप्ट पे, हाउ दे वर्कड ऑन इट, एंड हाउ डिड कांग्रेस end up with the farm symbol, and how did BJP end up with the lotus symbol?
ऐसा है कि ऐसे कंट्री में जहां पर जब इलेक्शन शुरू हुआ तो 18% के आसपास लिटरेसी रेट था, आपने खुद ही बोला
जी।
वहां पर पीपल कांट आइडेंटिफाई, जो पढ़ नहीं सकते अपने कैंडिडेट का नाम, पार्टी का नाम नहीं पढ़ सकते हैं, वो कैसे जानेंगे कि वो किसको वोट देने गए। तो इन दिस कॉन्सेप्ट दिस चुनाव चिन्ह वाला ये लाया गया, और फर्स्ट इलेक्शन में 26 इलेक्शन सिंबल्स पे
अच्छा,
14 नेशनल पार्टीज थी उस समय, क्योंकि उसके पहले कोई क्राइटेरिया नहीं था, अब तो एक क्राइटेरिया हो गया है, अभी 6 नेशनल पार्टीज। उस समय 14 नेशनल पार्टीज, उनको एक टेम्परेरी ये दे दिया गया था कुछ क्राइटेरिया के बेसिस पर, उनके तो सिंबल रिजर्व कर दिए गए थे। जैसे कांग्रेस का जो चुनाव निशान था उस समय, वो 2 बैलों की जोड़ी,
अच्छा
2 बैलों की जोड़ी,
जी।
वो उनका चुनाव निशान था।
हाँ।
जनसंघ होता था उस समय, भारतीय जनसंघ जो बीजेपी का पुराना ये, उनको जलता हुआ दीपक है, दीपक, वो उनका चुनाव निशान होता था। तो वहां से शुरुआत, 26 चुनाव निशान थे। अब आप, इसकी बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है। आप समझिए कि 57 के इलेक्शन में जो 26, देखिए 3 तरह की पार्टियां होती हैं। एक है आपकी नेशनल पार्टी, उसका सिंबल रिजर्व हो गया, नेशनली वो सब जगह उसी का रहेगा। दूसरा है स्टेट पार्टी। स्टेट पार्टी विच इज रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज स्टेट पार्टी, मींस किसी स्टेट के लिए पार्टी है, लाइक यूपी के लिए समाजवादी पार्टी, तो समाजवादी पार्टी है साइकिल सिंबल। वो साइकिल दूसरे स्टेट्स में किसी और पार्टी को मिल सकता है, लेकिन जहां के लिए वो रिकॉग्नाइज्ड पार्टी है वहां किसी और को नहीं मिलेगा। ये उसका बेसिक क्राइटेरिया है। तीसरी है अनरिकॉग्नाइज्ड रजिस्टर्ड पार्टीज, जो रिकॉग्नाइज्ड नहीं है लेकिन रजिस्टर्ड हैं।
अच्छा।
तो उनको सिर्फ प्रेफरेंस दिया जाता है कि पहले 2 पार्टियां जो नेशनल और स्टेट पार्टी को निकलने के बाद तीसरी एक कैटेगरी बनती है, तो इनको थोड़ा प्रेफरेंस देते हैं। उसके बाद फिर इंडिपेंडेंट्स के लिए होता है। तो अभी तो 190 सिंबल्स हैं जो फ्री हैं, मींस कोई पार्टी उन्हें क्लेम कर सकती है, इंडिपेंडेंट क्लेम कर सकता है, लेकिन 52 में 26 सिंबल थे। 26, क्योंकि उस समय कैंडिडेट्स भी कम थे, आपको मालूम है। बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है कि 57 के इलेक्शन में बहुत सारे पार्टियों ने और कैंडिडेट्स ने चुनाव आयोग को जाकर के बोला, खास करके इंडिपेंडेंट्स ने और अनरिकॉग्नाइज्ड रजिस्टर्ड पार्टीज ने, कि 26 में से एक चुनाव निशान था रेलवे इंजन।
अच्छा।
तो उस समय रेल बहुत पॉपुलर नहीं थी, मींस हर आदमी पहचान सके। बहुत बड़ी आबादी थी जिसने रेलवे इंजन देखा नहीं था, ट्रेन देखी नहीं थी। तो लोगों ने जाके चुनाव आयोग को रिटर्न में कंप्लेंट दिया कि साहब ये ऐसा चुनाव निशान आपने दिया है जो हमारा वोटर पहचानता नहीं है, उसको पता नहीं है रेल इंजन क्या होता है। तो इसको ये 57 के इलेक्शन में हटा दिया गया। 52 में था वो, 57 में वो हटा दिया गया। तो इस तरह इलेक्शन सिंबल की एक स्टोरी है बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग। लेकिन आप जो कांग्रेस के सिंबल की बात करें तो बीजेपी की, इन दोनों पार्टियों के सिंबल्स की अलग कहानी है। देखिए 71 में, मींस जब 69 में कांग्रेस का स्प्लिट हुआ, कांग्रेस ओ एंड कांग्रेस आर में, सो कांग्रेस आर वाज हेडेड बाय जगजीवन राम एंड इंदिरा गांधी जी, कांग्रेस ओ वाज हेडेड बाय निजलिंगप्पा जी एंड मोरारजी देसाई एटसेट्रा, जो पुराने संगठन के लोग थे जी। उस समय चुनाव आयोग को बाद में जगजीवन राम जो कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष बनाए गए, उन्होंने जाके बोला कि हमारी जो कांग्रेस है, जिसमें इंदिरा गांधी जी भी थी, कि ये रियल कांग्रेस है, तो ये जो सिंबल है हमें दिया जाए। लेकिन बाद में वो लड़ाई चली, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक चली, और फाइनली ये हुआ कि उस सिंबल को फ्रीज कर दिया गया। दोनों ग्रुप्स को, दोनों फैक्शंस को अलग अलग सिंबल दिए गए। वहां पर जो है कांग्रेस को सिंबल जो दिया गया, इंदिरा गांधी कांग्रेस को, मींस जो कांग्रेस आर कही जाती थी, उसको दिया गया गाय बछड़ा, काफ एंड काउ।
इस पे और कॉन्वर्सेशन जारी रखेंगे श्यामलाल। उससे पहले लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट बीजेपी's कैंडिडेट फ्रॉम कायजरगंज, करण भूषण सिंह's रिएक्शन।
करण जी बताइए, आज आप बीजेपी से कैसरगंज से प्रत्याशी हैं, आज मतगणना चल रही है और अभी आपके नित्य क्रिया में देखा जा रहा है कि अभी आप यहाँ बैडमिंटन खेल रहे थे, क्या कहेंगे?
चलिए पहले तो आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। देखिए आज मेरी ज़िंदगी का बहुत बड़ा दिन है और जो मैंने एग्ज़ाम दिया आज रिजल्ट उसका आना है। मैं उस चीज़ से पूरा आश्वस्त हूँ। अपनी रोज़ की जो दिनचर्या है मेरी, सुबह उठ के खेलना, फिर उसके बाद अब आगे मतगणना जहाँ चल रही है वहाँ अपने समर्थकों के साथ अपनी जगह पर बैठेंगे, आशीर्वाद लेंगे सबसे।
अच्छा, क्या लगता है आज एक नेताजी ने भी कहा था कि यहाँ से एक बड़ी जीत होने वाली है, तो आप क्या लगता है आपको कि
जितना दिन मुझे मिला उतने दिन की मेरी मेहनत और नेताजी की 30 साल की मेहनत, मुझे आशीर्वाद मिलेगा।
श्यामलाल, कैसरगंज के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए कैसरगंज वो जो एरिया है, जो रीजन है ना, वैसे आपको बताऊं यूपी के बहुत पिछड़े हुए एरियाज में, एक जिले की बात नहीं कर रहा, वो बहराइच, श्रावस्ती, गोंडा, बलरामपुर, जो बेल्ट है, तराई जिसको का पार्ट है जो नेपाल से थोड़ा टच करता है, लेकिन ये पॉलिटिकली बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एरिया रहा है। वहां से देखिए सीट का नाम तो बदलता रहा है लेकिन एरिया वही रहा है। लाइक गोंडा से मीन्स डिस्ट्रिक्ट, 2-3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गोंडा, बलरामपुर, ये कैसरगंज उसी में से उसका भी कुछ हिस्सा है, बहराइच है। तो गोंडा से यूपी की चीफ मिनिस्टर होती थी, फर्स्ट वीमेन चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया एनी स्टेट, सुचेता कृपलानी जी। शी वाज एमपी इन 1967 फ्रॉम गोंडा। यस। और बलरामपुर से अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी रहे हैं 57 में, 62 में हार गए थे 257 वोट से। रिकाउंटिंग 3 बार हुई थी।
अच्छा।
सो यस, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एरिया। तो ये जो कैसरगंज जहाँ की आप बात कर रहे हैं, ये जो ब्रजभूषण शरण सिंह जी हैं, इनके 59 कॉलेजेस चलते हैं इनफैक्ट। एंड बड़ी इनकी डोमिनेंस मींस कहिए कि मैन पावर से ही बड़ी डोमिनेंस है इनकी वहां पर। इनके कॉलेज के जो टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स, वो मतलब आपके पास जो मैन पावर रहती है इलेक्शन में आपकी हेल्प करती ही है।
हाँ।
तो वो पिछले कोई चुनाव से आपने देखा होगा कि जिस पार्टी में जाते हैं उसी से जीत जाते हैं
जी।
तो इस बार जो है अब इनके बेटे को टिकट दिया है। थोड़ा सा जो अभी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही थी कि वहाँ जो कुछ एक असेंबली सेगमेंट्स में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम तो है इनको, लेकिन जैसा ज्यादातर जगह आप देख रहे हैं यूपी में, सब जगह चलेगा नेक टू नेक
ही चलेगा। हम बात कर रहे थे इलेक्शन
सिंबल्स की। तो मैं आपको बता रहा था 71 में कांग्रेस का पुराना सिंबल 2 बैलों की जोड़ी, 2 बुलक्स, वो फ्रीज करके, जो फ्रीज हो गया वो आगे किसी को नहीं मिलेगा बाय द वे।
अच्छा।
वो हमेशा के लिए फ्रीज हो गया। यस। सो उसके बाद दोनों फैक्शंस को अलग अलग सिंबल दे दिए गए। जो कांग्रेस उस समय आर थी, जो बाद में ओरिजिनल कांग्रेस वही रह गई, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, इंदिरा गांधी जी वाली, उसको मिल गया गाय बछड़ा मींस काफ एंड काउ, वो कंटिन्यू रहा। लेकिन फिर 78 में दूसरा स्प्लिट होता है कांग्रेस में, जो उस समय भी क्या नाम था उनका, ब्रह्मानंद रेड्डी है। 2 ग्रुप फिर से हुए, फिर झगड़ा हुआ और फिर ये सिंबल की लड़ाई वहां तक गई। फिर इंदिरा गांधी कांग्रेस की, जब कांग्रेस आई कही गई, उनका दूसरा फैक्शन बना। तो कांग्रेस आई मींस इंदिरा गांधी जी की जो कांग्रेस है, उसने अप्रोच किया इलेक्शन कमीशन को कि वी आर द रियल कांग्रेस। फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट गया इश्यू और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल रहा था, उस बीच में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अपना डिसीजन दे दिया। फिर गाय बछड़ा भी फ्रीज कर दिया गया, काफ एंड काउ भी हमेशा के लिए फ्रीज कर दिया गया। और उस समय फिर इंदिरा गांधी कांग्रेस को हाथ का पंजा मिला, जो तब से अभी तक कंटिन्यू कर रहा है। रही बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कमल कैसे मिला, इसकी बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी। भारतीय जनसंघ का जो दीपक हुआ करता था, आपको पता है 77 में जस्ट मींस ड्यूरिंग इमरजेंसी, जस्ट बिफोर लोकसभा पोल्स, 4 big parties and some small parties, they were merged and जनता पार्टी came. बट जनता पार्टी चुनाव के पहले रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं हुई थी, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने उसको रिकॉग्निशन नहीं दी थी। तो जनता पार्टी के जो ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स थे, सबने चुनाव लड़ा भारतीय लोकदल के चौधरी चरण सिंह की जो पार्टी थी, उसके चुनाव निशान पर। लेकिन जब सरकार बनी 77 में, तो 79 तक आपने देखा बार बार स्प्लिट जनता पार्टी में होता गया। एट द एंड 4 स्प्लिट्स हुए, 4 पार्ट बने जनता पार्टी के, और उनका भी झगड़ा चलता रहा। तो अप्रैल मीन्स मार्च अप्रैल 1980 में वाजपेयी जी मीन्स जनसंघ से जो गए हुए लोग थे जनता पार्टी में, इन्होंने अप्रोच किया इलेक्शन कमीशन को कि वी आर द रियल जनता पार्टी जी, वी आर द रियल जनता पार्टी। ओके, तो बाकी ग्रुप्स थे, एक चंद्रशेखर का ग्रुप था और जो चौधरी चरण सिंह और राजनारायण एक ही ग्रुप में थे, लेकिन बाद में फिर वो 2 टुकड़ों में हो गए। तो टोटल 4 फैक्शन, चारों ने ये क्लेम करा कि हम रियल जनता पार्टी जी। वहां से फिर अगेन जो जनता पार्टी का चुनाव निशान था वो फ्रीज कर दिया गया और सबको अलग अलग चुनाव निशान दिए गए। जनता पार्टी के नाम के आगे भारतीय लगा करके वाजपेयी ग्रुप को भारतीय जनता पार्टी बना दिया गया। ये जनता पार्टी का एक ग्रुप है जो भारतीय उसमें नाम जोड़ करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी हो गया, और इसका पुराना चुनाव निशान वो हमेशा के लिए फ्रीज हो गया, जलता हुआ दीपक जी। और वहां पर इनको जाकर के कमल का चुनाव निशान मिला, कमल का फूल, जो अभी तक कंटिन्यू कर रहा है। ये बीजेपी के कमल की कहानी है, जो अप्रैल 1980 में इन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी में भारतीय जोड़ करके वो फिर अब तो बहुत बड़ी बन चुकी है, आपको पता ही है। लेकिन जनता पार्टी को 77 का लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद पार्टी का रिकॉग्निशन मिला था, चुनाव आयोग ने दिया था। चुनाव सबने भारतीय लोकदल के चुनाव निशान पर लड़ा था।
अच्छा, बातें जारी रखेंगे, उससे पहले आई वांट टू इन्फॉर्म आवर व्यूअर्स दैट even though it's too early, too soon to call it, but according to very early trends, the BJP-led NDA has gone past the 200 mark, while the opposition's India bloc is at 122 seats. In the meantime, let's hear what Vikramaditya Singh from Mandi has to say.
चुनाव परिणाम आ जाने हैं, काउंटिंग शुरू हो रही है। शुरुआती रुझान चाहे देश में हो, चाहे प्रदेश में हो, चाहे आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, आपके फेवर में नहीं है, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, अच्छे रहेंगे, बढ़िया रहेंगे। अभी तो शुरुआत हुई है और हम तो अभी तक मैंने रिजल्ट्स देखे नहीं है, अभी तक परिणाम मैंने इनिशियल रिजल्ट्स देखे नहीं है, मगर अभी तो मैं हनुमान जी का आशीर्वाद लेने आया हूँ। मगर ऑल विल बी वेल, सब बढ़िया होगा और जो कामना करी है वो पूरी होगी।
जिस तरह से जो एग्जिट पोल्स आए थे, जो एक
एग्जिट पोल्स तो ये जो है मैन्युफैक्चर्ड था एक मीडिया द्वारा, गोदी मीडिया द्वारा, तो उसका तो कोई ऑथेंटिसिटी वैसे भी नहीं थी। जो आज रिजल्ट्स आएंगे, दैट विल बी द वर्डिक्ट ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, पीपल ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, और उस पर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे।
क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, कितने मार्जिन से आप जीतने वाले हैं मंडी पार्लियामेंट्री सेगमेंट से, और नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव में?
अब देखते हैं, लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोस, एवरीथिंग विल बी ओके, सब अच्छा रहेगा। शुरुआत अच्छी है तो दिन भी अच्छा रहेगा।
नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव में
भी अच्छा रहेगा। आई एम श्योर जो आंकड़े हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन के सभी लीडर्स ने अनुमानित किए हैं, उसके ऊपर हम खरा उतरेंगे, एंड वी शुड बी कंफर्टेबली इन अ पोजीशन टू फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट।
अब हनुमान जी के आशीर्वाद लेने के बाद क्या आप मंडी की तरफ प्रस्थान करेंगे?
अभी करेंगे, अभी वापस मैं घर जाऊंगा, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा देखकर फिर थोड़ी देर में जाने का।
Banerjee leading. The Trinamool Congress's number 2, Abhishek Banerjee, is currently leading in Diamond Harbour over BJP's Abhijit Das, according to early trends. Das is on a sit-in outside the counting center, alleging that his counting agents have been beaten up by the Trinamool Congress workers. Banerjee, the TMC National General Secretary and nephew of Mamata Banerjee, is a 2-time MP from the seat, seeking a re-election for the 3rd time. In the studio with me, we are switching gears right now, and after the election discussion with Shyamlal, we have Liz Matthew, Deputy Editor, Indian Express, and Asad Rahman from the National Political Bureau. Liz and Asad, how is this morning looking to you?
The morning, obviously, it's still confusion because as of now, the democracy is at its play the best. We don't know. The early trends show that it's like, at least in some places, there is good contest, and it is not clearly one-sided so far, what we have seen. Let's see.
Asad, like I mentioned, too early, too close to call it, but BJP and India Alliance are going at it neck to neck in the UP so far.
Yeah, in Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party right now, which is part of the India Alliance, is actually ahead of the BJP. They're leading on 31 seats, whereas the BJP is leading on 25.
Yeah.
Some of the most surprising and interesting results are also emerging. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Raebareli. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is currently trailing in Varanasi to Ajay Rai by around 6,000 votes. But all this is very early. We are still in the very early stages of the counting happening. So any conclusion to be reached right now is too early and too premature. So we should wait for another few hours and we should have a clear picture.
Right. Liz, all the data and figures talks aside, what I want to ask you is, it's all about a game of alliances also. It's not just the Modi wave or the Saffron Party wave. But in some weird way, do you think that the alliance system has seemed to work for the NDA, but it's not working so much for the India alliance?
No, the results are showing it's not. Like Asad just said, Samajwadi Party is leading. It's Congress has an alliance with Samajwadi Party, and they fought together in Uttar Pradesh. And if Samajwadi Party is leading and it is actually giving a neck and neck fight, which means that combination worked in Uttar Pradesh. Just like, in Maharashtra also, the both combinations, like, the BJP-led combination and the, Shiv Sena, Congress, and CP, there also it is like, it's a tight fight so far. I mean, going by the present trend. So it doesn't mean that, the alliance worked only for one, the BJP. Of course, the ruling party and being the party which has dominance in Indian politics and in terms of numbers, in terms of charismatic leaders, in terms of resources, of course, the BJP would have an advantage, even in forging the alliances and even in like pushing the alliance in the states, in respective states. So they are expected to have an edge in wherever they are having a good alliance, like in Andhra Pradesh, and like in other Bihar, other state. So but as of now, it shows that both the alliances have worked kind of similarly. If you're going by the current trend, of course, the picture will be clearer in 2 hours or 3 hours. We don't know. We have to wait and see. But as of now, we cannot reach a conclusion that the alliance or the combinations worked only for the BJP, but for the NDA, not for the NDA. We cannot reach that conclusion now.
Right. So as per the latest updates that I'm seeing on IndianExpress.com, the opposition's India blog has made massive gains, and it has already crossed the 200 seat mark.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I said
before. Yeah, that's what I said.
When we began
Going by the current trend, their alliance also worked very well. Because nobody expected that alliance to do this well. If you go by the exit polls, it gave a very dismal picture. Very grim picture. But as of now, like Asad said, it is too early. It is like mostly postal votes and the initial trends. So it happens like, certain blocks, the counting you start and that block has, opposition influence, then it is. But it is not going to be the same way, across the country. But if you go by the current, like what we are seeing on the Indian Express website, it is 285 and 203. Even if the NDA has crossed that magic mark 272. Okay, so like the most of the political analysts, that what was their major thing? Okay, of course, BJP has a dominance in the Indian politics. It has emerged. It worked hard. It has a very credible, popular leader. But still, for the sake of democracy, we need a very good opposition. So if the trend prevails, like till the last, which means we are going to have a very good Lok Sabha. The 18th Lok Sabha will be one of the best, because with this kind of number, the opposition can. But again, let's hope.
Too early, too close to call.
Yes.
Asad, for UP, I want to know that UP 80 seats, BJP will have it, BJP will not have all of it. It's all out there to see. But let's say that the Saffron Party wants to take it a notch higher. What after, in case they win UP, what after that? What is the BJP's next goal in UP? Ram Mandir is done. What's next?
There are several issues that are currently in courts, and the BJP has also made them part of their campaign. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has spoken about the Mathura dispute over the Eidgah Mosque, and the Kashi Vishwanath Temple and the Gyan Vapi Mosque conflict is also there. But these are not political issues. For now, they have a very steady and solid government in Uttar Pradesh with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. And going as per the early trends, if things remain this way, if they do, then it will be something for the BJP and the NDA to worry about it. Because they've forged alliances with several regional smaller parties. Like they have an alliance with the Suhail Dev Samaj Party, which has influence over the non-Yadav OBCs. Then they have the Apna Dal, which is also a party which is considered influential among the Kurmis. So maybe they will have to, if these trends hold till the end of the day or till a few hours later, then the BJP might have to rethink its strategy in Uttar Pradesh, considering that state elections are still a few years ago and there's a lot of time to revamp. And Yogi Adityanath is a very popular figure. So it's not like the state government is going to get affected by this. But going as per the early trends, the BJP will have to do some introspection if that is the case, and will need to rethink its alliances, rethink its strategies, rethink its poll pitches and campaign pitches, because it has been a very highly polarizing kind of campaign by the BJP in UP and across the country as well. And they might have to rethink that if the numbers hold the way they are going right now.
Right. We have Vikas Pathak joining us from the newsroom. Because when we began the conversation this morning, NDA was leading, but now it seems a little closing in. India bloc seems to be closing in a little bit. What do you have to say on that?
How early the trends are, but certainly Uttar Pradesh, for instance, the Samajwadi in the early trends is supposedly doing quite well. In fact, it seems to be ahead of the BJP. So, in a large, let's not forget one thing. The reason the BJP got a simple majority in 2014 and 2019 was Uttar Pradesh. If you take away Uttar Pradesh significantly, and if the trends continue, it might actually take the BJP to below the majority mark all alone. Then we'll have to see Maharashtra, where there seem to be losses yet again. So, how early the trends are. I also saw right now on the ECI website that Smriti Irani is trailing in Amethi, and the margin is already 3,000 plus. KL Sharma of the Congress seems to be winning. So, going by the early trends, and if I compare these to the early trends in 2019, because I was again sitting in front of a screen, this seems to be somewhat different to begin with. So I will not be surprised if there's a dip in the tally of the BJP and NDA, unless there's a recovery that happens in the course of the next 1.5 hours.
Absolutely. Liz, Smriti Irani trailing in Amethi.
Yeah, it was kind of expected in the sense, I'm not saying that she would lose because, of course, KL Sharma, Kishorilal Sharma is a person who's so familiar with the constituency, and he has, very strong bond with the constituency and its voters. So it is quite natural for him to, come up in some blocks, and if he has managed to do it kind of 50 plus blocks, so obviously he'll make it.
Yeah.
But this kind of trend could be, what it indicates that, certain blocks, like I mentioned earlier, certain booths and certain, blocks, if the voters have it, like leniency towards a particular party or affiliation to a particular party, it will, while they're counting, it goes up and down. Okay. So we cannot say it is the result and it is going to be the trend till the moment. But at the same time, I would say that a lot of even BJP people were a little doubtful about and a little uncertain about what would be the Amethi story, like, at the end of the day. Of course, Smriti Irani had to, contrary to what she has been expecting, she was expecting, that the fight did not go to a kind of a highly a kind of star fight, or like the moment Rahul Gandhi had decided not to contest in Amethi, she lost that giant killing, the scope for giant killing. Whether she would have been able to do that or not, we don't know. But at least then she wanted that constituency as this one of the most watched, because obviously the moment Gandhi is decided to refrain from the contest in that constituency, the so-called family bastion, she lost that. Again, then, and actually what happened was BJP, I think from the center and the state unit also took it really lightly when it was Kishore Lal Sharma. They might have seen him and underestimated him. But the Congress was, while I was talking to many in the Congress party, they were very hopeful and optimistic about his ability to kind of, like I said, his bonding with the people might help. And I'm sure Asad will be able to give more, throw more light into it, because he has been there for a while.
Kishore Lal Sharma also has an advantage in terms of the caste equation. Because he's a Brahmin leader, he's a Pandit, and Amethi has a sizable number of Pandits and Thakurs, and who play a very decisive role in electing who's going to win the seat in Amethi. And that's one of the reasons that the Congress wasn't very sure of the seat.
Just to add to that, one BJP leader was saying, Kishore Lal Sharma, which you guys, he was saying, the media is missing, that he's going to every small rallies and asking people, which we have this many caste in Amethi. Tell me to which this Smriti Irani belongs to. So basically, he really, highlighted that caste factor.
Because in all the seats in UP and in the Hindi heartland, and of course everywhere else also, caste plays a huge role in who people vote for. And Sharma was one of them. He lives there. That's also a factor that's working in his favor. Whether he wins or not, but it's not going to be a very sweeping, huge margin win for Smriti Irani, or maybe that might also happen. But it looks like it's going to be a tough fight between him and Union Minister Smriti Irani. And whether she can emerge with more votes at a later stage today is something we'll have to wait and watch. But Sharma does have that local factor also, and I think the India Alliance and the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, like all the parties in UP, really focused on small gatherings rather. I saw this stark difference between the campaign of the two parties. The BJP was focusing more on big rallies, big events, and the India Alliance was looking to do these Nukkad Sabhas. Like when Priyanka Gandhi was also there, she was doing 20 Nukkad Sabhas per every day, going to villages.
It's like reaching out to the micro level.
It's a very small micro level, low decibel
Outreach.
sort of campaign where you don't collect thousands of people under one place, and rather go and meet 500, 200, 300, 800 people separately. So that also gives the voter and the people some sense of belonging to the campaign, like to the event or the campaign rally. And it's a better it's a better way to reach out to more people, and it's more rigorous. It requires more work, because we were seeing that Priyanka Gandhi's programs were stretching late in the evening because of time. Then there was also issues with permission, because permission to use the speaker and everything is only till 10 p.m. So I think the overall campaign by the India Alliance in UP was very small gatherings, 500, 300 people, whereas the BJP looked at like big leaders. Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was coming, Mr. Amit Shah was coming. They were holding these big rallies, and these big, the entire grounds were booked for them. And so that's something that I think is a little different in terms of the style of campaign that the two camps had.
Right. We are speaking about Amethi because in the morning I asked Vikas to choose his top 3 battlegrounds that he's looking out for. He chose Amethi, he chose Mandi, and he chose Sambalpur in Odisha. So Liz, if I have to ask you,
I think I would Sambalpur in Odisha. Although I visited that constituency, so I would say that Dharmendra Pradhan had an edge. Like at least when at the time when I visited, even some of the BJD leaders were giving it to him, like, so, but I don't know, in elections, any day, and especially last 1 week, makes a lot of difference. So even if you had visited the constituency like 2 weeks back and you get the trend, you are not going to speak to like the entire constituency, and each voter, or even each family, or even each caste groups, or even small communities. So the feeling, the experience I had was that he had an edge. Of course, it can. Sambalpur is one. Mandi, of course, it is a
But I want you to choose your different constituencies.
Okay.
Can't do same pinch on all three.
Okay. I will go by Trivandrum because I have a...
Because I hope you are listening to what Liz is saying. She's choosing her top three battlegrounds to look at. You chose Amethi, Mandi and Sambalpur. She's choosing Sambalpur, Trivandrum
and Baramati.
Oh. She's chosen Baramati, Trivandrum.
I haven't seen the trends there, but of course, it's a big fight in Baramati. And let me think what could be that. I will let you know.
Yeah, please. And Asad, only in UP. I'm not letting you choose all over India.
No, Amethi would be interesting, and
so she wants you to pick another one.
Amethi is fine, but two more.
But of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's seat is important, and let's see how the numbers stack up by afternoon. But now that he's in second place, it's become more interesting. Everyone's going to start watching where the numbers head in Varanasi. And at one point, in the third seat in UP, I would say Kannauj is also interesting. Akhilesh is contesting. There are other seats the family is contesting. The Yadav family is contesting. Raebareli is also interesting.
So let's see how your chosen ones.
And Amritsar, the third one. I would be keen to watch what is kind of fight in Amritsar.
Because I want to lead this question with you. The Modi factor, apart from everything else in the BJP and the NDA, the Modi factor is a wave. So like Deeptiman mentioned the other day, Liz keeps on saying that, people want to see someone as their CM in the assembly seat, so they vote differently, and someone they picture as their prime minister and they vote differently in the Lok Sabha. How much of a disadvantage is also the Modi factor as compared to its advantages that we know?
Well, the advantages to the BJP from the Modi factor have been historically very clear. The BJP was never a party that could come on a majority of its own. But every advantage has got a certain kind of a limit. The reason is that the more you get familiar, the more it becomes a default option to expect a certain prime ministerial face. The more is it that fatigue may set in, right? So, in fact, except Jawaharlal Nehru, no Indian prime minister could actually even come to power a third time, leave alone get a clean majority. Even Indira Gandhi could not do that. So while Modi is certainly popular, but the question that we have to answer and wait till the evening to answer is that whether the popularity of Modi is the driving factor of this election, or is it that people are generally favorably disposed, but at the same time are looking at constituencies, candidatures, some other issues. Maharashtra may have, it is split, two parties have split. That may be an issue. In many other states, there might be issues for all you know of employment, inflation. There might be issues of anti-incumbency against a candidate. UP may be an example of that. The BJP repeated quite a few candidates there. So the thing is, unless there is a very strong wave in front of, in favor of Mr. Modi, and other factors kick in, then the advantage of the election may also be frittered away. So while Mr. Modi seemed on the ground to be still popular, more popular than other leaders, was seeing him back to power the prime motive of the voter, or was there a certain fatigue which actually complicated these elections at the local levels? So that is a question that we'll have to wait and see for another couple of hours.
Liz, do you agree to that, or?
Yes. I would add to it because, when, especially what happened with the BJP in the last 10 years is that the BJP is a very well-organized, well-oiled election machinery, we all call it. And it's also like, its organization strength is very good. It has a wide network. And, of course, RSS backing was there. Now, in the last few years, BJP as an organization has even expanded its network. As we know, that social media network, the WhatsApp group, they work like, very systematically, it's like as a corporate office, in a way. And the connectivity and the reach out, within the organization, and the organizations reach out to different community. They have a very extensive, robust, system.
Correct.
But what happened was, like, in the last few years, that party, which has been building its strength and its gains have been very consistent, that party has just put all their bets on one man.
Yeah.
Nobody, and even to an extent, the BJP has become just a machinery to kind of implement what Modi decides.
Around
him. Everything is around their programs, policies, campaign, the personality. And then the question comes, the big question in the BJP is like, where is the second-rung leadership? Like, we know, if you look back at the BJP in Vajpayee time, there was Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani. Both were like, just like Amit Shah and Modi, there were two leaders. And again, they picked up a kind of battery of leaders from the south, like Anand Kumar, Venkaiah Naidu. Then they have Arun Jaitley, who's like very familiar with the corporate world and the legal, the experts, etc., the judiciary. Then they have Sushma Swaraj, the socialist background, but very firebrand speaker. Then they have, Shahnawaz Hussain, Uma Bharti. All these leaders they picked up, and their parliamentary board had reflected, a multi social groups and multi caste group. They were like, like I said, Sushma was there to represent women. Uma Bharti was there to kind of that, slightly hawker, like in the sense, very hardliner thing, hardliner image. And from there, if you look at BJP, if you ask an very ordinary person, if I ask my daughters, suddenly they don't even remember how many second-run leaders other than Modi and Shah. There is nobody. So this is one of the problem when you are focusing on one particular leader and just forget about the entire system. This is one issue. This is one drawback. And if you ask about BJP, who's next, the succession issue will definitely come. So then there will be a confusion. There could be fight. There could be internal differences. Rift in the party. So because there is no clear succession.
Right.
Pramod Mahajan was there. Vajpayee has, in fact, I remember I was present in that meeting in Mumbai. Then Vajpayee had Atal Bihari Vajpayee mentioned, surprising everyone, that indirectly projecting Pramod Mahajan as Lakshman, like he's Ram and Lakshman, like somebody who's going.
Succession seems to be a big question this election.
Yes.
Naveen
In the
Patnaik,
BJP,
Aam Aadmi Party, BJP also. Asad, news for you. India bloc's big rise in UP, apparently, according to early trends. Too early, too soon, too close to call. But according to early trends, Uttar Pradesh seems to be in for a big shocker, where the India bloc has made massive gains courtesy of Akhilesh Yadav. From Kannauj, as things stand now, BJP is leading in 34 seats, RLD in 2, SP in 30, and Congress in 6.
Yeah, the SP is part of the India Alliance, and they are the main opposition party in UP. And I would say that the Congress, if it's gaining seats, last time they had won just one seat. If the Congress is gaining any seats in UP, it is partly because they have allied with the Samajwadi Party.
Okay.
The SP into 2022 also emerged as the second largest party in the state elections. They won 111 seats, going up from 40 odd seats in 2017. So the SP has been on an upward trajectory, and Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav has also had a tough time in the last few elections. He's lost election after election, and starting from 2014, he became the chief minister in 2012. Then he lost the Lok Sabha election in 2014. Then in 2019, his party was brought down to just 5 seats when they allied with the BSP. Then again, the party lost in 2022. This time around, Akhilesh has led a very rigorous campaign. He's done a similar campaign like it was in 2022 and 2019. But there is some level of lethargy maybe with the BJP, and that's one of the factors that's giving so many seats as per early trends to the opposition. The Samajwadi Party has also done an excellent job, I think, at distributing their seats, the tickets.
Right.
They have given a lot of tickets. There are just 5 Yadavs in the place. The general tagline with the Samajwadi Party is that it's a Muslim plus Yadav seat. Party.
MY.
Yeah, MY formula is there. So this time the Samajwadi Party made sure that they've given a lot of representation to the non-Yadav OBCs. Which is your Kushwaha, Maurya, Shakya, Saini, and these smaller castes that play a huge role in deciding the election outcome in UP. Because there is like around 20% population of Muslims, then 7 to 8% of Yadavs. Then on the other end, you have the upper caste, which also comprise around 15 to 20%, which goes to the BJP generally. Now, in the middle, there is this 40 to 50% bracket, which is left empty, which is the non-Yadav OBC. And the SP has done an excellent job by giving a lot of tickets to leaders from the non-Yadav community, which whether it gives them the benefit by the end of the day, we'll know. But even while I was on the ground, there was a lot of chatter about, even among BJP leaders. Like I had met a BJP leader in Azamgarh who told me that SP has done a very good job with their ticket distribution. They've given a lot of tickets to the non-Yadav OBCs, which was becoming a problem for BJP, because the election in UP swings based on this non-Yadav OBC vote. Because like I told you, there are blocks, upper caste with the BJP, the Muslim plus Yadav with the Samajwadi Party, and then in the middle, the non-Yadav OBCs that are left, they play a huge role in deciding who's going to win. The Dalits in UP have been loyal towards the BSP, which has been on a decline, but there are some subcastes within the Dalits which still support the BSP, and I had written about it, that despite Mayawati and the BSP not being in a direct fight, there is a large number of Dalits who are saying that our vote is still for Mayawati, and we are going to continue. Whether that comes out in the results or not is something we'll have to watch. But that 7 to 8% votes in UP, the BSP is going to, whether they get it or not, and the BSP is also going to, there's generally this perception that the BSP only harms the Samajwadi Party and the opposition. There are all these allegations of it being the BJP's B team. But if you closely look at the election, and once the results are out by the evening, we'll do an analysis of it, there'll be many seats where the BSP is going to harm the BJP.
Right.
Because in seats where they have fielded a Thakur or an upper caste, they're going to get 2,000, 3,000, whatever vote they get, they're going to get the votes of the BJP.
Correct.
Similarly, where they've fielded Muslim candidates, around 20 of them, they're going to get those 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 votes of Muslims. So they're going to do it both ways. They're not just going to harm the Samajwadi Party and the India Alliance. They're also going to harm the BJP on several seats, and know how many that is by evening today or afternoon today. But the BSP is an important factor in UP, despite it not being in the fight for too many seats. As of now, it doesn't look like the BSP is going to win any seats or more than 1 or 2 seats. But they will be very, very important in the final outcome of the result, because they have this fixed vote, which will still go to the BSP, and which will harm on some seats the Bharatiya Janata Party and on some seats the India Bloc.
Right.
No,
you have been smiling a lot looking at your phone.
The Congress, I'm just looking at the social media. Then the Congress is already celebrating that one, gap of Modi trailing.
Yeah.
And they use that, Jairam Ramesh's tweet says that this is the real trailer, because you remember what the BJP thing was, they say, ye to trailer hai. So
that's become like a punchline.
Yeah. And also the Congress party saying, bring it on. So this is the real, this is no exit poll, the real poll. I mean, the Congress is already, whatever is going to be the final verdict, the Congress is already celebrating this moments, with good humor sense. So
I know. We will go to Vikas in the newsroom. Vikas, on the basis of what Asad said about the SP leading currently, and before this we were speaking to Shamlal also, and he said that this neck-to-neck competition between NDA and India Bloc, and even the selection of candidates that the Samajwadi Party has done this time, this is, this was very predictable. It is not nothing abnormal per se. What are your thoughts on it?
Right now, as I saw on the ECI website, it's 39-29, I think. 39 BJP leads 29 Samajwadi. As I go through the individual seats, quite a few contests are still closed. So there could still be some changes that happen. So I'm not sure whether we can come to a conclusion as to how much eventually the Samajwadi Party gets. So far as candidate selection again is concerned, well, sometimes, if there's a certain fatigue among voters, nothing else matters. Because in the case of BJP, for instance, in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, they went roughly with the same candidates, not many changes. In Bihar, the candidates still seem to be doing well in early trends, while in UP, there seem to be setbacks. So the whole thing is that I would say more than the candidates, it could be, okay, one thing could be anti-incumbency against sitting candidates. That might be very pronounced. Another thing could be that there's a certain fatigue that has set in. But as I said, in UP, the results are changing very quickly. I think we need one more hour to see where it ends up. But there's a very high chance that the BJP may go down below its tally the last time, despite the fact, let's not forget, last time there was a grand opposition alliance in which Samajwadi Party, BSP and RLD were together. This time RLD is with the BJP and BSP is fighting separately. So in terms of the mood on the ground, there's a certain setback which is very clear in Uttar Pradesh. Had Mayawati been with the opposition alliance this time, it could have been even more surprising. So I don't know about the candidates per se, whether, because 2014 no one knew the candidates, but in the Modi wave the BJP swept UP. But this time around, what is extremely clear is that it is the BJP is at its, seems to be in early phases at its weakest in UP since 2014, because the last time it got 62 seats against the Grand Alliance. This time, while there is no Grand Alliance against it, it is still finding it difficult to take a decisive lead in many seats, and they are pretty close. So, well, let's wait and see. And one more question I would, that comes to my mind in that sense is, was KL Sharma to begin with a very strong candidate? We don't know. Maybe he's very familiar with Amethi because he has been managing the constituency for the first family of the Congress. So people know him there. But as I saw a while back, even on the Election Commission website, his lead has gone to 9,000 plus. So there's an extremely high likelihood. The lead of KL Sharma is increasing. So there's a very high likelihood that we have an upset on our hands. So let's wait for 1 hour and then we'll get to know. But yeah, UP, the way it is beginning, the way we see the beginning of the count is very different from what it seemed the last time.
Right on cue. We have reactions coming in from Varanasi from Ajay Rai. Let's take a look. Before that, after we listen to Ajay Rai's reactions, let's deliberate on this alliance between Congress and Samajwadi Party, because Akhilesh Yadav said that it doesn't matter what the results are. Our alliance with Congress will continue. So I want to know, what is this till death do us part kind of commitment to each other? So let's take a look at Ajay Rai first and then we shall circle back to this.
देखिए, मैंने कल भी बताया था, ये जो एग्जिट पोल इन लोगों ने दिखाया था, ये अपनी तरीके से मनगढ़ंत इसकी तैयारी कराकर जनता को भ्रमित करने के लिए और मानसिक दबाव बनाने के लिए दिखाया गया था। निश्चित तौर से जो जमीन पर ग्राउंड रियलिटी है उससे हम लोग जुड़े हैं और उसकी जानकारी में इंडिया गठबंधन निश्चित तौर से मजबूती के साथ प्रदेश के अंदर, मैंने कहा, प्रत्याशित परिणाम देगा। वो देखिए सामने आ रहा है। देश के अंदर इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बनने जा रही है। निश्चित तौर से हमारी सरकार बन रही है और इंडिया गठबंधन भारी बहुमत से जीत रहा है और काशी भी हम लोग जीतेंगे, बनारस भी हम लोग जीतेंगे। देखिए, निश्चित तौर से हम सब लोग यहाँ तो पहले ही मिठाई बना रहे हैं हम, आप देखे होंगे समाचार पत्रों में, ये भाजपा के लोग पहले ही मिठाई बना लिए, पटाखे वटाखे के साथ मंगा लिए हैं। अब देखिएगा सारी मिठाई और सारे पटाखे धरे रह जाएंगे, क्योंकि जनता, इसका मतलब कि जनता से आप ऊपर अपने आप को समझते हो। जो जनता ने अपना मत दिया है, अपनी ताकत दिखाई है, उससे ऊपर आप समझते हो या जानते हो कि नहीं हम जीत रहे हैं, इतना ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस है। निश्चित तौर से कांग्रेस और जो हमारा इंडिया गठबंधन है वो सरकार बनाने जा रहा है और हम जीतेंगे और हम निश्चित तौर से अच्छी सरकार देंगे। अभी देखिए सरकार बनी नहीं भाजपा की, उसके पहले ही गुजरात के इनके व्यापारियों ने दाम बढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया। अमूल का दाम 2 रुपया बढ़ा दिया, तमाम टोल टैक्स बढ़ा दिए, जितने भी टोल टैक्स के भी जितने भी बड़े बड़े ठेकेदार हैं, कंपनीज हैं, सब ज्यादातर गुजरात की हैं। पहले ये सारी चीजों की समीक्षा करके आम आदमी जो बच्चों के लिए दूध पिलाया जाता है, ये सारी चीजों की समीक्षा करके हम इसको निश्चित तौर से
Right. From Uttar Pradesh, we shall take a little detour and move to the west in Maharashtra, where we are joined by Alok Deshpande, and the trends show neck-to-neck leads for NDA and India Alliance. Nitin Gadkari and Ujjwal Nigam are ahead currently, but again, it is too close, too early to call. And according to the Election Commission figures, NDA is leading in 23 seats, while India Bloc is ahead in 22. AIMIM has opened its account by party's Aurangabad candidate Imtiaz Jalil Saeed. So,
No, he is already sitting in.
yeah, so let's take a look at Maharashtra. Alok, how does it look to you currently?
These are still the early trends, but what we see now is, there is a neck-to-neck fight, and plus Mahavikas Aghadi, MVA, opposition Mahavikas Aghadi, is, doing pretty well. Surprisingly, Congress is doing pretty well. If you see Election Commission numbers, Congress is leading 7, Uddhav Thackeray 7, and NCP Sharad Pawar on 7. And plus, they have one independent from Sangli, who's a Congress rebel, who's leading. So that is 22, plus MIM is not NDA, that is 23. I mean, he's not officially part of India Alliance, but I mean, they're not with NDA as well. So now, what is happening here is BJP is leading on 14. They are leading on their, traditional seats, which they, which they have been claiming that they will win. But the letdown is coming from Eknath Shinde, and the support that BJP needed was from Eknath Shinde. But that does not seem to be happening, where as Eknath Shinde is in direct fight with Uddhav Thackeray at many places. So, certainly, as of now, the early trends are showing that MVA might, might surpass BJP-led NDA in Maharashtra. There are very interesting trends, especially like seats like Nandurbar, which which Congress lost twice, from 14 and 19. But now it seems that the Congress candidate is leading by over 16,000 votes. It's a considerable lead. Also, Kolhapur over 9,000 lead. Then there is a Solapur seat. These are the seats where Congress is in direct fight with BJP, except for Kolhapur. But in Solapur, Latur, Nandurbar, in Dhule, where the Congress is leading, it's in direct fight with BJP, and the party is leading there. So it's kind of good for it's a kind of positive results for the party, especially when the upcoming the Maharashtra will have assembly elections in next 6 months.
Can I?
Yeah.
Alok, we all were expecting, I mean, a kind of similar kind of performance in Maharashtra, although there was a big trend across the country for BJP. And also we didn't expect, like, the BJP's own, my sources in the party were saying that, the allies may not do good. But did you get surprised by the kind of results shown by the exit polls in Maharashtra? They showed the allies are also sweeping in some constituencies.
Yeah, actually, all the exit poll, my first reaction was they kind of, they have underestimated the opposition in Maharashtra in the exit polls. the ground, what I mean, when we traveled and everything, what we saw was, there was tremendous response to Uddhav Thackeray. There was sympathy for Sharad Pawar, and Congress had given good candidates. I mean, going by the past record of these parties, they fought a very good election. And plus, there were despite BJP putting Narendra Modi everywhere, it was a localized election, where local issues were overpowering, the national issues. The candidate mattered the most. So that's why people who traveled felt that, there was an edge to MVA. But so when the exit polls came, I thought it was, my personal reaction was, it was kind of, under this thing. But now let's see, it's just still the early trends. Especially in Mumbai, we have 3-3 right now. 3 to BJP-led alliance and 3 to MVA. So we're still waiting. Now, maybe after, say, 11, we'll be able to, pinpoint what exactly has happened in Maharashtra.
But Alok, I wanted to also, it is very interesting, Nona, the Prime Minister Modi had made at least, I think, 15 to 16 visits, to Maharashtra during the campaign. It is a state, I think, going by the number in the recent past, it is a state where he had made his effort like the most, in terms of rallies and roadshows. So do you think that it has had an effect in the voting pattern? It had reflected in the BJP's prospects?
Yeah, I mean, Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming to Maharashtra for 14-16 time itself showed that the election was not easy for BJP and NDA in Maharashtra. Had it been easy, he wouldn't have come here so many times. And he actually campaigned, almost in every constituency where BJP was contesting. Like they combined the constituencies. For example, he campaigned in Pune. So there was Baramati, then Pune, then Shirur. He campaigned for all those seats. So that itself showed that the election was not at all easy for BJP in Maharashtra. They knew that there was a sympathy wave for Sharad Pawar, for Uddhav Thackeray, and also the influence of Eknath Shinde or influence of Ajit Pawar is not beyond certain pockets. That was, BJP knew this, and still they had to go with this. So what we see as of at least now, what are the trends are, I'm not surprised by those trends, but many in the opposition feel that it should have been more.
But you yourself said that the BJP's campaign was kind of un-BJP. So why was it like that? And how is it that kind of a campaign, reflecting in the the current trend?
Yeah, because there was no uniformity. There was no issue which BJP wanted. BJP threw at opposition, and it was BJP which was replying to the opposition, unlike in the past. Usually what used to happen, BJP used to give the issue and then the opposition was forced to reply on those issues. Now here, Uddhav Thackeray was making the claim, Uddhav Thackeray was making the statement, Sharad Pawar was making the statement, and BJP was replying. Or again, despite splitting the party, the Modi or BJP leaders had to attack on Sharad Pawar, the kind of attack like Bhatakti Atma. It did not go down too well with the voters also. And that was the reason, and they couldn't find that rhythm which they had found in 2019, especially in 2019, is what my observation is. And when it became the local election, when the election went to the local issues, I think the caste issues, there the opposition scored.
Liz, talking about the caste issue, how much do you think the Maratha agitation affected the BJP?
See, Lok is in a better position, but it is, of course, if you're going by the current trend, it showed that it has affected. Because other than that, also there is there is a sympathy factor, but sympathy factor would work only if there is people have a kind of trust in the alternative. one. Two, also, there's so much anger against the current dispensation, the incumbent government. Then only the sympathy factor would work to topple the government or topple the current incumbent. So in this case, of course, it shows that, I mean, I don't know whether there is a very strong anger. Of course, sympathy was there, and whether there was a very strong anger among the people. If this shows that the anger was on that issue, because the Maratha vote, BJP, which had made a very, immediately after Modi, Shah took over party and came to power in 2014, the BJP made an experiment with appointing a non-Maratha chief minister, which did not work for them because he could not bring back the government for not just by the number, also by the politics, the way the maneuvering of politics. Also, the Patnavis could not deliver a government to the BJP initially. So, but that shows that the Maratha factor has played a key role. If the opposition alliance is, coming up with equal number, or even in this so-called, this craze for Modi, and so-called that larger than life kind of image for Modi, if the alliance is making it up, despite the kind of pressures on them in terms of even Ashok Chavan, one of the last remaining leaders, Milind Deora had gone, Ashok Chavan had been taken to the BJP. So despite that, the party, the Ajit Pawar's kind of right hand was being chopped off. So despite all these things, if the alliance is making it, even kind of a very tight fight, it shows that the Maratha agitation, the anger the resentment among the community towards the BJP led dispensation, or at the center and in the state, BJP and Shiv Sena and NCP, that there is anger, there is resentment, and they have expressed it in the ballot.
Right. So from Maharashtra back to UP, Asad, I have updates for you. Out of the 7 seats being contested by Congress in Uttar Pradesh, the party is leading in 6 of them. And in Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading by 28,326 votes against Dinesh Pratap Singh of BJP. And also, apart from that, in Amethi, Kale Sharma is leading by a margin of about 10,423 votes against Smriti Irani. In Barabanki, Tanuj Punia of Congress, who's the son of Congress veteran leader PL Punia, he's leading against Rajrani Rawat of BJP by a margin of 16,866 votes. Yes,
where the BJP had changed its candidate, after.
And the seat had also seen very high voting. I think it was one of the places with the highest voting in UP this time, Barabanki.
Okay.
And talking about the Congress, they contested 17 seats. And even though at the time they were given those 17 seats by the Samajwadi Party, it seemed like a very good bargain for the Congress, because if you look at their performance in the 2022 state assembly elections, they had contested 403 seats and won just 2.
Yeah.
So based on that, the Samajwadi Party was very skeptical to give them 17 seats, because they had started their negotiations from 25 out of the 80 seats.
Yeah.
But eventually the Samajwadi Party conceded and gave them 17 seats. Like, I was covering both the parties at the time when the seat sharing talks were happening. And the SP people, the SP leaders continuously said that the Congress doesn't have footing in UP to contest 17 seats. But the main reason, which as per my sources in the Samajwadi Party, was that the Samajwadi Party gave so many seats, 17 seats to the Congress, because they did not want the Muslim vote to be split.
Right.
Because the Muslim votes in UP is playing a very important role in this election. There is around 19 to 20% of Muslim population in Uttar Pradesh. And if the Congress had gone separately and the Samajwadi Party had gone separately, those votes would have been divided, because the pitch from the Congress in that case would have been that we are the party at the center, you should vote for us, and the Samajwadi Party is a state party and you should not vote for them.
Correct.
So to avoid that conflict between the two parties, the Samajwadi Party conceded on giving them 17 seats, and I think eventually, if you look at the numbers right now, if Congress is leading on 6 seats out of the 17, it's done well, the gamble. If the numbers continue to be this way, and if Congress can win 5 to 6 seats, I think the Congress, I think a month ago, the Congress leaders, or a month and a half ago, the Congress leaders were not confident of winning even 2 seats. And I think if we go by early trends, the situation really changed in the last month and a half, I feel. And from the first 2 phases, when polling happened in Western UP and then it moved towards the central and eastern UP, I think a lot changed, and the optimism and the level of morale in the Congress and the Samajwadi Party cadre also increased by multifold, I think. Because I remember, I think a month and a half ago, I had met a senior Congress leader, and he was saying that I asked him informally, what is your number for the India Alliance in UP? And he said 15. And this is a very senior leader who is part of the top leadership in UP. And he said 15. And I thought if he's saying 15, that means that the numbers is not going to be very good for them. But again, like I said, things a lot changed in the last month and a half. The narrative on the ground changed. And I think we've not used the word at all, but there was an undercurrent. If these trends go well, continue to be like this, I think there was an undercurrent. There was some discontent with the BJP. They're also facing incumbency. They've been there for 2 terms. And another factor which played a huge role in this election, these 2 binding factors which might have played in favor of the opposition, are unemployment and price rise. Because the common person, when you go and talk to someone in a village or in a small town and you sit across them and you just 5 people, these 2 things came out in all my discussions on the ground.
I think it cuts across caste divides, state divides, gender divides, age divides.
Inflation is something that affects everyone. It's something that's had a huge impact on this election. And it's, I think, one of the 2 main factors: unemployment, inflation, and another thing that I want to talk about, which was like the BJP had very high hopes from the Ram Temple consecration ceremony. I was in Azamgarh or in Eastern UP. I think I was in Balia or Azamgarh, and I was talking to a BJP leader, and he said that the Ram Temple issue has not resonated the way that the party hoped it will, the BJP, because with the consecration ceremony and the spectacle that was made out of it on January 22, and all the stars and all the big politicians and everyone being in attendance in Ayodhya, it put in Ayodhya and the Ram Temple on the national and the international stage. But 3-4 months later, as we've seen in Indians and like as a people, we have this problem of amnesia. Like we forget very quickly. So I think that's what some of the BJP leaders in UP also told me, that informally when you talk to politicians, they sometimes say things. Some of them said maybe if it had happened in March, people would have still voted on the basis. But the state leadership and the national leadership of the BJP has accepted that the Ram Temple has not worked the way they hoped it will, because when you go and talk to people about like आपके चुनावी मुद्दे क्या हैं, आप किन बेसिस पे वोट कर रहे हो, राम मंदिर की बात नहीं आ रही. It was not part of the conversation.
Isn't this surprising a little bit?
No, Flora. Actually, I started my this election, coverage for the 2024 election and Lok Sabha election from that Western UP. Meerut was my first, and where it was supposed to be the Ram himself is contesting, figuratively.
Arun Govil.
Yeah, Arun Govil was contesting. But, even despite his presence in the election fray, I was talking to people and everybody was like, I was not to Muslims or something, only the Hindus were talking, what was the issue? So they would talk about other issue. I mean, of course, they had other reasons to vote for Modi or root for Modi, but it was not temple. So when I asked, Mandir hai, it was like, as if it was something, so it was bound to happen. But we are not taking it as an election issue. So, but barring some women, when I asked, especially slightly upper middle class women. So when I asked them, they said, okay, ye law and order again, the credit goes to Yogi Adityanath, and Modi ji is the only leader. He's the world leader. Then comes मंदिर राम मंदिर हो गया इतने सालों के बाद, ये भी है, but only few women talked about mandir on their own. Otherwise, without me prodding them, nobody was coming up with a reason. I mean, the Ram Mandir as a reason for them to vote. Like I said, they had other reasons to support Modi, to root for Modi, but
this was not a primary reason.
That was one.
Right. Liv, I have updates for you from Odisha, where the counting is underway, and BJP is leading in 43 seats, and the BJP is ahead in 25 seats, and more surprising so, the non-existent Congress is also there in 5 seats, apparently. So, Naveen Patnaik is, if he wins, and it's a big if, in 76 days, he is eyeing the title of the longest serving chief minister in the country.
Yes.
But
he's going to break Pawan Chamling's
record. But again, 43-24, too soon, too early to call, but still, BJP at 43.
Yeah,
BJP
that
at
is
24.
slightly unexpected for me, because who visited Odisha in the first 2 weeks. I mean, like after the first week, maybe in the middle of the election.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, Sambalpur se I started and I came to the capital. But, the people were, of course, giving a lot of stress on their support to Modi at the center. But see, of course, there was there is a fatigue factor, but not as much as we are going to vote against. Because Naveen Babu was still popular. So they felt that as long as Naveen Babu is there, we have to support Naveen Babu. That was kind of most of them took it as very obligatory to them that, they should be supporting Naveen Babu. But of course, this Shankha Lok is becoming very arrogant and, Gunda, all these complaints were there. But of course, BJP had a very, extensive and spirited campaign just only after the election, were announced. Before that, we know the party unit was very skeptical about, or very doubtful. They were not very sure about what kind of a stand we should be.
And also there were talks of the alliance.
And there were leaders settling between Delhi and Bhubaneswar every week and talking about, Modi and...
Modi visited thrice.
And Modi praised Amit Shah, who do not praise, other chief ministers publicly. He praised Naveen Babu. So, it all gave a lot of very confusing signals to the cadre and us, the leaders in the state. So they were not very sure about what to do. But of course, once the alliance was not going and it was not going to be clicked, they decided there was BJP just went all out too.
Yeah.
And but again, not that the Prime Minister who visited Maharashtra, which is just facing a Lok Sabha election, but not assembly election. Prime Minister visited Odisha only thrice, despite the fact that the state was going for assembly elections
as
also.
well, yeah.
And where the BJP was coming up as the alternative. Like I mentioned, the BJP's thing was we have our one foot inside the
door, but not completely
inside.
Yeah.
But the room is almost empty, but still they were not going in because of something. So this is like you said, it is too early. And but the gap is also very surprising, because I was very sure that BJP would make it big, will increase their tally for the Lok Sabha, in a big way. But I was under the impression that Naveen Babu would scrape through this time to make it. But I think the succession issue has come here, and Pandian was not accepted. That the image and the sum of the interviews Pandian had given that I'm a natural successor, that had got really, people were not ready to accept it. So people were not ready to accept a non-Odia person, and BJP to kind of to whip it up or to.
Dharmendra Pradhan was very smart there when he brought up the Odia Asmita.
Odia Asmita, it was the BJP slogan.
Because Odias are very non-confrontational and congenial people, but if you tell them that there is an outsider who will govern them, because Naveen Patnaik up to a very large extent was an outsider before he became the CM. I mean, it was Biju Patnaik all throughout.
But you know, he was an Odia. You know, Orissa is the first state where the linguistic, the state formation linguistic struggle had started. So they always were very particular about their culture, their language, and that is the, I would say, surprise or like the magic Patnaik had done, because he never spoke Odia. Although he was an Odia, he never spoke in Odia.
That debate went on for 16 years, Liz.
Yeah, I know. But this time he tried to speak. That also he went to that extent to kind of, cover up for what the kind of damage the BJP was, kind of inflicting on the BJD prospects.
Right. We'll take a look at Brij Bhushan Singh's reaction that we have lined up. Let's take a look. But before we go to him, can we talk about the factor I mentioned, the coalition between Samajwadi Party and Congress that I said Akhilesh said that no, irrespective of the results, we are with Congress. So what is this?
That's, I think, too early to say anything on the alliance being permanent or not, because see, both parties have their ambitions for 2027 assembly elections. Whether they can work out an arrangement for that is something that will become clear in the future. And what happens, it's too early to, because all alliances, when they are formed for lifetime, but they collapse. Like with the BSP also, when the Samajwadi Party had allied in 2019, even though that election went very badly for the Samajwadi Party, the alliance fell apart soon after the results, because the situation is very dynamic. It's also about making compromises for a party.
Correct.
Say if tomorrow in a few years when the state elections happen and the Congress asks for a similar number in terms of proportion, they had got 17 seats this time out of 80. So if you look at that proportion, they go and ask for 100 seats out of 400. That will be a big thing for the Samajwadi Party to give them. There are a lot of practical issues in terms of whether this alliance will last till the next assembly elections, or there is a separate alliance at the center and the two parties also go head to head in the state when the assembly elections happen. It's early, because when the alliance is still intact, the leaders always insist that the alliance is permanent. It's not going to fall apart. But that's something we need to wait and watch for. And it also depends on the ambitions of the two parties in UP.
Right.
Because if Congress can get 6 or 7 seats out of the 17 they contested, their bargaining chips will increase, and they would want more, and the state leadership of the Congress in UP will want a bigger chunk out of the assembly seats. So these are things which we'll have to wait and watch for. But for now, the alliance looks solid. Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav held multiple public meetings. Huge crowds were seen at their meetings, and they campaigned together. There was this one instance where Rahul Gandhi became a host to Akhilesh, where he interviewed him because the rally couldn't happen the way
the mic was not working, and they both sat down for a chit chat.
So they sat down for a chit chat. So on the face of it, the chemistry and the equation between the two looks really good. And Rahul played the role of an anchor and was like the central leader who was asking more pointed questions to Akhilesh about the state and like what the situation in the state is. So it looks good right now, but we should not speculate. We should avoid speculation on what's going to happen in the future with the two parties. And let's see where it heads over the next few years, and whether they are together in 2027, which is the next big election in UP, or whether they go their separate ways, and what happens at the center, and whether that's kept separate, or whether they can work something out for 2027 also, which will be a big headache for the BJP if that happens in 2027, because by then Mr. Yogi Adityanath will also have a 10-year time period to face. The incumbency factor will also come into his government. And so if the Congress and SP can be together 4 years from now, it will be a huge headache for me.
Liz, we'll take the update from you. Before that, let's take a look at what Brij Bhushan Singh has to say.
नेताजी, आज मतगणना चल रही है और कैसरगंज बड़ी हॉट सीट मानी जा रही है. आपने भी कहा था कि कैसरगंज बड़ी जीत होगी. क्या कहेंगे आप?
कैसरगंज की जीत बड़ी जीत ही होनी है। हमको लगता है कि आसपास इधर जो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में परिणाम आएंगे उसमें कैसरगंज का अंतर रहेगा, अन्य सीटों की अपेक्षा बहुत अधिक अंतर रहेगा।
अच्छा, विपक्ष इस तरीके से कह रहा है कि इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बन रही है।
ये पेशबंदी कर रहे हैं, ये हल्का बयान है। और चुनाव आयोग और जो हमारी व्यवस्था है, चुनाव की प्रक्रिया है, उस पर विश्वास करना चाहिए। अब जनता जो भी जनादेश देती है उसको स्वीकार करना चाहिए। जब इनकी सरकार बनती है तब ईवीएम नहीं खराब रहता है। दिल्ली में कौन सा चुनाव हुआ था? बैलेट से हुआ था। अब जब ये हार जाते हैं तो सारा ठीकरा जो है ये फोड़ने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, जिस तरीके से जयराम नरेश ने ये कहा है कि जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो अलर्ट रहे और अमित शाह ने 150 जिलाधिकारियों को फोन करके दबाव बनाने की कोशिश की है, क्या लगता है आपको कि ये बयान किस तरीके से?
देखिए, कार्यकर्ता सतर्क रहे, ये बयान तो अच्छा है। जो भी राजनीतिक पार्टियां हैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कह सकती हैं कि वो सतर्क रहें, जाकर के मतगणना करावें। लेकिन ये कहना कि गृह मंत्री जी ने 150 चुनाव से संबंधित अधिकारियों को फोन किया है, ये बात जो है हजम नहीं होती है और उनके पास इसका प्रमाण भी नहीं होगा। लेकिन चुनाव है, वो नेता है, कुछ भी कह सकते हैं।
हरियाणा में क्या स्थिति होने वाली है बीजेपी की?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में हरियाणा का रिजल्ट है।
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
So that was Brij Bhushan Singh. Before we move on to you, Liz, the biggest democratic exercise in the world also impacts stock markets worldwide. And we have Shivona from the Financial Express with the market news.
Hi there, good morning. And yes, the markets this morning didn't start on a very good note. It's a hugely volatile session, especially coming from yesterday when we saw one of the market performance in almost 3 years, 40 months to be precise. So the markets this morning opened deep in red. Both Nifty and Sensex at one point of time were down almost 3.5%. We have seen the market stabilize a little bit now with some of the losses being cut down, but both the indices are still showing around 2% losses each. And most importantly, the Nifty is around that 22,000, just about 22,500 mark, 22,696 price. So it is holding a support around those levels. But that said, some of the key sectors that are under pressure continues to be power, banks, and of course, the Adani Group stocks are seeing deep losses. That apart, what the defensives are the only ones that are seeing some bit of buying at the moment. Railway and defense stocks also are seeing sentimental losses. But what most analysts are suggesting at the moment is that, investors should stay a little bit cautious, let the market stabilize to a certain extent before taking deeper position. But on the long term, the 22,500 marks remains to be a key floor for the market at the moment.
Right. Shivona, can you tell us a little bit about India VIX?
Yes, the volatility index. The volatility index is a very important indicator because it kind of shows the fear or the certainty with which investors are kind of approaching the market. So there you will see a stark difference in how the VIX is trading at the moment. It's significantly higher up, which shows that not just the trade is volatile, there is uncertainty amongst investors. As you can understand, the initial trends are coming that is not particularly in sync with the exit polls. So while yesterday when the markets were very, very certain that, the exit polls show a certain kind of a trend, you had VIX down 18%. Today, at one point of time, VIX was down almost 20% in early trade. Even now, the volatility index is significantly under high, almost 15% there. So essentially that indicates that, at the moment the trend in the market is very volatile and there are expectations, uncertainty that is going on.
Can you tell us earlier in the day how did the day open? Like how was the rupee poised against the dollar?
About the dollar index at the moment,
Yes.
if you see, yes, for the at the moment, I'm just letting my rupee rate come up on the screen. If you can give me a second, the dollar index, of course, was in a more or less a tepid start, because both the indices, equity markets as well as the rupee market, there was a huge bit of disappointment how they opened in the morning trade, essentially because the way the exit polls had indicated, obviously this morning it was a very different picture. So in sync with also given the US, the cues coming out from US Nasdaq and Wall Street, where it was a choppy session across Wall Street, so that to also had us some bit of pressure on the rupee, but it is right now on muted ground.
Absolutely. Shona, is something just shed a little light on the fact that if the shares of Adani Group are tanking, then do the trends suggest that this is mostly because of the NDA and India alliance being neck to neck?
It wouldn't be very right to say that at the moment, because if you see, at the end of the day, for investors, it is about booking profit and it is about getting profit. So yesterday, the Adani Group stocks actually rallied quite a lot. In fact, their market cap crossed 20 lakh crore, or the levels that were seen before the whole Hindenburg crisis happened and the stocks tanked. So there's a fair bit of rally that has already happened in the stock. So it is but obvious that, investors at some point of time would look at booking profit. And also, I think it is too early to attribute any kind of trend, because numbers are still coming in terms of the counting is still going on, and these are initial trends. What we are seeing
it's not going to be a very sweeping, huge margin win for Smriti Irani, or maybe that might also happen. But it looks like it's going to be a tough fight between him and Union Minister Smriti Irani, and whether she can emerge with more votes at a later stage today is something we'll have to wait and watch. But Sharma does have that local factor also, and I think the India Alliance and the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, like all the parties in UP, really focused on small gatherings rather than. I saw this stark difference between the campaign of the two parties. The BJP was focusing more on big rallies, big events, and the India Alliance was looking to do these nukkad sabhas. Like when
Right.
Priyanka Gandhi was also there,
Yeah.
she was doing 20 nukkad sabhas per every day, going to villages.
It's like reaching out to the micro level.
Yeah, it's a
grassroots.
very small, micro level, low decibel
Outreach.
sort of campaign
Yeah.
where you don't collect thousands of people under one place in one place,
Yeah.
and rather go and meet 500, 200, 300, 800 people separately. So that also gives the voter and the people some sense of belonging to the campaign, like to the event or the campaign rally.
Right.
And it's a better it's a better way to reach out to more people, and it's more rigorous. It requires more work because we were seeing that Priyanka Gandhi's programs were stretching late in the evening because of time. Then there was also issues with permission because permission to use the speaker and everything is only till 10 p.m. So I think the overall campaign by the India Alliance in UP was very small gatherings, 500, 300 people, whereas the BJP looked at like big leaders. Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was coming, Mr. Amit Shah was coming. They were holding these big rallies, and the entire grounds were booked for them.
Yeah.
And so that's something that I think is a little different in terms of the style of campaign that the two camps had.
Right. We are speaking about Amethi because in the morning I asked Vikas to choose his top 3 battlegrounds that he's looking out for. He chose Amethi, he chose Mandi, and he chose Sambalpur in Odisha.
Yeah.
So Liz, if I have to ask you,
Yes, I think I would Sambalpur in Odisha. Although I visited that constituency,
Yeah.
so I would say that Dharmendra Pradhan had an edge. Like at least at the time when I visited, even some of the BJD leaders were giving it to him. So but I don't know, in elections, any day, and especially last 1 week, makes a lot of difference.
Yeah.
So even if you had visited the constituency like 2 weeks back and you get the trend, you are not going to speak to like the entire constituency,
Correct.
and each voter or even each family or even each caste groups or even small communities. So the feeling, the experience I had was that he had an edge. Of course, Sambalpur is one. Mandi, of course, it is a
but
very...
I want you to choose your different constituencies.
Okay.
Can't do same pinch on all 3.
Okay. I will go by Trivandrum because I have a...
Because I hope you are listening to what Liz is saying. She's choosing her top 3 battlegrounds to look at. You chose Amethi, Mandi, and Sambalpur. She's choosing Sambalpur, Trivandrum,
and Baramati.
Oh, she's chosen Baramati, Trivandrum.
I haven't seen the trends there, but of course, it's a big fight in Baramati. And let me think what could be that. I will let you know.
Yeah, please. And Asad, only in UP. I'm not letting you choose all over India.
No, Amethi would be interesting, and
so she wants you to pick another one.
Amethi is fine, but 2 more.
But of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's seat is important, and let's see how the numbers stack up by afternoon. But now that he's in second place, it's become more interesting. Everyone's going to start watching where the numbers head in Varanasi. And at one point, in the third seat in UP, I would say Kannauj is also interesting. Akhilesh is contesting. There are other seats the family is contesting. The Yadav family is contesting. Raebareli is also interesting.
So let's see how your chosen ones.
And Amritsar, the third one. I would be keen to watch what is kind of fight in Amritsar.
Because I want to lead this question with you. The Modi factor, apart from everything else in the BJP and the NDA, the Modi factor is a wave. So like Deeptiman mentioned the other day, Liz keeps on saying that, people want to see someone as their CM in the assembly seat, so they vote differently, and someone they picture as their prime minister and they vote differently in the Lok Sabha. How much of a disadvantage is also the Modi factor as compared to its advantages that we know?
Well, the advantages to the BJP from the Modi factor have been historically very clear. The BJP was never a party that could come on a majority of its own. But every advantage has got a certain kind of a limit. The reason is that the more you get familiar, the more it becomes a default option to expect a certain prime ministerial face. the more is it that fatigue may set in, right?
Right.
So, in fact, except Jawaharlal Nehru, no Indian Prime Minister could actually even come to power a third time, leave alone get a clean majority. Even Indira Gandhi could not do that. So while Modi is certainly popular, but the question that we have to answer and wait till the evening to answer is that whether the popularity of Modi is the driving factor of this election, or is it that people are generally favorably disposed, but at the same time are looking at constituencies, candidatures, some other issues. Maharashtra may have it is split. Two parties have split. That may be an issue in many other states. There might be issues for all you know of employment, inflation. There might be issues of anti-incumbency against a candidate. UP may be an example of that. The BJP repeated quite a few candidates there. So the thing is, unless there is a very strong wave in front of in favor of Mr. Modi and other factors kick in, then the advantage of the election may also be frittered away. So while Mr. Modi seemed on the ground to be still popular, more popular than other leaders, was seeing him back to power the prime motive of the voter, or was there a certain fatigue which actually complicated these elections at the local levels? So that is a question that we'll have to wait and see for another couple of hours.
Liz, do you agree to that, or?
Yes, I would add to it because, when especially what happened with the BJP in the last 10 years is that the BJP is a very well organized, well-oiled election machinery, we all call it. And it's also its organization strength is very good. It has a wide network. And of course, RSS backing was there. Now, in the last few years, BJP as an organization has even expanded its network, as we know that social media network, the WhatsApp group. They work very systematically. It's like as a corporate office. In a way, and the connectivity and the reach out, within the organization, and the organizations reach out to different community. They have a very extensive, robust, system.
Correct.
But what happened was, in the last few years, that party, which has been building its strength and its gains have been very consistent, that party has just put all their bets on one man.
Yeah.
And even to an extent, the BJP has become just a machinery to kind of implement what Modi decides.
Around
him. Everything is around their programs, policies, campaign, the personality. And then the question comes, the big question in the BJP is where is the second-rung leadership? We know if we look back at the BJP in Vajpayee time, there was Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani. Both were just like Amit Shah and Modi, there were two leaders. And again, they picked up a kind of battery of leaders from the south, like Anand Kumar, Venkaiah Naidu. Then they have Arun Jaitley, who's very familiar with the corporate world and the legal, the experts, etc., the judiciary. Then they have Sushma Swaraj, the socialist background, but very firebrand speaker. Then they have, Shahnawaz Hussain, Uma Bharti. All these leaders they picked up, and their parliamentary board had reflected, a multi social groups and multi caste group. They were like I said, Sushma was there to represent women. Uma Bharti was there to kind of that slightly hawker, in the sense very hardliner thing, hardliner image. And from there, if you look at BJP, if you ask an very ordinary person, if I ask my daughters, suddenly they don't even remember how many second-rank leaders other than Modi and Shah. There is nobody.
Yeah.
So this is one of the problem when you are focusing on one particular leader and just forget about the entire system. This is one issue. This is one drawback. And if you ask about BJP, who's next, the succession issue will definitely come. So then there will be a confusion. There could be fight. There could be internal differences. Rift in the party. So because there is no clear succession.
Right.
Pramod Mahajan was there. Vajpayee has, in fact, I remember I was present in that meeting in Mumbai. Then Vajpayee had, Bihari Vajpayee mentioned, surprising everyone, that, indirectly, projecting Pramod Mahajan as Lakshman, like, he's Ram and Lakshman, like somebody who's going.
Succession seems to be a big question this election.
Yes.
Naveen
For- in the
Patnaik,
BJP,
Aam
yeah,
Aadmi
yes.
Party, BJP also.
Yes.
Asad, news for you. India blocks big rise in UP, apparently, according to early trends. Too early, too soon, too close to call. But according to early trends, Uttar Pradesh seems to be in for a big shocker, where the India bloc has made massive gains courtesy of Akhilesh Yadav. From Kannauj, as things stand now, BJP is leading in 34 seats, RLD in 2, SP in 30, and Congress in 6.
Yeah, the SP is part of the India Alliance, and they are the main opposition party in UP. And I would say that the Congress, if it's gaining seats, last time they had won just 1 seat. If the Congress is gaining any seats in UP, it is partly because they have allied with the Samajwadi Party.
Okay.
The SP into 2022 also emerged as the second largest party in the state elections. They won 111 seats, going up from 40 odd seats in 2017. So the SP has been on an upward trajectory, and Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav has also had a tough time in the last few elections. He's lost election after election, and starting from 2014. He became the chief minister in 2012, then he lost the Lok Sabha election in 2014. Then in 2019, his party was brought down to just 5 seats when they allied with the BSP. Then again, the party lost in 2022. This time around, Akhilesh has led a very rigorous campaign. He's done a similar campaign like it was in 2022 and 2019. But there is some level of lethargy maybe with the BJP, and that's one of the factors that's giving so many seats as per early trends to the opposition. The Samajwadi Party has also done an excellent job, I think, at distributing their seats, the tickets.
Right.
They have given a lot of tickets. There are just 5 Yadavs in the place. The general tagline with the Samajwadi Party is that it's a Muslim plus Yadav seat.
MY.
Yeah, MY formula is there. So this time the Samajwadi Party made sure that they've given a lot of representation to the non-Yadav OBCs. Which is your Kushwaha, Maurya, Shakya, Saini, and the smaller castes that play a huge role in deciding the election outcome in UP. Because there is like around 20% population of Muslims, then 7 to 8% of Yadavs. Then on the other end, you have the upper caste, which also comprise around 15 to 20%, which goes to the BJP generally. Now, in the middle, there is this 40 to 50% bracket, which is left empty, which is the non-Yadav OBC. And the SP has done an excellent job by giving a lot of tickets to leaders from the non-Yadav community, which whether it gives them the benefit by the end of the day, we'll know. But even while I was on the ground, there was a lot of chatter about, even among BJP leaders. Like I met a BJP leader in Azamgarh who told me that SP has done a very good job with their ticket distribution. They've given a lot of tickets to the non-Yadav OBCs, which was becoming a problem for the BJP. Because the election in UP swings based on this non-Yadav OBC vote. Because like I told you, there are blocks, upper caste with the BJP, the Muslim plus Yadav with the Samajwadi Party. And then in the middle, the non-Yadav OBCs that are left, they play a huge role in deciding who's going to win. The Dalits in UP have been loyal towards the BSP, which has been on a decline, but there are some subcastes within the Dalits which still support the BSP. And I had written about it, that despite Mayawati and the BSP not being in a direct fight, there is a large number of Dalits who are saying that our vote is still for Mayawati. And we are going to continue. Whether that comes out in the results or not is something we have to watch. But that 7 to 8% votes in UP, the BSP is going to, whether they get it or not. And the BSP is also going to, there's generally this perception that the BSP only harms the Samajwadi Party and the opposition. There are all these allegations of it being the BJP's B team. But if you closely look at the election, and once the results are out by the evening, we'll do an analysis of it, there'll be many seats where the BSP is going to harm the BJP.
Right.
Because in seats where they have fielded a Thakur or an upper caste, they are going to get 2,000, 3,000, whatever vote they get, they're going to get the votes of the BJP.
Correct.
Similarly, where they've fielded Muslim candidates, around 20 of them, they're going to get those 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 votes of Muslims. So they're going to do it both ways. They're not just going to harm the Samajwadi Party and the India Alliance. They are also going to harm the BJP on several seats, and know how many that is by evening today or afternoon today. But the BSP is an important factor in UP, despite it not being in the fight for too many seats. As of now, it doesn't look like the BSP is going to win any seats or more than 1 or 2 seats. But they will be very, very important in the final outcome of the result, because they have this fixed vote, which will still go to the BSP, and which will harm on some seats the Bharatiya Janata Party and on some seats the India Bloc.
Right.
No, I.
You have been smiling a lot looking at your phone.
The Congress. I'm just looking at the social media. Then the Congress is already celebrating that one, gap of Modi trailing, and they use that. Jairam Ramesh's tweet says that this is the real trailer, because you remember what the BJP thing was. They say, "Ye to trailer hai."
Trailer.
So
That's become like a punchline.
And also the Congress party saying, "Bring it on, bring it on."
Bring it
So
on.
this is the real. This is no exit poll, the real poll. I mean, the Congress is already whatever is going to be the final verdict. The Congress is already celebrating this moments, with good humor sense. So
I know. We will go to Vikas in the newsroom. Vikas, on the basis of what Asad said about the SP leading currently, and before this we were speaking to Shamlal also, and he said that this neck-to-neck competition between NDA and India Bloc, and even the selection of candidates that the Samajwadi Party has done this time, this is, this was very predictable. It is not nothing abnormal per se. What are your thoughts on it?
Right now, as I saw on the ECI website, it's 39-29, I think. 39 BJP leads 29 Samajwadi. As I go through the individual seats, quite a few contests are still closed. So there could still be some changes that happen. So I'm not sure whether we can come to a conclusion as to how much eventually the Samajwadi Party gets. So far as candidate selection again is concerned, sometimes, if there is certain fatigue among voters, nothing else matters. Because in the case of BJP, for instance, in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, they went roughly with the same candidates, not many changes. In Bihar, the candidates still seem to be doing well in early trends, while in UP, there seem to be setbacks. So the whole thing is that I would say more than the candidates, it could be, one thing could be anti-incumbency against sitting candidates. That might be very pronounced. Another thing could be that there's a certain fatigue that has set in. But as I said, in UP, the results are changing very quickly. I think we need 1 more hour to see where it ends up. But there's a very high chance that the BJP may go down below its tally the last time, despite the fact, let's not forget, last time there was a grand opposition alliance in which Samajwadi Party, BSP and RLD were together. This time RLD is with the BJP and the BSP is fighting separately. So in terms of the mood on the ground, there's a certain setback which is very clear in Uttar Pradesh. Had Mayawati been with the opposition alliance this time, it could have been even more surprising. So I don't know about the candidates per se, whether, because 2014 no one knew the candidates, but in the Modi wave the BJP swept UP. But this time around, what is extremely clear is that it is the BJP is seems to be in early phases at its weakest in UP since 2014, because the last time it got 62 seats against the Grand Alliance. This time, while there is no Grand Alliance against it, it is still finding it difficult to take a decisive lead in many seats, and they are pretty close. So, let's wait and see. And one more question I would, that comes to my mind in that sense is, was KL Sharma to begin with a very strong candidate? We don't know. Maybe he's very familiar with Amethi because he has been managing the constituency for the first family of the Congress. So people know him there. But as I saw a while back, even on the Election Commission website, his lead has gone to 9,000 plus. So there's an extremely high likelihood. The lead of KL Sharma is increasing. So there's a very high likelihood that we have an upset on our hands. So let's wait for 1 hour and then we'll get to know. But yeah, UP, the way it is beginning, the way we see the beginning of the count is very different from what it seemed the last time.
Right on cue. We have reactions coming in from Varanasi from Ajay Rai. Let's take a look. Before that, after we listen to Ajay Rai's reactions, let's deliberate on this alliance between Congress and Samajwadi Party, because Akhilesh Yadav said that it doesn't matter what the results are. Our alliance with Congress will continue. So I want to know, what is this till death do us part kind of commitment to each other? So let's take a look at Ajay Rai first, and then we shall circle back to this.
देखिए, मैंने कल भी बताया था कि ये जो एग्जिट पोल इन्होंने दिखाया था, ये अपनी तरीके से मनगढ़ंत इसकी तैयारी कराकर जनता को भ्रमित करने के लिए और मानसिक दबाव बनाने के लिए दिखाया गया था। निश्चित तौर से जो जमीन पर ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, उससे हम लोग जुड़े हैं और उसकी जानकारी में इंडिया गठबंधन निश्चित तौर से मजबूती के साथ प्रदेश के अंदर, मैंने कहा, प्रत्याशित परिणाम देगा। वो देखिए सामने आ रहा है। देश के अंदर इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बनने जा रही है। निश्चित तौर से हमारी सरकार बन रही है और इंडिया गठबंधन भारी बहुमत से जीत रहा है और काशी भी हम लोग जीतेंगे, बनारस भी हम लोग जीतेंगे। देखिए, निश्चित तौर से हम सब लोग यहाँ तो पहले ही मिठाई बना रहे हैं। आप देखे होंगे समाचार पत्रों में कि भाजपा के लोग पहले ही मिठाई बना लिए, पटाखे वटाखे के साथ मंगा लिए हैं। अब देखिएगा सारी मिठाई और सारे पटाखे धरे रह जाएंगे, क्योंकि जनता, इसका मतलब कि जनता से आप ऊपर अपने आप को समझते हो। जो जनता ने अपना मत दिया है, अपनी ताकत दिखाई है, उससे ऊपर आप समझते हो या जानते हो कि नहीं हम जीत रहे हैं। इतना ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस है। निश्चित तौर से कांग्रेस और जो हमारा इंडिया गठबंधन है वो सरकार बनाने जा रहा है और हम जीतेंगे और हम निश्चित तौर से अच्छी सरकार देंगे। अभी देखिए सरकार बनी नहीं भाजपा की, उसके पहले ही गुजरात के इनके व्यापारियों ने दाम बढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया। अमूल का दाम 2 रुपया बढ़ा दिया, तमाम टोल टैक्स बढ़ा दिए। जितने भी टोल टैक्स के भी जितने भी बड़े बड़े ठेकेदार हैं, कंपनीज हैं, सब ज्यादातर गुजरात की हैं। पहले ये सारी चीजों की समीक्षा करके, आम आदमी जो बच्चों के लिए दूध पिलाया जाता है, ये सारी चीजों की समीक्षा करके हम इसको निश्चित तौर से
Right. From Uttar Pradesh, we shall take a little detour and move to the west in Maharashtra, where we are joined by Alok Deshpande, and the trends show neck-to-neck leads for NDA and India Alliance. Nitin Gadkari and Ujjwal Nigam are ahead currently, but again, it is too close, too early to call. And according to the Election Commission figures, NDA is leading in 23 seats, while India Bloc is ahead in 22. AIMIM has opened its account by party's Aurangabad candidate Imtiaz Jalil Saeed. So,
No, he is already sitting in.
yeah, so let's take a look at Maharashtra. Alok, how does it look to you currently?
These are still the early trends, but what we see now is, there is a neck-to-neck fight, and plus Mahavikas Agadi, MVA, opposition Mahavikas Agadi, is, doing pretty well. Surprisingly, Congress is doing pretty well. If you see Election Commission numbers, Congress is leading 7, Uddhav Thackeray 7, and NCP Sharad Pawar on 7. And plus, they have one independent from Sangli, who's a Congress rebel, who's leading. So that is 22, plus MIM is not NDA, that is 23. I mean, he's not officially part of India Alliance, but I mean, they're not with NDA as well. So now what is happening here is BJP is leading on 14. They are leading on their, traditional seats, which they, which they have been claiming that they will win. But the letdown is coming from Eknath Shinde, and the support that BJP needed was from Eknath Shinde. But that does not seem to be happening, where as Eknath Shinde is in direct fight with Uddhav Thackeray at many places. So, Certainly, as of now, the early trends are showing that MVA might surpass BJP-led NDA in Maharashtra. There are very interesting trends, especially like seats like Nandurbar, which which Congress lost twice from 14 and 19. But now it seems that the Congress candidate is leading by over 16,000 votes. It's a considerable lead. Also, Kolhapur over 9,000 lead. Then there is a Solapur seat. These are the seats where Congress is in direct fight with BJP, except for Kolhapur. But in Solapur, Latur, Nandurbar, in Dhule, where the Congress is leading, it's in direct fight with BJP and the party is leading there. So it's kind of good for it's a kind of positive results for the party, especially when the upcoming the Maharashtra will have assembly elections in next 6 months.
Can I? Yeah. Alok, we all were expecting, a kind of similar kind of performance in Maharashtra, although there was a big trend across the country for BJP. And also we didn't expect, the BJP's own, my sources in the party were saying that, the allies may not do good. But did you get surprised by the kind of results shown by the exit polls in Maharashtra? They showed the allies are also sweeping in some constituencies.
Yeah, actually, all the exit poll, my first reaction was they kind of, they have underestimated the opposition in Maharashtra in the exit polls. The ground, when we traveled and everything, what we saw was, there was tremendous response to Uddhav Thackeray. There was sympathy for Sharad Pawar, and Congress had given good candidates. Going by the past record of these parties, they fought a very good election. And plus, there were despite BJP putting Narendra Modi everywhere, it was a localized election, where local issues were overpowering, the national issues. The candidate mattered the most. So that's why the people who traveled felt that, there was an edge to MVA. But so when the exit polls came, I thought it was, my personal reaction was, it was kind of, under this thing. But now let's see, it's just still the early trends. Especially in Mumbai, we have 3-3 right now. 3 to BJP-led alliance and 3 to MVA. So we're still waiting. Now, maybe after, say, 11, we'll be able to, pinpoint what exactly has happened in Maharashtra.
But Alok, I wanted to also, it is very interesting, now that Prime Minister Modi had made at least, I think, 15 to 16 visits, to Maharashtra during the campaign. It is a state, I think, going by the number in the recent past, it is a state where he had made his effort the most, in terms of rallies and roadshows. So do you think that it has had an effect in the voting pattern? It had reflected in the BJP's prospects?
Yeah, Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming to Maharashtra for 14-16 time itself showed that the election was not easy for BJP and NDA in Maharashtra. Had it been easy, he wouldn't have come here so many times. And he actually campaigned, almost in every constituency where BJP was contesting, like they combined the constituencies. For example, he campaigned in Pune. So there was Baramati, then Pune, then Shirur. He campaigned for all those seats. So that itself showed that the election was not at all easy for BJP in Maharashtra. They knew that there was a sympathy wave for Sharad Pawar, for Uddhav Thackeray, and also the influence of Eknath Shinde or influence of Ajit Pawar is not beyond certain pockets. That was, BJP knew this, and still they had to go with this. So what we see as of at least now, what are the trends are, I'm not surprised by those trends, but many in the opposition feel that these should have been more.
But you yourself said that the BJP's campaign was kind of un-BJP. Why was it like that? And has it I mean, how is it that kind of a campaign, reflecting in the the current trend?
Yeah, because there was no uniformity. There was no issue which BJP wanted. BJP threw at opposition, and it was BJP which was replying to the opposition, unlike in the past. Usually what used to happen, BJP used to give the issue and then the opposition was forced to reply on those issues. Now here, Uddhav Thackeray was making the claim, Uddhav Thackeray was making the statement, Sharad Pawar was making the statement, and BJP was replying. Or again, despite splitting the party, the Modi or BJP leaders had to attack on Sharad Pawar, the kind of attack like Bhatakti Atma. It did not go down too well with the voters also. And that was the reason, and they couldn't find that rhythm which they had found in 2019, especially in 2019, is what my observation is. And when it became the local election, when the election went to the local issues, I think the caste issues, there the opposition scored.
Liz, talking about the caste issue, how much do you think the Maratha agitation affected the BJP?
See, I mean, Log is in a better position, but I mean, it is, of course, if you're going by the current trend, it showed that it has affected. Because other than that, also there is like there is a sympathy factor, but sympathy factor would work only if there is people have a kind of trust in the alternative. One. Two, also, there is so much anger against the current dispensation, the incumbent government, then only the sympathy factor would work to topple the government or topple the current incumbent. So in this case, of course, it shows that, I mean, I don't know whether there is a very strong anchor. Of course, sympathy was there, and whether there was a very strong anger among the people. If this shows that the anchor was on that issue, because the Maratha vote, BJP, which had made a very, immediately after Modi, Shah took over party and came to power in 2014, the BJP made an experiment with appointing a non-Maratha chief minister, which did not work for them because he could not bring back the government for what, not just by the number, also by the politics, the way the maneuvering of politics. Also, the Patnavis could not deliver a government to the BJP initially. So, but that shows that the Maratha factor has played a key role. If the opposition alliance is, coming up with equal number, or even in this so-called, this craze for Modi and so-called that larger than life kind of image for Modi, if the alliance is making it up, despite the kind of pressures on them in terms of even Ashok Chavan, one of the last remaining leaders, Milind Deora had gone, Ashok Chavan had been taken to the BJP. So despite that, the party, the Ajit Pawar's kind of right hand was being chopped off. So despite all these things, if the alliance is making it, even kind of a very tight fight, it shows that the Maratha agitation, the anger the resentment among the community towards the BJP led dispensation, or at the center and in the state, BJP and Shiv Sena and NCP, that there is anger, there is resentment, and they have expressed it in the ballot.
Right. So from Maharashtra back to UP, Asad, I have updates for you. Out of the 7 seats being contested by Congress in Uttar Pradesh, the party is leading in 6 of them. And in Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading by 28,326 votes against Dinesh Pratap Singh of BJP. And also, apart from that, in Amethi, Khel Sharma is leading by a margin of about 10,423 votes against Smriti Irani. In Barabanki, Tanuj Punia of Congress, who's the son of Congress veteran leader PL Punia, he's leading against Rajrani Rawat of BJP by a margin of 16,866 votes. Yes.
Where the BJP had changed its the candidate, after.
And the seat had also seen very high voting. I think it was one of the places with the highest voting in UP this time, Barabanki.
Okay.
And talking about the Congress, they contested 17 seats. And even though at the time they were given those 17 seats by the Samajwadi Party, it seemed like a very good bargain for the Congress, because if you look at their performance in the 2022 state assembly elections, they had contested 403 seats and won just 2.
Yeah.
So based on that, the Samajwadi Party was very skeptical to give them 17 seats, because they had started their negotiations from 25 out of the 80 seats.
Yeah.
But eventually the Samajwadi Party conceded and gave them 17 seats. Like, I was covering both the parties at the time when the seat sharing talks were happening. And the SP people, the SP leaders continuously said that the Congress doesn't have footing in UP to contest 17 seats. But the main reason, which as per my sources in the Samajwadi Party, was that the Samajwadi Party gave so many seats, 17 seats to the Congress, because they did not want the Muslim vote to be split.
Right.
Because the Muslim votes in UP is playing a very important role in this election. There is around 19 to 20% of Muslim population in Uttar Pradesh. And if the Congress had gone separately and the Samajwadi Party had gone separately, those votes would have been divided, because the pitch from the Congress in that case would have been that we are the party at the center, you should vote for us, and the Samajwadi Party is a state party and you should not vote for them.
Correct.
So to avoid that conflict between the two parties, the Samajwadi Party conceded on giving them 17 seats. And I think eventually, if you look at the numbers right now, if Congress is leading on 6 seats out of the 17, it's done well, the gamble. If the numbers continue to be this way, and if Congress can win 5 to 6 seats, I think the Congress, I think a month ago, the Congress leaders, or a month and a half ago, the Congress leaders were not confident of winning even 2 seats. And I think if we go by early trends, the situation really changed in the last month and a half, I feel. And from the first 2 phases, when polling happened in Western UP and then it moved towards the central and eastern UP, I think a lot changed, and the optimism and the level of morale in the Congress and the Samajwadi Party cadre also increased by multifold, I think. Because I remember, I think a month and a half ago, I had met a senior Congress leader, and he was saying that I asked him informally, what is your number for the India Alliance in UP? And he said 15. And this is a very senior leader who's part of the top leadership in UP. And he said 15. And I thought if he's saying 15, that means that the numbers is not going to be very good for them. But again, like I said, things a lot changed in the last month and a half. The narrative on the ground changed. And I think we've not used the word at all, but there was an undercurrent. If these trends go well, continue to be like this, I think there was an undercurrent. There was some discontent with the BJP. They're also facing incumbency. They've been there for 2 terms. And another factor which played a huge role in this election, these 2 binding factors which might have played in favor of the opposition, are unemployment and price rise. Because the common person, when you go and talk to someone in a village or in a small town and you sit across them and you just 5 people, these 2 things came out in all my discussions on the ground.
I think it cuts across caste divides, state divides, gender divides, age divides. Yeah.
Inflation is something that affects everyone. It's something that's had a huge impact on this election.
Yeah.
And it's, I think, one of the 2 main factors: unemployment, inflation, and another thing that I want to talk about, which was like the BJP had very high hopes from the Ram Temple consecration ceremony.
Yeah.
I was in Azamgarh or in Eastern UP. I think I was in Balia or Azamgarh, and I was talking to a BJP leader, and he said that the Ram Temple issue has not resonated the way that the party hoped it will, the BJP, because with the consecration ceremony and the spectacle that was made out of it on January 22, and all the stars and all the big politicians and everyone being in attendance in Ayodhya, it put in Ayodhya and the Ram Temple on the national and the international stage. But 3-4 months later, as we've seen in Indians and like as a people, we have this problem of amnesia. Like we forget very quickly. So I think that's what some of the BJP leaders in UP also told me, that informally when you talk to politicians, they sometimes say things. Some of them said maybe if it had happened in March, people would have still voted on the basis. But the state leadership and the national leadership of the BJP has accepted that the Ram Temple has not worked the way they hoped it will, because when you go and talk to people about like आपके चुनावी मुद्दे क्या हैं, आप किन बेसिस पे वोट कर रहे हो, राम मंदिर की बात नहीं आई. It was not part of the conversation.
Isn't this surprising a little bit?
No, Flora. Actually, I started my this election, coverage for the 2024 election and Lok Sabha election from that Western UP. Meerut was my first vote, and where it was supposed to be the Ram himself is contesting, figuratively.
Arun Govil.
Yeah, Arun Govil was contesting. But, even despite his presence in the election fray, I was talking to people and everybody was like, I was not to Muslims or something, only the Hindus were talking, what was the issue? So they would talk about other issue. I mean, of course, they had other reasons to vote for Modi or root for Modi, but it was not temple. So when I asked, Mandir hai, it was like, as if it was something, so it was bound to happen. But we are not taking it as an election issue. So, I mean, but barring some women, when I asked, especially slightly upper middle class women. So when I asked them, they said, okay, ye law and order, again, the credit goes to Yogi Adityanath. And, Modi ji is the only leader, he's the world leader. Then comes Ram Mandir ho gaya, itne saalon ke baad, ye bhi hai, but only few women talked about Mandir on their own. Otherwise, without me prodding them, nobody was coming up with a reason. I mean, the Ram Mandir as a reason for them to vote. Like I said, they had other reasons to support Modi, to root for Modi, but
this was not a primary reason.
That was one.
Right. Liv, I have updates for you from Odisha, where the counting is underway and BJP is leading in 43 seats and the BJP is ahead in 25 seats, and more surprising so, the non-existent Congress is also there in 5 seats apparently. So Naveen Patnaik is, if he wins, and it's a big if, in 76 days he is eyeing the title of the longest serving chief minister in the country.
Yes.
But
he's going to break Pawan Chamling's
record. But again, 43-24, too soon, too early to call, but still, BJP at 43.
Yeah,
BJP
that
at
is
24.
slightly unexpected for me, because who visited Odisha in the first 2 weeks. I mean, like after the first week, maybe in the middle of the election.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, Sambalpur I started and I came to the capital. But, the people were, of course, giving a lot of stress on their support to Modi at the center. But see, of course, there was there is a fatigue factor, but not as much as we are going to vote against. Because Naveen Babu was still popular. So they felt that as long as Naveen Babu is there, we have to support Naveen Babu. That was kind of most of them too, it was very obligatory to them that, they should be supporting Naveen Babu. But of course, this Shankha Lok is becoming very arrogant and, Gunda, all these complaints were there. But of course, BJP had a very, extensive and spirited campaign just only after the election, were announced. Before that, we know the party unit was very skeptical about, or very doubtful. They were not very sure about what kind of a stand we should be. Because
and also there were talks of the alliance.
And there were leaders settling between Delhi and Bhubaneswar every week and talking about, Modi and
Modi visited thrice
and Modi praised Amit Shah, who do not praise, other chief ministers publicly. He praised Naveen Babu. So, it all gave a lot of very confusing signals to the the cadre and ask the leaders in the state. So they were not very sure about what to do. But of course, once the alliance was not going and it was not going to be clicked, they decided there was BJP just went all out too.
Yeah.
And but again, not that the Prime Minister who visited Maharashtra, which is just facing a Lok Sabha election, but not assembly election. Prime Minister visited Odisha only thrice, despite the fact that the state was going for assembly elections
As
also.
well, yeah.
And where the BJP was coming up as the alternative. Like I mentioned, like the BJP's thing was like we have our one foot inside the
door, but not completely
not
in,
inside.
yeah.
But the room is almost empty.
Yeah.
But still they were not going in because of something. So
Yeah.
this is like you said, it is too early. And but the gap is like also very surprising, because I was very sure that BJP would make it big, will increase their tally for the Lok Sabha, in a big way. But I was under the impression that Naveen Babu would scrape through this time to make it. But I think the succession issue has come here, and Pandian was not accepted. That the image and the some of the interviews Pandian had given that I'm a natural successor, that had got really, people were not ready to accept it. So people were not ready to accept a non-Odia person, and BJP to kind of to whip it up or to
Dharmendra Pradhan was
reinforce.
very smart there when he brought up the Odia Asmita.
Odia Asmita, it was the BJP slogan.
Because Odias are very non-confrontational and congenial people, but if you tell them that there is an outsider who will govern
Yes.
them, because Naveen Patnaik up to a very large extent was an outsider before he became the CM. I mean, it was Biju Patnaik all throughout.
But he was an Odia. Orissa is
Biju
the
Patnaik's
first
flesh and
state
blood,
where the linguistic, the state formation linguistic struggle had started. So they always were very particular about their culture, their language, and that is the, I would say surprise or like the magic Patnaik had done, because he never spoke Odia. Although he was an Odia, he never spoke in Odia.
That debate went on for 16 years, Liz.
Yeah, I know. But this time he tried to speak. That also he went to that extent to kind of, cover up for what the kind of damage the BJP was, kind of inflicting on the BJD prospects.
Right. We'll take a look at Brij Bhushan Singh's reaction that we have lined up. Let's take a look. But before we go to him, can we talk about the factor I mentioned, the coalition between Samajwadi Party and Congress that I said that Akhilesh said that irrespective of the results, we are with Congress. So what is this?
That's, I think, too early to say anything on the alliance being permanent or not, because see, both parties have their ambitions for 2027 assembly elections. Whether they can work out an arrangement for that is something that will become clear in the future. And what happens, it's too early to, because all alliances, when they are formed for lifetime, but they collapse. Like with the BSP also, when the Samajwadi Party had allied in 2019, even though that election went very badly for the Samajwadi Party, the alliance fell apart soon after the results, because the situation is very dynamic. It's also about making compromises for the party.
Correct.
Say if tomorrow in a few years when the state elections happen and the Congress asks for a similar number in terms of proportion, they had got 17 seats this time out of 80. So if you look at that proportion, they go and ask for 100 seats out of 400, that will be a big thing for the Samajwadi Party to give them. There are a lot of practical issues in terms of whether this alliance will last till the next assembly elections, or there is a separate alliance at the center and the two parties also go head-to-head in the state when the assembly elections happen. It's early, because when the alliance is still intact, the leaders always insist that the alliance is permanent. It's not going to fall apart. But that's something we need to wait and watch for. And it also depends on the ambitions of the two parties in UP.
Right.
Because if Congress can get 6 or 7 seats out of the 17 they contested, their bargaining chips will increase. and they would want more, and the state leadership of the Congress in UP will want a bigger chunk out of the assembly seats. So these are things which we'll have to wait and watch for. But for now, the alliance looks solid. Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav held multiple public meetings. Huge crowds were seen at their meetings, and they campaigned together. There was this one instance where Rahul Gandhi became a host to Akhilesh, where he interviewed him because the rally couldn't happen the way
the mic was not working, and they both sat down for a chit chat.
So they sat down for a chit chat. So on the face of it, the chemistry and the equation between the two looks really good. And Rahul played the role of an anchor and was like the central leader who was asking more pointed questions to Akhilesh about the state and like what the situation in the state is. So it looks good right now, but we should not speculate. We should avoid speculation on what's going to happen in the future with the two parties. And let's see where it heads over the next few years, and whether they are together in 2027, which is the next big election in UP, or whether they go their separate ways, and what happens at the center, and whether that's kept separate, or whether they can work something out for 2027 also, which will be a big headache for the BJP if that happens in 2027, because by then Mr. Yogi Adityanath will also have a 10-year time period to face. The incumbency factor will also come into his government. And so if the Congress and SP can be together 3 years from 4 years from now, it will be a huge headache for me.
Liz, we'll take the update from you. Before that, let's take a look at what Brij Bhushan Singh has to say.
नेताजी, आज मतगणना चल रही है और कैसरगंज बड़ी हॉट सीट बनी जा रही है। आपने भी कहा था कि कैसरगंज बड़ी जीत होगी, क्या कहेंगे आप?
कैसरगंज की जीत बड़ी जीत ही होनी है। हमको लगता है कि आसपास इधर जो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में परिणाम आएंगे, उसमें कैसरगंज का अंतर रहेगा, अन्य सीटों की अपेक्षा बहुत अधिक अंतर रहेगा।
अच्छा, विपक्ष इस तरीके से कह रहा है कि इंडिया गठबंधन की सरकार बन रही है।
ये पेशबंदी कर रहे हैं, ये हल्का बयान है। और चुनाव आयोग और जो हमारी व्यवस्था है, चुनाव की प्रक्रिया है, उस पर विश्वास करना चाहिए। अब जनता जो भी जनादेश देती है उसको स्वीकार करना चाहिए। जब इनकी सरकार बनती है तब ईवीएम नहीं खराब रहता है। दिल्ली में कौन सा चुनाव हुआ था? बैलेट से हुआ था। अब जब ये हार जाते हैं तो सारा ठीकरा जो है ये फोड़ने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, जिस तरीके से जयराम नरेश ने ये कहा है कि जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो अलर्ट रहें, और अमित शाह ने 150 जिलाधिकारियों को फोन करके दबाव बनाने की कोशिश की है, क्या लगता है आपको कि ये बयान किस तरीके से?
देखिए, कार्यकर्ता सतर्क रहें, ये बयान तो अच्छा है। जो भी राजनीतिक पार्टियां हैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कह सकती हैं कि वो सतर्क रहें, जाकर के मतगणना करावें। लेकिन ये कहना कि गृह मंत्री जी ने 150 चुनाव से संबंधित अधिकारियों को फोन किया है, ये बात जो है हजम नहीं होती है, और उनके पास इसका प्रमाण भी नहीं होगा। लेकिन चुनाव है, वो नेता है, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
हरियाणा में क्या स्थिति होने वाली है बीजेपी की?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में हरियाणा का रिजल्ट है।
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
So that was Brij Bhushan Singh. Before we move on to you, Liz, the biggest democratic exercise in the world also impacts stock markets worldwide. And we have Shivona from the Financial Express with the market news.
Hi there, good morning. And yes, the markets this morning didn't start on a very good note. It's a hugely volatile session, especially coming from yesterday when we saw one of the market performance in almost 3 years, 40 months to be precise. So the markets this morning opened deep in red. Both Nifty and Sensex at one point of time were down almost 3.5%. We have seen the market stabilize a little bit now with some of the losses being cut down, but both the indices are still showing around 2% losses each. And most importantly, the Nifty is around that 22,000, just about 22,500 mark, 20,696 highs. So it is holding a support around those levels. But that said, some of the key sectors that are under pressure continues to be power, banks, and of course, the Adani Group stocks are seeing deep losses. Apart, what the defensives are the only ones that are seeing some bit of buying at the moment. Railway and defense stocks also are seeing sentimental losses, but what most analysts are suggesting at the moment is that investors should stay a little bit cautious, let the market stabilize to a certain extent before taking deeper position. But on the long term, the 22,500 marks remains to be a key floor for the market at the moment.
Right. Shivana, can you tell us a little bit about India VIX?
Yes, the volatility index. The volatility index is a very important indicator because it kind of shows the fear or the certainty with which investors are kind of approaching the market. So there you will see a stark difference in how the VIX is trading at the moment. It's significantly higher up, which shows that not just the trade is volatile, there is uncertainty amongst investors. As you can understand, the initial trends are coming that is not particularly in sync with the exit polls. So while yesterday when the markets were very, very certain that, the exit polls show a certain kind of a trend, you had VIX down 18%. Today, at one point of time, VIX was down almost 20% in early trade. Even now, the volatility index is significantly under high, almost 15% there. So essentially that indicates that, at the moment, the trend in the market is very volatile and there are expectations, uncertainty that is going on.
Can you tell us earlier in the day how did the day open? Like how was the rupee poised against the dollar?
About the dollar index at the moment, if you see, yes. For the at the moment, I'm just letting my rupee rate come up on the screen. If you can give me a second, the dollar index, of course, was in a more or less a tepid start because both the indices, the equity markets as well as the rupee market, there was a huge bit of disappointment how they opened in the morning trade, essentially because the way the exit polls had indicated, obviously this morning it was a very different picture. So in sync with also given the US, the cues coming out from US, NASDAQ and Wall Street, where it was a choppy session across Wall Street. So that to also had us some bit of pressure on the rupee, but it is right now on muted ground.
Absolutely. Shivana, is something... just shed a little light on the fact that if the shares of Adani Group are tanking, then do the trends suggest that this is mostly because of the NDA and India alliance being neck to neck?
It wouldn't be very right to say that at the moment, because if you see at the end of the day, for investors, it is about booking profit and it is about getting profit. So yesterday, the Adani Group stocks actually rallied quite a lot. In fact, the market cap crossed 20 lakh crore or the levels that were seen before the whole Hindenburg crisis happened and the stocks tanked. So there's a fair bit of rally that has already happened in the stock. So it is but obvious that, investors at some point of time would look at booking profit. And also, I think it is too early to attribute any kind of trend because numbers are still coming in terms of the counting is still going on. And these are initial trends. What we are seeing
is going to be the initial trend when it is compared to 2019 Lok Sabha results. It shows that the BJP candidates had then, maintained their consistent lead in more than 60 seats from the beginning, the first round onwards. Now, even if you're going by what people say that initial trend, some rounds, but it means UP, like, if in the past UP had shown, the initial trend, the consistent trend to kind of reach at the conclusion. One. Second thing, in the run up to election, many political experts and political analysts and observers had reminded us one thing, that whenever there was one power center, and when people feel that there is, arrogance in power, or like somebody is trying to kind of, centralize everything, the people who the electorate that had gone against and that had actually shown them the democratic way was the people in Hindi heartland, especially in Uttar Pradesh. If you go back to our history in 1977, when Indira Gandhi was like acting like she is the, she is India, it was Uttar Pradesh, it was Bihar, which voted against and showed them, after emergency also. Like the South has voted, Karnataka, Kerala, all voted for Indira Gandhi. But the people in UP, I remember when I was in school, I used to say that, I was always interested in politics. So I used to say that the people in Uttar Pradesh may not be as literate as people in Kerala, but they are more politically sensible people. So if this is the trend which we are seeing, the people in Uttar Pradesh had shown the party which is acting as like, the omnipresent party, the super party, or like somebody who's invincible leader, they are showing the way.
Yeah, so though it's very early trend, but as Liz had said, that the road to Delhi goes from Lucknow, isn't it? From UP.
Yes.
And that was a very interesting history with which Liz shared. And I'm sure Asad is there. Asad would like to contribute a little bit here on this thing, that how the trends which we are seeing from UP.
See, sometimes like when I've been in UP, I was in UP for 5 years. Now I'm in Delhi again. I've had multiple conversations with people over on politics, in different settings, and sometimes people in UP surprise you. Like you will find someone who will say something very insightful at a very at a very random place. And there are some incidents which I can remember, like where someone has come and someone said something very insightful about politics, about religion, or about something. And it just takes you by surprise sometimes. But then over time, you also get used to the fact that, sitting in newsrooms, we might underestimate people on the ground and like the general population. But they are very aware and very, and they know what is required of them and which way. And like Liz said, UP has always set the tone for the country. It was UP which set the tone for the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi to sit in Delhi for 10 years. Even right now, the numbers are not enough. We don't have exact trends and we still have to wait. But it seems like that UP is going to set the trend this time too, and it's going to make or break this election, depending on what the numbers eventually are.
Absolutely. And Asad, we will continue with this conversation. Also, the celebration preparation at different offices in BJP and Congress. We had some visuals yesterday, but we are now going to join by Deeptiman from the newsroom of the Indian Express very soon. And we'll talk about how things are, not the way. So, Deeptiman, can you hear me? We are going to talk about the India bloc exceeding the exit poll. What do you have to say about that? Deeptiman, can you hear me? So I think there's a technical glitch. We'll come back to Deeptiman in a while. So we were talking about, these India bloc, they were not accepting the exit poll, and, they were saying a lot of things. And we also saw, in their offices, they're putting up the tents and all. Do you think this figure will boost their confidence a little up?
Absolutely. There was an India bloc meeting at Mr. Khadge's residence on Saturday. All the leaders were there. They met. They discussed the counting day preparations. They gave their instructions to their party candidates. And the main factor was that the Congress and the India Alliance leadership constantly said that the exit polls are not to be believed at all. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi also, in a statement to the media, said that these are Modi polls and Modi media polls, and we should not believe them. And yesterday we saw the Congress. I was talking to someone in the Congress yesterday, and he said that generally BJP is the one that orders laddus in advance, but this time we are putting up a tent in our office and we are preparing for a win tomorrow, and this is going to be a very good result for us. And with the exit polls and with the narrative and everything, everyone's been taken by surprise, I feel, today. So with everything happening and the way the exit polls, the numbers that came, I think it seemed a little odd that the India Alliance was putting up tents for a celebration, but it seems like they were the ones who were actually right, and that they might have a celebration at some point in the coming days if the numbers are obviously.
Yeah. You were saying something.
No, I mean, I said, they may know the pulse more than what, the exit poll people or even BJP people who seems to have a better, seems to know who has better resources and network. And I would like to add that if this is the trend, I remember one line late Pranab Mukherjee has said in a private conversation. He was saying something about there was some crisis happening. So in the Congress and in the government, the UPA government. So he said that, so I was asking him, sir, what is the way out? So he said one line, when there is nothing to correct the system itself will correct.
Sure.
So it's like, it is like, this one kind of, the one-way kind of politics, which obviously a democracy like India, if the trend shows that there are so many people, even if the final result may not reflect exactly like this, it shows that this shows that there is vote for these parties. It shows that there are people in this country who love democracy and who want a healthy democracy, who do not want one party to just get everything and, and one leader to amass all power and, act like I am the president or I am the leader. But you want to have, you have to have humility, and it's really, they have humbled them, whoever is in power, the people have humbled in the past and now they are repeating it. If this is what, even if it is changed, the trend change, which means there are people who believe in true democracy.
Yeah. So that means also that for people of UP, the issues are, of course, the Ram Mandir is there, but then they are also considering other issues. So what do you have to say about that?
No, I was telling earlier that basic issues of survival are very important for the people, and in general also, and in UP also. And if these results are an indicator to that, then yes, definitely. Inflation is something that's been talked about everywhere. Unemployment is something. There are paper leaks, another issue which is become a poll issue with both Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi speaking about it at mostly all their rallies. So these are important issues for the people. Like the youngsters were very disappointed with the exam papers being leaked and them not getting a chance to get a government job. There is still a sense of feeling in rural and urban in UP that we want a government job.
Yeah.
And with the paper leaks, with unemployment, with inflation, which affects everyone's day-to-day life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's about survival. It's about how much you are paying for a packet of milk in the morning. Will decide how much money you have in your pocket by the end of the day. So just everyday things have become expensive in the last few years. Inflation is an issue, and that maybe has played a big role in the voting pattern in UP. And I feel that UP has set a tone that we are going to keep in check the powerful in this country, and that's going to be a factor in our future elections. Also, there was a lot of talk of democracy being under threat, the constitution being under threat, the reservation system being under threat. The opposition constantly spoke about this in their rallies, in their campaign, that the BJP is going to change the constitution, it's going to take away reservation from the people belonging to Dalit and OBC communities. So maybe these factors have played a part. Because one party or one person or a few leaders becoming very powerful makes decision making very unilateral. And the people want to participate in the conversations, they want to have a say in what's being decided for them. And that's, I think, reflected.
So we will come to the factors, very important, and not only in UP, but other parts of the country also. But we have now Deeptiman, who is joining us from the newsroom. Deeptiman, so as I was already mentioning about how India bloc is exceeding the exit poll. Can you hear me? This question is very relevant. People are talking about it now.
अब दूसरे साइड पे टेढ़ा हो गया.
Okay, so
थोड़ा सा और इधर होगा.
probably there's a technical glitch. We'll arrange the camera. Yeah. Also, Asad, if you can also throw light on, is it the case that the West UP votes in some direction and the East UP is voting some direction? Because you see Yogi Adityanath's constituency there, then our Prime Minister, he is contesting Banaras, but then the stronghold of Samajwadi Party, or also the agricultural the issue which was happening in the Western UP. Do you think there is something where the game is changing, or?
I think it's multiple factors put in together. I don't think we should look at it that West is voting in one pattern or the East is going to vote in one pattern. We'll have more clearer analysis of that once we also go through the result more in more depth. But I think the farmer issue has had an impact. The farmers in UP and in general have been struggling with several issues. Like MSP is one of their prime issues, which affects every farmer in the country. And the way the BJP has brought those 3 farm laws, then withdrew them just before the state elections in UP in 2022. So I think it has played a part. But to say that that's the only factor is, I think, jumping the gun on it. But there are, like I said, day-to-day issues have proved to be important, and daily survival issues are very important for the people.
Liz, if you allow me, I'd like to go to one of the South states. Let's talk about Karnataka a little bit. Okay. And, there's a big question. Will BJP restrict ruling Congress to a single-digit seats, which currently, well, we can't say this too much, but exit poll has predicted a very shock results for Congress. But both CM and Deputy CM have said that, people are voting or people have voted as per their last year work and, the continued work. What do you have to say about Karnataka? Can it be?
Sure. See, Karnataka has been for some time, a very stronghold of BJP. And in the last Lok Sabha election, as we have seen, the BJP had 25 seats, 28. So the BJP was, of course, expecting to lose some of them. But the party president and the party leaders were saying we might lose maybe 7, 8, maximum. But we are not going to lose more than that. We will, retain at least 20 of the 28 seats. Okay. This is what they were saying. But the current trend shows that the Congress is also there, with 12 and JDS showing zero. Which means even the Hassan's seat, it is supposed to be the bastion, the family bastion of the Gowda family. So that and Kolar and Mandya, all the 3 seats, they are losing, which means BJP it's an NDA alliance. So which means Congress has won those also. Is leading in those seats also. Is leading in those seats also. So this is the comparative to the other states in Tamil Nadu, of course, BJP did not make many things so far. I think BJP is the DMK alliance is leading in all the seats, and even Coimbatore, Annamalai, the much hyped and the most talked about the party state unit president of BJP and the promising young leader is also trailing. And in Kerala, last I checked, it was I think Thrissur Suresh Gopi had a very strong lead, and that is going to be one big achievement. I don't know about the current one. If BJP is opening its account for Lok Sabha from Kerala, it's big. It's big because it is actually will give them a window which they can, or maybe a door which they can more, because there is a lot of I know the people there, so the lot of people in not just the Hindus, even the Christians, they want to vote for BJP. They are refraining or they are not hesitating because there is a strong leader or a strong chance. Prospects is not as bright as they don't want to lose their vote when it comes to. So far, it's a bipolar,
But when we are talking about South, let's talk about Thiruvananthapuram. Interesting fight there between Rajiv Chandrasekhar and it says Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Thiruvananthapuram, who leads Congress's Shashi Tharoor. This is currently what we are reading. maybe changes in?
No, it has been, even last when I checked also, Rajiv was leading.
Yeah.
Again, then Trichyur and Trivandrum, that's going to be big for BJP. And it shows that it is also because the people's anchor towards the incumbent CPM, Pinarayi Vijayan-led government. Because in these two seats, if this is going to be the final the tally, the left vote may have shifted to the BJP. Yeah,
okay.
it looks like that because these two constituencies, CPI is the the rival in the LDF, Left Democratic Front. These two seats belong to CPI, so not CPM. So this is also very crucial. But Tamil Nadu is very disappointing if this is going to be the final result for the BJP, because in the south Tamil Nadu we know that how much Prime Minister Modi has invested, personally invested in Tamil Nadu. Although he's going to Kanyakumari in the last, after conclusion of polling, would have any impact on the polling, because the south polling voting had taken place long back. It was meant to, I think, more to influence or to kind of woo the people in West Bengal, which voted the constituencies that voted Kolkata, the constituencies around Kolkata. It would have been like that. But even otherwise, before also, Prime Minister Modi had personally invested a lot in Tamil Nadu, especially because Kerala, he didn't expect much. He didn't expect much. He was so confident about it. He seemed to have been very confident about Karnataka. But Tamil Nadu was the state. Andhra, of course, it looks like they are making with the alliance, which shows again, that BJP is still not able to make it in the south.
So the 400 mark, which they were thinking, would kind of
that's now impossible. But even that, forget about 400. 400 was just a number which they themselves are in their internal calculations also. The BJP's number was something between 308 to 320. This was their internal numbers. It just vary from one, time to time. But it is not the 400. They every interview, whether it is Prime Minister Modi, whether it is Home Minister Amit Shah or Party President JP Nadda, all of them said that, we are going to make big in the south. This time the election result is going to be the southern, that is going to be the surprising factor. But so far, other than their ally partners, two allies partners in Andhra, which are like Janasena and Pavan Kalyan's Janasena and Chandrababu Naidu's TDP, which are doing good, BJP is kind of riding on their back. Like, other than that, they're not doing it great. Of course, Kerala is good, but it was kind of expected, these two seats. I don't know about the final result, because last I spoke to Shashi Tharoor, he was very confident. And I think it was anyway expected to be a tight fight. So we have to wait for the last minute. And about Trichyur also, it was also going to be a tight fight. So let's wait for the last minute. Even if BJP makes that two constituencies in Kerala, Tamil Nadu is a bad news. Karnataka is going to be a bad news if the trend prevails.
Okay, so now we are joined by Deeptiman from our newsroom of the Indian Express. Can we hear Deeptiman? Hello. Yeah. So Deeptiman, we've been trying to reach you out. I'm sure we're going to talk to you now. So we were just talking about how the exit poll for India bloc has exceeded the exit poll. What do you have to say about that? Okay, so we'll get back. There is some problem with it. Okay, so I have one very a little confusing question about Rahul Gandhi now. See, Rahul Gandhi, and since we have Asad also here, Liz also here, Rahul Gandhi fighting from two constituencies. This time he's leading from both from the latest trends. Now, what do you think? Which one will he sacrifice? And what will
I think the UP Congress, multiple people have told me that he will most probably give up Raebareli. And because he wants to retain Wayanad to expand the Congress in Kerala. And that is what insiders in the Congress had told us.
There is thing for expansion in Kerala. He wants to retain its strength because Kerala is one state where the the Congress organization is very good. And even if you look at the leaders, the Kerala, the young leaders, right from Trivandrum to to up to north in Calicut, every state, every district, Kerala, the Congress has young leaders, whether it is from Hindu community, whether it is from Irava community, whether it is from Muslim, Christian. We know that Kerala's demography is very different from other part of the country, which has Muslims and Christians form almost, almost 50%, like 45, around 45% minority, so-called minority is there in Kerala, where the Hindus have, majority in statistics, but the other two communities are very influencing. And also among the Hindus also, Iravas, Nayars have issues. Nayars would prefer Christians than Irava. So, the community, the combination, the demography distribution in Kerala is very, very different from other states. So, that is a kind of advantage for both Congress and CPM because of the way they are focusing on their electioneering. So for Rahul Gandhi, it is because Kerala has been, till last time the state was electing the LDF and UDF, Congress-led United Democratic Front, and the CPM-led LDF, Left Democratic Front, alternatively. Now, last time they voted after almost 4 decades or 5 decades, a party has returned to power in the last election. So Congress has to break that now and come back to power. Otherwise, without power, more than a decade, it's not possible for the party. Still, the organization there is much, much stronger and robust than any other Congress unit in the thing. But, also it could be some leaders were saying in the Congress, it's like if Rahul Gandhi retains his Wayanad seat, and then the entire South will have its impact. Because the Gandhi's impact, whether you like or not, the southern states, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, still have influence. There are people who think that they are the party, they are the family which kind of vote for India's freedom, and they think they are more liberal, they are progressive. So there are a lot of fans for them.
Rivalry, the emotional connect of the Gandhi.
That's what I am coming to. Then, if there is a possibility of Priyanka Gandhi taking over, because she is more, I would say more influential in terms of appealing to the voters in the north. Because I can see Rahul Gandhi's body language, to be very honest. When he goes to south, he has a very different body language. So he's more at home with the southern voters. Whether Priyanka is very at home with the people in the north belt. She's more, the way she interacts with people, the way she addresses rallies. I can see the body somatic also. So it might, Raebareli has been the family constituency like Amethi. So now that Sonia Gandhi is shifted to Rajya Sabha, it could be, there is a possibility that Priyanka Gandhi is replacing Rahul.
Since we've talked about Raebareli, I'm sure you want to hear a quick update about Amethi. Smriti Irani is trailing as per the current trends, which we have recently updated. She is currently trailing by 23,428 votes in Amethi.
23,000?
Yeah, 23,000 Amethi, from where she was seeking re-election. Congress candidate Kishori Lal Sharma is ahead of her, according to Election Commission. So this is, of course, early, but these BJP
not
leaders,
so early now.
It's
not so early. It is going to be 12. No,
so these tall leaders from BJP, trailing definitely gives some sign, what's happening on the ground.
There was definitely some resentment against Smriti Irani and Amethi, and it was visible, it was evident, and people had complaints against her, and there was this also this, Amethi has been a Congress bastion for forever. So the people also felt, a lot of people also felt that they betrayed Rahul Gandhi last time. And there was also this time ki we want to fix our mistake. Because last time when Rahul Gandhi lost that election, I think this is my feedback from the ground, a lot of people told me this, that there was this sense of feeling that, a lot of people voted against him saying he doesn't come here, he's not been here, so we'll vote against him, but he'll still win it. And in that, he actually lost the election by a very narrow margin.
True.
So this time there was also this feeling that we want to give back to the Gandhi family because they've done, and if you go to Raebareli and Amethi, you do see that the Gandhi family's imprint is there on those two districts. There are hospitals, there are educational institutes named after the family members. So this time there's also that feeling that we are seeking forgiveness from the Gandhi family, and we're going to help them win Amethi also and Raebareli also. And this is what a lot of Congress leaders were telling me. Of course, I was taking it with a pinch of salt. But they were saying that there is this feeling that we want to make up for what we did last time in 2019 in Amethi. So maybe that is also being reflected in Smriti Irani trailing by 23,000.
Yeah, 23,000.
Yeah, that is a big lead. It's almost it's 11:30 now, so it might continue to be in this way. And if she does lose, it will be a big upset.
Yeah.
For a common Congress worker who nobody knew till he was announced as candidate. I mean, of course, people know him in UP and in Amethi, and people who've been associated with the Congress, they know him. But on a national scale, KL Sharma was a nobody till his candidature was announced. And I've seen him a couple of times in Amethi. But when I spoke to someone when the whole drama was happening around, the suspense was there, whether Rahul will contest, Priyanka will contest, who will contest, we'll see. I called someone in the Congress and he said, there's this name that's very, very prominent right now, and that's KL Sharma. So my first reaction was also, do I know him? He said, "Haan, wo aap mile honge pehle." So then I remembered it is Kishori Lal because he named him as KL Sharma. So I couldn't join the dots. And then I realized, it's Kishori Lal Sharma who's generally in Amethi Congress office, and you see him. So, and to defeat for a person who nobody knew about on a national scale, and to defeat Smriti Irani will be a huge upset. It will be one of the biggest upsets, I think, in this election.
Okay, so now we are going to the newsroom of the Indian Express where Deeptiman has joined us. So Deeptiman, the trends now show that exit polls were somehow not very close to what we are getting here. Okay, so it's that India bloc has kind of exceeded the exit poll. What do you have to say about that?
Well, exit polls have been wrong earlier, so no surprise there. They have been right in the past few elections, all right, but they were wrong in 2004, where they predicted a wrong government. And they were wrong in Bihar assembly polls. They have been wrong in some other assembly polls also. So even when we were discussing exit polls the other day, we repeated many times that these are exit polls and not exact polls. So let us wait for the counting. These are only predictions and trends. And they have been wrong earlier and they could be wrong again. So we have to take them with a pinch of salt. And it has been proven that at least the trends that we see at the moment, it appears that most exit polls are way off the mark.
So Deeptiman, for you, which states are actually showing this shift? We are seeing it in UP and other states. What are your takeaways from, especially from the state of UP?
Oh, UP, it's stellar performance by the opposition. I mean, almost nobody expected the SP to be getting 35. They're leading on 35 seats. Then there are 6-7 odd seats which the Congress is leading on. You're talking about more than 40 seats going to the India bloc. It's huge, and it's a massive loss for the NDA, the BJP there, because let's remember, it is truly the only state which has a true double engine sarkar, because there is a popular CM and there is a popular PM, and it is the Hindi heartland, so to say. Ram Temple was inaugurated only 4 months ago there, and despite all of this, and it is the Hindutva goal of the party. the temple movement, the BJP rose nationally because of the temple movement, and it all started from Uttar Pradesh. And there, if the BJP with the leadership of Narendra Modi is losing 29, 30 seats, it's a massive, massive loss. And let's remember that this is not as a formidable opposition coalition alliance as in 2019, because arithmetically SP-BSP alliance in 2019 along with RLD was far more formidable. This is just SP Congress, BSP has contested independently, and still if the BJP is losing, then it has some serious thinking to do for the Hindi heartland states of UP and Bihar also, where they are not performing very well, it appears.
Okay, so we'll also now shift focus to Punjab. Now, Punjab, we have BJP this time fighting on all seats. And then it's an interesting case because Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are separately fighting there and not a part of India bloc in Punjab. And the results are, the trend is showing that both of them are performing better. So what do you have to say about Punjab? It's a very curious case of Punjab.
You see, Punjab had always, Punjab thinks differently. They have, the so-called Modi wave, which was there in 2014 or in 2019, did not touch it. The Punjabis were not very, especially after the farmer agitation. We have seen, at a time when the entire country was not in a mood to talk or criticize Prime Minister Modi or his government. The voters in Punjab did not have any hesitation. They would come out. We were seeing social media posts, and they came out and they spoke again. But this time also, like the current trend also showing that the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are leading in a number of constituencies. Because I was just looking at a friend who's working with the Congress the other day first sent me the way the fight is happening. So according to him, in Gurdaspur, Amritsar, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, and then Sangrur, and Firozpur and Faridkot, and also Kadur Sahib. The Congress was in a tight fight with either with one with Akali Dal, 2-3 with the Aam Aadmi Party, and with BJP. So they were also very confident that the party would be winning a number of seats, and of course Aam Aadmi Party is in power there. So it shows that it's more than their love for Aam Aadmi Party. I think it is also for rejection of the BJP politics in Punjab. That continues now.
So, there was some murmur about that on the ground people will be confused with this kind of an alliance in India bloc, where, Congress and AAP are together in Delhi, but in Punjab. But that does not, the trend shows that it doesn't reflect in the voting pattern. People are not voting that way, isn't it? So confusion on the ground.
I think Punjab has had a very anti-BJP sort of stand consistently, and for an alliance to be a little complicated because the AAP alliance is different on the national scale and then in the state level. Yeah. I think the people, when they were not swept by the Modi wave in 2014 and 19, I don't think they're going to get confused by a little bit of complication in terms of the alliance. So I think that's reflecting in the results, and as we head towards the afternoon, I think we'll have a way more clearer idea of who's going to win how many seats. And I think by 2 or 3 o'clock, we'll have definitive answers in terms of what the number of seats might be eventually and what the tally of the two sides will be in terms of India and NDA. And it seems that all exit polls and all the predictions have all have been proved to be incorrect. And again, I'd go back to what the Congress has been saying in the last 3 days. The Congress has been talking about the 2004 election results of the Lok Sabha elections on multiple occasions, like Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Jairam Ramesh, all of them have been talking about the 2004 elections. That, it was, they were saying it was similar. Everyone was predicting a BJP government with India Shining campaign and all that, but UPA came to power and all the exit polls were proved to be wrong. So I think it seems like it's heading in a similar direction, that all the exit polls give BJP a clear majority with like overwhelming numbers, some of them 350, 360, 340, and it seems like that's not true. And what the Congress had assessed and their understanding of the electorate was better than the exit pollsters and everyone else. So good. I think it's very well done on their part that they knew what the election results are going to be. But again, like I'd also want to say that all parties, irrespective of what the result is going to be, they continue to say till the last day that we are winning.
Yeah.
So that was also something that we were keeping in mind.
We've seen tents in almost all offices.
Yeah. All the parties continuously insist that we are winning the election till the results are out, and till they lose or till their results are not in their favor. They continue to say we are winning and we are winning. Akhilesh Yadav was constantly saying that they are winning 79 seats in UP out of the 80, barring Varanasi, which he calls Kyoto. So I think it is a surprising results for the pollsters, but the Congress seems to have read it better than everyone else.
Okay. So now we've also been talking about UP, but Bihar is showing some different trend right now. We'll talk about it, but we'll move to a. So we're going to have reactions coming from Kangana Ranaut. Oh, we have to talk about that scene too. Okay.
Is she winning?
Let's see what she has to say, and then we'll come back.
ये लगातार चुनाव में कहा गया कि कंगना मुंबई से आई हैं, फिल्म अभिनेत्री हैं और यहाँ सिर्फ अभिनय करने हैं, तो इस पे आप क्या कहते हैं?
खैर वो तो अब इस तरह की जो है वो ओछी बातें करने का उनको खामियाजा भी भुगतना ही पड़ेगा। किसी महिला के बारे में इस तरह की ओछी बातें करना, तो वो तो आज साफ हो रहा है। जिस तरह से हमें लीड मिली है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो लीड मिली है मंडी क्षेत्र से, तो बेटियों का ये अपमान जो है वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से लिया नहीं है मंडी की जनता ने। और जहाँ तक मेरे मुंबई जाने का सवाल है, खैर मेरी तो ये जन्मभूमि है और मैं यहाँ लोगों की सेवा में तत्पर रहूंगी। और जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सपना है सबका साथ सबका विकास है, उसमें मैंने हमेशा से कहा उनकी सेना बनकर काम करूंगी। तो आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर, और हो सकता है किसी और को अपने बस्ते अब पैक करके है वो कहीं जाना पड़े, लेकिन आई एम नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर।
मैम हम साथ रहेंगे, आपके दिन में देखेंगे 2 बार बाइट।
So we'll talk about Bihar. We have to talk about Maharashtra also, but let's talk about Mandi first. Very interesting fight there. Different way of campaigning from the both candidates, and we see how Kangana Ranaut reacted to a lot of things there. What do you have to say? People show that she's leading it by 44, but which is a big margin. So what do you have to say? Vikramaditya's future there.
But that's very surprising, because the by-elections the Congress is making, and the people there are giving their rejection to the people who the turncoats for the what happened during the Rajya Sabha election. But the fact that Vikramaditya here, that the Hindutva factor, which usually play as a factor in the other constituencies, it didn't play in Himachal. We know that. And also Vikramaditya is that way. He is slightly different from the other Congress leaders. He was, their family itself is like closely linked to Ayodhya. Again, he was one of the leaders who kind of lit up his house and did a lot of, rituals during the Pran Pradishta. And people expected him to do well, but the gap which is now is really huge, and it looks like Kangana Ranaut, who always maintained that she's as just a kind of a person who's in the Sena of Narendra Modi, she is making it. So we will see what kind of performance she will be giving it in, and what kind of support, in the sense, she will be giving to BJP. In terms of improving its image and acceptance in Himachal Pradesh in the coming days.
Okay, so we have a bite from Ravi Kishan now. So from one actor to the other actor, we'll come back to it. So here's a bite. Okay, so there is a technical glitch. I will come back to Ravi Kishan. We'll talk about Bihar for a while now. We were talking about UP and we were saying that, trends are showing something different than what was expected. But in Bihar also, the neighboring state where, Tejasvi was, talking about that how employment, he has given employment to people and all. But BJP or the NDA is showing 30 seats there, gaining 30 seats, which is a big, there. We were thinking that Bihar can be one shocking state for NDA. What do you have to say about that?
No, yesterday I was talking to some BJP leaders. They were saying we will win 32 at minimum and 38 maximum.
So they're close there.
So they're closer there. I mean, if the trend is correct. Yeah. So, but again, it is a place where the BJP's alliance work. It also showed that I presume that Chirag's Paswan's party also may be doing well if I don't know. And again, if the NDA is 30, which means even JDU, some of the JDU candidate, I don't know what is the JDU's performance, because JDU's performance was not expected to be as, like as good as like other allies. That is one issue. I have to check whether that is the picture. Again, with Nitish Kumar in the capital now, and he had a meeting with Prime Minister Modi yesterday, and he had a conversation with Amit Shah. There were a lot of, talks and speculation in Bihar and even in the political circles, because going by Mr. Nitish Kumar's record, people would expect that, if the election result is not coming in as expected, Kumar could make some. So that is why he's here. Because I was just reading some messages. I already got some messages from Congress or supporters that will Nitish Kumar consider leaving NDA?
Yeah, they already
asking. They already speculation about him, going by kind of, the record he has and the kind of political behavior he had shown in the past. It is quite natural for everyone to think that, it doesn't make, you don't have to move a mountain to get Nitish Kumar in another camp. So, but also there were also rumors about his health, and he is here to have his health checkup, and he just made it a political visit. And his meeting with Prime Minister indicate that, he may not have any intention to move out or something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a meeting with Prime Minister. And if the BJP had any such, indication, Prime Minister wouldn't have met him. So again, Bihar is again always been a very politically volatile place.
Not less than UP.
Not less than UP. Yeah. But at the same time, the party there, whether it is Tejasvi or whether it is Congress people, they worked hard. Like Asad mentioned earlier, there was again a kind of chemistry between the Congress leadership, like especially Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi. And when they were on the stage, they could give that kind of a vibe to people. So I don't know how much it is going to work in this election, but I'm sure, this kind of, and especially with Congress doing India bloc doing good at the center, this kind of combinations will work more strongly in the states in the upcoming elections.
The narrative in Bihar was also, I think, if RJD doesn't do too well in these elections, I think the narrative in Bihar was also that in the next state elections, we'll have an RJD, we'll support them. But for now, let's vote for the BJP, who's the main player at the center. So that's also something that was part of the conversation, that in the next state election, I think there could be, I think Tejasvi was the leader who did the maximum number of rallies, and he did it all alone. And we covered how he's had a back issue, and he's been taking painkillers and injections to manage what he's doing. And he ran a solo campaign almost. Rahul Gandhi was there for a few days, but other than that, Tejasvi's run his campaign by himself. He's traveled to many places, more than other opposition leaders have. I think more than 250 rallies he's done. Somewhere the number is close to 200. So he is also, I think, a politician for Bihar's future. I mean, not in a colored way, but he is going to play a very, very impactful role in Bihar politics in the near future. He is shaping up to be a very good speaker. He's very clear on what his message is, and he speaks very well. His connect with the people and at campaign meetings and other events is very good. And he is a local boy, and that image of being Lalu, of course, he's Lalu Yadav's son, so he also has that to his advantage. And I think he's shaping up to be a very impactful leader in Bihar, and in the near future we might see a bigger or a more important role for Tejasvi.
So let's bring Deeptiman here. Deeptiman, we are talking about Bihar, and we are seeing that the trend is not as similar as we are seeing in UP. So we were just having a discussion that you are hearing about the role of Tejasvi there, and the India bloc not doing as well as was expected to do there. So what do you have to say about that, the Bihar thing?
India bloc is actually doing as well as it was expected to do in Bihar. It is in UP that it is doing better than expectations. So, in fact, as Liz said, that even BJP sources were earlier saying that we are, looking at 30 to 32 seats in Bihar, which is what the trends are showing at the moment. Similarly, when we were on the ground in Bihar, this was our calculation also that maybe the NDA alliance is going to lose around 6-7 seats this time. So it is not something that is lower than expectations. This was expected that this was going to happen. As far as Tejasvi is concerned, Tejasvi has run a very spirited campaign. He has attended, a number of rallies, despite having a bad back and a waistband and a bad leg, and despite ill health, he has been on the ground everywhere. And he has gained considerable traction among a lot of youth in Bihar. But let's also remember that this traction is probably going to show more so in assembly elections, because they see him as a leader suited for assembly elections. These are Lok Sabha polls where people are choosing the Prime Minister. And so a lot of people who like Tejasvi Yadav, from say, let's say non-Yadav OBC castes, they said that we like him, but we'll vote for Narendra Modi this time. And in 2025, this was when we were on the ground and talking to people. In 2025, we'll look at him. So probably that is what is showing on the ground as well there. Let's remember that Narendra Modi continues to remain very, very popular in Bihar as a prime minister. And BJP's certain schemes have been doing very well, which we heard on the ground, especially among the poor. The ration scheme, especially among the poor, is really doing well for the BJP. Also, the Awas Yojana, people who've got the PM Awas Yojana houses are totally behind the BJP. And even others, like in any village where you get, say 10 houses, 10 more families are looking at, probably will also get it. So that sort of coalesces votes in favor of a particular party. Having said that, in Bihar, there were two big issues. One is of migration because of lack of jobs in the state, job opportunities in the state, and Mangai, of course, which is something that affects all sections of the society, but more so the poor. And Bihar being one of the poorest states in the country, there was a lot of buzz around it. Although, despite unemployment and inflation being two big issues, a lot of NDA voters felt that this was not a big issue to shift their vote from NDA to RJD or Congress.
Okay, let's also talk about Delhi here for now. Now, Delhi in the last election, all 7 seats went to BJP. This time, according to the recent trend, there's one seat where there's a tough fight, and that's the seat of Chandni Chowk. Okay, where Congress is giving tough fight in Chandni Chowk. So let's begin with you, Deeptiman. Delhi, for our Delhi viewers, 6 are showing trends towards BJP, 1 towards Congress, the seat of Chandni Chowk. How interesting is that?
Chandni Chowk was expected to have a tough battle, and it is showing in the trends at the moment. We don't know whether these trends will continue, but it was always expected that Chandni Chowk, let's understand that Chandni Chowk also has a very significant Muslim population. There are traders and Muslim populations. So there was expected that there will be a tough fight in this seat. The rest of the seats, it was expected that BJP would do well, and it is doing well.
So there was also this, buzz about Kanhaiya Kumar fighting against Manoj Tiwari. It seems like Manoj Tiwari is comfortably leading there. So what is your, as per the expectations in Delhi?
That we should also consider the fact that BJP has very good support among urban voters. And while traveling also, you notice that as you exit the villages and hit a major city, you see the number of BJP flags and the number of BJP supporters increase. And I think Delhi, being the urban center of the country, is also reflective of that trend that BJP has always done well in the last few elections, has done well in this urban seats. So that's also reflecting in the results of the Delhi elections, where they're leading 6 out of 7 seats.
Yeah. Recently, a few minutes back, you were talking about this important meeting which happened in the India bloc on 1st of June, if I remember. Saturday. So, some people were like, the elections se pehle they are having a meeting, results se pehle. What was all that about, and what came out of it?
See, the meeting, the Congress leadership who were part of the meeting off record told us that they were expecting the BJP to be the single largest party in the country. But they were very optimistic and very strongly optimistic that they are going to have an upset. Because the exit polls had come and there was a lot of chatter about this is going to be another election where the BJP is going to sweep up all the states and they're going to do very well. But the Congress and the other allies, they were top leaders from all the India allies who were part of that meeting. Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav was there. Then all the other leaders were also there. And the discussion and the planning on that day was mostly about counting day. That, they need to tell their party candidates about Form 17 and about other procedures they need to follow on the day of counting, and that they must stay with their EVM machines and they should not leave the counting center till the results are declared, till they have the certificate. Because there was some apprehension from the Congress and other India allies that there will be some mismanagement or some irregularity which might come out during the counting day. So there was also conversation about that, and there were very clear instructions given to all party cadres who were in the meeting that they must be very, very vigilant on the day of counting. And they refused to believe any of the exit polls. And like I said, they constantly insisted on the fact that this is going to be a repeat of what happened in 2004. And that's actually come to be quite true of what the Congress was saying that day and what the India allies were saying that day. So that was the meeting, and they were hopeful, they were optimistic. They put up a very strong, united front that day. All the leaders were there, and the discussions revolved around what happens if we get how many seats and what steps have to be taken on the day of counting. But again, they were the ones who had actually were predicting numbers which we are now seeing it. Yeah.
So let's also talk about now Maharashtra. Like UP, Maharashtra is giving, the India bloc is giving a good fight to the NDA there. Now, what do we have to, focus on Maharashtra now, because Maharashtra can actually decide a lot of things for the national politics.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you see, yes.
No, but because it is also an indication, like the points we all earlier mentioned, the Maratha agitation, and also the sympathy factor, which may have played in favor of Uddhav Thackeray and Ajit Pawar, because two veterans and two faces who with whom the people in Maharashtra are very familiar with. And they were kind of like I earlier mentioned, his Ajit Pawar's, Sharad Pawar's, the major. I mean, of course, he has his daughter to support him, but other than that, for all the politics in Maharashtra, always Mr. Pawar had relied on Ajit Pawar.
Yeah.
So when Ajit Pawar had walked out of the party, he was devastated. Mr. Pawar was devastated. If it was anyone else, just but with his good, the strong will, that he had at this age, and he's not even well. His health is not good, but he kind of fought. So obviously the electorate, and these are the people who never kind of betrayed the people in that way. Despite the ups and downs in politics, they were there. They were consistently, they were there for whatever reason, fighting for their, their bastions, and also for the causes they stood for. So I'm sure, these results will have, whether BJP is going to make it big from Maharashtra, or its allies making big or less, whatever is the result, it is going to have a big impact in the upcoming assembly election.
Yes.
So, like I was saying, even with the BJP, even if BJP wins 300 plus and the NDA wins 350 plus, the BJP is going to have tough time in the next few years. I'll tell you why. Because there is one state, Maharashtra, where these Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, and now a kind of resurgent Congress, despite its loss of leaders and all, it's their presence and in Maharashtra. And also there are issues which the incumbent government is facing anger from the voters. And then that's again Haryana, where again, the BJP has been facing internal issues, very deep internal issues.
Yeah.
And the voters were very vocal about their resentment towards the BJP government. It's going to be 10 years. Manohar Lal Khattar just moved and replaced by Saini. But even then, it is there. Third, the Haryana is going to be tough, and Congress is like Kerala, I mentioned, the organizations there under Huda's leadership, it is also doing good. So Haryana is going to be tough for them. Jharkhand, we have seen the Congress JMM alliance is doing good, and with the arrest of Hemant Soren and putting him in jail, of course, had affected and upset the tribal population. So that also would have impact. So the same similar impact and can be expected in the assembly elections upcoming also. Then comes Delhi election. The next year, or this time, we will complete Delhi election. Again, the sympathy factor for Arvind Kejriwal may not have worked, because, like Asad mentioned, it is an urban place and it is a central election. People had in the past also, even when they overwhelmingly voted for Arvind Kejriwal, they voted for Modi in the Lok Sabha. So when it comes to assembly, the BJP leaders were very confident that all the issues, including Swati Maliwal issue, would affect the so BJP would try to again raise the issue, and they would. And BJP is not a party who's going to just lie down with the defeat or victory. They will work hard. They will fight back. There is no doubt about it. They will look for new strategies. They will always, the party leadership is somebody, both Modi and Shah, they always look for reasons what they are ready for introspection, and they will correct their. They always have done that in the past, where then they lost immediately after 2014 victory. It was a comeback for BJP, single party. The first time after so many decades, a single party with clear majority coming to power. even then, they lost Delhi, they lost Jharkhand, they lost Maharashtra, they lost Haryana. No, Haryana, they scraped through, that with the JJP, they kind of formed the government. So, and again, they repeated, the BJP's way of functioning is that they always learn their lessons from their defeats, which we have said that, which Congress hasn't done in the past, many, I mean, even this time, I wouldn't say that Congress has acted like fully like it should have been, but they had reasons for that. They were kind of deprived of many, resources, people. There was a lot of things, and so the people obviously stood by the opposition this time, and that. So I am sure this one is this. Other than the issues within going to be in the party, but if the BJP on its own doesn't get the majority, that Modi factor is completely dented now, as of now. So there is going to be big issues in the BJP, and like many of us was expecting that, okay, after the election, the people who are covering BJP can just take a back seat and rest now. It
doesn't seem like that.
It doesn't seem like that. Now we are going to have like
and with that, Liz, one state which you left was West Bengal. We'll come to that, but we have Dheeraj joining us from Ayodhya. Dheeraj, what's the scene like there? Dheeraj there? Dheeraj, what is the scene like there? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a very interesting. The Ayodhya, which in a way set the tone of this general election, is very, very silent today. And both the parties, BJP and Samajwadi Party, they are in a wait and watch situation. I'm currently in front of the BJP's of Ayodhya, while Samajwadi Party's office was completely silent, but there are a few number of people here at BJP office. Of course, there is puri kachori and sabji and a different type of sweets, but people are, nobody can, as of now, nobody can for sure say that who is going to win. As of ECI's data, Samajwadi Party's Avdesh Prasad is leading by more than 4,000 votes. And both are veteran leaders. And Lalu Singh, he is seeking his re-election for the third time from Ayodhya, from constituency. And Avdesh Prasad, he has been in SP for a very, very long time. In fact, he was one of the key founders of Samajwadi Party. And he is a sitting MLA from Milkipur constituency, which is a reserved seat in Ayodhya. So yes, the fight is very interesting here. People, both the supporters of both the parties, they are waiting to start the celebration. As of now, we can't see neither in SP office or BJP. Yes.
What is, like, we don't know the result yet. It's a close contest in Ayodhya. What is this result specifically of Ayodhya have, like, does it have a message for the larger politics and for UP? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think after the election result, it will set a very after whatever the result comes out, it will set a very strong message for throughout the election, especially comes to the religion. How is it going to play in future? How much Mandir Ram Janmabhoomi had effect on the election? These are some big questions which we will get to know after the final result. But as of now, I can see that for the Mandir Ram Janmabhoomi, it has been propagated by the BJP throughout the country in different constituencies. But there are some very local issues for Ayodhya, the residents of Ayodhya, which they were trying to, they were the representatives of both BJP and Samajwadi Party. In a way, they will address it. As if the Ayodhya temple saw the widening of roads, and on the both side of the road there was a lot of shops, buildings. They were demolished to pave the to make a grand road for towards the entry of Ram Janmabhoomi temple. So when I talked to a number of people, they said, I mean, they were they were unhappy that they didn't get a proper compensation. First and second, the shops that were built on the road towards Ram Janmabhoomi, they didn't get the. So there are some of the many local issues that is going to that will be an important factor in the result on Ayodhya.
But a close fight in Ayodhya means that the BJP has lost the kind of sway it had over UP, right? And also it also puts a stamp on the fact that the Ram temple issue has not worked in this election. Do you think that's true?
Yes, I mean we can see this through the as of now the numbers tell you that we are seeing. I mean on around 40 seats, India bloc is leading, and somewhat similar. I mean around 39 seats, BJP is leading. I mean Ram Mandir temple. I think before the consecration ceremony, it was a huge issue, but I felt like that after during the election, it didn't make that much impact as BJP was expecting. That in a way, it will sway the election. There will be a big, very yeah. I mean, it did not have that much impact as BJP was expecting. Yes.
And a close fight in Ayodhya does put a stamp on that, right? Even if the BJP does emerge victorious by the evening, but a close fight there is indicative that the temple issue has not worked.
Yes, there is. I mean, even some of the BJP supporters are also saying that I mean, this time we would not be able to win by that large margin. I mean, even if BJP wins, the margin will be somewhat. So, I mean, very, very, very less compared to the last general election.
So Ayodhya, very important seat, and as Dheeraj pointed out, right now India bloc is leading 41 seats and NDA 38 seats, which is kind of a reflective guess. We'll see how the day progresses. So thank you, Dheeraj. Thank you for joining us. We'll also now move to West Bengal. And West Bengal, as per the recent update, we have, with a brief time when there emerged a neck-to-neck contest, now TMC leads in 32 seats. Okay, this is one state where Prime Minister Modi was quite hopeful and was saying, around that there will be something bigger for BJP there. So the trends are now moving towards TMC.
No, the general impression was that there is a lot of anti-incumbency against Trinamool Congress, and so then that will affect its prospects in the state. And of course, although it was a national election, people wanted to say that, express their anger. This was the general impression. So going by the current trend, also initially it was the opposite.
Yeah.
So we cannot say this is the final trend. Initially, many of the Trinamool Congress MPs, I mean the candidates were trailing, whereas the BJP had a clear edge that time. So let's wait for the final result. And also, it is quite natural in West Bengal. It will be a tight fight because Trinamool Congress is very well rooted there, and the BJP is relatively a newer party which cannot claim such kind of a robust network, although it has some emotional support. There's sentiment like the illegal immigrants and the Hindu factor. These are there, but the kind of social and political network, and they're very political also. We know that how the Bengalis, when they talk about their culture, their politics. They're very emotional about it. They're very sentimental about it. So it's not very easy, even for Mamata Banerjee. She really fought and fought and fought. It took years of battle for her to kind of establish the supremacy, the political supremacy, and the electoral supremacy in West Bengal. So it is not so easy for a party like BJP. I would say still an outsider for many Bengalis. So it is difficult for a party, a national party like BJP, to make so deep inroads. So the fight will always be, even if there is an anchor, the margins will be narrow. So let's wait what is coming up in West Bengal.
So while we are talking about how, what is the trend with the NDA and India bloc, there's an update on Nota, by the way. This is coming from Indore. So at 1,11,691, Nota gets highest ever votes in Indore. There was no candidate there. And this has been, we've seen in some constituencies this happening. So
it shows, how much people want. I mean, people kind of rejected this kind of politics, that one-sided politics, which very bold, we call it a bold politics and all. But people don't appreciate that kind of politics. It's a big lesson for all the democracies, you have everything, you have extraordinary confidence, you have all the resources in the world, you have all the agencies in the world to support you, you have international agencies to praise you and push your image, but still ultimately it is what is going to happen is what people decides.
And in the hill states, we are seeing that it's quite a saffron there, though there were issues there. We saw some issues which was
because it takes time to reach the message.
Yes,
it is hill, so it will take time for them to get the right message.
Okay, and then there is one update from what shows to us that Mehbooba Mufti is trailing. What does this mean?
She's been trailing since long, since I think after an hour or something, she's been trailing, which means the trailing is also consistent. So it's also a kind of rejection of maybe, in Jammu and Kashmir. I don't know. I have to see the other trends. This is established parties and Jammu Kashmir, the state is facing a fresh kind of atmosphere. This election is happening at a very new atmosphere. It is not. You cannot compare it with the other state and the political situation there. So, I mean, we have to wait to see before making any comment about.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about it? How is this going to?
I think her being behind at this point could also, there could be a factor that she had once gone with the BJP, and there's obviously the people in J&K don't like the BJP, and she had once allied with them. The party, and I think this is the first time that there is an election there where Mehbooba Mufti is put. Maybe it's had that effect is come from there also.
Okay, so Asad, if I have to tell you, but abhi jo recent trend hai, if you have to, what are you thinking that what's going to happen in the evening? Can you talk about it?
I think the evening. I think I think it's close. It's past 12 now, so I think the numbers might change. And we might see something different, but it shouldn't be a very big difference by the evening. So it's maybe a small difference might come by the evening. But let's see how things shape up by evening and by tomorrow, and what the government formation, because the next step for us and for everyone will be who's going to form government, who's going to form whether it's a strong government, whether it's a weak government, or whether there's a coalition, or what is the situation.
So as Liz was saying, that maybe the work will continue even after today.
Yes, definitely. And the way I mean, it will be more hectic.
Yeah.
I would say, because no one imagined a BJP with no majority, or a Modi with no majority for BJP. And it is, the allies have more say. The allies have, they will be, you should now see how the BJP leaders are coming out, all the leaders who are saying Modi, Modi. Now you should wait and see how things, how the dynamics in inside the BJP and also for the alliance partners, how it's going to change.
Okay. So now we were talking about Kashmir. Now we are going to have a package and we're going to see the video of Umar Abdullah. Let's see what he has to say.
उमर साहब, अभी तक सेंस ये देखे जा रहे हैं कि 2 सीट जो है कश्मीर में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस लीड कर रही है।
अभी तो काउंटिंग को 2 घंटे हो गए। जिस सीट की आप बात कर रहे हैं वहाँ 10 लाख से ज़्यादा वोट पड़े हैं। इंतज़ार करें, 3-4 बजे तक सारा क्लियर हो जाएगा। मैंने पहले ही सुबह आपको कहा कि उतार चढ़ाव तो रहेगा ही, क्योंकि जिस तरह वोटिंग की पैटर्न रही और जिस तरह कुछ कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज़ में कम, कुछ में ज़्यादा, मुझे पहले जिस दिन पोलिंग हुई उस दिन से मालूम था कि काउंटिंग जो है उसका ट्रेंड एक तरफ से नहीं होगा। ये किसी का लीड, किसी का ट्रेल, लेकिन एंड में रिजल्ट क्लियर हो जाएगा।
और तो एग्जिट पोल को आप कैसे देख रहे हैं जो सुबह से अभी चल रहा है?
अब ये एग्जिट पोल आप लोग चलाते हो, असली पोल जो मैटर करता है वो आज का है। एग्जिट पोल्स तो आप लोग जो है टीआरपी बढ़ाने के लिए करते हो। एग्जिट पोल्स का नतीजों पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ता और अक्सर हमने देखा है कि एग्जिट पोल और असली पोल में फ़र्क रहता है। अब देखें, हालांकि ये तो हमें मानना होगा कि सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत हो नहीं सकते, 19-20 का फ़र्क रह सकता है, लेकिन ये उम्मीद करना कि सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत होंगे और मतलब इतना गलत होंगे कि रिज़ल्ट में एक बहुत बड़ा फ़र्क आएगा, शायद नहीं होगा। लेकिन अभी मतलब जैसे मैंने कहा, वोट गिनने को तो 2 घंटे हो गए, शाम तक देखते हैं क्या होता है।
तो पीएम ने एक ट्वीट में कल कहा था कि हम बड़ी बहुमत से जीत रहे हैं और जीतेंगे भी।
अब मां सिवाय सजाद लोन साहब के, जिन्होंने इलेक्शन से पहले ही अपने हार का ऐलान किया था, शायद दिल्ली से उनको इशारा आ ही गया था कि वो किसी और की मदद करना चाहते हैं। मुझे और कोई उम्मीदवार बताइए जो इलेक्शन से पहले ही ये कहे कि हम हारने वाले हैं। यहाँ तो एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी हार तस्लीम करने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं है। अब ठीक है, इंडिया ब्लॉक ने भी जीत का ऐलान किया है, वजीर आजम साहब ने भी जीत का ऐलान किया है, शाम तक देखते हैं कौन सही कौन गलत।
राहुल गांधी ने कल कहा था कि 295 सीटें इंडिया ले लेंगी।
मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर के बाहर के खबर का ज्यादा कुछ पता नहीं है, वो आप लोग बेहतर जानते हो। अब कौन कितने नंबर, बीजेपी ने 370, 400, अब राहुल गांधी साहब ने 295, ठीक है ना, देख लेते हैं।
बारामूला से
वो तो हमें मालूम ही था, मैंने जैसे आपसे कहा, हमें पता था कि उतार चढ़ाव आ ही जाएगा। और जिस तरह कैंपेन के दौरान जो बातें हुई, जिस तरह के मतलब जिस तरह के नारे चले, जिस तरह का सेंटिमेंट चला, जाहिर सी बात है कि इंजीनियर रशीद साहब को उसका थोड़ा बहुत फ़ायदा तो मिल ही गया होगा। अब बारामूला के लोगों ने क्या फैसला किया है आज शाम तक पता चल जाएगा।
अनंतनाग सीट में मियां साहब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और अपनी पार्टी नजर ही नहीं आ रही कहीं।
अब इंतज़ार करिए, आप लोग बड़ी जल्दी में जो है नतीजों का ऐलान करना चाहते हैं, शाम तक सारा क्लियर हो जाएगा। 2 सीटें, 3 सीटें, 1 सीट, 10 सीटें, सारा कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा।
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का दावा रहा खुसूसन उमर अब्दुल्ला का, तो कहाँ पे देखते हैं अभी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को?
कहाँ पे देखते हैं ना, मैं कहाँ पे देखता हूँ ना, आप जाके काउंटिंग सेंटर जाइए और देखिए, वो आपका काम है देखना ना। मैं तो यहाँ बैठ के अब बाकी नतीजों की तरफ जो है नजर मारने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ।
श्रीनगर में तो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस आगे जा रही है, इस तरह साउथ में भी, तो कहीं ना कहीं बारामूला की बात अगर करें तो वहां पे थोड़ा सा टक्कर लग रहा है।
टक्कर तो पहले से ही था, आप लोग तो पहले दिन से हैरान थे कि मैंने बारामूला इलेक्शन लड़ने का फैसला किया। मेरे लिए मुझे अगर आसान मुकाबला चाहिए होता तो मैं आंख बंद करके श्रीनगर की सीट पर लड़ लेता, लेकिन ये सही, ये मतलब आप मान के चलिए कि अगर मैं बारामूला से नहीं लड़ता तो हम कहीं पे भी, हम मैदान में भी नहीं होते, आंख बंद करके हम वो सीट हार जाते। आज अगर हम फाइट में हैं और जीतने की अगर कोई गुंजाइश है, वो इसलिए है कि मैंने कोई मतलब हिचकिचाहट नहीं दी। तंजीम ने मुझे बारामूला से लड़ने का जो है हुक्म दिया और मैंने लड़ने का फैसला किया। मैं अभी भी मान के चल रहा हूँ कि उतार चढ़ाव के बाद जब आखिरी में नतीजे आ जाएंगे वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के हक में होंगे। फिलहाल जहाँ से वोट गिने जा रहे हैं वहाँ से इंजीनियर रशीद को अच्छा खासा वोट मिला है, लेकिन जो हमारे एरियाज हैं जहाँ से नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को जो है एक बहुत अच्छा शेयर वोटों का मिला है, वो तो अभी गिनना बाकी है ना। 1 लाख वोट जो है गिने गए हैं, 10 लाख वोट पड़े हैं, अभी 9 लाख वोट और हैं। अभी तक तो वजीर आजम साहब भी ट्रेल कर रहे थे, तो जरा जाके पूछिए कि आप बीजेपी ने हार तस्लीम की है। वजीर आजम साहब का भी नतीजा चेंज हो जाएगा, बारामूला का भी चेंज हो जाएगा ना। अब आप थोड़ा सा इंतजार करिए।
सर कल चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि बहुत जल्द हम स्टेट में असेंबली JNK में असेंबली इलेक्शंस करेंगे। तो क्या नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस प्रिपेयर हैं अब, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी
इस वाले से निकलने दीजिए ना। अब इस इलेक्शन के नतीजे आए नहीं और दूसरे इलेक्शनों में आप हमें उतारने का काम कर रहे हैं। अब इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने हमारे ऊपर कोई मेहरबानी नहीं की। मैं तो कहता हूँ ये अफसोस की बात है और मैं बार बार ये चीज़ दोहराता हूँ कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को ये फैसला खुद करना चाहिए था। ये फैसला उनके ऊपर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो है ये उनकी मजबूरी बनी इलेक्शन करने की। ना मरकज यहाँ इलेक्शन चाहती थी ना इलेक्शन कमीशन, वो इलेक्शन से भाग रहे थे। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला है जिसने कहा कि 30 सितंबर से पहले ये इलेक्शन हो जाने चाहिए और हम अब ये उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि 30 सितंबर से पहले जो है यहाँ असेंबली के इलेक्शन जो है वो मुकम्मल हो जाएंगे।
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
उमर साहब अभी तक ट्रेंड से देखे जा रहे हैं कि 2 सीट्स पे कश्मीर में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस लीड कर रही है, 1 सीट से फेल कर रहे हैं, कैसे देखते हैं?
अभी तो काउंटिंग को 2 घंटे हो गए। जिस सीट की आप बात कर रहे हैं वहाँ 10 लाख से ज़्यादा वोट पड़े हैं। इंतज़ार करें, 3-4 बजे तक सारा क्लियर हो जाएगा। मैंने पहले ही सुबह आपको कहा कि उतार चढ़ाव तो रहेगा ही, क्योंकि जिस तरह वोटिंग की पैटर्न रही और जिस तरह कुछ कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज़ में कम कुछ में ज़्यादा, मुझे पहले जिस दिन पोलिंग हुई उस दिन से मालूम था कि काउंटिंग जो है उसका ट्रेंड एक तरफ से नहीं होगा। ये किसी का लीड किसी का ट्रेल, लेकिन एंड में रिजल्ट क्लियर हो जाएगा।
और तो एग्जिट पोल को आप कैसे देख रहे हैं जो सुबह से भी चल रहा है?
अब ये एग्जिट पोल आप लोग चलाते हो, असली पोल जो मैटर करता है वो आज का है। एग्जिट पोल्स तो आप लोग जो है TRP बढ़ाने के लिए करते हो। एग्जिट पोल्स का नतीजों पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ता और अक्सर हमने देखा है कि एग्जिट पोल और असली पोल में फ़र्क रहता है। अब देखें, हालांकि ये तो हमें मानना होगा कि सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत हो नहीं सकते, 19-20 का फ़र्क रह सकता है, लेकिन ये उम्मीद करना कि सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत होंगे और मतलब इतना गलत होंगे कि रिज़ल्ट में एक बहुत बड़ा फ़र्क आएगा, शायद नहीं होगा। लेकिन अभी अभी मतलब जैसे मैंने कहा वोट गिनने को तो 2 घंटे हो गए, शाम तक देखते हैं क्या होता है।
तो PM ने एक ट्वीट में कल कहा था कि हम बड़ी बहुमत से जीत रहे हैं और जीतेंगे भी।
अब मां सिवाय सजाद लोन साहब के, जिन्होंने इलेक्शन से पहले ही अपने हार का ऐलान किया था। शायद दिल्ली से उनको इशारा आ ही गया था कि वो किसी और की मदद करना चाहते हैं। मुझे और कोई उम्मीदवार बताइए जो इलेक्शन से पहले ही ये कहे कि हम हारने वाले हैं। यहाँ तो एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी हार तस्लीम करने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं है। अब ठीक है, इंडिया ब्लॉक ने भी जीत का ऐलान किया है, वजीर आजम साहब ने भी जीत का ऐलान किया है। शाम तक देखते हैं कौन सही कौन गलत।
राहुल गांधी ने कल कहा था कि 295 सीटें इंडिया ले लेंगी। सिद्धे मुझसे वाले पे
देना, मुझे जम्मू कश्मीर के बाहर के खबर का ज्यादा कुछ पता नहीं है, वो आप लोग बेहतर जानते हो। कौन कितने नंबर, बीजेपी ने 370, 400, अब राहुल गांधी साहब ने 295। ठीक है ना, देख लेते हैं।
बारामूला से लीड पे
है वो तो हमें मालूम ही था। मैंने जैसे आपसे कहा, हमें पता था कि उतार चढ़ाव आ ही जाएगा। और जिस तरह कैंपेन के दौरान जो बातें हुई, जिस तरह के मतलब जिस तरह के नारे चले, जिस तरह का सेंटिमेंट चला, जाहिर सी बात है कि इंजीनियर रशीद साहब को उसका थोड़ा बहुत फ़ायदा तो मिल ही गया होगा। अब बारामूला के लोगों ने क्या फैसला किया है आज शाम तक पता चल जाएगा।
अनंतनाग सीट में मियां साहब आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और अपनी पार्टी नजर ही नहीं आ रही कहीं।
अब इंतज़ार करिए, आप लोग बड़ी जल्दी में जो है नतीजों का ऐलान करना चाहते हैं। शाम तक सारा क्लियर हो जाएगा। 2 सीटें, 3 सीटें, 1 सीट, 10 सीटें, सारा कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा।
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का दावा रहा खुसूसन उमर अब्दुल्ला का, तो कहाँ पे देखते हैं अभी नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को?
कहाँ पे देखते हैं ना, मैं कहाँ पे देखता हूँ ना। आप जाके काउंटिंग सेंटर जाइए और देखिए, वो आपका काम है देखना ना। मैं तो यहाँ बैठ के अब बाकी नतीजों की तरफ जो है नजर मारने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ।
श्रीनगर में तो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस आगे जा रही है, इस तरह साउथ में भी, तो कहीं ना कहीं बारामूला की बात अगर करें तो वहां पे थोड़ा सा टक्कर लग रहा है।
टक्कर तो पहले से ही था। आप लोग तो पहले दिन से हैरान थे कि मैंने बारामूला इलेक्शन लड़ने का फैसला किया। मेरे लिए मुझे अगर आसान मुकाबला चाहिए होता तो मैं आंख बंद करके श्रीनगर की सीट पर लड़ लेता। लेकिन ये मतलब आप मान के चलिए कि अगर मैं बारामूला से नहीं लड़ता तो हम कहीं पे भी, हम मैदान में भी नहीं होते। आंख बंद करके हम वो सीट हार जाते। आज अगर हम फाइट में हैं और जीतने की अगर कोई गुंजाइश है, वो इसलिए है कि मैंने कोई मतलब हिचकिचाहट नहीं दी। तंजीम ने मुझे बारामूला से लड़ने का जो है हुक्म दिया और मैंने लड़ने का फैसला किया। मैं अभी भी मान के चल रहा हूँ कि उतार चढ़ाव के बाद जब आखिरी में नतीजे आ जाएंगे वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के हक में होंगे। फिलहाल जहाँ से वोट गिने जा रहे हैं वहाँ से इंजीनियर रशीद को अच्छा खासा वोट मिला है, लेकिन जो हमारे एरियाज हैं जहाँ से नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को जो है एक बहुत अच्छा शेयर वोटों का मिला है, वो तो अभी गिनना बाकी है ना। 1 लाख वोट जो है गिने गए हैं, 10 लाख वोट पड़े हैं, अभी 9 लाख वोट और हैं। अभी तक तो वजीर आजम साहब भी ट्रेल कर रहे थे, तो जरा जाके पूछिए कि आप बीजेपी ने हार तस्लीम की है। वजीर आजम साहब का भी नतीजा चेंज हो जाएगा, बारामूला का भी चेंज हो जाएगा ना। अब आप थोड़ा सा इंतजार करिए।
सर, कल चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि बहुत जल्द हम स्टेट में असेंबली, JNK में असेंबली इलेक्शंस रहेंगे। तो क्या नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस प्रिपेयर हैं अब, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी
इस वाले से निकलने दीजिए ना। अब इस इलेक्शन के नतीजे आए नहीं और दूसरे इलेक्शनों में आप हमें उतारने का काम कर रहे हैं। अब इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया ने हमारे ऊपर कोई मेहरबानी नहीं की। मैं तो कहता हूँ ये अफसोस की बात है और मैं बार बार ये चीज़ दोहराता हूँ कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को ये फैसला खुद करना चाहिए था। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो है ये उनकी मजबूरी बनी इलेक्शन करने की। ना मरकज यहाँ इलेक्शन चाहती थी ना इलेक्शन कमीशन, वो इलेक्शन से भाग रहे थे। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला है जिसने कहा कि 30 सितंबर से पहले ये इलेक्शन हो जाने चाहिए और हम अब ये उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि 30 सितंबर से पहले जो है यहाँ असेंबली के इलेक्शन जो है वो मुकम्मल हो जाएंगे।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी बुरी तरह हार रही है। हार के फ्रस्ट्रेशन में बयानबाजी कर रही है। देश के सिस्टम को धमका रही है। कई नेता विपक्ष के लाश गिराने की बात कर रहे हैं। वो ये समझ रहे हैं कि जनता ने वोट दिया नहीं और वो जीत जाएं। अभी ईवीएम पे ठिकरा फोड़ रहे हैं। जब कर्नाटक, तेलंगाना, हिमाचल में जीत गए थे तब तो ईवीएम बहुत अच्छा था। आज ईवीएम में खराबी नजर आ रही है, प्रशासन में खराबी उनको नजर आ रही है, क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि जीत रहे हैं मोदी, आ रहे हैं मोदी, प्रधानमंत्री बन रहे हैं मोदी।
अरविंद केजरीवाल चूंकि अब हिरासत में है, आतिशी कह रही है कि बीजेपी को चैन नहीं मिल रहा है, कोठरी में कूलर तक नहीं है, तापमान बाहर देख रहे हैं आप।
इसी तरह की भाषा आम आदमी पार्टी फ्रस्ट्रेशन में बोल रही है, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी का भी पूरी तरह वो एक्सपोज हो गई है। जो सिंपैथी वो चाहती थी वो मिली नहीं। दिल्ली में भी बुरी तरह वो पिछड़ रही है, इसलिए इस तरह का बयान दे रही है।
अखिलेश यादव कह रहे हैं उनके कार्यकर्ताओं को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। पप्पू यादव कह रहे हैं ट्रांसपेरेंसी जरूरी है, बताएं।
अखिलेश यादव हो या पप्पू यादव या लाश गिराने की बात करने वाले उनके कार्यकर्ता, कुछ भी कर लें, आएंगे मोदी, जीत रहे मोदी।
एक आखिरी सवाल है, एग्जिट पोल दिल्ली में भी सर्वे दिखा रहा है कि कन्हैया कुमार जी
की जो मूड को वो सही तरीके से वो कैप्चर किए हैं। मैं एग्जिट पोल के सभी एजेंसीज को, मीडिया के सभी एजेंसीज को मैं बधाई देता हूं। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज यह है कि देश की जनता कांग्रेस पार्टी के और इंडिया अलायंस के एक इर्रेस्पॉन्सिबल इकोनॉमिक विजन को भी रिजेक्ट कर देश को एक सस्टेनेबल इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट के रास्ते पे ले जाने का फैसला जनता ने लिया है। ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है। कांग्रेस ने और इंडिया अलायंस ने सब कुछ फ्री में देने की बात किए थे। इसके बावजूद भी जनता ये समझ चुके हैं कि ऐसा सरकार नहीं चला सकते, देश बर्बाद हो जाएंगे। सो जनता ने कांग्रेस के ये इरेस्पॉन्सिबल आर्थिक नीति को तिरस्कार कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के और मोदी जी के एक लॉन्ग टर्म रिस्पॉन्सिबल इकोनॉमिक विजन को अपना दिए हैं, स्वीकारता दिए हैं। मैं जनता को आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और ऐतिहासिक जीत आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के और मोदी जी के होंगे।
आपके जो स्टेट है कर्नाटक का, यहाँ पे भी ट्रेंड देखते हुए ये लग रहा है कि कहीं बीजेपी को अच्छे नंबर्स आ रहे हैं, बावजूद यहाँ पे सरकार कांग्रेस की है।
बिल्कुल जी, मैंने आपके साथ भी 2-3 बार जब बात में किया था, मैं हमेशा आपको बोलता था कर्नाटका भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक बहुत बड़े कंट्रीब्यूटिंग स्टेट होंगे इस चुनाव में। और एग्जिट पोल्स और आज के ट्रेंड्स जब हम देखते हैं ये सच हो रहा है। 1 साल से कर्नाटका में कांग्रेस सरकार है। 1 साल के अंदर अंदर ही सरकार के आर्थिक नीति हो, सरकार के काम हो, सरकार के आचार हो, जनता ने 1 साल के अंदर अंदर ही इतना बड़ा एंटी इनकम्बेंसी यहाँ पैदा हो चुका है। इसको भी जनता किया है। कर्नाटका में भी बहुत बड़ी जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी।
क्यों सर, यहाँ पे आपके सरकार के लिए हमने बहुत सारे लोगों को फायदेमंद स्कीम्स दिए हैं, उनको उनसे स्पेशली महिला हमें वोट करेगी।
अगर ये सब हुआ होता तो कांग्रेस की हालत कर्नाटका में आज की जैसे नहीं होता। जनता सब देखती है, जनता सब जानती है और जनता आजकल लॉन्ग टर्म सोच करने का एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला जनता ने लिया। एक कल्चर बन चुका है जी देश में।
Hello everyone, this is Vidhatri Rao. You're joining us on the Indian Express's YouTube channel for our live broadcast analyzing the Lok Sabha 2024 elections. Now it's 12:33 and as of now the leads are solidifying and I'm on the Election Commission's website, which places the BJP's number at 245, the Congress's number at 93, SP, which has been doing remarkably well. It has leads in 30 seats. The Trinamool Congress in West Bengal is leading in 31 seats. The DMK, again, doing very well in Tamil Nadu at 21 seats. The TDP also doing very well in Andhra Pradesh at 16. These are the broad numbers, but I have with me right now Moranjit Majumdar, who heads our Explain section, and Deeptiman Tiwari, who is a senior political reporter. They will tell us what the broad trends are by just looking at these numbers. Over to you, Moranjit.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Vedhatri. Vedhatri has already spoken of the broad trends. The numbers that you see on screen are probably a little behind what she said. The big stories, as I see it, I'm sure Deeptiman will agree, the veteran political correspondent, old colleagues, and old partners in crime for a long time. So, Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, to me, are the most exciting of states. So, I'll leave Maharashtra, etc. to you, Vedhatri. What I'll do is, let me start with Uttar Pradesh. 80 seats, big chunk of the Lok Sabha, and a result that I'm sure very few people, I was about to say nobody expected, but I'm sure Akhilesh Yadav and his team expected. Deeptiman, big picture, what is happening in UP?
I don't know, frankly, because we did not expect the results to be like this. I mean, we are looking at India Alliance winning 41 seats. At least on 41 seats, they are leading currently. And we are at 12-13, and by one, the trends generally begin to solidify. So if you're looking at that, then this is a massive loss. Although the BJP can say that we are still winning 35 seats, 36 seats, but this is a massive loss for the BJP in the core Hindi heartland. Because let's remember, BJP's very politics rises from UP. BJP was made in UP. BJP rose to power through the Ram Temple movement. BJP became a national party through Ram Temple movement, Advani's Rath Yatra. It has given Ram Temple to the country. It has built a grand temple in Ayodhya, and it is probably using Ayodhya as well, where it is trailing. So this is telling of what the BJP has got wrong in Uttar Pradesh. I don't know what it has got wrong, because I was traveling in UP in January. There was considerable euphoria about Ram Temple, although there were many sections of the society which thought that BJP had turned it into a political affair and it should have remained a religious affair. But yet, what we found at that time, that the caste groups which were sitting where they were before...
Hang on. Let me just stop you. This is such a great story. Let us just break this down. Ayodhya, that is, the seat is Faizabad. And what I think the Avdesh Prasad was the SP candidate. He was ahead by a few seats. We're not sure whether, because the BJP, Lalu Singh is a very strong candidate there as well. You are talking of the caste dynamics here. So, I mean, Ayodhya and caste dynamics. That is one seat where I believe the SP put up a really good candidate. Avdesh is an 8th-term MLA from that area. And what it seems is that one of the things that Akhilesh seems to have gotten right, by and large, so it seems, these trends, okay, as all TV people keep reminding you, early days, let's not jump to any conclusions, etc. But I think this is, as the demand said, around 12 o'clock now, we are more or less solidified. So therefore, I can probably stick my neck out of it and say this. So seems to have got the cast pretty right. So if you could just talk a little bit about Akhilesh Yadav's social coalition building, which was called, interestingly, PDA, Pichhada, Dalit and Alpasankhyak, which was sort of an extension of Mulayam Singh Yadav's NY coalition. So if you can talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so very interesting this time, because a party which is known as a Muslim Yadav party, for at least a decade, it has been known to become a Muslim Yadav party, where OBCs have deserted it, and once upon a time even Thakurs used to go along with Samajwadi Party, and they have also deserted it for BJP. That party has given only 5 tickets to Yadavs.
Okay.
And all other tickets have gone to other castes.
Okay.
And a large number of these tickets have gone to non-Yadav OBCs. It has also given tickets to upper castes and Dalits as well. So what it has done is it has tried to project itself as a party which is trying to reach out to non-Yadav OBCs. Let's remember that BJP does extremely well in UP purely because there are 33% votes of non-Yadav OBC.
Okay.
And these are small OBC, 2 to 4% spread across UP. And BJP was able to bring together all these castes because it was able to brand BSP as a Jatav party and Samajwadi party as a Yadav party. Now, with this social engineering that Akhilesh Yadav appears to have, made it work for himself, it appears that some of the OBC votes, which were there solidified behind BJP, have gone away. And let's remember that why this is very, very significant is because Uttar Pradesh is in real terms the only double engine sarkar actually, where both the chief minister and the prime minister are extremely
from. Yeah. Okay, and I'm from. So basically, Dima, what you're saying is what appears that this absolutely remarkable performance, where SP 34 I have here, I think that's not been updated. So this 34 seats out of 80, you are saying that it seems very likely that Akhilesh Yadav's SP got the support of a lot of non-Yadav OBCs as well. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Before you go ahead, we'll obviously talk about the SP. It's the big story of the day, but we have latest updates coming in from West Bengal.
Okay.
As Monajit mentioned earlier, West Bengal is an interesting state. We have a strong regional party, which is the Trinamool Congress, and the BJP last time got 18 seats there, which was considered remarkable. But this time, as we see, now they are just leading in 10, whereas the Trinamool Congress is leading in 31. So we have our diplomatic editor who covers international affairs for us, Shubhajit Roy, joining us, and he will be in conversation with Monajit to give us a picture of what exactly is happening in West Bengal.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Shubho, how are you?
Very well, watching the results.
I can't hear you, Shubho. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
So there seems to be some technical glitch, but while we fix that, Monajit, can you tell us a little bit about West Bengal? What's happening? Could you give us a picture of what was at stake here and why is this a big deal for the TMC?
So, the big story of 2019 in West Bengal was this insurgent BJP winning 18 out of the 42 seats. West Bengal is a big state. 42 seats is a large chunk of MPs in Lok Sabha. And these 18 seats in West Bengal was a remarkable boost for the BJP. Now, through the campaign, well, everyone had their own numbers, but through the campaign, we've been hearing that the BJP is going to improve maybe by 4, 5 seats, maybe by more. And the exit poll results put it at 30 seats. Now, 30 seats in West Bengal would have meant a very, very powerful BJP bloc emerging in the east. And as I was telling one of our colleagues yesterday, that would mean that Odisha, which we will probably talk about later, Odisha is already with BJP. And with Babu in Andhra, who is a BJP ally, and if West Bengal had gone the way it was predicted, you would have had a Bay of Bengal bloc of BJP emerging, which would have probably mitigated potential losses that the BJP would have had. All of that seems to have not happened. The TMC is 31 seats when I last checked, leads, and there are no victories as yet, leads. BJP 10. I'd also like to mention that the Congress won, and that one is not Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, outgoing Lok Sabha. He seems to be trailing against Yusuf Pathan of the TMC. Now, that is a small victory for the TMC in that area. The seat is Baharampur. By and large, I think if this result holds, then this result is a remarkable boost for Mamata Banerjee. She was really fighting with her back to the wall. She was someone who had, you had these very unfriendly governors, one after the other, and the incident in Sandesh Khali did her no good, did the TMC no good. By the way, Sandesh Khali, it seems that the TMC candidate is leading in Sandesh Khali. Yeah. So, but whatever the results may show, that was something that the TMC could have, done without. But by and large, this is a very good morning for the TMC and for Mamata Banerjee. Is Shubho there?
So yes. Also work for the TMC.
Yes.
is, see, just as Modi's ration scheme and Awas Yojana and toilets work in the Hindi heartland or across the country, TMC has some very, very well-tailored schemes for the poor, especially for the women.
I want to interject you right there. Sorry about that. But we have an important break about H.D. Kumaraswamy, who is the JDS leader. He has won from the Mandya constituency. This is their stronghold. This is the Janata Dal secular stronghold. Now it remains to be seen how his son, Prajwal Revanna, who has contested from the Hassan seat, how he performs. And considering in light of...
Is he ahead or is he trailing?
Last we checked, he was trailing, but again, we'll have to recheck that. Okay. So that's an important fight. So we'll have to see what happens there. But yeah, please go ahead. You were talking about Trinamool and the schemes.
So there are some very well-tailored schemes by the Mamata Banerjee government, which target the poor and the women specifically, where the women get around 1,000 rupees in their account, which has been found to be, if we read Shubhajit will be there with us, and he went on the ground and he saw that those schemes are extremely popular, especially among the rural masses, the poor, and the women. And in fact, he said that though there is anti-incumbency, when we were discussing, he said that though there is significant anti-incumbency against Mamata Banerjee government, her schemes are extremely popular.
Correct.
So this is an anti-incumbency of larger national issues versus direct benefits to the poor. So how that translates is what we are going to see in the results.
Absolutely. You know, sorry, you say?
No, I had another question. Yes. So why was the BJP so confident about Bengal? When it was listing down the seats where it states where it could make gains, Bengal was on the list. So what explains the BJP's confidence on Bengal pre-elections?
Okay. One, BJP is always confident about everything. Okay, when BJP goes to polls,
that's the side of winners.
And it should be for any party, because there is a large chunk of fence-sitters who see who is winning, and they don't want to waste their vote on a loser, and they just jump ship. Okay, if this party is winning, why waste votes on somebody else and give it to? I mean, very famously in the 1990s, when Lalu Yadav, when Bihar used to have 54 seats, and Jharkhand was part of it, Lalu Yadav before the election said that they are winning all 54 seats. Then he lost his own seat from Madhepura. So after that, the reporters went to him and said, "Ki Lalu ji, aap to keh rahe the ki aap 54 seat jeet rahe hain, aap to apna hi seat haar gaye." तो मैंने कहा इलेक्शन से पहले ये बोलते कि 54 हार रहे हैं.
So Lalu.
Great anecdote.
So BJP always sounds confident. I mean, before Delhi elections, Amit Shah was briefing us off the record, and he said we are winning more than 60 seats. And he actually lost more than 60 seats.
That was off the record with you. Yeah, okay.
So BJP is always confident. On record, he was sweeping the entire state. So this is BJP always is confident, but there were also certain factors which were against Mamata Banerjee, as Monajit said, that the Sandesh Kali incident gave a real boost to the BJP, which actually thought that it could actually accuse the Mamata government, and that could have attraction among the people of minority appeasement. And it did that, and its campaign actually picked up from there. So minority appeasement is one allegation which BJP has believed will stick to the Mamata Banerjee government very much, because Mamata Banerjee government keeps talking about minorities all the time, and BJP's core politics is Hindu versus Muslim, which Prime Minister has done in all the phases of this election. Also, what appears to not have worked for the BJP is, let's remember that political circles will tell you that the controversial Citizenship Amendment Act was purely brought in for West Bengal.
So, can you give us a picture of how the act comes into play there and the Matua community? So just take us through why that is important.
Absolutely. So Matua community is a very large community which actually migrated from East Pakistan
to Bengal.
To Bengal, and has been struggling with citizenship issues and settling down and getting Hindu benefits. Absolutely. So the BJP was targeting this, and
So are they considerable in number in terms of the vote bank?
They are considerable. Yes. Yeah, they are considerable in number. But at the same time, this was something that BJP thought could also polarize Bengal. Okay, at a time when Mamata Banerjee is already facing, Muslim appeasement allegations, this could polarize Bengal on Hindu-Muslim lines, because the CAA itself is seen as a very, very polarizing legislation. However, that did not happen because the CAA itself, after it was implemented, and it took 5 long years for it to be implemented, did not have any takers within the Mathura community.
Yeah.
There were very few applications. In fact, there are more applications outside of West Bengal than West Bengal. So the kind of traction that the BJP was hoping for the Citizenship Amendment Act to have on the ground, it didn't happen.
While we're on the topic of West Bengal, I would also like both of you to talk about the left. Now, as we speak, they have a very low vote share, 0.16%. And Mohammad Salim is also trailing in Murshidabad. Okay, so he's also trailing in Murshidabad. So we'll talk about the left and its decline, etc. But before that, let's take a look at our package on Hema Malvi, who's contesting from the Mathura seat.
Is she ahead?
She is.
She is. Yeah. Okay.
उम्मीद तो बहुत ही अच्छा ही है, वेरी गुड, इट विल हैपन. लेकिन जब गिनती सब शुरू हो गई तो थोड़ा सा टेंशन रहता है कि पता नहीं कौन आगे पीछे सब. इट्स वेरी एक्साइटिंग मोमेंट है अभी इस वक्त, एंड मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि हमारी पार्टी आएगी और हम लोग जरूर सरकार हम बनाएंगे. और मेरा भी मथुरा से बहुत अच्छा लीड हो रहा है अभी इस वक्त, तो काफी अच्छा चल रहा है. एंड अभी आगे देखेंगे, 1 बजे तक बहुत सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा.
एक बार तो मोदी सरकार सामने आया है.
डेफिनेटली मोदी सरकार तो बनेगी बनेगी. ये बहुत जरूरी भी है इस वक्त देश के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए. इट्स वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट. और मेरा भी यहाँ पर रहना बहुत जरूरी है मेरे लिए, क्योंकि मैं बहुत कुछ करना चाह रही हूँ ब्रजवासियों के लिए, ब्रज के लिए, हमारे मथुरा वृंदावन के लिए, और बहुत कुछ सोच के रखा है. वो सारा काम मैं जरूर करके जाऊंगी इस बात पे. अभी बहुत कुछ तोहफा प्लान करके रखा है, सब मिलेगा, सब कुछ मिलेगा, एंड बहुत बहुत ज्यादा खुश होंगे लोग यहाँ पे इस बात पे.
And Mandya. Now we have a big update. Prajwal Revanna, who is his nephew, he has lost from the Hassan seat by 44,000 votes. That's very interesting because considering all the charges against him, people were talking about what would happen if he would go to parliament. Would he be disqualified? What would the charges lead to? But now he has lost. And I just want
one thing with that. The election in Hassan was held before the story broke. Just the day before the story.
Just the day before the story broke. Yes.
So he was probably losing anyway. But yeah, it's a remarkable this thing. And this Hassan Mandya, this is basically
the JDS stronghold,
the JDS heartland. Yeah.
Now we'll also get our colleagues from Karnataka later and ask them more specific details about what the JDS BJP alliance, how did it fare eventually in Karnataka, if they're winning, if they're losing. But yeah, now we have Shubhajit back with us. He will again take us through West Bengal and what's happening there. And yeah, we'll continue our discussion.
Yeah. So there, Shubho, can you hear? Hi, Shubho.
I can hear you.
Oh, good,
I can hear you.
Great. Good to have you, Shubho. Good to have you. You know, when you sort of disappeared, you sort of tantalizingly, showed a trailer of yourself and then you disappeared. So Diptiman and I were talking about several things, about one of the things which I leave that to you, basically, that's your floor. But, when you came back after your visit to West Bengal, well, your remarkable reporting is up there on the Indian Express website. Those of you who haven't read it need to go back actually and read Shubho's reporting there, as they must read Diptiman's reporting and everybody else's. But one of the things which you told me, Shubho, was that two groups of people, the Muslims, obviously, and the women of West Bengal, seem to be rallying around Didi especially about the social welfare, the cash transfer scheme, Lokhir Bhandar or Lakshmi's Bhandar is what the scheme is called. Deeptiman thinks that may have had a very major role to play in this remarkable TMC performance that we're seeing. Do you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, I think Diptiman and I spoke in the newsroom a couple of days before, after he came back, just as I spoke to you, and we discussed this, the impact of these cash transfers under the Lokhir Bhandar scheme, 1,000 rupees for general category and 1,200 bucks for the SC/ST category. Those cash transfers, plus there were interventions, social interventions that were made for teenage girls, for even people who were unmarried, for getting them married, also old age pension for women. So the entire band from say 16 to 80, the band was covered by the TMC through its popular, very, very popular welfare. And that was one vote which was in Bengal. The parlance that they used was the pocket vote. That basically this vote is her vote bank. So whoever you spoke to, they would say that the women vote is the pocket vote of the TMC. So I think that group has gone along with the thing. It was more prominent in the rural areas because it really made a difference to the marginalized there. For if you had, for example, 3 women in a family, the mother, the daughter-in-law, you would get a 3,000 to 3,600 rupees a month as cash transfer in their bank account, and that is a lot of money in rural Bengal, where you could survive. You would not starve to death, to put it more bluntly. And that is a very popular scheme because they also had felt a sense of agency and empowerment, that they didn't have to ask their husbands for money. So that social welfare umbrella really powered Mamta's TMC's win in, as we see. I think last I checked, it was about 31 seats she's leading. Her party is leading. And the other element was the Muslim vote, which is about 1/3, 27% is the last census, but 30%, if you they're about 1/3 of the population is the Muslim vote. And the Hindu-Muslim tensions were really playing out. Polarization was playing out in the elections, in the run-up to the elections, and it seems that they coalesced and they combined their forces behind TMC and did not let it split with the other sort of secular coalition, which is of Congress and CPM. So Congress is, I think, I saw only one seat is where they are leading. So it seems like these two major constituencies, women voters and the Muslims, have powered her win or her lead so far. And the third thing is, overall the development in Bengal. People talk about that. Okay, there are no fancy new expressways like in UP or in other parts of the country, but the rural roads or the roads which so national highways have obviously become better. I had a time lapse of about 12 years because I went to these small towns of Purulia and Asansol and Durgapur after almost 12 years. So Mamta came to power in 2011 and Modi came to power in 2014. So I had a sort of a time arc of 12-year view of how things had changed. And for example, the national highways connecting these small towns had improved dramatically, for which people credited the national government, the BJP government at the center. But the state highways as well, or the village roads as well, were pretty good. The word that they use in Bengal is pitch road. So pitch road is essentially the pitched road, metal road that connects the villages, and they were remarkably well. I mean, I was able to travel about 1,200 kilometers in 7.5 days. I mean, that was because the roads were so good, and one could travel from one place to other. Especially in South Bengal is where I sort of traveled most. So so development at the last, because of these roads, were seen. For example, in a small town like Purulia, one could see now shops and shopping malls and cineplexes and hotels, resorts, which were not there, say, 12 years ago. And they were possible because of better connectivity at the ground level. And there was sort of extra money that people had, either because of the economic situation doing well or the cash transfers or combination of both. So overall, that's what I think. These are the broad factors that seems to have tilted the favored Mamata and TMC's vote.
That's wonderful, Shubho. That's a great roundup. So basically, just quickly an update on what the situation is as of now. Trinamool Congress now, as of now, leading in about 31, BJP 10. Among the people who most people would be watching out for, Sandesh Khali. Shubho mentioned Sandesh Khali, and so did Diptiman. The seat is Bashirhat, and in Bashirhat, the Trinamool Congress was ahead. It continues to be ahead. And the BJP candidate, Rekha Patra, one of the alleged victims of the Sandesh Khali atrocity, she was trailing in Sandesh Khali. Tomluk, that is the Mednipur belt, which is really the stronghold of Shubhendu Adhikari, who is now the BJP's most visible and most aggressive face in West Bengal. Tomluk, the judge, the retired judge of the Calcutta High Court, Abhijit Gangopadhyay, who had joined the BJP, he was ahead narrowly. Is he still ahead?
We'll just have a look. He's ahead by 14,000.
Okay, so he's ahead, but now by a significant margin, 14,000 votes. So that is a BJP stronghold. Kuch Bihar, Nishit Pramanik, another prominent BJP face, he was trailing narrowly.
He was trailing, but yeah, he's still trailing.
Oh, he's still trailing
by 11,000.
Yeah, he's still trailing Nishit Pramanik. And the other major BJP face is Shukanto Majumdar. That is the state BJP chief. He was in Balurghat. He too was trailing narrowly.
He was trailing. He is still trailing.
He continues to be trailing.
But again, very narrow margin, 2,460.
Okay, so that could go either way. And Shubho mentioned Asansol, that is Shatrughan Sinha. So versus Ahluwalia, old BJP hand in West Bengal. How is Asansol shaping up?
So in Asansol, Ahluwalia is trailing by a margin of 38,000.
Okay, so which means Shatrughan Sinha ahead by about 38,000 votes in Asansol. So does that surprise you, Shubho, the Asansol result, or would you have expected this?
No, see, one thing I think I didn't mention was that what was also visible on the ground was that there was a huge state level corruption that was shaping the conversation in Bengal. In parts of Bengal that I traveled, especially South Bengal, everywhere I went, people talked about the corruption that TMC and the party is perpetrating, especially this teacher recruitment scam, which was about 26,000 teachers. Their fate is in jeopardy because of bribes that were allegedly given to the TMC party, and the ministers involved who are in jail now. Education Minister Partha Chatterjee is in jail now. So those images and those allegations had really stuck, and BJP had really tried to make the most of this particular corruption allegations against the TMC. Even at the local level, also there was a lot of anger against TMC for these local level systemic corruption that they felt that was felt by the common people on the ground. But obviously, the election machinery and arithmetic has worked differently because these, as I explained earlier, the factors of Asansol is a typically very Muslim. Muslims are, I think, 28% or 30%, if I remember correctly the numbers. So it is quite a polarized sort of atmosphere there. There were, if you remember, during Babul Siprio's time, there was a Hindu-Muslim tensions were pretty high at that point of time. So Trinamool, obviously, see, in Asansol, both the candidates are seen as outsiders. Both are actually residents of Patna, and they are not locals. But TMC, because of the, I think, the polarization debate as well as a bit of development and the cash transfers, has managed to pick so far the numbers. That's what they indicate there. But so that is something of a different, because last time it was sort of seen as a BJP, it was moving towards BJP. So yeah, so despite the anti-incumbency on the ground, I think TMC has managed to keep control of of the seats because of its populist welfare schemes and its constituents in the Muslim vote bank.
Great.
Also, Shubhajit, one thing I wanted to bring in is the election machinery of the TMC, which is said to be as robust as I think most robust of any opposition party as far as West Bengal is concerned.
Yeah, because I think people there say that they inherited the election machinery of the left. So essentially, the left was very methodical in its sort of approach in which how they tackled what BJP now does, called Panna Pramukh and Ardh Panna Pramukh. Left used to do it back in the day, when it was in power in the 80s and 90s, when it was in power, and 2009, 2011, it lost. But so the similar machinery, it's very methodical in its, the party leadership at the ground level, grassroots level is pretty strong. In fact, a lot of the people were second generation, their fathers may have been with the left, and the sons inherited the election machinery, and they moved to TMC. And that was a sort of joke that, it's a generational transfer of knowledge, how to manage elections and how to conduct elections at the grassroots level has really been the success behind TMC's robust election machinery.
And in fact, West Bengal, as both of you will agree, West Bengal is this one state where there's a particularly interesting turnaround of political workers. The people who were supporting the left, they start supporting the TMC, they start supporting the BJP, then they come back. So this is. Thank you so much, Shubho. I think we will need to go to another state now. But if I may just, I just want to get in a big picture comment from Diptiman here, and Shubho, please feel free to butt in. 31 seats, Mamata Banerjee fighting with her back to the wall. If this situation changes, maybe a few seats here and there, but by and large, the BJP's best hopes are well, they'd be disappointed. Let's just put it this way, they'd be disappointed. Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, she has got a difficult assembly election coming up too, into 2026. At the national level, this is one of the opposition leaders who's visible nationally, very big state, 42 seats, as well as a very important state, a state in which BJP has been really an insurgent party for quite some time. How do you see the national big picture? We are in Delhi, Noida. Looking from here, how do you see this result?
It's a huge boost for the opposition. There is no doubt about it. Mamata Banerjee was one of the most prominent faces fighting the BJP nationally as well. And in fact, after her victory in the last assembly polls, where again BJP was expected to do much better than it actually did. In fact, many predicted that Mamata Banerjee would lose the elections, and yet she won with a very, very handsome majority. After that, TMC has been more aggressive as far as the BJP is concerned, and has been attacking Narendra Modi. And there has been some sort of belief within the TMC that it can do better, and probably one of the reasons why TMC did not align with the Congress. Despite being part of the India alliance, it did not align with the Congress because it was very, very confident of doing much better than probably the last elections, and that confidence was probably not shared by other alliance partners or probably many of the political pundits as well. But TMC is obviously proving that its confidence is right. Also, let's understand that we are looking at Congress reaching somewhere close to 100 seats.
Yeah.
Then the next big party is Samajwadi Party, which may have 34, 35.
Right.
And the third biggest party will be TMC.
Yeah. DMK probably.
Yeah, DMK is still at 20, 21 seats.
With allies, of course, but on its own, DMK won't be.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I get the point. Absolutely.
So TMC alone, you're talking about 31 seats.
Yeah.
So it becomes the third largest opposition party.
Yeah.
And the most prominent opposition voice.
Yeah. And also the demand that North Bengal belt, Murshidabad, Baharampur, Jongipur, Malda, that area used to be a traditional Congress stronghold. Now, if Adil Ranjan Chaudhary actually loses, which Vidatri will tell us, I probably, last I checked, the Malda South seat was the only one that the Congress was ahead in. They had fallen behind in Jongipur as well as in Baharampur. If Adil Chaudhary actually loses, then as of now, we're looking at Congress, one seat that may or may not stay. Then the state of West Bengal is divided between the BJP and the TMC. Now, that is a very significant development.
Absolutely. Rise of the BJP in West Bengal is now sealed.
Yes.
Both Congress and the left have ceded the opposition space in West Bengal to the BJP much before these elections.
So I had a question here. So we had done a very nice ground report about how the left and the Congress are working together at a constituency level. They were campaigning together. They tried to put their differences aside. And initially, nobody expected that would happen in Bengal of all places. But they seem to have done that. But that clearly doesn't seem to have.
Yeah, well, the left is a declining story for a long, long time now. They've been declining since 2009. Okay. 2004, they had more than 40 seats across the country, and then they took a stand on the US nuclear deal, a stand which did not go down well with an aspirational India. Okay.
Yeah.
They were still hanging by the beard of Mr. Karl Marx, and they had to pay the price for it. They seriously did not understand the sentiments of the country, and since then the party has been consistently declining, barring Kerala, where it has had a government. In Bengal, there has been consistent decline.
Probably 2 seats for BJP in Kerala.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's really important. We have to, when we talk about the big southern push, that was
in
the
Kerala,
main
there
story.
are different equations which we can talk about.
For sure. There are different equations, but when we talk about the overall southern push, Kerala was sort of the last frontier. Nobody thought the BJP will make a push there.
So one thing which is coming out, the broader picture, is BJP is emerging as a notable challenger, but a very poor retainer.
Could you elaborate on this?
Yes.
So wherever they're challenging a long-standing government, okay, they are making notable progresses. Okay, but where they have been incumbent with a state government and a central government, in many of those states they're doing poorly. With Maharashtra.
Okay.
In Bihar, they are losing seats. In UP, they are losing
Fascinating,
seats.
yeah. Very interesting.
So UP, they are losing, but Odisha, for example, they are surging.
Where they're challenging a long-standing government, which
over 2 decades, yeah.
Where the party patriarch is not doing very well, visibly not doing very well, and there's a question mark on the future of the party. There, it has sealed a space as the principal opposition party, and is probably now will form the government.
Yeah,
that's very interesting. We will get updates about Odisha in detail later on about the assembly polls. But let's talk more about this southern push. Now, again, update. I just want to give you a quick update on the.
I want to get Deeptiman in on Bihar, because I'm very interested there. But you finish your southern push.
Yes, southern push. I just wanted to give an update on that Prajwal Devana lost by 44,000 votes. Okay. Now, this is very important because this seat has been a bastion of the Devagowda family for for a very long time. I think over at least 2 decades. So this is
Hassan used to be Deve Gowda's seat. Yeah.
exactly right. So this is a big loss for them. Yeah, we'll get a reporter Kiran on that. Yeah, please go ahead with Bihar questions.
Okay, Bihar, Diptiman. Another story. Diptiman traveled across Bihar and especially the northeastern parts and also the northwestern parts, some of it. And Diptiman, I have to, if I may take the liberty of congratulating you publicly, since the exit polls clearly are not having a great day. Diptiman, sort of you predicted almost exactly this is what is going to happen. Give us a big picture to begin with. As of now, the seats that we have, Vidatri, you update me.
Yes.
JD, you had 14, is that right?
I am just
JD had 16.
No, I'm saying as of now, this morning. As of this.
As of now, JDU 15.
But JDU
you got it
15,
right.
BJP 13.
Chirag
Paswan's party
5 and the RJD 3.
And RJD 3. Okay.
INC 1 and CPI ML 2.
Okay. Big picture.
So one of the most interesting things in this is that despite the dwindling popularity of Nitish Kumar, okay, it is his party which is winning more seats than BJP, and it is BJP which is losing seats.
So you had actually done a copy on how people in Bihar were talking about a fatigue factor setting in. Absolutely. He's been a CM for so long. They criticize his policies, prohibition policy, all of that. So, but what explains this?
What explains this is what some BJP leaders told me there is candidate selection. The BJP has selected its candidates poorly. Let's also remember that most of BJP candidate selection now flows out of Delhi, and there is pretty much over centralization of power within the party, within the government, and many times state leaders feel that they're not heard. So the central leadership can decide a complete dream on to become the new chief minister of a state.
Yep.
Okay, they paid the price for that in Haryana. The state leadership told us when we were traveling there. They said that we have selected our candidates very poorly. Some of the candidates that we are repeating have massive anti-incumbency, and this is something that we consistently reported about as to how there was great anti-incumbency against candidates, and if it was not for Mr. Narendra Modi, probably all of them would lose. All of them. It was people were voting purely for Modi.
So Nitish is
voting for Modi. In fact, even Nitish's candidates are winning purely because of Mr. Narendra Modi.
Yeah. Now, this was apparent in all of your ground reports and other ground reports that our correspondent from Bihar, Santosh Singh, had also done. So getting Nitish on board paid off. It certainly helped.
Look, for that we need to understand the Bihar caste equation, and it is very important to understand Bihar's caste equation because wherever you go in Bihar, people will tell you, "Sir, यहाँ आप समझिए कि वोट तो जात पे पड़ता है." So caste is extremely important in Bihar. All other factors are add-ons to that. If you get the caste wrong, then nothing will save you.
Yeah.
So, and that is why the opposition has done better than last time. It's because it has got its caste coalition right. It has given Yadav Muslim Party, which the RJD is accused of being one, has given more than around 8 tickets, 6 to 8 tickets to Kushwahas.
Okay, Kushwaha is an OBC caste.
Kushwaha is an OBC caste and the next big caste after Yadavs.
Right.
Okay, so that has been a significant, again, like Akhilesh, who tried to give to Kurmis and other castes. Similarly, Tejasvi realized that we have to go beyond this Yadav Muslim framework and get other non-Yadav OBC castes together. Only then we have, because let's remember the BJP president in Bihar is a Kushwaha. So they had to offset that so that they understood that, look, while BJP has the narrative in Bihar, it is the RJD which has the votes. Because Yadavs and Muslims come together and form more than 30% of votes in Bihar. And now if you are able to add, some OBCs to it, you can trump the whole equation. And that is why Nitish Kumar becomes very important. because Nitish Kumar continues to command anywhere between 7 to 8% votes. So wherever he sits, and that is why, people call him Palturam, but probably RJD and BJP are equally Palturam. Both have allied with him time and again, despite having been cheated. Okay, midway. So both are, because that's the importance of Nitish Kumar. Those 7 to 8% votes, neither the BJP nor the RJD Congress combined have. And to those 31% votes, when you add some Dalit votes of about Ravi Das's 4%, and then you add 7% of Nitish Kumar, then you suddenly cross 40%. Okay, and then you suddenly surge in the number of seats. Okay, and that is what has happened with the BJP, that despite having some poor candidate selection and anti-incumbency against candidates, they have been able to sail through, and despite distress of Mehengai, and unemployment, which is a huge issue in Bihar, because from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, every state has a Bihari laborer working.
That's true.
Okay, migration is a huge problem. Everybody complains that there are no jobs opportunities in Bihar, and we have to go out of the state, live in miserable conditions, be insulted time and again, and it's a huge issue in Bihar. But Narendra Modi's ration scheme has been working in Bihar. The PM Awas Yojana has been working in Bihar. Toilets have been working in Bihar. What is not working is grassroots corruption, where for anything you want in Bihar, you have to pay bribes.
Okay, so we're talking of Nitish Kumar, we're talking of the BJP.
Mohanjit, I just want to interrupt you right there. Sorry, but we'll get back to Bihar again. Very granular level of analysis needed for the state where caste plays such an important role. But we'll now go to Kiran Parashar, who is our Karnataka reporter. Kiran will bring us updates on obviously the JDS as well, but he'll tell us also a broader picture. But first, I want to start off with the big picture. So in Karnataka, as of now, BJP is leading in 16 seats, Congress in 10. Not the performance that the BJP would have hoped, because last time they got all and lost. The Congress just got one seat; they just lost one. So yeah, we will talk about this. But first, Kiran, tell us about Hassan. What's happening in Hassan? Prajwal Revanna has lost. What implications does this have for the JDS at large?
So first of all, the alliance of BJP and JDS itself was one of the inevitable thing that JDS had to opt for, because we also saw their performance in the last assembly elections, which was miserable. So for their survival, this alliance for JDS was also very inevitable. On the other hand, BJP, which was unable to penetrate the strong bastions of Congress or JDS, used this as an opportunity to secure more number of seats in Karnataka. So coming back to Prajwal Revanna, so if you see this Prajwal Revanna's pen drive, that became an issue or a talking point almost post elections of the first phase of Karnataka elections, that is from after April 26th. But this pen drive was reportedly distributed a couple of days before the elections, which might have also have affected the prospects of Prajwal Revanna in these elections. The margin is still 44,000, the losing margin. Let's speak about a hypothetical situation. If Prajwal Revanna had won this seat, so he would have not sacrificed his seat. He would have not lost his seat anyway. If at all he was convicted in this seat for less than 2 years, if the conviction was less than 2 years, then he should have, according to the law, he must have sacrificed his seat. He should have given up his seat. But if he had convicted for more than 2 years, then he would not have been allowed to contest for the next 6 years. That means he would have not allowed. He would have not been allowed to in this elections, in the next Lok Sabha elections, or whatever the assembly elections that comes in the middle. So here in Prajwal Revanna's defeat, One is that the anti-incumbency and the family's control over the region, for all these years, and also the pen drive, which may have made an impact in this place. So this place was a strong bastion for JDS for almost 25 years. Before Prajwal Revana, former Prime Minister HD Devegowda used to contest from this place. So now, after 25 years, the JDS has lost its one of the strongest hold in Karnataka. So this is the condition of JDS here now. Besides that, HD Kumaraswamy is winning from Mandya, and I don't think JDS is having a problem there. Though technically, Dr. C.N. Manjunath is contesting on a BJP ticket against D.K. Suresh, a brother of Deputy Chief Minister in Bengaluru Rural. He is also, Dr. C.N. Manjunath is also winning. He is son-in-law of HD Devegowda.
Yeah.
So it has been a
सारे काफी मन मुताबिक रुझान आ रहे हैं, किस तरह देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो पहले से कह रहा था, आपने कई बार मुझसे पूछा कि हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के पक्ष की लहर चल रही है और वो साबित हो रही है।
तो बीजेपी दावा कर रही थी 381 सीट आने का, तो क्या कमी रही बीजेपी की नहीं?
आपने देख लिया, हरियाणा में बिल्कुल साफ है वो जो पक्ष में लहर चली। मैंने 3 सीट की बात की थी, 1 आध सीट छोड़ के कांग्रेस जीतने जा रही है।
जो रुझान आए हैं उनसे संतुष्ट है सर?
बिल्कुल लोगों का मन साफ है और संकेत दिए हैं लोगों ने कि हरियाणा में कांग्रेस की सरकार चाहते हैं।
तो क्या लोकसभा चुनाव में विधानसभा में असर पड़ेगा?
हाँ, ये साफ संकेत है, लोगों ने संकेत दिया है कि आने वाले हरियाणा के चुनाव में लोग कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
अभी 214 पद का जो मैंने लास्ट देखा, तो अच्छा है, बहुत बढ़िया है। अब ये तो न्यूज में आ रहा है, असलियत में क्या है ये देखेंगे।
लेकिन छिंदवाड़ा से काफी उम्मीद थी, छिंदवाड़ा से कांग्रेस को
उम्मीद थी, अब जो है सो है, लोगों का फैसला है।
अभी आपको सर क्या उम्मीद है मध्य प्रदेश में और देश में?
अभी मध्य प्रदेश का तो चल रहा है, देखते हैं, 20 राउंड हैं, अभी तो 3-4 राउंड ही खत्म हुए हैं।
पीसीसी कार्यालय जा रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग करेंगे।
हाँ, पीसीसी कार्यालय।
सर यूपी में इंडिया गठबंधन का अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस निकल के
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा रहा।
अभी गिनती चल रही है और जो शुरुआती रुझान जो सामने आए हैं, मैं समझता हूँ जो हमारे को जो आशाएं थी, उन आशाओं के अनुरूप ये शुरुआती रुझान दिखाई दे रहे हैं हमारे पूरे प्रदेश में। मैं सभी हरियाणा वासियों का, अपने रोहतक लोकसभा क्षेत्र वासियों का बहुत बहुत कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करता हूँ, दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। ऐसा लगता है कि लोगों ने जितना आशीर्वाद दिया है वो उम्मीद से भी ज्यादा आशीर्वाद लोग दे रहे हैं। बाकी अभी ये शुरुआत के रुझान हैं, जब पूरी गिनती हो जाएगी उसके बाद ही मैं कोई और टिप्पणी आपको करूँ।
देखिए, अभी शुरुआत में बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि राहुल गांधी जी ने जो कहा कि कुछ दिन पहले जो पोल, एग्जिट पोल निकले हैं वो मोदी पोल है, वो बात सच साबित हो चुकी है, क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल के जो आंकड़े आए थे उसके विपरीत आज हमें ज़मीनी सच्चाई दिख रही है। और इसीलिए इस वक्त में क्योंकि और भी बहुत राउंड्स अभी गिनने बाकी हैं, मैं इस वक्त में इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा।
We are now back with more updates on the election day, the judgment day of the 18th Lok Sabha polls. And we have results and updates pooling in from over 100 reporters, correspondents, deputy resident editors, and resident editors across the country, Manas. We have updates from Gujarat, where in the Bharuch seat, Chaitar Vasava has lost to sitting MP of BJP Mansukh Vasava with a margin of over 93,000 votes. At the same time, we have BJP's Manju Sharma, who has won the Jaipur seat from Rajasthan by a margin of 33,176 votes. She was fighting against Pratap Singh Kachariwas of Congress. And apart from that, we have Sitting BJP MP from Junagadh, Rajesh Chaudhasama, who retained the Junagadh Lok Sabha seat by 1,34,360 votes. He defeated the Congress challenger, Hira Jothwa, to complete a hat-trick of victories. At the same time, from Odisha, the Jharsuguda seat has been bagged by the Saffron Party, and it was earlier represented by BJD's the then Health Minister Nabakishore Das, who was assassinated. His daughter Dipali Das had won the Jharsuguda by-election in May last year. BJD fielded Dipali this time against BJP's Tonkadhara Tripathi, who has now won the seat. Tonkadhara Tripathi has finished. He had finished as runners-up in the last time's poll. At the same time, in Punjab, celebrations have begun at the Huda residence in Rohtak as Dipinder Hooda heads for a clear victory with 2.14 lakh lead margin in Rohtak. Similarly, Kumari Shelja in Sirsa also heading for a clear victory with a margin of 2.23 lakh votes. Similarly, former Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar in Karnal is also looking at winning the seat with a victory margin of 1.8 lakh votes. And in Faridabad, Krishan Pal is also heading towards a victory with a lead margin of 1.46 lakh votes. But right now, we'll go to Karnataka, where we already have results from Mandya, where former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy won against Venkataramane Gowda of Congress, and Hassan sitting MP Prajwal Ravanna has lost the seat. Let's take a look at H.D. Kumaraswamy, his reactions.
There is no question of nervous. There is no question of nervous. We are totally full confidence. We are going to win the election. All our there also we are going to win the election. After the election results, what are the decisions we have to take, we will take. NDA ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಮುನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬಹುಮತದಲ್ಲಿ NDA ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಗೆಲ್ಲುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಂಶಯಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಮೊದಲೇ ನಾವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥದ್ದು. ನಾವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ಆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಮತದಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇತ್ತು, ಈಗಲೂ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬಹುಮತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನತೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. 190-95% ಸತ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 12 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. Today's counting day, we have full confidence, total confidence we have. Comfortably, we will going to win from our party all the three candidates. Not only our candidates, three candidates from BJP also in Karnataka. Minimum our BJP friends also will get minimum 20 seats.
Early trends indicating the
minimum.
Early trends indicating the lead for Dr. C. N. Manjunath in Bengaluru rural and also for you in Mandya.
That is, I think, postal ballot.
Postal ballot.
Yeah.
Even in round one has come out.
Even Bangalore rural, we have full confidence that Dr. Manjunath will going to win the election.
So some apprehensions being raised by Mr. Manjunath about Bengaluru rural, about security there. He's already
because those are opponents. They are very masters in doing all illegal activities. For that reason, he requested the election commission to take necessary action.
Do you think that there will be any sort of law and order problem in particular, sir, if the result goes against?
Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Regarding law and order, there is no disturbance will be there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
ಆರಂಭಿಕ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ NDA ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಯನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ನಮಗೆ ಮುನ್ನಡೆ ಸಾಧಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅನುಮಾನಗಳೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವೂ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ NDA ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬಹುಮತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಇವತ್ತು NDA ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆಟ್ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ. ಪೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆಟ್ ನ ಈಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು ಪೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮತ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮ EVMಗಳು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ.
So that was former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy after winning the Mandya seat. We have our correspondent joining us from Karnataka, Kiran Parashar. Kiran, what is H.D. Kumaraswamy saying? How happy is he with the numbers? Because he seems pretty confident that his party will win more seats.
So the seats are, the results are almost set. It is only the official announcement has to be made. So here in this case, H.D. Kumaraswamy is winning, and a Kolar candidate from JDS is winning. At the same time, Prajwal Revanna from Hassan has lost the elections by some 43,000 odd votes. At the same time, Dr. C.N. Manjunath, who is son-in-law of former Prime Minister H.D. Devegowda, is technically contesting from BJP ticket. However, he is a family member of H.D. Devegowda, so he is also winning this elections. So overall, it's not a win that will make H.D. Kumaraswamy happy man, because the control of their family in Hassan is now at a test, and they have lost the elections there with Prajwal Revanna's the incidents that unfolded close to elections. So it won't be a great results for JDS though.
Absolutely.
Also, Kiran, if I may ask you, the Congress is seeing the vote share increase this time. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that's kind of a boost of confidence for Congress. How do you see that?
See, this is the first time after 1999 Congress has reached a double digit in Karnataka. That is one thing that Congress needs to be happy about. And another thing is, for the first time, Congress is winning a seat in Bangalore city. So this is after the delimitation. So there are a lot of takeaways for Congress in these elections, whereas for BJP it has been a major setback, because if you consider the last elections, they had managed to get some 25 seats in the last elections,
Right.
Lok Sabha elections, but this time they have reduced to 16. So without the alliance, they have reduced to 16, and if as they have a alliance with the JDS, if you see, then their number increases by +2, that is 18 seats. So it has been a disappointing performance for BJP, but for Congress, the double digit mark is a psychological advantage as well.
Absolutely. Kiran, can you tell us what are the more seats? Because we have updates on Priyanka Jarkioli and Tumkur constituency updates also. Can you tell us about that?
See, more than all these places, the most important constituencies that were here was one is D.K. Suresh, the brother of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, who was contesting to eyeing a third win. whereas here HD Devegowda's son-in-law, Dr. C.N. Manjunath, was contesting against him. So in this constituency, what he has managed is they have managed to the BJP has managed to win against DK Suresh, who has a kind of a control in this region. And also, when you speak about the Jarkiholy's daughter and all this, Congress this time in Karnataka has strategically given tickets to the family members. If you see, Congress have given tickets to five family members there. One ticket to a wife of a minister, and one for the son of former union minister. So of all these, I think 5 people are winning in these elections. So usually when you go to the local MLAs, ministers, all these people, when are seeking support to seeking support for the candidates they field, this time Congress opted to give away the tickets to their sons, daughters, wife, or son, to wife, so that whatever they want to invest financially or otherwise, let them invest on their own, because they will have to protect their own interests, right? So for Congress, this has worked this time, at least in some of the places. So they have been able to win in some of the places. We can also say historically they have been able to retain some of the places, especially in North Karnataka region, Kalyana Karnataka region, what we call. So they have been able to retain places. And also another important point is Mallikarjun Kharge's son-in-law had contested from Gulbarga region, and I think he is also winning. So now the number goes to 8, not 7.
So
this
Kiran,
is how
since you've talked about Gulbarga, what's the scene in Shivamogga? Like, do we have an interesting contest there also? Yeah.
So in Shivamogga, it became an interesting contest only when the former deputy chief minister and Hindutva leader K.S. Ishwarappa stepped out and contested as a rebel candidate. However, he did not make any mark in these elections. I think he has got some 20,000 odd votes. That's it. So the former chief minister B.S. Yediyurappa's son B.Y. Raghavendra is winning by a big margin in that place. So Ishwarappa's rebellious move did not fetch anything. So that did not trouble BJP in any way. So BJP is easily winning Moga.
And so, do you think this on ground did work when, CM and the both deputy CM said that, people of Karnataka will vote what we've done in the past year and, in the past few days, people are going to vote on what the state government has done. Do you think people have actually gone and voted for that?
So, Manas, I'll divide my answer into 2 parts. First, let us see the larger picture. If you recall what happened in Karnataka Assembly elections in 2023, a word was introduced that is called guarantee. The word called guarantee. This word became a national, the national politics picked that word. If you see the manifesto of BJP, it was used as Modi ka guarantee. That guarantee schemes in Karnataka worked very well. And second thing is that other than the guarantee schemes, the more number of women voters are there in Karnataka, and they are the silent voters. They generally don't come out and say to whom they are
Kiran,
voting.
thank you so much for the update. We shall now move to Rahul Gandhi. He was spotted leaving Priyanka Gandhi's residence. He's seen with party workers. The India Alliance is really happy with their performance so far. I think there are heartwarming visuals of Rahul Gandhi hugging a party worker and interacting with him. The party worker draped in the Tiranga.
Seems like some kind of celebration. I'm not sure. I can't see the laddus yet, but
yeah. So Rahul Gandhi has sort of aced his game when it comes to interacting with party workers. We saw during Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra also, and in fact recently there was this interaction with Akhilesh Yadav where he was at a rally and the mic system was not working, and he actually sat down on the stage and he had a one-on-one chat with Akhilesh, a very informal chat with his Samajwadi Party counterpart.
Also, interestingly, you added Bharat Jodo Yatra. I'm sure later for the viewers, you have to, we'll have a discussion over it when you're talking to Vandita, maybe. We will talk about it. But look at the visuals. Now, this is something, Flora, you've been talking to reporters since the morning and editors from, from our Indian Express studio.
Yeah.
Exit poll, well, everybody knows that exit poll is not the exact poll, but this was what we were all not expecting. Some were also expecting. What is your takeaway while talking to so many editors and reporters at the Indian Express?
See, basically, exit polls, like, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Over the years, this is probably my second election covering it. And we always say that these are mere anticipated estimates. These are not accurate numbers. But last time, for example, I can say this is on record that Access My India got it almost right. They predicted 93 seats for the UPA, and UPA bagged 93 seats. They predicted 352 for the NDA, and the NDA got 353.
Yeah.
But this time, all the calculation has, gone out of the window, and that confidence now, it reflects in Rahul Gandhi, as we see in the visuals, because the Congress has been, they have been pushing their way in. Earlier, we were talking about there's this huge Modi wave, and it's a Modi juggernaut going through. But at the same time, the India alliance seem to be standing strong. And let's hear about the Congress worker that he hugged. Let's take a reaction.
Yeah.
पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं में एक नया,
अभी राहुल गांधी की आपसे मुलाकात हुई, क्या बातचीत हुई?
कांग्रेस पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं में एक नया जोश है। जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने और इंडिया अलायंस ने दमदार तरीके से चुनाव लड़ा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पछाड़ दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पे सरकार नहीं बना पा रही, और शाम तक जैसे ही चुनाव के परिणाम आपके सामने होंगे, कांग्रेस पार्टी इंडिया अलायंस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
बातचीत क्या हुई आपने? कुछ बोला उन्होंने, कुछ कहा आपसे?
राहुल जी हमेशा कार्यकर्ताओं को प्यार देते हैं, और मैं भी एक राहुल जी का छोटा सा कार्यकर्ता हूँ। हमें भी प्यार देते हैं। चुनाव का परिणाम आ रहा है तो कार्यकर्ताओं के अंदर एक नया जोश है। हम राहुल जी से प्रेम करते हैं। राहुल जी को देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनवाने के लिए हमने 12 साल से राहुल जी के साथ ऐसे चल रही चोलों को पहन के, और मुझे लगता है कि जो मैंने सपना लिया था राहुल जी को देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनवाने का, अब 2024 में राहुल जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं।
गर्मी में चप्पल नहीं पहनते?
नहीं, मैं ऐसे ही रहता हूँ पिछले 12-13 साल से। पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जहां भी राहुल गांधी जी जाते हैं बिना चप्पल के, इसी चोले को पहन के, राहुल गांधी कांग्रेस पार्टी का झंडे को लेके। धन्यवाद सर।
And now we shall go to the Congress office in the national capital, where our colleague Parveen Dogra will join us shortly. But the visuals are already out. It's a jubilant mood out there. The laddus, Manas, you were talking about the laddus. The laddus
are there.
The laddus are already out. And for Rahul Gandhi especially, I think, for a very long time, there was this narrative that, he's the one sole face who's leading. Let's speak to Parveen at the Congress headquarters. Parveen, how is the mood there? What are you looking at currently?
Right now, I'm at 24 Akbar Road, which is Congress headquarters here in the national capital. I've been here for last 2 hours. People are coming. Congress supporters are coming to the office. They are overjoyed, and they had not expected this huge, mandate in their favor. Though they are falling short of the required numbers. They are very happy, and they are assured that one day, one day and soon, Rahul Gandhi will be heading the Congress, and the nation will be talking to some Congress workers here, and will try and understand what worked in their will in favor. Hello, ma'am. आपका क्या नाम है? सॉरी, आपको क्या लगता है कि 230 का नंबर इंडिया ब्लॉक का मिला है, क्या रीजन है?
देखिए, रीजन तो कुछ नहीं है, मुद्दा है। हम मुद्दों पे बातें करते हैं, मुद्दों पे आके जीते हैं, और यही बात है कि एंड तक हम मुद्दों पे बात करती ही नहीं, इसीलिए वो 400 पार करती गई, और आज देखिए आप
महिलाओं के लिए, लेडीज के लिए कांग्रेस में इंडिया ब्लॉक में एक अलग तरह की बहुत सारी अनाउंसमेंट की। क्या आपको लगता है कि जमीन पर
हर गरीब परिवार की महिलाओं को हम 8,500 रुपए पर महीना देंगे, जो लमसम एक साल में 1 लाख रुपए
तक? इनसे बात करेंगे। आपका क्या नाम है सर? सॉरी, जय किशन जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि 230 सीटें इंडिया गठबंधन को मिलती हुई दिख रही हैं, क्या रीजन है इसका? अच्छा, मशीन में गड़बड़ हो सकती है अभी भी आपको लगता है? विल ट्राई एंड टॉक टू सम अदर पीपल। आपको क्या लगता है 230 का आंकड़ा जो है वो इंडिया ब्लॉक छू चुका है? अभी आप लोग मेजोरिटी से दूर हैं, मगर इतना बड़ा जो मैंडेट है, इसकी क्या उम्मीद थी आपको?
ये कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता, एक कार्यकर्ता देश का जीने और मरने का ये सवाल है हमारे लिए, और देश के किसानों का, देश के युवाओं का, देश के महिलाओं के लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है, और ये उनके भविष्य का सवाल है। और ये चुनाव में जो नतीजे निकले हैं, ये इसकी हमें पहले से ही उम्मीद थी कि जो मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ जो आक्रोश का माहौल है देश के अंदर, तो मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ जो देश के अंदर जो लोग जो जितने भी चिंता कर रहे हैं अपने अपने व्यवसाय को लेके और अपने अपने किसान को लेके, उसी का ये नतीजा है और ये प्रमाण है। और कांग्रेस सरकार निश्चित रूप से इस बार सरकार बनाने जा रही है कांग्रेस, और इंडिया अलायंस की सरकार इस बार देश में जरूर बनेगी।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। सो फ्लोरा एंड मानस, यू सॉ people are so convinced that Rahul Gandhi brought Congress back to life and back to the game in the national politics, and they are hoping to Rahul Gandhi is likely to reach Congress headquarters in a few while now. Flora?
We're asking about if you can ask somebody, if you can ask somebody about how Bharat Jodo Yatra has contributed in these numbers. Talking about it.
Okay, I'll try and talk to. लाइव है हम लोग, लाइव आप फोटो खींच रही है। आप बताइए, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा जो हुई, फिर उसके बाद न्याय यात्रा, उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट आपने ग्राउंड पे आप देखती हैं?
जिस तरीके से जाके मिले हैं, बहुत बढ़िया लगातार चलना उसमें मैसेज है, और बहुत बड़ा एक आपको चेंजेस भी आपको दिख रहे हैं रिजल्ट में। कहीं ना कहीं युवा पढ़ा लिखा है, फीमेल सब पढ़ के भी कौन सी चेंज मोदी जी के कोई छोटे प्रवचन है, वो लोग कब तक सुन लेंगे। हम सब हिंदू, हम सब बिलीव करते हैं, इसमें कुछ ऐसा नहीं कि आप राम मंदिर, आप देखिए अयोध्या में किस तरीके से उनके कैंडिडेट बाहर है, तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को मुद्दे चाहिए। लोग अपने हरियाणा से अगली भी इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है, अगर आप देखो युवाओं को रोजगार चाहिए, उनको रोजगार की बात करनी नहीं है, उनको सिर्फ धर्म के नाम पे बंटवारा करना है, तो लोग समझदार लोगों ने इस पर वोट किया करके।
आपके स्टेट की बात करें तो हरियाणा में 5 सीटें इंडिया ब्लॉक को मिली हैं, 4 सीटें बीजेपी। इसका क्या रीजन आप देखें? हरियाणा पर्टिकुलरली एंटी बीजेपी कैसे हुआ?
इस तरीके से
पिछली बार 10 सीटें थी।
वही तो कह रही हूँ ना, अग्नि भी बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। तो लोग युवा सब पढ़े लिखे हैं, लोगों ने लास्ट टाइम जिन्होंने मोदी जी को वोट किया, सारे, मैं खुद लोकल गुड़गांव से आती हूँ, लोगों में बदलाव था। जब हम बूथ लेवल पे मैनेजमेंट कर रहे थे तो हमसे लोग आ कह रहे थे कि पर हम चेंजेस चाहते हैं, हर कोई पढ़ा लिखा युवा नेता चाहता है। बहुत बड़े रोल मॉडल है वहाँ पे, जो लोगों में जाके किसान के नेता है, तो किसानों ने बहुत ज्यादा इस बार हर जगह हरियाणा में बीजेपी कैंडिडेट का विरोध हुआ है, तो जो उन्होंने बीजेपी ने वो ये चीजें की वो भुगत रहे हैं। इस बार हम लोगों की बहुत खुशी की बात है कि हरियाणा में बहुत बड़ा चेंज आ रहा है, जो आगे आप देखिएगा विधानसभा चुनाव में हमारे हुडा जी की सरकार बनेगी हरियाणा।
अच्छा, एक अपोजिशन जो पार्टियां थी उन्होंने राहुल गांधी की एक इमेज बनाई कि वो पप्पू हैं, उनके अंदर जानकारी की कमी है, वो जो नेशनल अफेयर्स होते हैं उनपे उनका जनरल नॉलेज कमजोर है, उनकी इमेज पप्पू की बनाई गई। अपोजिशन पार्टियों ने राहुल गांधी की एक इमेज बनाई पप्पू की, जबकि वो जब इस बार उनका एक अलग रूप देखने को मिला।
आज मैं आपको आपके मीडिया के माध्यम से स्पष्ट करने देना चाहता हूँ, भारत का पहला एक ऐसा नेता होगा जो 4,000 किलोमीटर चल के पूरे देश को समझा, देश के आवाम की आवाज उठाई और आज देश की आवाम ने ही मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया। अभी कुछ दिन पहले इन्होंने एक प्रोपेगेंडा बनाया, ये एग्जिट पोल 400 पार, लेकिन आज वही एग्जिट पोल सारी कंपनियां तरस रहेगी। आज देश की जनता ने, सिर्फ कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस ने चुनाव लड़ा, ये पूरे देश की जनता ने चुनाव लड़ा है। लोकतंत्र को बचाने की चुनाव है, ये सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि लोकतंत्र को बचाने की चुनाव है, पूरे युवाओं को बेरोजगारी से लड़ने के चुनाव है ये। और मैं आज आपको बताता हूँ, ये जो लोग कहते थे कि राहुल गांधी पप्पू है, लेकिन असल में आज पप्पू कौन दिख रहा है ये आज आप सभी लोगों को पता है।
Thank you. So Manas, Rahul Gandhi has grown up substantially in his image. He has, worked on his image through Bharat Jodo Yatra, न्याय यात्रा। जी, क्या कह रहे हैं आप?
मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, चाइना के सामान की और मोदी के जबान की कोई गारंटी नहीं। भाई साहब, चुनाव में आपने देखा जनता की क्या बात करी इन्होंने, सरकार ने क्या डेवलपमेंट की बात करी, शिक्षा करी, महंगाई रोजगार की बात करी, आप मटन मछली क्या मुद्दे।
तो आपको लगता है कि जनता ये सारी चीजें समझ चुकी है और डेवलपमेंट पे, एजुकेशन पे, हेल्थ जैसे मुद्दों पे अब वोट करेंगे?
इस बार मोदी वर्सेस देश की जनता थी, उन्होंने वोट दिया है इंडिया गठबंधन को। और आपको मैं पर्सनली बता रहा हूँ, सरकार इंडिया गठबंधन बनाने जा रही है।
Okay, let's see. India bloc has reached 230 as of now. By 230 today, and they are falling short of some 40-50 seats. By the end of the day, numbers may change. But Congress supporters, India happy. They were expecting this out, and they are expecting, Gandhi to lead now.
Right. Thank you so much for your updates, Parveen. That was Parveen Dogra from the Congress headquarters office. Manas, Priyanka Gandhi Vajra, I'm so sorry. She has tweeted out that Kishori Bhaiya, मुझे कोई भी शक नहीं था, मुझे शुरू से यकीन था कि आप जीतोगे। आपको और अमेठी के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों को हार्दिक बधाई. She's already congratulating KL Sharma.
It's actually very interesting because when KL Sharma, and we were talking to our senior editors in the morning when KL Sharma's name was announced, people were very spectacular, like they didn't know who was he or
exactly.
But and of course the campaigning of both the parties, their candidates are very different. But this is how it's coming up, and also interesting, Flora, when Parveen was talking about right now. India alliance is not close to the the majority, but people are so excited because the number is what the exit poll number has definitely proven that's not exact poll.
It's just gone out the window.
That excitement, and you see people coming with flags, and then there are laddus, but still there is still so much time. You can see on the teleboard, NDA is leading in 290 seats. Okay, so. That's very interesting, and interestingly, you picked up Amethi. And one question which I wanted to ask Parveen, but we lost him here, is that Rahul Gandhi is fighting from 2 seats. Okay, Raebareli and Wayanad. Now, the very interesting, the next stage will be which one is he going to lead? Okay, though in the morning, Liz and Asad were saying that he will probably retain Wayanad, and
that's a tough choice.
It's a very tough choice.
Both of them,
because it's a family. Raebareli is a family.
Raebareli is a Congress bastion. It's a stronghold, and Wayanad, I think The people of Wayanad have a very soft corner for Rahul Gandhi. He's been doing really well there. It's Sophie's choice. It's very tough for Rahul Gandhi there. And but you know what? I'm sure this is a choice that he wants to make. It's better to have won both, and you are in that position where you have to make that choice when you have all your ducks lined up, and everything is working out in your favor, and you can make that choice instead of not having anything at all. So I think he's pretty comfortable there.
And the allies in the India, so the Congress allies in the India bloc, when we see UP, SP is doing really well there. But when we see Bihar, there is a very different altogether figure with, in Bihar. And if you remember just in a previous session where, we had Manojit, we have Deeptiman, where we talked about Nitish Kumar.
Yeah.
And, it was a kind of a Nitish, and, Deeptiman said a statement about Daat and Haat.
Yeah.
So,
because Nitish Kumar started like that. He's someone who's seen flip-flops so many times. He is a designated turncoat, and when we went into polls this time, it looked as if, sometimes it looked as if, at one point of time, he was supposedly the prime ministerial candidate.
Sure.
Along the same time when Narendra Modi came into narrative as a probable prime minister candidate. But then the rumors along the park corridors were, he's not much of a role model, but Nitish Kumar may have been down, but he's not out.
He's not out. On the other hand, when you see Odisha, what do you have to say about that? Because
I do not want to say anything about Odisha right now. Let the numbers come up. But as whatever updates we have, it is the saffron juggernaut which is sweeping across the coastal state of Odisha. Naveen Patnaik might not become the longest serving CM of Odisha. And incidentally, for BJP, Odisha has never had a BJP government. It has always, Odisha at one point of time was a Congress bastion.
Yes.
With J.B. Patnaik, who later became the governor of Assam, and then later in between with Biju Patnaik, and then later with Naveen Patnaik. But so BJP has never made inroads at all. And but what's also surprising is also Congress in Odisha, because earlier they were at hardly around 9 seats, but now they are doing really well in 15 seats so far. Yeah, they are leading in 15 seats, and Congress as an alliance is also doing pretty well. As in, according to the Indian Express numbers, they are leading in 234 seats, while the NDA is at 290. It's nothing bad. Now, I think 400 par doesn't look like a
that's what our
viable dream
senior
right
editors
now.
and journalists were saying. And Liz said something very important, I think both in your session and my session, that there's going to be too much work from the journalists tomorrow, because the NDA right now, from what we see at the Indian Express, is around 290. And India bloc is 234. Now, another important state is the West Bengal. We've heard about West Bengal in our previous sessions, where our editors and reporters have talked about West Bengal. And I remember I was talking to Liz and Asad.
We'll go to West Bengal, Manas, but look at the visuals on the screen, the jubilant Congress workers with the laddus. And also at the same time, Rahul Gandhi has done a very good job when it comes to alliance, because in between, when I began the morning today, I asked Vikas that, India alliance is not doing that well when it comes to alliances. They're not able to hold on to people, as in Mamata Banerjee was a part of it, but then she fell out. Nitish Kumar was a main part of it, and he fell out. But then somehow Rahul Gandhi has been able to hang on to Akhilesh Yadav. They got back Farooq Abdullah, who had left.
True.
And the alliance seems to be working pretty well so far, won't you say, with the numbers?
Well, I'll also remind our viewers that a very important series which Indian Express did was Mumbai to Murshidabad, where a lot of things which are happening in the ground was told to get a picture, and there we got a little sense of what on the ground was happening. And so we have a lot of other constituencies which we are going to talk about. And just look at the number from UP.
Yeah.
NDA 35, India Bloc 44, and BSP is 0. Remember, we were talking when the last bit in the session of Manojit and Diptiman was on the seat of Nagina. And here, when I see BSP 0, I think our seniors will be able to tell that there is a story to be told, isn't it? And that is what Diptiman was also hinting at. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let us also talk about this very important, as I was talking about West Bengal, and we were talking about the numbers. You know, in the morning, it seemed that TMC is a little like that.
Yeah,
but I remember
like that
I was live and we saw the number. Okay,
shoot up. It literally shot up.
Yeah. So, and that is one state where our Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quite hopeful, and the kind of campaigning done there was, you know, it spoke about so much about what was BJP's hope there. Okay, and if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that it hasn't done as well as it did in the previous election. It's gone down there. Still, these are trends, but well, it's already going to be 3. So I think we are coming closer.
We are coming very close. We already have a lot of numbers from Gujarat coming in, and BJP's sitting MP from Jamnagar, Poonam Madam, retained her seat by defeating her Congress challenger, JP Maravia. She's leading by more than 2.3 lakh votes. Apart from that, we have Union Health and Family Welfare Minister Mansukh Mandviya, who has won from the Porbandar Lok Sabha seat by more than 3.7 lakh votes. That's a huge margin. He's defeated former Congress MLA Alalit Vasoya. Then we have another Union Minister, Purushottam Rupala. He has sealed his Rajkot victory at the end of round 16 of the counting. Rupala is leading his Congress rival Paresh Dhanani by more than 4.33 lakh votes.
These are all Gujarat.
These are all Gujarat numbers. So as we are progressing, it's already almost 3 o'clock and the numbers are trickling in. The fate is sealed. And thank you, Manas, for this chat. And next, we shall move on to the opinion of our national opinion editor, Vandita Mishra, who traveled across 5 states and has interacted and written about it extensively. But before that, let's take a look at reactions pouring in from across the country on Judgment Day of 18th Lok Sabha polls.
यहाँ पे पहली बार नहीं आए
हैं
तो दर्शन किया, हमारा शांति मिली मानसिक, तो बस इतनी दुआ मांगते हैं कि आशीर्वाद रहे इनका।
कल आपने जो बात कही एनआई से बात करते हुए आपने कहा कि मैं गांधी परिवार का नौकर नहीं हूँ, मैं एक नेता हूँ, उसे लेकर बीजेपी सवाल उठा रही है कि आपके मन में वो बात नहीं थी तो फिर कहाँ से निकली?
नहीं, देखो ये ना जिनको कुछ पता नहीं है, जो अभी नए राजनीति में, इनको कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं 1983 से यहाँ पे हूँ और मैं यूथ कांग्रेस के माध्यम से यहाँ पे आया था, ठीक है। तो यूथ कांग्रेस में आया था तो मतलब पॉलिटिक्स में ही था। जो मेरे मेंटर थे जिन्होंने मेरे को दिल्ली भेजा था उस टाइम में, वो हमारे पंजाब के एमएलए थे जिनको उग्रवादियों ने मार दिया था। क्योंकि मेरे बारे में बहुत लोग नहीं जानते और मैंने किसी को जनाने की कभी कोशिश भी नहीं किया। तो जब काम यहाँ कर रहे हैं तो मेरे को जरूरी नहीं था कि सबको जनाना। लेकिन अब ये आई चीज़ तो नेचुरली लोग ढूंढते हैं कि ये कौन थे, कैसे थे, क्या थे। तो मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मैं सैलरीड आदमी नहीं हूँ, मैं वॉलंटियर हूँ। मैं कांग्रेस से कोई तनख्वाह वाला आदमी नहीं हूँ, ठीक है। बहुत से लोग नहीं जानते, मिथ्या में हैं, तो रहने दिया जाए, ठीक है।
आपको लगता है कि बाहरी बनाम स्थानीय टाइप बनाया जा रहा है?
कौन सा?
बाहरी से मतलब पंजाब से आए ऐसा कुछ?
तो दूसरी प्रत्याशी कहाँ से आई? बीजेपी प्रत्याशी कहाँ से आई?
आपको लगता है कि स्मृति ईरानी चुनौती है, केंद्रीय मंत्री है मौजूदा?
नहीं, पहले तो बताओ ना कि जो दूसरी प्रत्याशी कहाँ से आए। मैं 40 साल से मेठी में हूँ, 40 बनाम 10, 30 साल पहले से हूँ। तो ये प्रश्न आपका ठीक नहीं है।
नहीं, मैं बीजेपी की तरफ से जो
मैं
बात किया जा रहा हूँ।
हाँ, तो मैं बताया ना, आप बता दीजिएगा उनको।
सरकार वाला है कि 40 बनाम 10 की लड़ाई हो रही है। 40 बनाम 10? 40
बनाम 10 की नहीं, ये जनता की लड़ाई है, मेरी और उसकी लड़ाई नहीं है। जो जनता के मन में है लड़ाई वो है। हम लोग कभी बड़े घमंड में नहीं बोलते, क्योंकि जो जनता के मन में जो फैसला होगा जनता वो करेगी, वो हमारे सर माथे पे कबूल होगा।
आपने कहा कि मैं गारंटी के साथ कह रहा हूँ कि मैं हराऊंगा, आप कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं?
तो मैं क्या यहाँ हारने के लिए आया हूँ क्या?
सुचारू रूप से चल रही है। कहीं एक आध मशीन जो खराब है वो अधिकारियों को बता दिया है, प्रशासन को, वो बहुत तरतीब से तमाम चीजों को देख रहे हैं और बस यही है कि जनता का फैसला है, शाम तक आ जाएगा। जो भी आगे चल रहे हैं, गुड़गांव क्षेत्र की जनता आगे चल रही है। जो भी आगे चल रहे हैं, गुड़गांव क्षेत्र की जनता आगे चल रही है।
आया है, आपको क्या राय है?
देखिए, पहले तो एग्जिट पोल जिन टीवी चैनल्स ने किया और जिन सर्वे एजेंसियों ने किया, उन लोगों को इस देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए, क्योंकि उनके एग्जिट पोल ने सबसे बड़ा हेरफेर शेयर मार्केट के अंदर किया और जिससे आपने देखा कि शेयर मार्केट में कितने लोगों का पैसा डूबा, कितने लोग खरबपति अरबपति बन गए। दूसरा काम क्या हुआ कि प्रशासन तंत्र को, चुनाव आयोग को और जनता को भ्रमित करने का काम एग्जिट पोल ने किया। मैं पिछले 3 दिन से लगातार कह रहा हूं कि एग्जिट पोल के जो नतीजे दिखाए जा रहे हैं ये वास्तविकता से कोसों दूर है। आपने 37% वोट शेयर तमिलनाडु में दिखा दिया, 14% वोट शेयर बीएसपी का उत्तर प्रदेश में दिखा दिया। आपने इंडिया गठबंधन के वोट शेयर तो ज्यादा दिखाए लेकिन सीटें कम कर दी उत्तर प्रदेश में। ये हेरफेर क्यों किया एग्जिट पोल ने? ये समझ से परे 27% वोट शेयर केरला में दिखा दिया। अब बताइए, ये इस तरह का एग्जिट पोल कोई यकीन करेगा क्या? राजस्थान में 25 सीटें थी, वहां 33 सीट दिखा दिया। हिमाचल में 4 सीट थी, वहां 8 दिखा दिया। उत्तराखंड में 5 थी, वहां पे 6 दिखा दिया। पासवान के बेटे चिराग पासवान 5 सीटों पे लड़ रहे थे, उनको 6 सीट का दिखा दिया जीता हुआ। तो ये एग्जिट पोल अपने आप में एक इसकी पोल खोल कल ही हो गई थी जब मैंने ये सारे डिटेल सामने रखे थे। और मैं अभी भी मानता हूं कि अंतिम नतीजे आने तक इंडिया गठबंधन के पक्ष में नंबर आएंगे। अभी जो मेरी जानकारी है वो 255 के आसपास इंडिया गठबंधन की सीटें पहुंच गई हैं। बहुमत से थोड़ा आंकड़ा पीछे है, लेकिन अंतिम काउंटिंग तक नतीजे इंडिया गठबंधन के पक्ष में आएंगे, बहुमत आएगा। दूसरी बात ये कि ये वक्त बहुत निर्णायक है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। अंतिम समय में जब काउंटिंग हो रही होती है उस वक्त छोटे छोटे मार्जिन की जो सीटें होती हैं 2000, 4000, 5000 की, उसमें गड़बड़ी की बहुत संभावना होती है। तो इसलिए जितने भी इंडिया गठबंधन के दल हैं उन सब के कार्यकर्ताओं से, प्रत्याशियों से मैं अनुरोध और विनती करूंगा कि अंतिम वोट गिने जाने तक, यहां तक कि वीवीपैट की पर्चियां और ईवीएम की मिलान होने तक आप डटे रहें मतगणना केंद्रों पर, अपने समर्थकों के साथ, अपने एजेंट्स के साथ, काउंटिंग एजेंट्स के साथ अच्छे ढंग से मतगणना कराइए। और मैं समझता हूं ये एक बहुत बड़े परिवर्तन का संकेत है अब तक के जो नतीजे सामने आए हैं।
आम आदमी पार्टी पंजाब में 3 सीटों पर लीड कर रही है, अच्छी लीड है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? और दिल्ली में अगर बात करें तो उस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, दिल्ली और पंजाब के नतीजों के हम पूरे अंतिम नतीजे का इंतजार कर रहे हैं और परिणाम आने के बाद ही हम कुछ बोलेंगे। अंतिम नतीजे आने दीजिए। अभी तो कुछ जगहों पे लीड दिखाया जा रहा है, कुछ जगहों पे क्लोज है हम लोग। तो अंतिम जब नतीजे आएंगे तो निश्चित रूप से उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे। लेकिन एक असली चरित्र अभी तुरंत ही बीजेपी का जो है वो देखने को मिल गया कि मैं इधर से जब गुजर रहा था गोल मार्केट की तरफ से, तो वहां मेरी गाड़ी पे हमला करने के लिए बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता आ गए। अभी पूरे नतीजे भी सामने नहीं आए, अभी बीजेपी सत्ता में भी नहीं आई, परिणाम सामने नहीं आए, बीजेपी का असली चरित्र सामने आ गया। आप मेरी गाड़ी के ऊपर हमला कर रहे हैं, हंगामा कर रहे हैं। तो ये क्या दिखाता है? ये दिखाता है कि दरअसल बीजेपी का जो भरोसा है वो हिंसा में है, हंगामा में है, हल्ला करने में है। और मोदी जी से मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं, उनकी पार्टी के लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि ऐसे प्रयोग आप क्यों करते हैं हम लोगों के ऊपर? ये तो आपके सारे प्रयोग फेल हो चुके हैं, डराने के, धमकाने के, पीछे करने के। हम आपके आगे झुकेंगे नहीं। आप गाड़ी पे हमला करा रहे हैं, घर पे हमला करा दीजिए, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? मैं यहीं घर पे हूं अपने, यहां भेज दीजिए 10, 20, 50 कार्यकर्ताओं को, वो पत्थर मारें, ईटा मारें, लाठियां मारें, जो आप लोगों का चरित्र है वही दिखाइए। मतलब अभी पूरे नतीजे नहीं आए, गाड़ी के ऊपर चढ़ रहे हैं, शीशे के ऊपर हमला कर रहे हैं। क्या है ये? मजाक बना रखा है।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चली है। उस सरकार ने गरीब कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, मातृशक्ति के लिए अनेकों योजनाएं लाई, जिससे देश के अंदर अनेक परिवर्तन हुए, सभी वर्गों को आगे आने का अवसर मिला। उसी का परिणाम है कि एनडीए गठबंधन को बहुमत मिल रहा है, सरकार बनने जा रही है। मैं देश की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के अंदर 5 सीटें, 5 की 5 भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, 5 कमल खिल रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का देवभूमि जनता के लिए, और देवभूमि जिस प्रकार से उनके हृदय में है, देवभूमि की जनता ने भी 5 सीटें यहाँ से जिताकर निश्चित रूप से अपना जो इतिहास था उसको फिर से दोहराया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चली है। उस सरकार ने गरीब कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, मातृशक्ति के लिए अनेकों योजनाएं लाई, जिससे देश के अंदर अनेक परिवर्तन हुए, सभी वर्गों को आगे आने का अवसर मिला। उसी का परिणाम है कि एनडीए गठबंधन को बहुमत मिल रहा है, सरकार बनने जा रही है। मैं देश की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के अंदर 5 सीटें, 5 की 5 भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, 5 कमल खिल रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का देवभूमि जनता के लिए, और देवभूमि जिस प्रकार से उनके हृदय में है, देवभूमि की जनता ने भी 5 सीटें यहाँ से जिताकर निश्चित रूप से अपना जो इतिहास था उसको फिर से दोहराया है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चली है। उस सरकार ने गरीब कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, मातृशक्ति के लिए अनेकों योजनाएं लाई, जिससे देश के अंदर अनेक परिवर्तन हुए, सभी वर्गों को आगे आने का अवसर मिला। उसी का परिणाम है कि एनडीए गठबंधन को बहुमत मिल रहा है, सरकार बनने जा रही है। मैं देश की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के अंदर 5 सीटें, 5 की 5 भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, 5 कमल खिल रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का देवभूमि जनता के लिए, और देवभूमि जिस प्रकार से उनके हृदय में है, देवभूमि की जनता ने भी 5 सीटें यहाँ से जिताकर निश्चित रूप से अपना जो इतिहास था उसको फिर से दोहराया है।
मैं उत्तर मुंबई के सभी मतदाताओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर एक बार हम सेवा कर सके। अभी तक के अनुमान के हिसाब से लगभग 1.25 लाख वोटों से उत्तर मुंबई में भाजपा आगे है, और अगर ये ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू किया तो मुझे लगता है कि उत्तर मुंबई की सीट अवश्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश में भी इसी प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की विजय होगी, और पुनः एक बार देश की सेवा करने का जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी, और फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार देश की सेवा करेगी। मैं उत्तर मुंबई के सभी मतदाताओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर एक बार हम सेवा कर सके। अभी तक के अनुमान के हिसाब से लगभग 1.25 लाख वोटों से उत्तर मुंबई में भाजपा आगे है, और अगर ये ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू किया तो मुझे लगता है कि उत्तर मुंबई की सीट अवश्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश में भी इसी प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की विजय होगी, और पुनः एक बार देश की सेवा करने का जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी और फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार देश की सेवा करेगी।
आगे आने वाला जो टाइम है, आगे आने वाले राउंड, व्हाट यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग?
जी देखिए, उम्मीद ही है कि आगे जो आने वाले जो फेजेस हैं, आने वाले जो राउंड है, उसमें इंशाल्लाह जो लीड जो है वो इंशाल्लाह आगे और बढ़ेगी। उम्मीद है कि इंशाल्लाह जीत हमारी होगी। फिर रही बात हार जीत की, वो शायद मेरे लिए मायने नहीं रखती है, क्योंकि जो प्यार और इज्जत मुझे मिला वो शायद एक बहुत बड़ी बात थी।
ये मुझे बता दीजिएगा कि कॉम्पिटिटर आपके सामने नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, पीसी है, कौन सा आपको ज्यादा कॉम्पिटिटर लगे जिस तरीके से आप अभी लीड कर रहे हैं?
जी देखिए, आप खुद देख रहे हैं, अभी दूसरे नंबर पे उमर साहब है, तीसरे नंबर पे सजाद साहब है, तो कंपटीशन बिल्कुल ज़रूर है। मुझे उम्मीद है इंशाल्लाह जो हमारी लीड है इंशाल्लाह ये आगे और बढ़ेगी। और मेरा फिर कोई ज़ाती जो लड़ाई किसी से नहीं है। आज लोगों ने जो है वोट डालने थे वो डाले, आज फैसला होना है। अब लोगों ने जो फैसला किया होगा वो हमें भी काबिल कबूल होगा और सबको काबिल कबूल होगा।
नौजवान आपके साथ है इस कैंपेन में, हमने नौजवान आपके साथ देखा है, तो क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन आपके साथ जुड़ी है और क्या कुछ आपने लोगों में भेजा है?
जी देखिए, अगर इस कैंपेन को किसी ने कामयाब बनाया तो वो नौजवानों ने ही बनाया, क्योंकि एक
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
We have big news coming in from Raebareli, where Rahul Gandhi has clinched a victory and won the seat, retained the family bastion for the Congress. Manas, Raebareli, we were talking about,
Yeah.
you were asking which seat he will choose. And
Yeah.
well, for now, he has won half the battle. His Raebareli seat is intact for another 5 years.
Now let's see. Is it going to be a tough decision for Rahul Gandhi? We are going to wait for Wayanad's decision. But is it going to be a tough decision or an easy decision? Whom he's going to make a little upset and who will be happy? We've already seen in the head office of Congress celebrations. I think celebrations will double now. Let's see how is it happening there. But UP, my God, has been such a change there and such a shift there. I'm sure the opposition was saying that they were not, expecting such kind of exit poll, but accepting the exit poll. But now with the figures, it seems like, yeah, there has been a mood change there. And also when you see Raebareli, we have to also closely watch Amethi, okay, because these are two important pillars for Congress. We all know that from Smriti Irani contesting in Amethi. In the last election, Rahul Gandhi lost to Smriti Irani. This time, Amethi has a new candidate, new fresh face, but not a new person for Congress. Okay, so that is one thing there. So when we are talking about Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi's victory, now whether it's going to convert in Amethi also, that is something which we are closely looking at. And what else? There are certain...
Kishori Lal Sharma is actually on the verge of winning. We are not calling it right away, but I think this is one of the biggest upsets of the day.
Yes, good side back for Smriti Irani.
Our national opinion editor Vandita has joined us. Vandita, big news from Raebareli and from Amethi as well, where Rahul Gandhi and Kishori Lal Sharma are poised to keep Amethi and Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh as Congress bastions. But before we are joined by Vandita, Manas, it's very, it's incredible that as an exercise as big as this, when it comes to the political exercise, these are two seats which have always been Congress strongholds. But at the same time, there is always this deliberation: who is going to contest, who is going to be the opponent. And then, then Smriti Irani came last time, and she...
And the reason behind this is that these two seats are close to the hearts of, Gandhi family.
Yeah.
And it's not just, it's over the decades that, people have connected. Now, Smriti Irani winning in the last election was a big news. And,
that was a major
news. And when Kishori Lal Sharma's name was announced, Laura, people started talking that whether Congress has already made up a mind of losing Amethi. But the Congress was quite confident about him. And he is, as I'll tell you, I'd like to tell it to our viewers, that he is maybe a new face for, national media, national, people across the country. But for Congress, he has been a worker since a long time.
Yeah,
So-
but at the same time, I think Priyanka Gandhi, as a star campaigner, I think she went out all guns blazing. But I think it was a major turnoff for a lot of people when when Priyanka Gandhi, would she, won't she, kind of a debate continued. That is she going to contest from Raebareli or Amethi? Because if you remember, the announcements happened, I think, on the morning of the last day of nominations filing. And it was a major turnoff for a lot of people. I mean, I for sure know that there was a lot of backlash as to, why is she keeping the electorate hanging? If she doesn't want to contest, she can just say it. So what is this last minute deliberation that is
just
happening?
to interrupt you, Flora, and I'm taking the words from mouth of Liz of Indian Express. She said that, probably it's in the mind of Congress that Priyanka will move to Raebareli when Rahul keeps Wayanad. So these are all moves of political parties, and I'm sure we all will see what is happening in the future. It's going to be, so elections might have ended, voting, and now with the results, but the work is still on. We have to see, because NDA, as I see through Indian Express, it's 288 leading now. 288. Right. India bloc is 236. Okay, so we have to really see right now that BJP is, counting on how many seats out of 288. But a little setback for BJP definitely here.
Let's hear it from Vandita. Vandita, when I spoke to you yesterday, we were talking about how there is this Modi wave and how the NDA juggernaut was rolling. But at 3:10 p.m. today, the India alliance is looking really good, don't you think?
Absolutely, and I think this verdict has some very large and heartening takeaways, because the juggernaut that seemed to be unstoppable, or the hold of one party dominance that seemed to be unbreakable. So openings have been made, and more light and air will come into our politics because those openings have been made today by the Indian people. I think this is a very significant verdict, just because it punctures the inevitability of the BJP's return to power that everybody seemed to be betting on. And the puncturing of inevitability is actually a very, very political thing, because politics is about what is possible, not what is ordained. So this is no longer the BJP ordained to be a dominant force in India's politics. It is a BJP that has to do politics to remain on top. And if it doesn't do politics that appeals to the people or resonates with them, then the people will bring it down and push somebody else up, which they've done today. So I think just for the fact that it pierces the inevitability of the BJP dominance and the impenetrability of that dominance, that impression that had spread out, just for the piercing of that, this is a very, very important day.
Absolutely. Vandita, we were just talking about Amethi and Raebareli as Congress bastions. We have updates that Rahul Gandhi is considerably leading, and at the same time, Kishore Lal Sharma is also leading. So, Amethi and Raebareli winning these two seats, retaining these two seats, or wresting back control. What does it do to the confidence of the Gandhi family and Congress as a whole?
This will definitely give the Congress a huge boost. And as I said earlier, it's much larger than that, because, now you will have a parliament where the opposition has a voice, where the opposition cannot, you cannot just silence their mics and or censor their speeches. So you cannot just disqualify the opposition leader from parliament like they did with Rahul Gandhi. So all those things become difficult. The opposition gets a voice. And of course, this is the Congress's day. This is the India Alliance's day. And this is certainly, above all, Rahul Gandhi's day. Because, all the times in the recent past when in elections the Congress has dipped and dipped and dipped, the blame for that has been assigned to Rahul Gandhi with rightly so, because he was the leader of that party, whether he was Congress president or not. He was the de facto leader. He is the de facto leader. But today, when the Congress seems to have broken that slide that it seemed to be on, I think then it is a day to also give him credit for that. So I think the two yatras that he did, the north-south as well as the east-west, have made, I'm sure, contributed to this. Now, when I was traveling, what I could see, and I went wrong in the sense that I did not see the full extent to which those yatras had made a difference. To me, it seemed that while they had removed the Pappu tag from Rahul Gandhi, and while I found many people on the ground saying that they liked what he was saying, he was raising the right issues, especially when he spoke about unemployment and jobs. So what I heard again and again was that while they liked what he said, and that they no longer thought of him as, the BJP had labeled him as, they also seemed to hesitate to repose their confidence or trust in him. But going by the results, that was certainly not true all over. There were places, especially in UP and in other places where Rajasthan, Haryana, where Congress has done well, where trust was also reposed. So Congress has succeeded, and Rahul Gandhi has succeeded with his resilience and determination. He has taken on the huge BJP behemoth with all the resources at its command, and through old style politics, going on a yatra, breaking through the Delhi bubble and taking to the street. He has shown the way to his party and sent out a message that the Congress, that the polity is very far from being the Congress mukt or the opposition mukt polity of the BJP's dreams. So today's result just says that to the BJP that was a fantasy, and that also the other, BJP fantasy or impression that it had successfully projected of Modi being omnipotent, of Modi being, above the fray, that has also been humbled. And Modi today looks like any other politician, and Rahul Gandhi looks like a politician who can build on this, the success today.
Absolutely. Vandita, according to the Election Commission trends, India Bloc is leading in 43 seats in Uttar Pradesh, with Samajwadi Party leading in 36 and Congress leading in 7. And Akhilesh Yadav also went on record to say that irrespective of what the results are, Samajwadi Party and Congress will maintain alliance. So this statement looked a little irrelevant in the morning, as in, Asad also said that the future of the alliance is questionable, and nothing that we said around the result today. But alliance is looking good, it seems.
Yes, and again, for Akhilesh as much as for Rahul Gandhi, this is a second chance. Akhilesh, when he took over from his father, when he took over the Samajwadi party from his father, promised a break from the past. So when he took over, he famously denied tickets to those who were charge sheeted or those who were accused of, crimes. But that promise sort of petered out, and though he got a huge mandate, his tenure in government in UP was also scarred by, it was overhung by memories of the past, and the fact that the family, the Akhilesh Yadav family, the Mulayam Singh Yadav extended family, which so many members of which are in politics, they did not seem to pull together. So there were these family divisions, and there was also the old specter of Yadav dominance and Yadav hooliganism almost, which made sure that Akhilesh was voted out, and then Yogi has, been there, entrenching the BJP dominance. Now, this verdict again puts a very welcome question mark to that certainty as well, because, and I say welcome because again, certainties become, promote arrogance, promote unaccountability. So the Indian voters have sent a message that you should remain accountable, you should remain responsive to the people's concerns, and you should not take for granted that the people's vote for granted or your dominance for granted. So I think both for Modi at the center and Yogi in UP, this is a message that is good for India's politics.
Vandita, it's interesting you talked about India's voters, because now when we are talking about parties and blocs and alliances, it's interesting to see how voters are voting, because few days from now we thought something else. But I remember our conversation earlier with you where you talked about your cities, from Mumbai to Murshidabad, and where you talked about issues. So there were issues like there were Labharti issues, and there were but on the other side there was unemployment. What do you think? There were some silent voters who voted without telling which side they are going, or what issues are important for them, which are showing in these numbers. What are the issues which became so prominent here?
So, wherever I went, it was very clear that there was distress and there was anxiety on the ground among the voters. Straddling the 5 states that I traveled to, there were 2 issues. One is Mehungai, price rise, and the other is Berozgari, unemployment. But even apart from these, there were issues like in the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe areas, there was the fear of that 400 par, the slogan 400 par had stoked fears that the BJP, if it got that kind of numbers, would change the constitution. So Samvidhan badal jayega. And the basic fear there was that the reservation for backward caste, for scheduled tribes would be affected, that it would be taken away from them. So there was anxiety about the constitution being changed, which was the first time that one had heard of this in any election. There was the Mehungai and Berozgari anxiety, which one could say is actually a part of almost every election. Then there was farmers' distress, So, for instance, in Maharashtra, the both nature and policy, a consumer-dominated policy, and the vagaries of nature had combined to make the farmer helpless, and the rising costs of inputs and the prices that were not rising commensurately. So the farmer was evidently in distress. So it was hard to ignore the fact, and then students actually. So in all of these states, I made sure to talk to students who were all worried about employment, particularly in Bengal. I remember it was difficult to talk to any young person, a young man mostly, who had not already gone out of the state several times in search of better opportunities. I mean, there were people who were 30-year-old or even less, in their 20s, and who would give a list of 10 or 20 places outside the state that they'd already gone to in search of job opportunities, which were missing in Bengal. So the anxiety and distress were very clear to see. What has overtaken or surpassed my expectations is that it also seemed that the BJP was constantly telling the voter, don't look at your living conditions, don't look at your anxiety about Mehungai or Berozgari. Look, Modi is taking the country forward on the world stage. Look, there is the Ram Mandir, which is bringing or consolidating Hindu Raj. Look, we have, we give a fitting reply to Pakistan. So whether it was nationalism or it was Hindutva or it was India on the world stage, what the BJP's message was, or look, we've done visible development with big infrastructure, or look, we have given you free ration inside your home. So what they were trying to do was that through a multi-layered appeal, they were trying to tell the voter, don't think of Mehungai, don't think of Berozgari, look at these. Now, it's obvious that the voter did not follow the BJP's cue, did not take the BJP's cue, it did not follow its lead, and the voter did not make that kind of a disconnect between his or her living conditions and the larger ideas and goals he was peddling. The voter asked questions that if everything is so hunky-dory, why do I have to live a life that is not fulfilling or dignified? Why is it that I don't get a job?
Vandita, if I may interrupt you with this particular question, do you think that the India bloc has been able to, give its message or convey its message to the Indian voters clearly? Because see, I'm taking this question because of Punjab. Because earlier there was this confusion between India bloc with Congress and AAP against each other in Punjab. I remember our conversation earlier where you said no, there is no confusion there, Manas, but every time the party at the center, NDA, was blaming this about the alliance, that there is some kind of a confusion there in the voters' mind. There will be confusion, but when we see Punjab, we are seeing Congress 7-seat leading, AAP 3. So, do you think that the India bloc is able to convey its message clearly to the Indian voter?
So Punjab is a sort of an outlier, because even when in the Modi wave of 2014 or even 2019, Punjab has solidly resisted Modi or the Modi BJP, and a large part of the reason is also because of the farmers' agitation, which began in that state. But looking at the India alliance, now again, to my mind, the states that I traveled in, again, my impression was that they were fighting for their respective fiefs and their turfs without much samanvay or coordination. I'm talking of Maharashtra, I'm talking of Madhya Pradesh, I'm talking of Bihar. I thought Tejasvi Yadav seemed to be fighting a lone battle. He wasn't even moving around with other India leaders. But it seems that where it mattered, and that was UP, they fought together, they came together, they sent out a coordinated message, and there seems to have been a vote transfer between the two parties, the SP and the Congress. So I think where it mattered, they did come together, and that is a big contributing factor to this result. So what the India alliance, I think, going forward has to do is build on this success and to come together in deeper ways and put up a stronger front. If the BJP forms government now, it will be a very different government and a very different opposition, because the government is not going to be winner takes all, which was the case in the last 2 terms of the Modi government. And the opposition is not going to be feeble. It's going to be a strong opposition with a strong central party. The Congress, which was unable to play the role of holding up an alliance of the opposition because its numbers were diminishing so rapidly, and it seemed in an unchecked kind of a decline. The Congress has come back on the ground, and it is holding up the center of the opposition alliance now. So if it is the BJP that forms a government now, it is going to have a very strong and irrefutable opposition on the other side.
Vandita, we have Ravik Bhattacharya joining from Kolkata, West Bengal. Ravik, it was earlier predicted that the BJP was making inroads, but apparently the TMC juggernaut is rolling on.
Exactly. Now, Trinamool Congress is leading in 29 seats. BJP is just stuck with 9 or 10 seats, and Congress is leading in 1 seat presently. Now, the margins are around 4 to 5 seats. The margins are very less, like 2,500 or 1,200. But right now, it seems that it's green all over here, and Trinamool will wipe out around 28 to 29 seats in Bengal out of 42.
Ravik, in Diamond Harbour, Abhishek Banerjee is leading. Yusuf Pathan is leading in Behrampur not looking good for Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, is it?
No. See, Behrampur is a closely fought seat. Adhir got around 80,000 votes last time in 2019, margin to winning margin. But this time it seems that the votes are split. You know, they have a strong BJP candidate there, Nirmal Shah. Yusuf Pathan is a strong candidate. Adhir initially was leading with 2,000 in the early morning. When the leads came, he was leading around 2,000, 3,000 and dropped by 1,200. But later on, Nirmal Shah picked up lead. He was leading by 5,000. Now it's clearly Yusuf Pathan who's got more than 31,000 votes lead, and it's increasing. Now, a five-time MP like Adhir Chaudhary, now he is facing real trouble there in Behrampur, and he is the face of Congress in Bengal.
Ravi, what does it actually tell about Congress' future in West Bengal? They were all dependent on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and now this happening.
See, Congress actually, Adhir was the face, but Congress chose, then State Congress chose a different path. State Congress was, for years, they have been talking about Mamata Banerjee. Adhir was speaking against Mamata Banerjee, corruption issues, against Abhishek Banerjee. And according to Trinamool Congress, both Mamata and Abhishek times and over have said that it is because of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary that the India alliance didn't work in Bengal. Bengal is almost where Mamata chose to go all alone in the 42 seats. Now, in this respect, if you see, Congress and left, they forged, it's not an alliance, it's a seat-sharing combination, which did not do well as expected, number one. Number two, if you see their overall vote percentage, left so far has 6% of votes in Bengal, Congress 5%. This is exactly the same percentage they got in 2021, when they got 0 MLAs in the assembly. But very interestingly, if you see the seats, for example, Murshidabad, where Mohammad Salim, State Secretary, is contesting, he has got around 28% votes. There are at least 5 to 6 seats where the left and the Congress combined has got more than 15% votes, which in turn, what we expect is one of the reasons that BJP is doing badly here. Because in 2019, a lot of votes from the left went to BJP when left workers decided that it's BJP who can thwart Mamata Banerjee. So the vote transfer occurred. This time it was a reverse. Congress and the left votes came back to its kitty in certain crucial constituencies, which saw Trinamool doing very well there because they cut off BJP's votes. So this is one side of it. And another side, yes, Congress has a challenge here, but Congress has a lot of new candidates coming up, fresh faces coming up, both left and Congress. So they did not do as expected, but it's not goodbye Congress and left also right now.
Ravi, the left makeover, because there was some talk of that on the ground in West Bengal about how more than half of its candidates were new first-timers. So do you think that has made a difference this time in getting some of the vote percentage back to the left?
Yeah, that is one of the reasons. If you see, Dikshita Dhar was there in Nadia, Srijan Bhattacharya was there in Jadavpur. Though Srijan came third, but a lot of young votes came down to Srijan or Dikshita or these young faces. That is one point of it. Second is that this left vote, there is this issue going on that both Congress and left parties during their campaign, they put an issue like Trinamool Congress and BJP, they are complementary to each other. So they projected a fresh face, a new model, a third alternative. Now they did not get it. As far as now the tally we are saying, CPM is not getting anything. Congress may get one from Malda Dakshin, where Isha Khan Chaudhary is contesting. But overall, I think their vote percentage in areas will increase, and in the upcoming 2026 assembly polls, they will have an impact over that.
Mhm. Yeah, so this election actually verdict also is significant for what it signals for the Vidhan Sabha elections that are going to come now. Because now that,
Yes.
you know, the Modi juggernaut has been halted, I think many voters in the state elections are going to take a signal from that.
Yes, even if you see 2021 polls also, no, many people, even the exit polls predicted that BJP will do very well in Bengal. But similarly, like 2021, this time also, Mamta and Abhishek Banerjee, they were able to hold it off. This, you can talk about Lokhir Bhandar, the rupees 1,000 to the woman. Women turned up in large number. They actually kept their Muslim vote bank intact because everybody thought that Muslim vote bank will, partially go away to left-hand Congress. They held it. There was not much loss in the Muslim vote bank. Instead, they got the advantage where Congress and left votes, which were lost in 2021, came back to them, which actually hurt BJP very badly here.
But
So Mamta
they
deciding to fight alone.
Yeah, no, TMC may have held on to its Muslim vote bank. But tell me, what about the anti-incumbency that has been gathering against Mamta?
I mean, you think that it was, I mean, why did that not
bring her down? And why was BJP unable to capitalize on that?
See, there was an anti-incumbency wave going on, and there was this corruption, allegations of corruption also were in people's mind. But very strangely, Trinamool Congress worked. If you see the equation now, Mamta Banerjee chose to contest all 42 seats on its own. That was a master stroke. Actually, the entire opposition vote bank which was coming got divided. That is one of the prime reasons that you will see, apart from a few seats, the majority of seats, if Trinamool Congress finally wins, the lead will be around 20,000, 40,000, which is much less than what they got in 2019. The leads are less. That is one reason. Second reason is the voters got convinced by both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamta Banerjee that real things like Manrega ka paisa. It's a major issue where in each and every rallies, Mamta Banerjee keep on saying that the center is not giving us money. Prime Minister Awas, center paisa nahi de raha hai. These things must have affected the voters' mind. They were able to convince the voters that, see, it's me who are going to do things for you. It's not Modi. In 2019, there was a wave when we went to the villages, people were saying, Balakota has happened and this guy is saying Modi, we will give it. Though here there was anti-incumbency, but still people, I think, a last section of people chose Mamta or chose Trinamool Congress over BJP.
Yeah.
Another factor which, Vandita, I think is that this Lakshmi Bhandar worked wonders. It really worked wonders. It cut across all Hindu-Muslim divide because it actually gives you a sense of financial independence. Getting 1,000 rupees, it's basically in all the phases we have seen women getting into long queues and voting. So we were wondering where they were, but now we can understand that they voted for Trinamool Congress.
And all of Mamta's opponents, I mean, all candidates, part of their electoral pitch was that we will continue with Lakshmi Bhandar as well.
Almost all. Wherever we went for campaign trails, the first thing they said was that not only that we will continue this, isko badhayenge, we will increase this. And if you drive us away, if you bring in BJP, they'll stop this. You won't get Lakshmi Bhandar anymore. That make even Amit Shah say that 100 rupiya karke per day hum log badhayenge.
Absolutely. So this actually consolidates Mamta in Bengal, but also, do you think it sort of makes her a player on the national scene?
Obviously, Mamta will try. If you see her last two public meetings, first she said that I'll give you outside support. Then she went on saying that, okay, I'm part of this thing because she's got an inkling. Now she'll try and play a major role But you have to also keep in mind that Congress has also got itself double figures than last time. So now it will be interesting to see what role Mamata plays and how far Congress allows her to maneuver in the next big opposition bloc which is forming.
Yeah, that will be now the negotiation within the India alliance.
Yes,
now that they've done well, there will be now negotiations for primacy and power inside.
Exactly.
Sorry, Vandita, coming back to you, you have written extensively about the 5 states that you travel to, but there is one piece of yours that stood out, at least for me, where you said that during the campaigning, the 3 stalwart leaders, Narendra Modi, Rahul Gandhi, and Arvind Kejriwal, they did themselves a disservice. Now, what was your point of view there? Why do you think that they did themselves a disservice during the campaigning, and that to all the 3 of them?
So, my point in that piece was to say that on the ground, Arvind Kejriwal had become symbolic of the opening up of the political system, in the sense that we don't have the rise of the Aam Aadmi Party, and it's breaking into a system that seemed closed, and where the threshold of electoral viability was so high. So the trajectory of the Aam Aadmi Party sent out a signal that it is possible for a new player to enter and to do well. So Arvind Kejriwal seemed to symbolize that. But when he came out of jail, he was very soon caught up in the Swati Maliwal issue. It seemed like a very, very messy inner party issue. And I was making the point that Kejriwal has a larger resonance, and he is shrinking himself into this inner party squabble when he, so soon after coming out of jail. That was Kejriwal. Rahul Gandhi also seemed to me, I had said in my piece that the people are looking anew at Rahul Gandhi. They are looking at him differently now. But when he, in the heat of electoral battle, says things like, chakatak, he used to say that if we come to power, we will give you cash transfers into your account. I thought he was, again, not living up to the reassessment that the people were making of him. If he was, that he was saying these things for a certain kind of cheap popularity, that people were now looking at him for a more sober politics. But I think these two were the points of my piece. The reality. The larger reality, the larger political point here was that Prime Minister Modi, again, for Modi supporters on the ground, he is still, it's not that you can take that away from him. He is somebody who's seen as a man of large ideas, who talks of Desh, Videsh. He does not get bogged down by the BJP's local troubles. He's seen as somebody who rises above the factions and the cleavages, and that leader ran an outrightly communal campaign, especially in the last few weeks. So he was doing himself a disservice the most. And I hold on to that, and the results seem to also, I think, affirm that the people said no, finally, to Modi. And he may still form the government, the BJP may form the government, but it will not be the Modi who everybody, except perhaps the Muslims, supported and looked up to in a certain sense. This time now he becomes like the other politician, one of the politicians with bare numbers to form a government. So I think he did himself a disservice most of all, because when you are a prime minister, you're a prime minister for everyone. And for you to be prime minister and then to run an openly communal campaign is a letdown. And perhaps, I mean, you know what, one of this verdict's many messages is this, that the people thought that he was not living up to their expectations of him as a tall leader. You know, the way he spoke, the way he, the basic spectre mongering basically that he did, which was the theme song, was that if the Congress or India comes to power, they will take away from SCs and STs and OBCs and give to Muslims. That was his theme song. So for him to choose low was a disappointment for those of us who were watching him. And perhaps for the voters, it was a deal breaker for at least a large enough section of voters. It was something that they did not want to accept. And perhaps that, in part, that also reflects in these numbers today.
Absolutely. Vandita, we have updates from other seats where BJP's Sakshi Maharaj has won the Unnao seat by 30,000 margin. Apart from that, KL Sharma has reacted on his victory in Amethi. The credit for my victory goes to the Gandhi family, he says, because it's a land of the Gandhi family and this is the land of Rajiv Gandhi. He says that he has fulfilled his responsibility assigned to him by the Gandhi family, and in accomplishing this, Amethi residents, Samajwadi Party, Congress, and all the alliance partners have contributed, he says, in his win. And also the fact that Amethi has the humility will prevail here is something that Amethi stands for, and arrogance will not prevail. He has also expressed his gratitude to the people of Amethi and the Gandhi family. Similarly, Bhola Singh of BJP has won from Buland Sheher as well. And right now, let's take a look at reactions from Shashi Tharoor and Manoj Jha.
देखिए, रुझान तो ये स्पष्ट है कि जिन लोगों ने खर्च का महा उत्सव मनाया था 3 दिनों तक, आज वो सन्नाटे में पड़े हुए हैं। कुल बीजेपी की अपनी सीट 230-32 पे जा रही है, बहुमत से अभी भी दूर हैं। और अगर मैं चंद्रबाबू नायडू की पार्टी टीडीपी को और यहाँ जेडीयू को थोड़ा विलग कर दूं, तो मेजॉरिटी भी नहीं है, तो जाहिर है वो 400 पार का गुब्बारा फट गया है। बस कष्ट इस बात का है कि बिहार में मतगणना की गति धीमी है। तकरीबन 40 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में अभी हमने बात की है, 2 से 2.25 लाख वोट की ही गिनती हुई है, जबकि पूरे देश में लगभग आधे से ज्यादा राउंड खत्म हो चुके हैं। यहाँ 3 राउंड, 4 राउंड, 5 राउंड मैक्सिमम है। तो मैं आग्रह करूंगा चुनाव आयोग से इस पर फौरी तौर पर ध्यान दें।
Fourth time. No, I'm very grateful to the voters of Thiruvananthapuram for having reposed in me the same trust and faith they've shown 3 times in a row. This is now the 4th blessing. And of course, I will do my best to be worthy of that trust and to serve them well. I might add that while the World T20 is going on in the US and the West Indies, the Super Over was here. It was a very tight race, and let me congratulate my 2 rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Panyan Ravindran, for having put up such a spirited fight that it became such a close contest. No, I would say that the BJP focused very, very hard on Thiruvananthapuram as also on Thrissur. And in some ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure of the scale of their defeats in Thiruvananthapuram, because they put the same amount of effort, serious focus, national campaigners coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work, and they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. it's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants, and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective, and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi after my campaigning all over the country, I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite.
चारों लोकसभा सीटें हैं आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए के पक्ष में दिख रही हैं। हर बार हिमाचल ने 100% रिजल्ट दिया है, इस बार भी हिमाचल ने 100% रिजल्ट दिया है।
बाकी कैसे देखते हैं आप कि एक बार फिर से मोदी सरकार होने वाली?
निश्चित तौर पर देश भर में एनडीए लीड कर रहा है और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जब शाम तक पूरे नतीजे आएंगे, स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए फिर एक बार तीसरी बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाएगा, क्योंकि देश को स्थिर और निरंतर सरकार चाहिए, एक ईमानदार दमदार नेता चाहिए और आज जो दुनिया की उम्मीदें भारत से हैं उन पे खरा उतरने के लिए ये निरंतरता और स्थिरता बहुत आवश्यक है। और जो देश की अर्थव्यवस्था लगातार आगे बढ़ रही है उसको और गति देने के लिए, विकासात्मक कार्यों को गति देने के लिए इस सरकार का, एनडीए की सरकार का फिर से सत्ता में आना आवश्यक था और जनता ने उसके पक्ष में मतदान किया।
कितनी सीट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं आप?
आंकड़े सबके सामने आ रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है जब तक पूरे आंकड़े आएंगे शानदार रिजल्ट एक बार फिर होगा, क्योंकि तीसरी बार सरकार बनाना अपने आप में कई बार चुनौती होता है, लेकिन असंभव को भी संभव करके दिखाएंगे।
एक तरफ इंडिया ब्लॉक भी काफी खुश नजर आ रहा है, उनको लग रहा है कि उनकी भी काफी इम्प्रूवमेंट हुई है पहले से और उनकी भी एक मीटिंग होने जा रही है, कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, जहां एक और भारतीय जनता पार्टी 250 सीटों पार करने दिख रही है, वहीं दूसरी ओर कांग्रेस अभी 100 सीटों के आसपास भी नहीं दिख रही। अपने आप में काफी गैप है और कुल मिला के जो हमारा एनडीए गठबंधन है उसको भारी बढ़त बाकियों से बनाई हुई और आगे भी बनी रहेगी।
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
Moving to down south in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, let's take a look at the numbers, and the numbers stack up as DMK-led alliance leads in all 39 seats, and Annamalai is trailing in Coimbatore, the state BJP president. In the studio with me, I have Pooja Pillai from the opinions desk of the Indian Express, and we are joined by Sugata Srinivas Raju, senior journalist, to talk about the South Bloc in India and how are the numbers looking for them today. Pooja, how is it happening for you? Because the exit polls said that the BJP could be making inroads in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but the DMK alliance is leading. What do you have to say about that?
Well, they have made some inroads into Kerala, I believe. Like there is Suresh Gopi is leading. Suresh Gopi from the BJP is leading in Thrissur. Tamil Nadu is a whole other story, but I think, Sugata, we want to hear from you. Is it that the Dravidian wall cannot be breached?
I'm not very sure. You know, the way the BJP positioned itself in the south was not for seats, especially Tamil Nadu and Kerala. It was more a game for vote share, mind space, and I think they have been fairly successful. If you look at the kind of vote share that they've been getting in Tamil Nadu. It's double digit. Of course, they had a very interesting, social engineering experiment there with PMK, Amma Party, and others. But the most significant thing is they did not ally with either of the Dravidian parties. So that is, I think, trying to, try to be on the other side of the Dravidian philosophy, trying to induce this whole universal Hindutva idea that it has been speaking with a few localized elements that Prime Minister Modi brought in when he traveled to that state, not once, not twice, but 30 times since he became Prime Minister for the first time in 2014. So the effort that he put in was, nobody, even the BJP, did not expect to get seats. Although the exit polls showed 3 or 4, we were not sure which of those seats would fall into their lap, or if the BJP itself would win or its allies would win. There were seats like Ramanathapuram, Kanyakumari, Vellore, Tirunelveli, Coimbatore. All of that was being spoken, but I don't think that they were looking at numbers. They were looking at vote share. The game in Tamil Nadu for the BJP begins between now and 2026, when the elections are going to happen. The state assembly elections are going to happen. As far as, I don't think we have come to Kerala yet, but if I can comment on Kerala, even there, I think Thrissur is quite an interesting victory. They're opening an account for the first time. And like in Tamil Nadu, communists or the communist ideology was completely antithetical to the Hindu. Similarly, the Dravidian philosophy was antithetical to the Hindutva philosophy. So you them taking on their ideological opponent, 2 islands of India. The islands are ideological islands of India.
So, I also actually want to move beyond Tamil Nadu and Kerala to talk to you, because again, one of the big stories of the day is Chandrababu Naidu and the TDP.
Making a comeback, making a big comeback there.
Possibly playing kingmaker here. So just take us back, like a few months ago, do you think, was this anywhere on the horizon? Do you think this would have been a possibility if you had thought about it a few months ago?
No, Pooja. I always try to sort of refer to the 2019 moment. Chandrababu Naidu thought he'll get a second term because he was the first chief minister of the state. He did not. Jagan came straight out of jail and became chief minister. Now something similar has happened. Chandrababu Naidu came out of jail and he has become chief minister. So it was completely flipped. And Chandrababu Naidu, built a formidable, I should say, with Pawan Kalyan. Not so much the BJP, because BJP did not have a social base there. It's the Kapu Kamma kind of combination which has delivered. And Jagan made some very, very crucial mistakes, in the sense, one was his hubris was there to be seen and experienced by his own party workers, MLAs, and his own family. His mother and sister sort of, distanced from him and endorsed the Congress party, which they had gone back to. But the other very interesting thing in Andhra Pradesh is that I think Jagan was extremely dependent on his welfareism. See, welfareism cannot alone win you elections, because South, we have seen that welfare is a commonality. It's a universal thing in the South, because the southern states have money, and if you know the Tamil Nadu model of welfareism, it's totally different. He also did something else besides create kind of extreme welfare, putting an extreme welfare imagination in place. He also created a completely new tier of volunteers to deliver this, welfare schemes that he had put in place. And that new layer of that he created to deliver this may have upset. This is my guess. We still have to look at it. My guess is that it probably upset the patronage system that is there in politics. So the Gram Panchayat level or the Taluk Panchayat level, the traditional structures of governance, he went above that, and that probably upset his own MLAs, his own workers, because everything was getting by them. So welfareism was good, and he thought that would hold him in good stead. But at the end of the day, I think the politics part of it has, created a problem for him.
And sorry.
At the same time, Sugata, if I can ask you, Chandrababu Naidu and the alliance with the BJP, how important or crucial of a role do you think Pawan Kalyan played there in the entire?
Pawan Kalyan was, yes. Yeah, see, Pawan Kalyan, one was he decided to play number 2 to Chandrababu Naidu. He did not put his ego in the front. If you look at the actions, I think his partners were entirely different. He was trying to, the Dalits a different way, the communists were with him. So this time, I think he surrendered to a kind of a populist model of caste engineering, which Naidu was readily bringing in with the Kama vote. And Kapu Kama was a formidable combination. And see, the BJP, I wouldn't say had a great presence in Andhra Pradesh. So BJP came in there so that it could bargain for 6 seats in the Lok Sabha and some minuscule number of seats in the assembly. But it was this two which came together. And also, the interesting bit is that, the Reddy thing was on the decline. The Reddy vote was not exactly sticking with Jagan because his sister seemed to have created some kind of a disturbance there. So, and they were fed up. As I spoke to you about the patronage system, it must have affected the supporters as well. Otherwise, this kind of a lock, stock, and barrel movement of the vote, where it's an overwhelming mandate in a house of 175 to get 158, 160 is not a. So there was something which the politics of Jagan was more upsetting than the welfareism of Jagan.
Absolutely. Pooja, you were saying something.
No, I also actually wanted to bring this welfare question into Karnataka now. I mean, the BJP seems to be leading, but Congress has seems to be making good gains there. And there was already talk before voting began about Siddaramaya's welfare approach, particularly for women voters. Can you just comment a bit on that? Shed some light on what you think may have happened here.
See, it's the same logic that we spoke about with Jagan's welfareism. See, here, the welfareism that Siddaramaya created was in complete classical welfare idea where you allocated and distributed funds, in a very judicious and with some equanimity to say rural development, urban development, irrigation departments, education departments, city development. All of that got crunched because they were into cash transfers. So the state government did not have money to give it to the MLAs, who again create that patronage system. Whether you like it or Indian political systems, is about about this kind of patronage and pelf, besides pedigree, of course. So patronage and pelf were not easily accessible to the Congress MLA. That is point number one. And point number two, why the work in Karnataka is because there was a last mile problem, as it always happens. And there was a lot of corruption that was getting reported through RTI documents, not hearsay. People were applying and they came to know that 20% commission had to be paid to get yourself enrolled into something or the other. So there was that kind of a absolute cash crunch which would not allow an ordinary MLA to sort of wield power in his own constituency. I think that created a bit of an issue for Siddaramaya and Keshav Kumar. And the other thing was that the tickets were distributed in nepotistic, dynastic fashion. No senior leader wanted to contest. And when a senior leader did not want to contest, what he did was claim the seat for his daughter or his son or his daughter-in-law or his son-in-law. So 18 of the 28 seats which are there in Karnataka were represented by this kind of a nepotistic alliance, which sent a very wrong signal to the Congress worker. Because if the daughter or son or daughter-in-law or son-in-law comes in, that seat gets blocked for the next generation, right? 20 years, 25 years, because they'll come back and claim and reclaim and do all that in the next elections as well. So there was no hope that was created for the worker. And of course, the Congress did that because they thought these people are millionaires, they will spend money on their children and ensure their victory. But it seemed to have worked otherwise. But after getting just one seat last time, to have gone up to 8 seats is a kind of achievement, but not an achievement. It's a kind of Pyrrhic victory. It's a Pyrrhic victory, as they would say, because you get more seats, but the chief minister's bastion is lost. Deputy chief minister's bastion has been routed very badly, and there is no victory to be claimed.
Absolutely. Pooja, just to interject, we have a big breaking from Uttar Pradesh, wherein Lalu Singh, the incumbent Faizabad MP from the BJP, has conceded defeat to Samajwadi Party's Avadesh Prasad. And Faizabad is a key seat because it covers Ayodhya as well. And at the same time, there is another big defeat for the BJP because party's national vice president and sitting MP Rekha Verma has been defeated by, again, Samajwadi Party's Anand Badoria from the Daurahara seat. And finally, the counting is over at Mohanlaganj seat, where, again, Samajwadi Party candidate R.K. Chaudhary has defeated Union Minister Kaushal Kishore. So that was a little bit of an update from the UP numbers coming in. Samajwadi Party seems to have swept it. Now, getting back to our conversation.
So so it seems like Ayodhya did not even have that much of a resonance amongst many voters in UP. What about the South, Sugata? What do you think? Like, did Ayodhya make any difference? Did it have the opposite intended effect? What do you think happened here?
No. I mean, I will not go with the general flow and say Ayodhya did not have an impact. I will say that Ayodhya created a kind of quiet indebtedness in every Hindu voter that the BJP was trying to approach. But what failed them was the other things. It's the social engineering aspect. It's the kind of affiliations and patronage that the BJP was extending. It was about the hubris of BJP leaders who could not be spoken to. The way even chief ministers and ministers did not have the kind of access that one would normally have. So I think it was a lot of such factors which seem to have pulled down the BJP. And I think now there will be a wave of regret in a section of the BJP voters saying that, we thought our vote wouldn't matter and we need to sort of keep these people under check, and we thought we'll bring down the numbers a little. But once that sentiment has been unleashed, there is no way of controlling what the final outcome would be. So you can't say that I'm not going to vote, but I'll push my neighbor to vote. And the neighbor may say the same thing. So the final critical mass that develops may not be supportive of the results that they actually want to see. So there may be a bit of regret in a small section of the BJP. Then the other very important narrative that we heard when the elections were closing or the phases were progressing was that the RSS was not very enthusiastic about this election. And even Mr. JP Nadda went out of the way to say that in the time of Vajpayee, the organization, the BJP as a political party, was not as strong, and therefore we needed the this time the organization is strong, and therefore the RSS itself will be very happy to see the BJP work out its own issues. So I think all those factors may have played a role. So Ram Temple per se, I don't think any Hindu voter of the BJP is unhappy about it. There may even be a quite indebtedness about that. But it has not played out the way with other things, in conjunction with other things, has not played out the way it should have.
Right. And so, give us an idea of the big picture from South India. Like, what does UP is, of course, it's proved to be the shocker of the day. But Where does the South now stand in the BJP's calculations, do you think?
I would like to add on to it a little bit, Pooja, because Sugata, if you remember, after the Telangana polls, we came up with a narrative that, it's a north-south divide. BJP is a war machine when it comes to the Hindi heartland, but not so much so when it comes to the south. But then 48 hours ago, we had the exit polls, and apparently BJP became a unifying factor for both the north and south. But now again, we are back to the old narrative as to what BJP needs to do about its south agenda.
No, the south, I think the BJP set its eyes on the south and the east. In the east, I think they've been partially successful with Orissa. They also have held on in Bihar. So whatever they set out to do in these two states has worked. Bengal, they could not make much dent. They thought they will gain numbers there. So the east is partially successful. In the south, I would sort of still give them credit for what they have done in Tamil Nadu, because they have now become a talking point. They have sort of got into the mind space of people. They've got a mind space in the people. And Kerala, they've opened their account. Telangana, they've doubled their numbers, or they've increased their numbers. And I think there the BRS sat out of the elections, like Mayawati sat out in Uttar Pradesh. So I think the south is extremely crucial. And I was one person who never believed this artificial divide that was being created between the north and the south. Yes, there are cultural differences, but there are cultural differences in the north as well. There are cultural differences in the east as well, and the west. So that was an artificial kind of a narrative that was created to sort of probably for the Congress to say that the south is our bastion. But the Congress, I don't think south was Congress's bastion at the time that it spoke, because they were, as I told you earlier, they were effectively contesting only 70 seats. The 25 seats in Andhra Pradesh was straight away discounted. In Tamil Nadu, they were only contesting 8 seats, and that left only 70 seats out of 130 that there was available. So I don't think the Congress was sort of right in saying that it is their bastion and they look forward the South to prop it up. It was more Rahul Gandhi's embrace of the Dravidian ideas that that federalism or linguistic pride or a certain kind of rational approach to the whole game of politics, which I think he fell in love with, and he was openly in praise of it. I write about it in my book as well, Strange Burdens, as to how he moves closer to the Dravidian idea. And he also picks up a bit of the leftist, agenda, which sort of is more in terms of welfareism and things like that, to balance and approach the poor with a certain kind of empathy and, egalitarian kind of ideas. So he has borrowed a lot from the South. Rahul Gandhi, when he was completely blocked in the North, he borrowed a lot from the South in terms of ideas. And I don't think it is those ideas that have given him victory. That is the strange part. The complete disintegration of the BJP's imagination in the big state of Uttar Pradesh, which has led them down. And I think Bharat had a very tough call, because they had sort of manipulated a little too much, and nobody knew what the final result would be. So I would say it is Uttar Pradesh which has caused that dent. They could not open, they could not do much. I mean, they did not do well in Bengal as much as they wanted to do. And then Maharashtra let them down. Rajasthan, the drop in seats. See, these are the North Indian seats which have sort of created that trouble for the BJP. But let us also remember, they were seeking a third term. And if this is the level of anti-incumbency, then there is something to be appreciated about the work that they have done.
Sugata, I also want to actually hear your thoughts on what this could possibly mean for regional politics, particularly in the context of the South now. Because where is the BRS? It is, like you said, it has pretty much sat out the elections. So what do you see now happening?
No, the regional parties now seem to control the central government. Naidu or Nitish Kumar. So it is like a deja vu of the 90s in a way, if the numbers remain where they are, and they're very likely to remain where they are. So it's a bit of a check and balance that will go on. Mr. Modi will have to wear the Vajpayee hat now. If he's chosen as the prime minister, if he's picked as the parliamentary party leader. So that also may come into question. There may be pulls and pressures there. He may have to accommodate. Already I saw somebody tweeting that Nitish Kumar may be made the deputy prime minister. All kinds of things are being said. So, I mean, it's too early to say all that. First, the numbers have to settle. Only after the numbers settle will I think we'll know what the regional parties will be doing. But I will say that the Congress made the mistake of its life by chasing away Nitish Kumar. And before Nitish Kumar, they also became very cold to Deve Gowda, who wanted to build a Janata Parivar alliance, a secular Janata Parivar alliance. After the Congress won Karnataka last year, they cold-shouldered him. So he was pushed into the NDA alliance, and that now has cost them very dear.
Sugata, you mentioned the alliance. It's very funny because the alliance seemed to work for BJP in Andhra Pradesh, but not so much so for the India alliance per se, because like you mentioned, Nitish Kumar left and Mamata Banerjee also left. Farooq Abdullah had left and they had to drag him back. And so alliance-wise, it hasn't worked that well for India bloc, has it? Even though, let's say, Samajwadi Party...
There were a lot of
Yeah.
Yeah. See, Samajwadi Party is a unique case. I will not credit the Congress for the UP victory because they had no men, they had no machinery there, they had no organization. And if you see the percentages of the last assembly election, they had just had 2% vote share.
Right.
So even a seat like Raebareli or Amethi, all the MLAs were from the SP or one of them was a BJP MLA. So I don't think they had that kind of network to get UP back on their side. So they rode on the shoulders of Akhilesh Yadav, and they have to be very grateful to Akhilesh Yadav because they did not even treat him well before December of 2023 when the elections to the assembly was happening. So he was very upset, if you remember, that he was not given seats in Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh or wherever he wanted to be. So he was upset, but still he came back and he expanded his social base by creating this formula of PDA, Pichide, Dalit and Alpasankyat. Earlier it used to be the Yadav Muslim combination, and he had expanded his social base, and that social base has yielded results. And I don't think there is anything that the Congress has contributed majorly there. It has, of course, added to their victory because this is a small margin election. They do have contributed, but I think the large 90% of the credit should go to the imagination of Samajwadi Party.
Absolutely. Sugata, at the same time, can you tell us for the Gandhi family, Amethi and Raebareli have been so important for them. Last time in Amethi, Smriti Irani had the upper hand. And this time, Rahul Gandhi has already won Raebareli. Kishori Lal Sharma has also won Amethi. How do you think this looks for the Congress as a whole, as a party? And obviously for its workers also, because Mallikarjun Kharge kept on maintaining that we have numbers. Rahul Gandhi kept on saying he came up with the number 295. And, a lot of times psephologists and experts say that, sometimes you have to maintain that tough exterior for the workers in the party who have worked so hard for you over the last 44 years. So how important do you think this is a confidence boost?
It's a one-line answer. Dynastic politics is here to stay. So they're not going to sort of go away. It is not Congress Mukt Bharat. It's not Parivar Mukt Bharat. Although Mr. Modi tried to sort of, he had a two-pronged approach. One was directly attack the families or split the families. I think that is going to be very, very difficult now if he's going to be in a coalition situation. So the one-line answer for that is the Gandhis are going to be around. The other dynastic parties which sort of see the Gandhis as a model of running their family parties. They are going to be around. So it's I've always said that caste is the biggest dynasty in India. So as long as caste hierarchies are there is a kind of default dynastic situation in India. So I think caste and dynasties are both going to stay.
Absolutely. And before we wrap up, one final question. In case Rahul Gandhi also wins Wayanad, what do you think he's going to choose? Or what are the different combinations?
I think if I know him well, I don't claim to know him well, if I read his mind correctly, because I can, on the basis of the book that I've written on him, I think he'll keep Wayanad and give Rai Bareli to his sister. But the thing is that Rai Bareli, if it goes into a by-election, I don't know what the margins of victory there are. It may be quite risky. Somebody may advise him also not to give up Rai Bareli, but Wayanad. So, but Wayanad was his savior last time. So I don't know how he's going to view it. But it will be Priyanka and Rai Bareli if his heart tugs him in that direction.
So, like I mentioned, it's Sophie's choice. What do you think, Pooja?
Again, like Sugata, I think Wayanad would be difficult to give up because it did, and there is also now, I think, that emotional connection. He does seem to have a deep connection with his constituents there. Rai Bareli, of course, makes a lot of sense from the whole historical perspective. So.
Yeah, it's home.
Yeah, it's home. So
and it was not his seat; it was his mother's seat.
Mother's seat.
So
Yeah.
He was.
So there are other sentimental reasons for also, keeping that. So yeah.
But then,
when he got the ticket, Rai Bareli ticket, I think I told on one of the television channels that it is patriarchy playing out. The Italian mama wants the son to be the inheritor. So And I now think it will be reversed because he has both seats and he has a choice.
So Sophie's choice it is.
Yes.
For Rahul Gandhi, it seems like, and of course there is the Priyanka Gandhi thread discussion when it comes to Rai Bareli if it goes for a by-election. Thank you for joining us, Sugata, for this discussion on South India, which again panned out to the entire of India. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thanks. And thanks for a great conversation, Sugata. That was great.
Definitely. We have more reactions coming in, Pooja. But because we were having a discussion on the South, if you had to pick one key battleground that you are keen on, that you are looking up to, what is it?
My hometown is Thrissur. I was watching that very keenly. So, yeah.
All right. So we have reactions coming in from Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Let's take a look.
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
കിട്ടിയതിന് എനിക്ക് വളരെ ഒരു ബഹുമാനമുണ്ട്, സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്, ഒരു വളരെ ഞാനൊരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ഫീലിംഗ് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ നടത്തിയത്. ഇന്നും ഞാൻ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ഫീലിംഗ് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ റിസൾട്ടിനെ അക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ജനങ്ങളുടെ തീരുമാനം, അവരുടെ വെർഡിക്റ്റ് ഞാൻ ഭയങ്കര ഹ്യൂമിലിറ്റി കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ അക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവും, തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തെ സേവയ്ക്ക് ഞാൻ ഉണ്ടാവും. എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങളുടെയും വേദനയും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും ഞാൻ നോക്കാൻ ഞാനും എൻ്റെ കോളീഗ്സ് എല്ലാം ഇന്നും നാളെയും മറ്റന്നാളും എല്ലാവരും ഉണ്ടാവും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി നന്ദി പറയുന്നു.
25,000 വോട്ടുകൾ വരെ ലീഡ് നിന്ന സമയമായിരുന്നു. അതിനുശേഷമാണ് പെട്ടെന്ന് താഴ്ത്തു പോയത്.
ഇല്ല, ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രീമച്വർ വിജയാഘോഷമൊന്നും ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളല്ല. ഞാൻ ലാസ്റ്റ് വോട്ട് കൗണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നവരെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് നോക്കിയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഡിസൈഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോയത്. അത് എനിക്കറിയാം ഇതൊരു ടൈറ്റ് ഫൈറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഒരു പുതിയൊരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് ആണ് ഇവിടെ. ഇതൊരു സ്ട്രോങ് ഇൻകംബന്റ് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് ആണ്. 3 ടേം MP ആയിരുന്നു. പുള്ളിൻ്റെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം ഉണ്ട്, ഒരു നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാവരും പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ട് ഒരു പുരോഗതിയും വികസനവും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തിന് മുമ്പോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ ഒരു ക്യാമ്പയിനാണ് നടത്തിയത്. അത് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി ഒരു 3,40,000 ജനങ്ങൾ സ്വീകരിച്ചു, എന്നെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തു, BJP-നെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. അതിന് വളരെ നന്ദി ഞാൻ പറയുന്നു. 100%. അതെല്ലാം ഒരു പ്രിമച്യൂറാണ്. അതല്ല ഇന്ന് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങളൊരു നല്ലൊരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ക്യാമ്പയിൻ നടത്തി എല്ലാവരും NDA-യും BJP-യും എല്ലാ പ്രവർത്തകരും എല്ലാ ലീഡേഴ്സും കൂടിയിരുന്ന് നമ്മൾ നല്ലൊരു ഒരു കമ്മിറ്റ്മെന്റ് കൊണ്ട് തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് മുമ്പോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകണം എന്നൊരു കമ്മിറ്റ്മെന്റ് കൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ നടത്തി. അതിന്റെ ഇന്ന് റിസൾട്ട് നമ്മൾക്ക് കിട്ടി, അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതെ, വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ ഒരു
So that was former Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, now former, conceding defeat to HD Kumaraswamy in conceding defeat in Thiruvananthapuram, and we had a long discussion on the South Block, and now I'm honored and privileged to be joined by none other than Neerja Chaudhary in the studio. Neerja Chaudhary needs no introduction. She is the legendary veteran journalist who has covered 10 Lok Sabha polls and is the contributing editor of the Indian Express. We are also joined by two more guests virtually, Professor Ashutosh Kumar from the Political Science Department of Punjab University, and Amit Dholakia, political scientist from Gujarat. Neerja, to start off with you, the exit poll numbers 48 hours ago said that it was the NDA sweeping across through the polls, but we all know exit polls are just anticipated estimates. But right now at about 4:30 p.m. in the evening on Judgment Day today, it looks very different. Do you think this is India's answer to arrogance of power?
I think it's a very good question. What does it add up to?
Yes.
And I describe it in one Hindi word.
Okay.
And that is Ankush election.
Okay.
Ankush is reigning in, and I think the voters of India have reigned in the ruling party. The message is we want you to continue, but not with unbridled power. So they will be heading a coalition government, and the leadership of the BJP will be called to take along the allies, keep them happy, also take along the concerns of their own party leadership within the BJP.
Right.
Which had felt marginalized.
Right.
And also take on board the concerns of the opposition.
Absolutely.
Which has emerged as a strong unit. And that is a good thing for democracy.
Absolutely. A few days ago, you took an interview of Union Home Minister Amit Shah along with Raj Kamal Jha, and he clearly forecast 350 plus seats for NDA. But now, like you mentioned, the BJP has been reined in by the electorate. And at the same time, the BJP has to be careful of its allies, of its alliances. So what happens to the bigger plans of BJP now? Because having a majority and calling the shots is one thing, but doing it in tandem with others who you may not agree with, but you are in an alliance, what does it do to the bigger picture of BJP for the next 5 years?
I think the BJP will have to shift gear. It's been Narendra Modi, I think, will continue as Prime Minister. And he's a very flexible leader. Many people say that, of course, he's won every election he's fought and he's run majority government. So will he be able to run a coalition government?
Yeah.
I think he's very flexible and will, a new side of him may come to the fore.
Right.
So let's see. But in terms of the program, one nation, one election.
Yeah.
Will that go through now? Question mark. They may have wanted to go in for economic reform.
Yeah.
Opening up various sectors that have still not been opened up, like agriculture, food processing, etc. To FDI. I don't know whether they'll be able to, get that through. They have wanted uniform civil code to be brought in. Will they be able to do that?
Right.
With the kind of numbers that they will now have to play with. So several things will come in for question. And also the people who will man or woman the ministries.
Man or woman the ministries.
So let's see who will be the party chief. You will need to have a different kind of approach. So I think there'll be many challenges that they'll have to, and the Prime Minister was going to go to G7 soon after the swearing in. And of course, to come back with for a third term after 10 years of being in power is not a small achievement, even though whatever be the final tally, 235, 240, I don't know what the figure is going to be. But it's also true that 240 would not have been possible but for Narendra Modi. So I don't see it as a rejection of Narendra Modi. In many states, he's done well.
Yeah.
Odisha, they've held their ground in more or less in Bihar with Nitish Kumar, in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, in
Andhra Pradesh.
They piggybacked Chandrababu Naidu, then Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and so on.
Yeah.
So it's not a rejection. It'll be a mistake to think this is a rejection.
Yeah.
But it certainly is, as I said, a reining in.
Absolutely, it's a reining in. We'll move up north to Punjab and Haryana. The exit polls suggested that, the BJP was making inroads in the south, which it clearly is not. But at the same time, they spoke about the BJP losing out in the north in Punjab and Haryana. So in your experience, how has BJP's relation with the electorate and the alliance parties, if so, in Punjab?
What caused them a lot of damage was the farmers' agitation.
Absolutely.
It lost them ground. Of course, they were not a big player, but they were with the Akali Dal.
Yeah.
And together the alliance didn't matter.
Yeah.
But the Andolan, the agitation and the Jats in particular were unhappy. So Punjab was almost written off for them.
Yeah.
And it's a division between Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is on a revival mode in Punjab. From again, I don't know the latest figures.
Yeah.
Haryana, unlike dissatisfaction of the Jats in other parts of the country like UP, Haryana, there was anger in the Jats. And in the Jat-dominated areas, and it partly because of the farmers' agitation, but also the wrestlers'
protest.
The way the women wrestlers were treated. And when I traveled there, I did not meet a single person, not a single person, who felt that what had happened was right, what had happened to the wrestlers. So the sentiment was very strong. And I think, and there are women who are coming to the fore now. So I think it has also been not just an economic issue, it's also been an emotional issue in Haryana.
Absolutely.
So Delhi, they've held the ground. Surprisingly.
Yeah.
We thought they'll make much of, the opposition will make a dent. So I agree with you, your first question, wherever they've lost ground, Maharashtra.
But Maharashtra is tricky that way. It's an arithmetic of numbers.
No, why is it that the opposition has done well if it was a national election, an election to choose the Prime Minister, which is the way large number of people saw it?
Yeah.
It is because they broke the Shiv Sena and the NCP, and there was a lot of sympathy. I traveled to Maharashtra, a lot of sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray and for Sharad Pawar. Again, a sentiment issue. They felt that they had been betrayed. And of course, there was onion prices, there were a lot of economic things, of course. And there was a caste lineup that the opposition managed to do, which is Maratha, Muslim, and Mahar. Mahars are the Dalits.
Yeah.
And this is the old combination that the Congress used to win on.
Right.
So I think a factor that has mattered a lot in these elections is the way the Dalits have gone.
Right.
And Dalits have shifted to the Samajwadi Party, a chunk of them. Partly from the BSP's base, partly otherwise because they fear a change in the constitution, their reservation may be done away with. So I think Dalits have also shifted towards the opposition alliance in Maharashtra. So I think wherever there has been a display of arrogance of power,
yeah,
like in Maharashtra,
there has been an ankush.
Like in also Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee fought back like a tigress.
Yeah.
And she managed to contain them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they were making headway. So wherever there has been strong arm methods,
yeah,
or arrogance, display of arrogance, the people, I think, have reacted.
Absolutely. Ashutosh, we were speaking about Punjab. What are your thoughts on what Neerja just said? Ashutosh, if you are there on what Neerja just said about Punjab. Yes. Yes, Ashutosh, we can hear you. Please. Before Ashutosh logs in again, Neerja, we have an update from Maharashtra because we were talking about Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray's Sena, because now there are two factions of the NCP also and classic Shiv Sena also. Uddhav Thackeray's Sena's candidate Anil Desai has defeated Eknath Shinde Sena's Rahul Shivale by a margin of 53,384 votes. So Uddhav has, made considerable inroads into.
There was huge sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray. MLAs moved away, both of the NCP and Shiv Sena. The Shiv Senics on the ground, the support base of Shiv Sena viewed Uddhav with sympathy and felt he had been betrayed. Again, there is an emotional issue in Maharashtra, and this will have implications for the assembly elections which are due in October.
Right. We are just ahead of the assembly elections now. Ashutosh, we also have Amit Dholakia, political scientist from Gujarat. Neerja, we'll talk about Gujarat. Amit, BJP is doing fairly well in Gujarat, but what is the next Gujarat story for the BJP? I mean, they have been sweeping polls for the last 2 times. What is the next higher level up?
Good evening. This question is very relevant. In the run-up to the elections to Gujarat Lok Sabha seats, this Kshatriya agitation happened because of the remarks made by Union Minister Purushottam Rupala. And there was a huge Kshatriya mobilization against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, today, once we see the results, we find that the story is not much different from what it was in 2019 Lok Sabha elections. If you see the vote share, BJP's vote share is exactly the same, that is 62%, that it secured in 2019. And Congress vote share also remains exactly the same, that is 31 or 32%. The first conclusion to be drawn is this, that Gujarat is firmly in the grip of Hindutva sentiment. Opposition's attempt to play up the caste dynamics and the caste divisions and reap some electoral benefits, particularly in seats which are dominated by Kshatriyas like Rajkot, Jamnagar or Bhavnagar, have not worked out well. See, even in Rajkot, Purushottam Rupala himself has won by a huge margin of around 280,000 votes. So Congress now needs to actually use the same narrative that it used in UP and in Bihar, that is focused on economic issues and social justice, if it wants to make a dent in the Hindutva vote bank, rather than merely harking back on the caste issues. That is the first observation. Secondly, I think the lack of a leadership phase on the part of the Congress did not give it the traction that was expected. Only seat that Congress has won is Banaskantha, where the local candidate, Geniben Thakur, was very popular with her community and with the people of the constituency. In the rest of the constituencies, we find that Congress candidates could not break the very strong electoral kind of the mix that BJP had created. So wherever Congress has done well in the country, it is largely on the basis of either the state level phase or the local level phases. Unfortunately, in Gujarat, Congress still has not been able to offer a credible state level leadership phase which could galvanize the workers, which could also appeal to the people and wean them away from the strong BJP loyalty that voters have been demonstrating for the last nearly 3 decades in Gujarat. So all in all, I think BJP should be very happy with the Gujarat results. Though symbolically speaking, loss of one seat in Gujarat creates a kind of a feeling that BJP is on the back foot. But if you look at the numbers, even the leads that the BJP has got in most of the seats are quite large. I mean, we have not seen a decline in the leads. So now the challenge is more for the Congress. There is a ray of hope getting one seat in Gujarat after 15 years is a big news for Gujarat Congress, but it needs to build up further on this if it wants to remain in the reckoning in the coming Vidhan Sabha and the Lok Sabha elections. Over to you.
Absolutely, absolutely, Amit. We have Ashutosh from the Political Science Department of Punjab University. Ashutosh, we were talking about Punjab and BJP and its alliance there. What are your thoughts on it? Meanwhile,
so the victory of Amrit Pal Singh, I mean, he's leading, and then Bayan Singh's son also leading. So these two results, if they hold, this is something news from Punjab, which is quite worrying, because there has been like these two people, they have been closely associated with this demand for separatism. So that tells you about Punjab situation. It's not like BJP winning or losing or Congress winning. That's not the point. The point is that in Punjab, like Punjab is in turmoil, lots of dissatisfaction among the farmers. As Nirjaji also said, farming sector is in distress. And in fact, there has been a lot of problem in Punjab. So like, you know, they had some faith in the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party did not fulfill any kind of demand. Like drug was one of the major issue. Amrit Pal Singh campaign, if you see, he was talking about how to fight drugs. So drugs is like there, the mafia, all those things like Punjab, like it's like nothing changes, you know, it all the, whatever happens, like the things remain the same. So there is a kind of a hopelessness in Punjab, and that's a very bad thing because Punjab is a borderland state and the majority community in Punjab is a minority community in India. And I think there is this kind of feeling which is coming up in Punjab is this kind of majoritarianism which has been floated in rest of India, the kind of majoritarian politics. So obviously the Sikh would also think that they are a minority. So this feeling would come in. So this is something Punjab is like, is giving a kind of a signal which is very worrying. So I used to say that, you know, in Punjab generally people are not really, they won't go back to those dark days. But now I think with these two results that tell you, this can be like, you know, a kind of a sense of alienation among the Punjabi voters, alienation from all the mainstream parties, like a kind of a, you know, they may be looking for alternative. And I would say that in 2027, they would again go look for alternative. Another thing I would like to say that this decimation of Akali Dal is a bad news for Punjab. Because Akali Dal used to represent the Sikh interest, Sikh community. Now when Akali Dal is in a kind of perpetual decline, so obviously there is a segment among the Sikh community who would not really look towards Congress. They were looking towards Aam Aadmi Party, but Aam Aadmi Party, as you know, is now not having the top leadership, is in jail. They never really developed organization in Punjab. So they are leading in 3 seats. But, you know, in the long term, Aam Aadmi Party is going to have a tough time in Punjab. Expectations are too high. It's a one-sector economy. Nothing is happening. Now with this kind of victory of the 2 people from Khadr Sahab and this time separatist elements coming up, and last time you had this Sangrur also, where Simranjit Singh Mann won, and this Sidhu Moosewala, and also it tells you that investments would dry up. I mean, whatever this investment was coming to Punjab, now it would not come up. The economy, the agricultural economy is not doing. There is a kind of a sentiment against Bharatiya Janata Party in Punjab. As you know, the BJP were not even allowed to campaign. So this is not a good situation in Punjab. And, you know, nobody's really thinking about Punjab. But you remember, Punjab is a very important state. It's not only 13 seats in Punjab. It's like the Punjab is a borderland state. Punjab provides a great chunk of armed forces, and Punjab has had a history, right? So this is something there should be effort on the part of the national parties, effort on the part of the leaders who are going to win this election, that they should address the issue. You know, in Punjab, nothing changes. I live in Chandigarh, I can see, like, you know, all the VIP culture, the same thing, which were raised by Aam Aadmi Party. The voice
we have bigger news coming in from Baramati, where Supriya Sule seems to have bagged considerable margin over her sister-in-law Sunetra Pawar. Nija, you wrote extensively about the Pawar versus Pawar battle in Baramati, but your headline said that despite this battle, okay, fine, it looks a kante ki takkar because it's within the family, but your headline also said that why does this battle foresee a larger war in Maharashtra? So what were you meaning when you wrote that?
Look, you know, the Supriya Sule seemed ahead for the simple reason. I would have put 7 out of 10 women would have voted for her for this because they had sympathy for Sharad Pawar. Many people said this. Ajit Pawar has done work for us, but we cannot inflict pain on Sharad Pawar towards the end of his political career after all that he's done for Maharashtra. Correct. So that was very simple. Again, an emotional issue. Pawar versus Pawar. Suppose Ajit Pawar or Sunetra Pawar won this, then the legacy of the NCP would move into Ajit Pawar's hands. Absolutely. With Sharad Pawar winning this, Supriya Sule winning this, and the alliance MVA they were leading in 29 seats.
Yes.
This means many people who are now sitting in the Ajit Pawar camp, they were already beginning to look at Sharad Pawar's group, even sending feelers. That process will pick up momentum. Whether this will happen with the Shinde group also, going back, you know, those who had moved, going back to Uddhav's group, and the impact this will have for the elections that are now due for the assembly in Maharashtra in October, and also for the cash-rich BMC.
Yeah, the cash-rich BMC, absolutely. That is a major factor at play. You have also written about the 4M strategy of the BJP. Mandal, Mandir, Mandi, and Market. That 4M strategy juxtaposed with Rahul Gandhi's yatras. Of the two, who do you see as a more effective campaign tool, or do you think both have their own advantages and disadvantages? Because Rahul Gandhi seems to have struck a chord with his yatras.
I think on these 4 M's, Narendra Modi has converted BJP into a broad-based party. It's no longer a Baniya Brahmin party.
Yeah.
A very big component of it is the OBC.
Yes.
And I remember a senior BJP leader tell me when I talked about the Jats getting disillusioned with them, he said, we're not worried about the Jats so much. We want to retain the OBCs. That's our priority. OBC is 52% according to 1931 census. If another census is done, probably the figure could be higher.
Yeah.
So OBCs are the group that both Rahul Gandhi and India Alliance and the BJP have been booing. As far as Mandir is concerned, Narendra Modi is seen as Hindu Samrat.
Yeah.
Hindutva is part of their plan. Nationalism is part of their plan. Market, of course, they would like to move in that direction.
Yes.
Now, whether they'll be able to move and do what they had planned for, had they got a runaway success, that is a question mark. And therefore, Mandal, Mandir, they have used. Market, they have used. And Mandi are used in terms of Kisan, which both sides have played on.
Yeah.
So, come to Rahul Gandhi, his yatra converted him from a pappu into a serious leader.
Yeah.
Everybody was happy that he was undertaking this yatra. Very good. Somebody is walking 4,000 kilometers to come to us and hear what we have to say. So that was done. I feel it could have been followed up to give advantage to the party had there been shibirs organized after in the places that he visited, so that the new political energy could have been mobilized for the Congress party itself. That apart. I think he's also going for the OBC. Now it remains to be seen, caste census did not click in the
It did
assembly.
not click at all. Absolutely. Yeah.
So the idiom will have to be different, but certainly they have worked hard in this election, no doubt about that. But they have a long way to go. To be happy with 100, if they hit the 100, and let me tell you, 100 is going to send very important signal to the system, to the judiciary, to the bureaucracy, to the media. And I think, as somebody was saying just now, it has put oxygen into the democratic system.
Right.
Because there is a strong opposition, and the feeling is they're on the revival path.
Right.
So, but they have a long way to go. I remember 2009, and this is a word of caution, when they got 2,206 and came back to power. And they felt, now everything is going to the fruits will fall in our lap automatically. And therefore, I hope that's not to happen. And I also hope that Congress party on the revival path will not behave like a big brother towards the other allies, because they will worry. Revival of the Congress may be at our cost.
Absolutely. Neerja, before we wrap up, I wanted to ask you one last question. All these numbers, who is winning, who is losing, the face of India at G7, all of these things are there. But at the same time, you have also written about how the Rajya Sabha is an akhada of battles. So this is Lok Sabha, but how does Rajya Sabha also play? Because now Sonia Gandhi has moved on from her Raebareli seat to Rajya Sabha.
I think you see now that there are forthcoming elections. Haryana, Congress can do is positioned to do well, given the results of the Lok Sabha. Maharashtra, again, Congress is positioned, the opposition is positioned to do well.
Yes.
There's Jharkhand, there'll be Delhi next year. Then, of course, other assembly elections will follow. If they capture these assemblies, then the character of the Rajya Sabha will change.
Yeah.
And then it becomes much more difficult for the BJP and the NDA to push through what they consider as an important part of their agenda. One nation, one election. Will that go through now? I don't know.
The lawmaking changes. Speaking of Rajya Sabha and speaking of this entire big political exercise that the world's largest democracy exercises every 5 years, what, according to you, because you have covered 10 Lok Sabha elections, what, according to you, is defined as a strong opposition in the parliament?
I think one is numbers. You have to have adequate numbers. Two will also be collaboration between different opposition parties, because there's no one large party. Even the Congress, even if it gets 100, or near enough. So their ability to move in step with each other and work out a common program, I think that is going to be very critical, because the BJP will try and poach in.
Yeah.
They will not leave. They're not going to sit back.
Yeah.
They are also going to go back to the table, the drawing board, and course correct.
Yeah.
They're very good at that.
Yeah.
So I think it's the opposition, I hope, doesn't just sit back and think we've done well, and they've done well.
Yeah.
And they must be congratulated for that. And as I said, a strong opposition is absolutely essential for democracy, because checks and balances kick in.
Yeah.
Anybody with power, whoever it is, must be reined in. They must not have unbridled power, whether it's a Congress, BJP, or any other force.
Absolutely. Thank you, Neerja, for joining us, for taking time out. And we have one update from Maharashtra. The lotus has finally bloomed in Konkan because Union Minister and BJP candidate Narayan Rane is set to win from the Ratnagiri Sindhudurg Lok Sabha seat in Maharashtra, where he was in direct contest with Uddhav Sena's nominee, Vinayak Raut. Let's move on and take reactions from across the country as the judgment day of 18th Lok Sabha election progresses.
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
जिस समय चुनाव का 7वां चरण समाप्त हुआ और एग्जिट पोल आए, 7 चरणों के चुनाव में देश की जनता लगातार ये संदेश दे रही थी कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तानाशाही को खत्म करने के लिए, महंगाई और बेरोजगारी को खत्म करने के लिए अपना जनादेश दे रही है। लेकिन जिस तरह से जनता के संदेश को जानते समझते हुए आखिरी समय में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, देश की केंद्र की सरकार ने, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूरे मीडिया चैनल्स को जिस तरह से मैनेज किया गया और फर्जी एग्जिट पोल घोषित करके लोगों के साइकोलॉजिकल माइंड पर जिस तरह से दबाव बनाने की कोशिश की गई, मुझे लगता है कि ये जनादेश उसके भी खिलाफ है।
आज तो अलग अलग किस्म के वर्डिक्ट आए। पहले अगर मैं कश्मीर लद्दाख के हवाले से बात करूं तो यहाँ से जो आगा रूहुल्लाह साहब, मियां अल्ताफ साहब नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की टिकट पे कामयाब होके अब लोकसभा में हमारी नुमाइंदगी करेंगे, उन्हें मैं मुबारकबाद पेश करना चाहता हूं। इसके साथ साथ करगिल और लेह के लोगों ने बीजेपी के उम्मीदवार को वहां हरा के हाजी हनीफा जान साहब को जो कामयाब किया, वो भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं करगिल के लोगों को और उन लोगों को जिन्होंने हाजी हनीफा जान साहब को वोट डाले, उनको मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं। जहां तक मेरी अपनी सीट है, यार अगर आप लोग सुनना नहीं चाहते हो तो कहिए, मैं चला जाऊंगा। जहां तक मेरे अपने सीट की बात है, जाहिर सी बात है कि मैं इस अंदाज में आपसे बात करना नहीं चाहता था। मेरी ये उम्मीद थी कि बारामूला काउंटिंग सेंटर से डीसी ऑफिस जाके अपना सर्टिफिकेट लेके मैं आपसे बात करूं, लेकिन अल्लाह ताला को वो मंजूर नहीं था और बारामूला पार्लिमानी सेगमेंट के लोगों ने जो फैसला सुनाया है वो हमारे सिर आंखों पे। मैं जानता था कि ये मुकाबला मुश्किल होगा। शुरू में जिसके खिलाफ मैं इलेक्शन लड़ रहा था, वो उसकी मुखालफत करना मेरे लिए ज्यादा आसान था। इंजीनियर रशीद साहब जब मैदान में उतरे तो जाहिर सी बात है इलेक्शन में उनका मुकाबला करना हमारे लिए थोड़ा सा और मुश्किल पड़ गया। और जिस तरह का सेंटिमेंट बना, जिस तरह नौजवानों ने, हमारी माओं ने, बहनों ने इंजीनियर रशीद की रिहाई के लिए वोट डाले, नतीजा अब आपके सामने है। लेकिन चलिए, कभी कभार इलेक्शन में जो है हार जीत होती है। ये पहली मरतबा मैं पार्लियामेंट का इलेक्शन हारा हूँ। अब आगे देखते हैं क्या होता है। हाँ सॉरी मुझे ये भी, क्योंकि मैं जम्मू कश्मीर में ही मैं फंस गया। जहां तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। जिस तरह अखिलेश ने यूपी में किया, ममता दीदी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में, स्टालिन साहब ने तमिलनाडु में, शरद पवार साहब और उद्धव ठाकरे ने महाराष्ट्र में, और जिस तरह कांग्रेस ने राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब और प्रियंका जी ने, जिस तरह कांग्रेस की टैली जो है लगभग अब 100 पे वो टच कर रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स मेरे पास अभी है नहीं। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी। बीजेपी जो 370 की बात कर रहे थे, जो 400 पार की बात कर रहे थे, अब उनको कोलिशन गवर्नमेंट चलानी होगी। अब इस वजीर आजम के लिए जिन्होंने अपने हुकूमत को एक डिक्टेटरशिप के तौर पे चलाया है, इस वजीर आजम के लिए एक कोलिशन चलाना ये एक नई बात होगी। मैंने खुद कोलिशन चलाया है, मैं जानता हूँ कितना मुश्किल है कोलिशन चलाना। मैंने वाजपेयी साहब की कोलिशन में काम किया है। अब ये हमारे जो आज के वजीर आजम हैं मोदी साहब, ये कहाँ तक अपने स्टाइल को एडजस्ट कर पाएंगे एक कोलिशन के लिए, ये अब आगे वाले दिनों में हमें पता चल जाएगा।
ब्लॉक में नीतीश कुमार को खबरें आ रही है कि डिप्टी पीएम का ऑफर किया है।
मैं इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं जानता हूँ। अभी तो अपने इलेक्शन से मेरा दिमाग जो है वहां से हटा नहीं। अब अगर किया है तो किया है। फिलहाल तो मुझे लगता है हमें जोड़ तोड़ की हुकूमत नहीं करनी चाहिए, हमें जोड़ तोड़ की सियासत नहीं करनी चाहिए। प्री पोल अलायंसेस जो रहे हैं, मेरा अपना मानना है कि प्रेसिडेंट राष्ट्रपति साहिबा को प्री पोल अलायंस के तौर पे जो है अपना फैसला करना चाहिए, और जो लोगों का फैसला है वो हमें तस्लीम करना चाहिए। ओके, चलिए।
के साथ नए नाम के साथ हम लोग मैदान में उतरे थे। मेरे पिता के जाने के बाद जिस तरीके से पार्टी तमाम विपरीत परिस्थितियों से गुजरी, ऐसे में इसका श्रेय मैं मेरे पार्टी के हर एक नेता, हर एक कार्यकर्ता को दूंगा जिन्होंने पार्टी की इस विपरीत परिस्थिति में पार्टी को धैर्य के साथ संभाले रखा। सबसे बड़ा श्रेय मैं मेरी माँ को दूंगा, जिन्होंने इस विपरीत परिस्थिति में एकदम ढाल बनकर मेरे साथ, मेरे पार्टी के साथ वो मजबूती से वो खड़ी रहीं। पार्टी के हर एक कार्यकर्ता को हिम्मत, हौसला और उनका मनोबल वो बढ़ाती रहीं। मुझे लगता है इन तमाम फैक्टर्स कलेक्टिवली रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं कि पार्टी ने आज 100% स्ट्राइक रेट दिखाया है। 5 सीटें हम लोग लड़े, 5 की 5 जीते।
अमित शाह जी की तरफ से क्या फोन आया सर एनडीए की मीटिंग को लेकर?
गृह मंत्री जी ने जहां पार्टी के प्रदर्शन पर हम लोगों को बधाई दी, वहीं एनडीए की बैठक का भी जिक्र किया। कल वो बैठक है, हम लोग जाएंगे उस बैठक में, और तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए सरकार बनाने जा रहा है। इस प्रदर्शन का श्रेय मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी को जाता है, उनके नेतृत्व को जाता है। एनडीए के हर एक घटक दल, मेरे मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने जिस तरीके से हमारे गठबंधन को मजबूती दी, जीतन राम मांझी जी ने दी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी ने दी, और जिस एकजुटता के साथ हम पांचों दल एक साथ मिलकर हम लोगों ने चुनाव लड़ा, इसी का ही परिणाम है कि इतना बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन बिहार में हुआ।
अब नीतीश जी का रोल कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा? लीड कर रहे हैं नीतीश जी की पार्टी बिहार में।
मेरे मुख्यमंत्री जी का महत्व हर गठबंधन में हमेशा से महत्वपूर्ण रहा है, और ऐसे में पुनः एक बार वो महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका में मेरे मुख्यमंत्री जी हैं। उन्हीं की वजह से और मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी की वजह से पार्टी का, गठबंधन का प्रदर्शन इतना बेहतरीन रहा।
आपके पार्टी के सभी मेंबरों का लगभग लाख का मार्जिन है, जहां पे 10-10 हजार का मार्जिन, आपका भी मार्जिन 1 लाख से ऊपर का है। क्या कहेंगे?
फाइनल रिजल्ट आने दीजिए एक बड़े मार्जिन के साथ, और आपके पास वो सारी आर्काइव्स में वो वीडियो है भाई, जिसमें हर बार हमने दावा किया था कि आप मार्जिन देखिएगा, हम लोग के हर प्रत्याशी का मार्जिन बेहतर रहेगा। और आज ये कहीं ना कहीं बिहार की जनता को इस बात का श्रेय जाता है। बिहार की जनता ने जिस तरीके से हम लोगों के ऊपर विश्वास जताया, हमारे गठबंधन के ऊपर विश्वास जताया, और खास तौर पर लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास को जिस तरीके से प्यार और सम्मान देने का काम किया, ये श्रेय बिहार की जनता को जाता है।
चलिए सर, चलिए। जिस समय चुनाव का 7वां चरण समाप्त हुआ और एग्जिट पोल आए, 7 चरणों के चुनाव में देश की जनता लगातार ये संदेश दे रही थी कि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तानाशाही को खत्म करने के लिए, महंगाई और बेरोजगारी को खत्म करने के लिए अपना जनादेश दे रही है।
हमने 2 बड़े सूक्ष्म मुद्दों पे प्रश्न उठाया था। पहला और अहम मुद्दा था कि हमारे को खबर आई, रिपोर्ट आई, कंप्लेंट आई हमारे सब प्रादेशिक यूनिट से, इंडिविजुअल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से कैंडिडेट द्वारा कि 2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है, उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 है एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो पहले होता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया। हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने की। हमने 2 बड़े सूक्ष्म मुद्दों पे प्रश्न उठाया था। पहला और अहम मुद्दा था कि हमारे को खबर आई, रिपोर्ट आई, कंप्लेंट आई हमारे सब प्रादेशिक यूनिट से, इंडिविजुअल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से कैंडिडेट द्वारा कि 2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है, उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 है एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूं कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया। हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने की। हमने 2 बड़े सूक्ष्म मुद्दों पे प्रश्न उठाया था। पहला और अहम मुद्दा था कि हमारे को खबर आई, रिपोर्ट आई, कंप्लेंट आई हमारे सब प्रादेशिक यूनिट से, इंडिविजुअल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से कैंडिडेट द्वारा कि 2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है, उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी। एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है चुनाव की।
सर झुका के नमन करना चाहता हूं, उनको बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आपने दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र के महापर्व में हिस्सा लिया। आज चुनावों के परिणाम आ रहे हैं और लगभग तस्वीर साफ होती हुई दिख रही है। ये चुनाव कई प्रकार का संदेश दे रहे हैं। एक सबसे बड़ा संदेश इस चुनाव में दिया जा रहा है जनता के द्वारा कि 10 साल के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन से लोग दुखी हैं, परेशान हैं और वो इस सरकार को हटाना चाहते हैं। महंगाई से दुखी हैं, बेरोजगारी से दुखी हैं, तानाशाही से दुखी हैं। जिस तरह से इस चुनाव में धन बल का इस्तेमाल किया गया, जिस तरह से इस चुनाव में ईडी तंत्र का इस्तेमाल किया गया, सीबीआई के तंत्र का इस्तेमाल किया गया, इनकम टैक्स के तंत्र का इस्तेमाल किया गया, पुलिस के तंत्र का इस्तेमाल किया गया, सारे विपक्ष को पकड़ पकड़ के जेल में डाला गया। हमारी पार्टी के मुखिया अरविंद केजरीवाल सहित हमारे शिक्षा मंत्री, हमारे स्वास्थ्य मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया और सत्येंद्र जैन को जेल में डाला गया। पूरे चुनाव को प्रभावित करने की एक गहरी साजिश रची गई। उसके बावजूद भारत के लोकतंत्र की यह खूबसूरती है कि देश की महान जनता ने कहा बीजेपी वापस जाओ। यह नारा है इस देश की जनता का। उन्होंने बाबा साहब के संविधान को बचाने के लिए वोट दिया। भारत में आरक्षण की व्यवस्था जो दलितों के, वंचितों के, शोषितों के, पिछड़ों के, आदिवासियों के लिए है, उसको बचाने के लिए वोट किया। और अभी तक के जो नतीजे सामने आ रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुमत होता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है और पिछले बार की तुलना में लगभग 60 सीटें बीजेपी की कम हो रही हैं। अब जरा सी भी नैतिकता है भारत के प्रधानमंत्री में, जरा सी भी नैतिकता अगर देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी में है तो उनको इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए, क्योंकि उन्होंने तो 400 पार का नारा दिया था। 400 पार। लेकिन देश की जनता समझ गई कि ये 400 पार चाहिए संविधान को बदलने के लिए, ये 400 पार चाहिए आरक्षण को खत्म करने के लिए, ये 400 पार चाहिए अपने पूंजीपति मित्रों को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए। और इसलिए देश की जनता ने यह परिणाम दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए यह बहुत बड़ा सबक है, लेकिन शायद वो सबक नहीं लेंगे, क्योंकि उन्हें तो झगड़ा करना है। यह चुनाव का परिणाम भारत के अंदर नफरत की राजनीति के भी खिलाफ है, तानाशाही की राजनीति के भी खिलाफ है। यह चुनाव का परिणाम इस बात का भी संकेत है कि नफरत की बुनियाद पे हिंदुस्तान नहीं बनेगा, मोहब्बत की बुनियाद पे हिंदुस्तान बनेगा। तो इसलिए मैं इस देश की महान जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व में आपने हिस्सा लिया और एग्जिट पोल के परिणाम को पूरी तरीके से आपने ध्वस्त किया और ये बताया कि हम लोकतंत्र के अंदर अपने मुद्दों के आधार पर वोट देंगे, पार्टियों का चयन करेंगे। किसी को भी इस अहंकार में नहीं रहना चाहिए कि वो बिल्कुल हमेशा के लिए इस देश पे तानाशाही की अपनी हुकूमत चलाएंगे। और वैसे भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब से कहा कि उनका जन्म बायोलॉजिकल नहीं है, वो अवतार हैं, भगवान से भी बढ़कर अपने आप को मानने लगे। उनकी पार्टी गाना गा रही थी कि जो राम को लाए हैं हम उनको लाएंगे। इतना अहंकार हो गया कि भगवान श्री राम को लाने का दावा करने लगे। इतना अहंकार हो गया कि भगवान जगन्नाथ जी उनके भक्त हैं, ऐसा दावा करने लगे। तो आज बजरंगबली का दिन है, मंगलवार का दिन है, और उनको एक संदेश, एक संकेत भगवान ने, प्रभु श्री राम ने, बजरंगबली जी ने, इस देश की जनता ने दिया है। उससे कितना सबक लेते हैं नहीं मालूम, लेकिन वास्तव में ये भारत के लोकतंत्र की महान जनता है जो ये बताने के लिए मैदान में आई कि आप इस देश में तानाशाही की हुकूमत नहीं चला सकते। मैं निवेदन करूंगा हमारे
Get ready for a game changer. Visit the website to know more.
Hi, today now we have Udit Mishra with us and P. Vaidyanathan Iyer. They're both Indian Express's economy and political economy experts. First for both of you, general question. For many people, this verdict has been a bit of a surprise, especially given the exit polls that came out over the weekend. How do you see it? How do you see it just from your perspectives, both?
Well, to my mind, it's a bit like Rozgar trumping Ram kind of a thing. Since I track economy and have written extensively in the paper about it, there was tremendous economic distress, and it has been building up. Many of the viewers might recall that government's own data showed that unemployment hit a 45-year high in 2017-18. So this was just a year before they got re-elected. And unemployment is central because it basically means future incomes will be depressed and consumption will be depressed. And all of that has been happening. And I think for a while, it appeared that all the disruption due to demonetization or continued lack of jobs in the economy could be papered over with some kind of a political narrative or a desire to have a certain identity. But this election seems like a step back where people have let economic distress sort of speak. And I think is a massive takeaway, and that will be the main challenge for whichever person takes over from here.
I have 3-4 things which come to my mind immediately. One is, of course, the distress that we talked about. Probably at the bottom of the pyramid, there was distress. There was huge distress because there were not too many jobs, and people, even if there were jobs, people were saying that they wanted government jobs. They wanted the security of the government jobs. In distressed times, security of jobs means a lot to the people. That was number one. Second, I think the general sense of a little bit of fear among people, even among decision makers, the corporate sector, I would say, the dominant corporate sector. The fear of speaking out, the fear of agencies, that was something which played on people's mind, not just of the dominant corporate sector, but also people. They thought that, okay, here is a party which has a tirade against corruption, but then here is also the party which takes corrupt people into its fold. This dichotomy did kind of go down well with people. And probably, I think, it showed in those states pretty sharply, like it showed in, say, Maharashtra, where, Ajit Pawar kind of faces an almost drought. So I think that's something played a lot in people's mind.
So, both of you brought up, say, demonetization and the economic distress, now corruption. Arguably, some of that strengthened, especially this washing machine politics that some of the opposition had called. But say demonetization happens in 2016. Then you have the pandemic, and arguably it was not handled as well as it could have been economically. Some have argued the opposition did then. But with both those things in subsequent elections, in Uttar Pradesh, for example, we didn't see a political backlash. So is there something that changed in the last 6 months, 1 year, 2 years? And especially with, there's one of when the labor force data was out recently, this sort of, do you think people have also read that data wrong? You're saying female labor force participation has gone up so much.
Yeah.
Rural India is working more.
Yeah.
Was that data read incorrectly, perhaps even by the ruling party when it ahead of its campaign?
I feel that it was read incorrectly by the ruling party in particular, because everybody else who read the data, and we have shown this in our pieces, that the increase in labor force participation, especially by women, especially by rural women, is essentially in distressed jobs, in kind of jobs which are helping their own enterprises. So basically just helping your husband, because the incomes have fallen. So, it's often like in medical tests we can do the test, but they always say, go to a doctor for the analysis. And the analysis part of that was that labor force is rising, but because of distress in the economy. Government's own data is showing indebtedness has risen, liabilities have risen, savings have fallen repeatedly. So your jobs are not happening. That's why I said jobs is the central thing. Your jobs are not happening. Your income levels have not gone up. Wages across the board are stagnant. And we've shown in our own pieces that inflation levels, basically price rise has been of the kind that 32% price rise has happened since 2019. Now it is up to the reviewers to decide whether their incomes and salaries have gone up by 32% or not. If they have not gone up, if your salary or income has not gone up by 32% since 2019, you're worse off. And this is showing up across the board in terms of consumption patterns, in terms of your indebtedness. So I mean, I think it's the denial part, first of all, that we will not accept that there was distress or there was any kind of problem, and then reading it incorrectly to whatever extent you can.
Yeah, I think, probably correct, in the sense that there was distress and the government response to distress was also there. So I would not stop it at that there was distress and the government did not know about it or did not acknowledge it. So if you look at how the government acknowledged, they just universalized the 5 kg program, right? So one aspect that people are not going to remain starved, people are not going to sleep hungry. So that the government did, and probably that Labharti of government, which was countered by Rahul Gandhi's, his own Labharti of, doubling it. Yeah. So probably that, rang a bell or resonated with people because that was one, probably need for that, for a large section of the people. And then the response, of course, the government read it in a manner which pointed out very well. There were a large number of women who were working but not earning any much, so that or earning anything. So that numbers are very misleading when you say that, employment numbers, when you're talking about employment numbers. One was that. The second, the counter, which, it showed in, say, the Congress's manifesto that, I will give 8,500 rupees to a job seeker who's a graduate through an apprenticeship program, or I'll give the woman head of a household, 8,500 rupees a month as an income support. These are things which clearly suggest that people probably bought it. So I'm not very sure whether, these freebies are what works in people's mind. Because, you get, when you go down to the street, either in Maharashtra or in Tamil Nadu, you get very, very different views from, hundreds of different people. Some say that, pride is important for them, they don't want money. But then some say that, this is important for us because it helps us survive. So I'm not very sure whether it works, but certainly distress was there, and governments as well as the rivals have responded to that.
Yeah. Just to push you on that, one of the things the opposition had said, Rahul Gandhi, one is of course about the quantum of you can call it the welfare that you're giving out.
Yeah.
10 kg ka 20 kg kar diya.
Yeah.
The second was Rahul Gandhi's pitch, or the Congress's pitch this time, which starting from the manifesto and then in more simplistic forms that you do on the campaign trail, of course, was that ours is a rights-based approach.
Yeah.
We are saying you are a citizen and this is a right, whatever it is, whether it's starting from Manrega and earlier UP term and now to hak ki, nyay hai, hak hai. Versus this Labharti thing, which seems from the old perspective, a more, oh, look what I'm giving you. And the fact that you made everything something that the Prime Minister was giving. It wasn't even government giving it. Modi ki guarantee. Do you think that had an effect in some way that people, I mean, like all of us would like a tax break and a free this thing, but to be told that maine aapke jeb mein dala. Do you think that just the coinage of that from a political economy perspective?
So it matters a lot. Say for instance, it matters in too many ways. For instance, in states, it matters because, the symbolism of any state benefit which is given to people, if it comes in the form of, say, one particular brand, it antagonizes an opposition state. Say, for instance, if there is a YSRCP government in Andhra Pradesh, it doesn't like the ration being sold as, say, Modi's program. It doesn't like Modi's picture in that. There have been, say, to and fro on health schemes also between states. So one aspect is that people think that, center is an entity, but all the works happens in states. So there is no central geography, so to say, right? So one is that. The second is, I think people also think that that I am giving you is probably not something which is appreciated by most people. I think that is a right-based approach, be it for information or from what is due to them for no fault of theirs. They are on a far behind in the starting line. So those things do play a role.
I would say that you just look back on when in US, the US president is openly saying that trickle down doesn't work. Right now, US is there is no comparison between the average income levels, and we are as an economy saying that trickle down is the approach. So there is a question mark also on the role of government in this economy, and whether it doesn't look like Congress has won the election, but the question mark on the role of government in this economy is something that is central. Again, goes back to what we wrote when the COVID second phase was happening. That particular year, in the year when the second wave has happened, the government has cut its health budget. So this is very serious that, and why these things will show up now and didn't show up earlier could be also because of a lot of factors, in particular, like are voters trying to vote for their state or they're voting for the national. So, and also a whole host of other political issues. But yeah.
So this, so now that whatever government now, we're actually for the first time in a decade, now we're looking at a toss-up. We won't know what's the kind of formation, the cabinet, which parties are in power even, that's, we'll only find out in the days to come. But just taking off from what Udit said, is that there used to be capitalism with a human face. I remember Mohan Singh had coined that in his first term, or inclusive growth. Or there were all these words that were used, which in the last, some would say, in fact, some critics would say that in the last 10 years, that nuanced discussion of welfare, economy, you have to grow, of course, but you're still an unequal country, so it has to have a complex welfare aspect. Do you think that inclusive growth conversation is now going to be the modalities of which will have to be worked out by whatever the next government is?
Yeah, I mean, it's somehow it's central, right? I mean, for a country with this kind of population and with the youth bulge that we have, there has to be some solution. I don't think anybody has a ready solution. I'm not for a moment saying that any one particular party has a solution, but there has to be a discussion on that, and I think to a great extent, the incumbent government was sort of denying a lot of the stress that was there. And I think this is a call from the voters to, at one level, say that, listen, there is genuine distress and needs to be looked at. It's not enough to play on identity issues.
I think this will be forced by the coalition partners now, because now you are a government where you are well short of majority. If the trends persist and if it eventually turns out that the BJP is much less than 272, even if it is 30 seats less than 272, then it is very clear that the coalition partners will play a very, very big role and probably disproportionate to the which always happens. So from the demands on cabinet berths to what policies or the political projects the BJP itself would have had, I think they will play a very critical role. And certainly there are things like that questions were asked, so where well, Indian Express also has written about, say, award of projects, say for instance, to one corporate, there may be questions asked by the coalition partners, because I think these are issues which one could probably go ahead and do it because of a single party majority, but not anymore. I think right from to what levels of subsidies to whether there should be a welfare program for a certain percentage of population, whether there should be a cash transfer. I think these things people will play a role.
On this coalition question, not you guys, you're experts, but there's always this thing that governments, especially single party governments across the board, they say mandate because when it comes to delivering, only a single party government is good at delivering, it's good for economy, single window decision making. There are all these phrases used which basically boil down to give us a very strong mandate because we will make great economic decisions.
Yeah.
Both in terms, say, historically in India, because except for the last 10 years, 30 years before that, we had coalition governments.
Yeah.
In one
Actually, Modi government was the only government since economic reforms which had a single
party majority, right? So 30 years of
that was a
uniqueness. So this notion that the coalition government is bad for reform, bad for growth, bad for or at least slows it down. There's too much kickpit was used to, like that kind.
Yeah.
Is there? I mean, does that actually bear out historically and for the future? Is it what's the record of that?
I'm reminded of what Montek Singh Ahluwalia used to say, is that in India, there's a strong consensus for weak reforms. Because basically, we had coalition partners pulling in different directions. Everybody agreed that there should be economic reforms, but when you came to a particular economic reform, people were pulled in different directions. Now, that was true for right through economic liberalization in 1991. But we should not forget a couple of things. One, that our whole reform journey is through coalition governments.
Yeah.
1991 was a minority government and brought about a whole host of, it basically opened up and canned the planned economy approach. So that was the most dramatic shift. And then right through that, we see through governments, we had a dream budget, so-called dream budget in Deve Gowda's government, which P. Chidambaram presented, which cut taxes, individual and custom. So, I mean, it brought about this, because he believed that, lower taxes will bring about greater adherence to tax rates. And we saw under Atal Bihari Vajpayee, we saw a lot of reforms of the kind that increased the productive capacity, brought about new institutions in terms of insurance and, how to manage your money. And again, then with Manmohan Singh, we saw a whole host of reforms. So it's not as if coalition governments do not reform, but yes, the whole process can be very arduous and it can sort of leave a lot of things on the table. In fact, some of the biggest reforms that Mr. Modi has actually brought about, like say Aadhaar or the IBC, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the GST, these are sort of those things that were left on the table, could not get through because it was a coalition government. But just to put the argument on the other side, Mr. Modi himself has failed to bring about, say, land acquisition, so-called reforms in land acquisition. There was an ordinance early in his first term, which was, there was this whole Soot Budki Sarkar jibe, and it was taken away. In the second term, we've seen the farm laws bit. And then there are also these quirks of the demonetization kind of reforms, which are sort of seen as reforms, which can totally wreck an economy. And our growth rate actually faltered after that happened. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a very clear picture one way or the other that one thing absolutely works and the other doesn't.
No, absolutely. I think bang on, because if 1991, as Udit said, it was a minority government. It was not even a full majority coalition government. It was a minority government with support from outside, and it did stellar reforms. But then, you look at UPA 2. UPA 2 was a disaster in terms of, how corrupt it had become, right? One after the other series of scams. And, I know for a fact, because I was so intensely reporting those days, and, allies were holding, Manmohan Singh's government to ransom at that point of time, from disinvestment to everything. The flip side is also a single party majority works in many different ways. So I'm not saying that it's, say, for instance, electoral bonds is an issue where, transparency, accountability are huge issues. But then in this government, whatever said and done, we didn't see any huge corruption or scandal in this government in the last 10 years. There was crony capitalism. Of course, we wrote about it, and it says a lot because, particularly when there is concentration of power, amongst 2 or 3 people. But then this government also tried to kind of keep the fisc under control, made the most of higher petrol, higher crude prices. So I think it is a mixed bag. Not that one is good or one is bad, but India somehow one get a sense that
even the fact that FRBM came under a coalition government, right? So I mean, this government is trying to fit in, and we've written again that they've also diluted certain aspects of FRBM. But the toughest FRBM came during a coalition government, was adhered to till 2007-8 under a coalition government. So I mean, it's a mixed picture. I mean, if you have UPA 2 kind of a situation, obviously it's horrendous.
So then, so the other one for a lot of this thing is everyone gets very worried about markets. Now, all of us with SIPs and this thing, temporary blip just because exit polls raised expectations, other things were happening over the weekend, or should people panic because of this kind of thing?
My own reading is that, India still needs more bridges, more roads, and India's path is not held ransom to one party or one number. I think on the economic agenda, I think unlike, say, a UK or a US where there can be sharp divides on how you go about, India is at that point in its growth trajectory where there is a fair unanimity of what needs to be done. No matter who's the prime minister or who's ruling, you'll still have to build roads and bridges, and you'll still have to take care of the poor, because there is no magic wand over which you can solve this. So there is a certain unanimity in terms of economic trajectory. How effectively you do it, is the crucial thing. Let's we can see.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no panic selling. We should.
No panic.
Good time to buy.
Good time to buy.
Good time to buy. Such a sharp dip is only temporary. I think the government gets back to business in a couple of days. Markets are back in shape.
So the final thing, one of the big challenges, and I'm going to ask you to give your own challenges and things to do after this, but one of the big ones has been, we keep hearing, I've been reading piece after piece on our pages, which everyone should read, great pages we have in the opinion section. On our pages, we've been reading, I think, at least for a year and a half, that government capital expenditure, first it was centers doing, states is not doing. Now it's center and states are both spending, but that's going to crowd in private investment.
Yeah.
And the finance minister, Sitaraman, had once basically hinted at saying, humne jitna karna tha, ab kuch to karo. Private industry is just not playing. Your bottom lines are increasing by various measures. But that basic putting money back into the economy, generating jobs, which seems to be the big pain point, one of the biggest pain points that's come out of this election.
Yeah.
What do you think it will take for the private sector now to start putting in that money, or is it delayed, or are we just expecting too much too quickly?
I think this is a question which try to answer through our news reports all the time, because it is true that certain sectors are doing all right, where investments are coming back on the drawing board, but there are n number of sectors where they are not really seeing that kind of a demand. It could be partly rural distress also, because you look at how the market is split. There is a K-shaped recovery, which is very clear. People may acknowledge it or not acknowledge it, but certain section, post the COVID, which was a shock, it has not been an even growth story in India. And I think certain sectors, unless there is some, so how do you tackle it? So one is to create jobs. How do you create jobs? You need to have manufacturing plus services. There is a question about do we subsidize manufacturing? That is a big question. A government is taking a bold call that okay, I'll give incentives. So there are questions on whether these incentives are going for the right purpose, etc. But in a large economy like ours, services alone cannot create the kind of jobs that this economy needs. So probably manufacturing, but how to do manufacturing? So I think these are.
I personally feel that corporate tax cut, which on paper is a reform, was very badly timed. If you look at the data, our consumption levels were falling. If viewers can recall, in 2019, stories were full in newspapers of cars being not being sold because the demonetization, and after that 3 years, the sharp decline was happening. At that time, this government chose a supply side reform, which is to say will incentivize the producers, whereas actually the people were struggling with consumption. So in my view, that was one of the major problems. 5 years have gone and the recovery hasn't happened. So at some point you have to ask the question, well, when do you declare a failure? And as Belly said, the recovery has happened only to the extent that the upper arm of the K. So if certain things are being bought by the rich, that element has seen a recovery. So in fact, instead of putting 1,50,000 crores tax benefit in the hands of the producers, if that same money was put in the hands of the consumers through tax cuts or direct transfers, it would have actually led to more consumption. And then once there was more consumption, there would have been a business case for producers to increase capacity. So that thing has been held back.
Just so for my own clarity and maybe some of our viewers, so this is like saying your SUV market is growing like crazy. 15 lakh ke above gaadi log khareed rahe hain.
Yeah.
Achha, but scooty nahi bik rahi hai aur cycle nahi bik rahi hai. Those are also, I mean, just as a layman sort of, just for me.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a K-shaped rivalry in that sense. So the top end you're getting.
It was catering to a Khan market.
Yeah. But not the political Khan market, the economic
Khan market doesn't have enough votes.
Enough votes in rural India. So I'm going to ask you both now, since this is economy and politics, next government nowadays, we all do this, 100 days, 200 days, whatever. Pick the first thing. What is the thing the next government should do? 1, 2, how many of you want, which is good economics and good politics as a policy intervention?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to answer very quickly because nobody knew what kind of a mandate this would be and how it's going to be read and who's going to herald it. One thing that always works is that you should not make massive changes. So whatever policy is, you maintain that and then tweak it within that. If a new government comes and makes wholesale changes, even within the BJP fold, if they come and make wholesale changes, that puts a lot of doubt in the minds of investors, consumers, everybody. So I think one thing is that don't make such a sudden break from the existing policy that it appears as if anything can change, because it's a coalition government at the end of the day, and things can change again. So we're going back to that era where not being sure of what lies ahead comes into the picture. So bring in consensus, build consensus, which is something that we saw in farm laws also. Because you did not bring the laws properly, it sort of faced a lot of rebellion. So
I think so. Yeah, because a lot of things the government could have done, it possibly did, and the things which it wanted to do, despite its huge majority, as the pointed out, be it farm, be it land, it backtracked. So it is impossible for the government to push ahead those reforms, where it had to. Very difficult to do that, to build that communication, to convince that people. It's a different art. One is that. Second is, but on labor, I think clearly the government can do something. Because, these labor laws we talked about in 2019, 4 different labor codes came, nothing really got implemented. I think, but there is need for jobs. So, how do you incentivize people to set up factories, etc., etc. So probably the government can, in coordination with states, bring some trust into the system and get this going. That was one. And this is already, in paper, we have the labor codes. I think that is something which, and other is, I think, there are certain things for the industry, from my point of view, on power. I think, there's a huge problem today about, baseload power. Thermal has not really, there's a huge renewable jump in our capacity, but thermal has remained unattended to. And in summers like these, etc., there is a problem with power.
I was hoping you would say cutting income tax for salaried people. Anyway,
so I think that's a very small percentage.
I know. Since we're in the percentage, and I'm sure a lot of people watching. I know. So the final thing, this one of the things that there was a panic during, I would say at least the campaign, this election campaign, when with the Congress manifesto, right? This sort of where the Prime Minister had called Reveries famously a few months ago, and last year I think in that conversation had become a thing. is that now you made some promises, and those promises are going to cost money, cost the extra. How feasible are we? I mean, if there is, and even if it's a NDA coalition, right, you're going to have. Is there a pressure now that's fiscal discipline, like you said? You know, we've used up at the space given by petroleum prices. There's been a decent fiscal discipline by the BJP government. It's not gone out of control, at least at the central level. Center plus states might be a little higher. Do you think that that's something that's going to be harder to maintain and require a certain amount of political will? How to go about that?
I feel it's, as I said about, say, the corporate tax cut, you reduce your fiscal space by giving that tax cut. So you have to figure out how to manage your finances. If I remember correctly, Modi years, while we do say that they've done well on the fiscal side, there are two things. A, they've never met the 3% fiscal deficit target, never in 10 years. Two, they've managed to miss it even when oil prices for a considerable period in this 10-year period were fairly low. So it's also about raising revenues. Where do you raise revenues? Again, the choice of your policies. Are you giving tax breaks to those from where you can get the revenue? Are you spending where you need to spend? So I don't think it's necessarily just a matter of saying that you will just add up the expenses and that is a wrecking thing. You will also have to look at your revenue streams and figure out how to improve them. That element is there,
Yeah, I think, say where a large section of the population gets hurt by marginal increases.
Yeah.
Say, I would typically point out to say GST tax rates, because these are indirect taxes where, irrespective of the income levels, it hurts everyone. So I think that, you need to be very careful. Can we rationalize it better? Can we, give concessions to the, to the middle class, lower middle class, and the poor people? So that is something which I would think that, government can definitely look at that. And probably, I think when there is low growth, typically, if, so the growth numbers, what they came, I don't want to get into it, but, the growth numbers which have come out now, the difference, if you see the difference between the growth and the gross value added, it's a very significant difference, and people are raising questions. Some people in the market do raise questions on these. Then how do you tackle this huge distress? Whether it requires some support is a valid question for political parties or governments to consider and address. My sense is that.
So the other one was that, before 2014, so NDAs and that twin balance sheet problem was this big thing we were all talking about. Government, NDA, and BJP then basically inherited this mess. What is the next big challenge of that macroeconomic challenge that should be a priority to resolve?
To my mind, is consumption being down in India. That, I think, is the thing, and it's down because we have an employment-related stress, right? So whatever jobs are there, first of all, they are not enough, and whatever the jobs are there are not giving you as much income. I think that is the heart of it. From a macro perspective, it's a consumption problem that we are facing, and BJP has tried in the past 5 years this throwing money towards the supply side, and it hasn't worked. Right? It has worked only to the extent to that section which is consuming, and that should teach them or whoever comes next to figure out that you have to look at it differently now and try to solve for that.
Well, I think there are a couple of things like, say, for instance, when there is a huge global slowdown, it impacts India. It impacts India, its manufacturing, its jobs, so which happened quite a bit in the past. So when I traveled in, say, Coimbatore, that entire belt, textile, which is that huge, job-generating belt, employment levels are around 50%. 50% of people out of jobs, they have gone back home with no idea by the producers of these factories, whether they're going to come back, they need them or not. So, of course, consumption has, and the GDP numbers also show that it is probably at the lowest in the last 8 quarters, if I'm not wrong. So low. So I think that has to be done. but I think investment is something which is required in manufacturing, etc. for job generation.
Thank you so much. We're now, I think Rahul Gandhi is beginning, or there's a Congress press conference just beginning. I think we're going to cut to that. Please have a look. Thank you so much for joining us. And you're just going to see the Congress press conference. I think probably celebrating their perhaps unexpected to some, but expected to others success. Thank you so much. Yeah.
कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद।
हेलो मैडम सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला। बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना।
हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूंगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहां जहां हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया। इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया, और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी, और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था, और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खरगे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, 1 मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they're getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस तो कुछ ज्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खरगे साहब ये आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रेटजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूंगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
जयराम जी राहुल जी, खरगे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर 2 राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाए।
आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में, हाँ
नहीं 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, ये आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन है।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या है?
नहीं देखिए, हम एक कोलिशन के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं देखिए, बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया,
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी, मैं मोहित हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं,
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए, यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी की जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं। आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल, और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी
शुक्रिया साथियों, शुक्रिया, हो गया।
सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
So that was the Congress press conference after the India alliance has managed to halt the NDA juggernaut across the country. Both Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi spoke on the occasion, and both of them have castigated and lambasted the BJP. Mallikarjun Kharge went on to say that BJP has been, not successful, and the electorate has made it very clear that this is Janta ki jeet and Loktantra ki jeet. He mentioned that how this was an election where it was a Modi versus the Janta. He humbly accepted the mandate of Janta and said that the electorate has clearly mandated this against Modi, and how this has been a political and ethical loss for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He also went on to chronicle the adverse conditions with which India Alliance fought the polls. He mentioned the bank accounts that were frozen in due course of the campaigning, where leaders were conspired against. He also mentioned that the India Alliance went to the electorate with issues such as farmers' protests, labor issues, unemployment, inflation, and the bid to protect the constitution. And Kharge thinks that these were the issues that appealed to the electorate majorly. He also said that Rahul Gandhi's yatras that he used as campaign tools became the foundation for India Alliance's campaigning, as the massive outreach program led them to reach people across the corners of the country, listen to them and bond with them at the same time. This is how the Congress came up with the 5 Nyay and 25 guarantees scheme, and this led to the guarantee card scheme. And at the same time, he also mentioned that the arrogance of BJP has been curtailed by the electorate. At the same time, let's take a look at what Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, the winner of Raebareli and Wayanad Lok Sabha seats, has to say.
ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे, क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया, और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी, और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी, और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था, और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए। मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए। इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया। और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा, हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन। हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, 1 मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they're getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
So that was the Congress press conference where Rahul Gandhi castigated the Adani stocks along with Narendra Modi, the NDA and the BJP. With me in the studio, I have Associate Editor of National Affairs, Rahul Sabharwal, and we'll be joined by our reporters from across the country. For now, Rahul,
How are the numbers looking for you? Exit polls predicted something, and now they are out of
The exit polls have clearly got it drastically wrong. And I think through the day we were seeing on television how there's a need for exit pollsters to introspect, because the sense that the reporters gave us was very different. We felt, in fact, the Indian Express reportage will reflect this, that in seat after seat, we felt there were closer contests than what the exit polls would have predicted. And that seems to have been proven true today. In many of the seats, we've seen the margins have been thinner than just 10,000, which again goes to show how close these elections were. So, so clearly, this 400 par was more rhetoric than reality, and I think we've seen that now.
Right. Rahul, we are joined by Arun Janardhan from Tamil Nadu. How is it looking in Tamil Nadu, Arun?
Yeah, it's almost a DMK sweep. DMK is winning or leading clearly in 39 out of 39 seats, and one seat in Puducherry Union Territory is also being won by India Bloc. The Congress candidate is winning there. So in Tamil Nadu, we can say that it is very decisive, and as always in 2019 or 2014 or even 2004, Lok Sabha elections have been always very, very decisive for the state. In 2014, I remember Jayalalitha had a massive victory, and 2019 again it was the same, leaving only one seat to NDA ADMK alliance, and DMK had 138 seats. Yeah, so a same pattern has repeated now.
Hi, Arun. One of the things talked about in the run-up to the elections was how the BJP is going to make its entry into South through Tamil Nadu. There was some were anticipating as many as 4 seats. So that has not happened. What do you make of that? How have they fallen short? And did you sense that in your travels when you were covering the state? What is the sense you got when it came to the BJP?
No, of course, we can see that there is a gradual growth that any party can gain. That has happened to BJP also. But with regard to BJP especially, the difference is that the kind of aggressive push they have made in Tamil Nadu especially. Prime Minister Modi himself has made a lot of statements. He did a lot. He celebrated Tamil language and culture. He organized Tamil Sangams, some Tamil programs in northern cities. He spoke about Tamil and Tamil icons and Tamil language in UN and everywhere. And one of the major experiments they did was appointing K. Annamalai, a former IPS officer, as the state chief, hardly 2 years after he joined the party. So, and Annamalai was given a complete freedom. Even at a point when the state party senior leaders were all in favor of continuing with the ADMK alliance, it was Annamalai who had a conviction that they should go alone, and he created situations that eventually forced ADMK to quit from NDA. So, considering all these aspects, BJP winning a couple of seats and their vote share was expected by a lot of people. We can see that even during earlier it was BJP's expectation was that they will get more than 15% vote share. Annamalai had raised the bar later, saying it will be more than 20 or even up to 25. But still we can see that there is a significant growth. They have around 11 or little more than 11 vote share right now. So, but we have to consider one more factor there, because unlike previous elections, BJP has contested in 21 seats this time. So that itself plays that is also a factor that adds up to the vote share when it comes to the number of seats they contest and all these factors. So BJP winning seats of course, there were the clarity was not there. The star candidate Annamalai was expected to win in Coimbatore, at least for people who lived in social media. He was all over the reels and everywhere. But when during our reportage there in Coimbatore, we have seen that in terms of the conservative or conventional campaign strategies, DMK and ADMK were far ahead of BJP. So it was sure that Annamalai was not going to win, or it may be very difficult for him to win the election. And then later, and other seats, for example, TTV Dinagaran or O Pannirselvam, Dharmaburi candidate Soumya Anbumani. So all these candidates were there rumored that they may be winning or getting a tough fight. And we should also note the fact that at least in 4 or 5 seats, BJP is coming second, pushing ADMK to the 3rd position. So there is we cannot say that BJP has failed in their efforts in Tamil Nadu, but of course they failed to win a seat. They failed to get the vote share they expected. Maybe we can observe that the aggressive push that made by the Delhi Prime Minister Modi and the state leadership, which was single-handedly controlled by Annamalai, did not register. Yeah.
Right. Rahul, we are now joined by our city editor, Malika. So from Tamil Nadu, let's go up top to the national capital. The exit poll said that BJP would be sweeping all 7.
One of the few states they got right.
One of the few states they got right. Malika.
Hi.
Hi, Malika.
Yes. Hi. So Delhi has not been a surprise for the BJP at all. It's the 3rd time it is sweeping the state completely. It's won all 7 seats, and the margins are very comfortable right now. So there's no chance of a late evening surprise either. The BJP had this year, decided to switch almost all of its candidates. It went only with Manoj Tiwari in the Northeast Delhi seat, which a decision that seems to have gone its way completely. The AAP and the Congress alliance, though, there seems to be an increase in their combined vote share, and BJP's vote share for now seems slightly below what they got in 2019, which was 56% then. But for the BJP, for the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress alliance here, I think it brings disappointment, because even within the party, and the conversations were essentially about how at least 3 seats they were expecting from the electorate in Delhi. While Aam Aadmi Party seems to have gained some amount of vote share overall, the Congress has seen a dip. It means that while the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share does not seem to have really moved towards the Congress, the other, the vice versa has happened. A lot of Congress vote share in these elections has moved towards the Aam Aadmi Party. But a disappointing result for the alliance, for sure.
Right, Rahul, you were saying something.
Malika, before you joined us, Arun was telling us about how, some things are seen on social media that may not necessarily be true on the ground. So I think Kanhaiya seems to be one of those stories, where every time you would log in, it would seem like he's going to sweep this seat, but I don't think it was a very close contest.
Yeah, so the Kanhaiya and Manoj Tiwari contest was one of the most, closely looked at, closely watched contests in Delhi, because they are both very popular and very famous in their own ways. Manoj Tiwari is now a 3-time MP, and he's been winning the seat comfortably for all of these years. Kanhaiya was seen as a Purvanchali face that could counter him in the city and in that seat. But he seems to be losing with by quite a few votes. The margin is quite large over there. They also did their campaigns. Their campaigns are very different. While Manoj Tiwari did a lot of big rallies, and several senior BJP leaders and ministers were a part of his campaign through the month of a long, intense campaign. Kanhaiya's campaign was a little more, low key, I would say. He focused a lot on areas with, migrant population, a lot of auto drivers, and migrant laborers. But finally, it seems that the contest between them eventually boiled down to two things: an outsider versus Manoj Tiwari, who is now being seen as an insider in Delhi. And also the whole narrative of the Tukre gang, it did make a difference. It did give BJP an upper hand. This mandate shows.
Thank you, Malika, for the update on Delhi. And now, Rahul, we shall move to the state of Punjab, where we are being joined by Manraj Grewal Sharma, the resident editor of our Chandigarh bureau. Manraj, how is it looking?
Hi. It's a very exciting election, and it's given us a very exciting result. So normally what happens is whichever party is in power, it tends to do very well at the hustings in the Lok Sabha. But this time AAP, which had an overwhelming mandate of say 92 out of 117 assembly seats 2 years back, got only 3 seats as of now. I mean, the final tally is not out, but AAP has got only 3 out of 13 seats, even though it had set itself a target of 13 out of 13. So for AAP, it's a wake up signal. It's definitely the voter is telling AAP that while we voted you with an overwhelming mandate, so we are not very happy with what you've done. This is despite the fact that they gave 300 units of free power every month. And then there are Aam Aadmi Mohalla clinics, which have lots of free diagnostic techniques and so on. And of course, no charge, everything without any charge. So, but the people are not happy. So the biggest win in these elections has been for Congress. So Congress was in a very bad shape. It lost hugely in the last assembly election. Its tally came down to 18 out of 117 seats. And also it lost people to BJP. So it has been bleeding. BJP chief right now, state chief, was once upon a time the state Congress chief. Its former chief minister, Captain Singh, is also with BJP. And then a lot of its people went to jail on corruption charges. But now Congress has come back with 7 seats. So last time, even though it had 8 seats, but then it was in power. This time, while Congress was not in power, it's done well for itself. It's also shown that it doesn't need an alliance and it can stand on its own feet, and that it has a presence not just in urban constituencies, but in the rural seats as well. So that is that is Congress. Then come to BJP. So both B and Akali Dal, it's their first solo election in the Lok Sabha after 1996 or 1998. BJP has done, it may not have got any seat. Earlier, it used to, when it was in alliance with Akali Dal, it used to bag about 2 seats, minimum 2 seats or 3, because it would contest only 3 seats. But now its vote share has gone up. So earlier, its vote share was in single digits, now it's in double digits. And last I looked, it was more than that of the Akali Dal. So Akali Dal, which has been in the pits, it got 3 out of 117 assembly seats. It's the oldest regional party of India and the only Panthik party of Punjab. So I think the fact that it's been able to retain Harsimrat Badal has been able to retain her seat, shows that, it could be in a revival mode. So although its vote share is
Now, moving on to our next correspondent from Assam, we have Sukrita Barua for an update. But before Sukrita, Rahul, Manraj was saying something. Let's continue with that. You were about to ask us something.
Yes. Manraj?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, yeah, Rahul, please go ahead.
So, of course, the state performance is one thing, but what do you make of the larger, perhaps existential crisis that stares at the Aam Aadmi Party now? Surely they would have expected to do better. 3 seats across the country. These are the only 3 seats they've won. It makes them a very, very minuscule player, and it comes at a time where their chief is in jail. They're already besieged from many fronts. So what do you make of this as a larger existential crisis that would stare at the party?
Sorry, your voice is cracking. What do you make of AAP now? So AAP, the fear is that it could be open to being poached, the AAP candidates, the MLAs. So many of the MLAs, there were 8 people, I think 8 sitting MLAs, and who fought the polls. And AAP has not.
We shall move back to Sukrita for an Northeast update. But Rahul, that was a pertinent question.
Yeah.
That
so maybe we'll find that out.
Oh yeah, what happens to the Aam Aadmi Party, because there's no second in line of command.
Absolutely, and many were speculating that after Mr. Kejriwal went to jail, Bhagwant Mann's stature would increase.
Yeah.
But this doesn't give him quite the legitimacy that he would have hoped for.
Yeah. But then, how is it possible that they don't have a second line of command? I mean, I understand the second line of command is behind
He's also
bars.
in jail. Unfortunately, several lines of command are behind bars.
Yeah.
So it is a party that I think has a lot of soul searching to do. Mr. Bhagwant Mann will have to obviously step up, and there are some within the Delhi circle also who will have to sort of fill into these large shoes Mr. Kejriwal has left.
Let's take a last lap at Manraj, if she's there. Manraj, we were talking about the existential crisis of AAP. But before Manraj, we have Sukrita from Assam for a Northeast update.
Hi, Sukrita.
Hi, Rahul.
So, long expected
is there any
lines
point
or any
Sorry?
long expected lines or any surprises?
I think in Assam, I think that's the number we had discussed as well. I mean, right now we're looking at the Congress. They have short wins in 3 out of the 14 seats in Assam. One seat, Karimganj, where the counting is going on really slowly, has still been a bit of a push and pull between the BJP and the Congress. But it looks like the BJP is going to pull through. So we're looking at a complete status quo in Assam in terms of the seat distribution. So 11 for the NDA, 3 for the Congress. Even though the numbers remain the same, I just want to emphasize that, certain victories are going to be big moral victories for the Congress. In particular, Gaurav Gogoi's victory, he seems to be poised to win in the Jorhat seat by more than 1 lakh votes. This is the first time that he's contesting from the seat. His older seat, Koliabor, was completely redrawn during the course of last year's delimitation exercise. It was completely transformed, which is why he went on to contest from the Jorhat seat against the incumbent BJP MP. And the entire kind of, it became a prestige battle. It was the most keenly watched contest in the state. Many thought it would be a closely fought contest, including me. But I think a lot has to be said about the personal charisma of Gaurav, to pull through in that seat, because the entire state machinery, the BJP organizational strength, the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma himself really aggressively campaigned in that seat. So it was, big prestige battle, and Gaurav has come through with more than 1 lakh vote margin. The other resounding victory for the Congress is the Dhubri seat, where the Congress's Rakibul Hussain seems to be poised to win by a margin of more than 6 lakh votes against the AIUDF Supremo Badruddin Ajmal. While this seat has been kind of dismissed by the BJP for long as one that it can't win, because this is a this is a seat where around 85% of the voters are actually Bengali Muslims. It was seen as a tussle between the AIUDF and the Congress, but the Congress is, really celebrating this victory, because they keep saying that the AIUDF is kind of the B team of the Congress. This is the Congress allegation. So the Congress itself sees this as a big major victory. So this is Assam is along expected lines, but I think the rest of the states of the Northeast, even though they have much fewer seats, that's where things really get interesting.
And let me take you away from Assam now to Manipur. That's a conflict that you covered from the ground, and it's a conflict that's had resonance through the year. It's had resonance during the poll campaign. The oppositions again and again reminded the PM that he did not make a visit to Manipur. These two seats today, how did they pan out?
So I think, we are seeing a change in the power map in the Northeast with this election. The NDA has lost a lot of ground in the hilly states, but Manipur is the most interesting outcome, because the entire, the Congress is going to win both seats, and both seats were formerly held by the NDA. The BJP was holding the Inner Manipur seat, which has mostly Meitei voters, and the NPF, which is the NDA constituent, which is the Naga People's Front, held the Outer Manipur seat, which is the tribal seat, which covers both the Naga majority hills and the Kuki-Zomi majority hills. And while the state has been split wide open through the course of this conflict for the last 13 months, along the lines of the Meiteis on one side and the Kuki-Zomis on the other side. Both both communities kind of seem to have been united in expressing their resentment against the way the conflict has been handled. The Congress's pitch in both the seats has largely been a criticism they have of the way that the conflict has been handled. And in particular, the Inner Manipur Congress candidate, Bimal Akoijam, he's a JNU professor, and this was his political debut, and he has attributed his entry into politics as one that he feels he was compelled to do because of the conflict. He thought that he said that he wanted to basically his campaign was a criticism of the BJP's handling of the conflict, and he was alleging that the BJP exacerbated the existing divisions in the state. So the Congress coming to power in both seats is a very clear voice of the people against the handling of the conflict, basically.
Sukrita, one last question, if I may. So does this also, you spoke about the NDA losing ground. Does this also diminish sort of its leaders? So Himanta is in charge of the entire Northeast, if I'm not mistaken. In his state, he would have been expected to deliver all seats. He was not able to do that, and then you cede some ground in other seats. Plus, also the Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh. What do you make of how their futures pan out?
Like I said, even in Assam, actually, the BJP did expect to do better. They've repeatedly been saying that they're going to win 13 out of 14 seats. So it's been pretty quiet on the BJP's front throughout today. We're yet to get reactions from either Chief Minister Biren Singh or Himanta Biswa Sarma. But it will be a moment of reckoning. The NDA's regional allies have all lost their seats in the Northeast. So the NEDA, the Northeast Democratic Alliance, has more or less, come apart at the seams in this election. So in terms of the NEDA, of course, there's going to be some serious introspection. In terms of Manipur, like I said, this is a very clear referendum by the people. So so there has to be some reckoning, I think, at this point of time with the BJP High Command in terms of the position of Chief Minister Biren Singh, which has been criticized not only by political opponents, but by large sections of civil society on both sides of the ethnic divide in the state.
Right. That was Sukrita Barua, our correspondent from Assam, with the Northeast updates. Rahul, from Northeast all the way to the West, we are going to Gujarat now, where we are joined by Leena Mishra. Leena, at the end of Judgment Day today, how is it looking for the Saffron Party in the western state of Gujarat?
So there's a huge message from Gujarat to the BJP. where it has been winning all the 26 seats in the 2014 and 2019 elections, and this time one seat has gone to the Congress. So, and also the BJP's margin on at least 11 of the 25 seats, of the 24 seats that it has won, has reduced since 2019. So this is a huge message for the BJP, and it is a good positive for the Congress. Not just the party has got its first seat in 10 years in the Lok Sabha, but it is also won by one of its MLAs, who is a two-time MLA from the Banaskantha district. So yeah, in that sense, it is sort of scripting of history. Congress is getting its first seat in the Lok Sabha from Gujarat since 2014, when Modi became Prime Minister, and he fought his first election.
And what do you said this is a message to the BJP. So what's behind that message? What were the voters?
So this time the election saw a couple of, it saw the surfacing of infighting in the BJP also, which forced the party to change at least candidates in at least 2 seats, Baroda and Sabarkantha. And in Sabarkantha is a seat where the BJP has also not done well. And the party chief has just admitted in an interaction with reporters that its results in Sabarkantha is not very satisfactory. Also, there was this huge Kshatriya protest against Purushottam Rupala, the union minister who was fighting from the Rajkot seat. And in spite of the demands by the community to replace him, the party refused to replace him. So these were some things, some new features of the elections that we saw this time in a party that has been in Gujarat and so strong for so many years. Then we also, the other new thing we saw in this election, it's a first, was that one seat went to the BJP uncontested, which is Surat. I think it was the first seat to be declared in the country out of the 543. So these were some things. So as Geniben has said in her first reaction after she saw herself winning, she has said that this is bringing down the arrogance of the BJP, which is what the Congress campaign also was about. That इनका अहंकार को मिटाना है या खत्म करना है. So that, I think, that may be a message for the BJP. And the BJP itself, the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and the party chief Patil have said that they have expressed pain at this one loss of one seat, and they have said that we will have to do some introspection to see where we went wrong. So yeah, that is the message. Yeah.
And since it's all about that one seat, why don't you tell us a little bit about who won that?
So this seat is largely, a seat dominated by OBCs, which also includes Kshatriyas. But I think the fight got a bit polarized because Geniben belongs to the Thakur community, and the BJP candidate, who's a first-time candidate, was a Chaudhary. So Chaudharys are seen to be, in the creamy layer of the OBCs, among the OBCs. So the fight may have got polarized, and this was a very closely fought battle. We kept watching it, and every round the leads changed, and even now, if you see, the results have not yet been declared, but she's leading by about 30,000 votes, Geni Thakur. And she has won the seat from the Vav assembly constituency twice earlier. One of the elections, she had defeated a very strong, formidable BJP candidate called Shankar Chaudhary, who actually runs the Banas dairy, which is one of the biggest dairies in the Amul conglomerate. And he is now the Gujarat speaker, and he is the assembly speaker, and he is supposed to have backed the BJP candidate in this fight. The BJP candidate was fighting her first election, and she is a professor of mathematics in a government college. So I think the Kshatriya protest might have impacted it a bit, but I think more than that, it was Geniben's own image, that worked for her here, because she was seen as a people's person, always available, and which is why she had been winning the election. Of the 17 seats that the Congress has won, this was one of the seats, and she's the only woman MLA in the Congress party in the assembly. So yeah.
And now I was speaking to our Madhya Pradesh correspondent. He was saying Madhya Pradesh is the new Gujarat, because that's the state where they've not lost seats. So
not lost a single seat.
losing this one seat, I mean, in any other scenario, a party would take it as a big win. Here, do you think any heads will roll? The CM, the state unit chief, what happens?
Yes, there might be some action that would be taken because not just because of this loss of this one seat, but all the events that, then the build up to the election, the small protests also that were seen, the party kind of subdued them because there was an election coming up. So we saw really open protests in the Sabarkantha seat, for instance, when first the party changed the candidate, and even when it changed the candidate, there were protests against the new candidate, And in Baroda, the protest came out openly. This candidate, this member of the BJP's National Women's Morcha, she came out openly against the BJP candidate, BJP's official candidate, who's a sitting MP. And the party was forced to, replace this candidate. But incidentally, the Baroda candidate has won by a 5 lakh plus lead. And also the other noticeable fact is that at least on four seats, the BJP has crossed the 5 lakh margin, when it had aimed to cross the 5 lakh margin on all the seats. And it had also given a target of 10 lakh margin to the Gandhinagar seat, from where Union Minister Amit Shah is contesting. Of course, the other big thing is that this is Gujarat, from where Prime Minister Modi and several union ministers belong. So we had 4 union ministers in the fray. One was Amit Shah, then there was Purushottam Rupala, there was Devu Singh Chauhan, and there was Mansukh Mandavia. All of them have won with comfortable margins. And C.R. Patil has got the highest margin in Gujarat of 7.74 lakh leads. The election results have just been declared for the seat of Navsari, from where C.R. Patil was. So yeah,
Thank you,
there is
Leena.
yeah.
Thank you so much for the update, Rahul. So at the end of it,
yes,
at the end of Judgment Day of the 18th Lok Sabha polls, we did 7 phases,
Right.
4 assemblies also, along with 543 Lok Sabha constituencies. More or less the numbers are out. More or less
More
the
or
picture
less the
is
numbers are
clear.
out. And I think if there's one message I could give to our viewers is to just read more of the Indian Express, because I think we got many of these contests right. I think I spent the day speaking to reporters and sort of going back and forth about our coverage. And I think the contests, the states where we predicted it will be thin, it was. And again, it's like we started this session, it's also a moment of reckoning for pollsters. I think just seeing how the markets reacted yesterday
Yeah.
and how they've reacted today, I think
This morning,
it just goes to show that we should take these exit polls with a pinch of salt.
With a pinch of salt, definitely. Just to do a quick roundup, Rahul, with you.
Sure.
Kerala and Tamil Nadu, we were hoping BJP would make inroads, but
Yeah, the BJP would have hoped so. I think they were optimistic of making. In fact, that was the big narrative, right? That the
Yeah.
BJP would be able to expand its footprint in South, but it's not. Kerala, the fortress, the left and Congress fortress has been breached, though.
Yeah.
Suresh Gopi has made an entry, so I think they would still count that as a win. Mr. Shashi Tharoor just barely managed to hold on to his seat, so the BJP would have some positives to look for in the South still.
right. In Karnataka, BJP is looking.
Yeah. I think the biggest state, and it's the state where you're from, is Odisha. I think that's one that they would take some solace in. In fact, while we knew that they will perform much better than last time, even we were surprised by the magnitude of their victories, both in Lok Sabha and in the Assembly. I think the Assembly, we thought there could be a hung house, but for them to cross the halfway mark, it's been quite the surprise.
Definitely. And in West Bengal, their TMC is still holding strong.
Yeah.
Mamata Banerjee fighting back with gusto.
Absolutely. And I think I was just, ever the fighter, I was just seeing her press conference where she talked about, even she's not satisfied with the counting still, even though she's done better than what many would have expected her to. She's still feisty. She's still saying that, some of our votes were cut. So that's classic Mamata.
And moving on to Uttar Pradesh from there.
Uttar Pradesh is where the BJP would, I think, need to do the most introspection. And in fact, during Rahul Gandhi's press conference, he specifically made it a point to thank the people of Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah.
While he said that every state has sort of come together to save the constitution, in his words. But Uttar Pradesh is one state which led from the front.
Absolutely. And from there, we go to Delhi, where we just had a conversation with Malika. No surprises for the BJP. Similarly, in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat, Dolina says.
Yeah. I think Rajasthan also, BJP saw some reversals that it would not have expected. I think there was, in fact, some of our stories had captured this Agniveer anger that sort of seems to have, played a part in them sort of ceding some space to the Congress this time.
And a shout out to Nitish Kumar in between. He seems to make a comeback every time. You can't just write him off at all.
Absolutely. And I think there was this, many people sort of, seeing the turnout at the Jashvi's rallies, one would have been tempted to think that the RJD was going to, perform spectacularly well. But clearly, Nitish, like you said, has held on.
And in Punjab and Haryana, struggling to make
they would have hoped to do better, certainly.
Definitely. And what would you say has been the biggest upset? Is it Amethi?
I think so. I think Uttar Pradesh in general. I think that's the state that will give the BJP, I think, a few sleepless nights, certainly.
Absolutely. So now we haven't reached the end of verdict yet. There are numbers still coming in. There are rounds of counting still going on as we speak. But to our viewers, thank you for staying with us for 12 long hours of coverage. We hope we have given you everything that you were looking for with our media elite panel of experts from the Indian Express, and live updates on our website, indianexpress.com. And this is history being made.
Absolutely.
Like Rajiv Kumar said that this time it's a world record, the number of female voters.
Absolutely. And I think, again, if there's a closing thought, I think there were many questions raised on the sanctity of EVMs, etc. through this contest. But I think that should be put to rest now that it's, there's also some credit to be given to the EC for holding an election of this scale and doing it the way they have. Absolutely.
Definitely. Please stay updated with all the latest news and with all the updates and the races that are being called on our website, indianexpress.com, for all the reactions and visuals on what is going on. You can like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel with me, Rahul Sabarwal of the Indian Express, and I am Flora Swine, signing off now. Thank you.